Chapter 751 Siege of Canute. Luing Hao, who can control hormones in his body, can turn his body fluids into deadly toxins. So Canute's choice to devour him was undoubtedly a huge decision-making mistake. However, judging from his huge size, it is obviously not that easy to kill him with poison. Woody's eyes lit up, and he found a way to deal with Canute. At least it can prevent everyone from being eaten by him. Luing Hao, use your poison to put some on each of us. Luing Hao shouted, understand. He quickly ran to Woody, bit his wrist open, and poured his blood on him. The blood becomes a deadly poison after his transformation. Others also went through this process one by one. But Canute scoffed at this. If you can't swallow it, just use your size advantage to crush it. Let me help you. Eclipse member Yoshimitsu Sakuraba held his right wrist with his left hand and aimed at the battlefield space where everyone was. Gravity released. As soon as his ability was activated, everyone suddenly felt that their bodies were many times heavier. Some non-melee type aliens even find it difficult to pull out. Surprisingly, however, they were not the worst offenders. Boom! A muffled sound came from the center of the battlefield, and Canute's body, transformed into a giant blue shark, suddenly sank into the depths of the earth. Damn it! What are you doing? He roared. When Woody saw the scene, he suddenly raised his head and laughed. Such a powerful gravity increase is an indiscriminate attack. For such a behemoth, it is simply a disaster. Dion Yanjin can adapt to the strong gravity through constant exercise. But Canute couldn't do it, because his size and weight at this time were far beyond the scope of humans. Such a huge gravity put great pressure on his internal organs. It was only then that Sakuraba Yoshimitsu realized that the Canute in front of him could not be compared with Daigo Inabu. Sorry. Before he could finish his words, Canute had already rushed over from the depths of the earth. And then click. Bite him in half with one bite. Sakuraba Yoshimitsu's face was full of astonishment. He did not expect that he would not die in the hands of the Tengu team, but in the mouth of his temporary ally. This is the nature of pirates. As long as their interests are touched, they can kill even their close relatives. As for Sakuraba Yoshimitsu's death, the people of Eclipse ignored it. They can't fall out with the Tianlong pirates just yet. What's more, in the team, Sakuraba Yoshimitsu is just a small character ranked at the bottom. They started fighting among themselves. He said coldly. Shui Miao said that allies who are together because of interests will also draw swords against each other because of interests. It's no surprise to these two gangs of villains. As soon as Sakuraba Yoshimitsu died, the gravity field at the scene returned to normal. Canute swallowed the body of Sakuraba Yoshimitsu, and the horrific wounds left by Zhang Yi on his body began to show signs of healing at this time. Woody's eyes narrowed. This guy can heal himself by swallowing aliens. Biologist Ming Xiu is at the rear of the battlefield. As an auxiliary staff, she cannot directly participate in the battle. But at this time, a professional analysis was given. Sharks themselves have extremely powerful self-healing capabilities. Be careful. Don't feed him anymore. However, even so, it was difficult for them to figure out a way to kill this super prehistoric monster that could sneak into the terrain. On the battlefield, Canute had absolute initiative. He was like the tip of a spear, rushing across the battlefield. The pirates behind him relied on him to attack the Tengu team. Kurosawa's troops also took out hand cannons and suppressed the Tengu team from a distance. Qi Guangming, the sniper on the opposite side is left to you. Woody shouted. Receive. Qi Guangming raised his weird black sniper rifle and aimed at Kurosawa Akira's troops in the distance. Kurosawa Akira immediately found a bunker to cover his body. The two snipers restrained each other, and neither of them dared to show their heads easily, because the life and death battle between snipers lasts only a moment. But the frontal battlefield had already been disrupted by Canute. Let me try to deal with him. Explosives expert Yi Jikong was hiding in the dark. His right hand pressed on the ground. His ability, Time Bomb, can turn everything it touches into a powerful bomb. Since Canute is hidden underground, it is difficult for others to hit him. So he began placing large amounts of explosives beneath the ground. The person who can truly compete with Canute on the frontal battlefield is an existence that no one expected. Kong Sheng. His ability is Forged Steel. Can turn the body into the toughest metal. Therefore, he has superhuman defense capabilities. And as an enhanced alien, he is also extremely powerful. The characteristics of these abilities make him the main force in delaying Canute head-on on the battlefield. The huge blue shark body emerged from the ground and attacked Wudi fiercely. Kong Sheng, on the other hand, immediately stood in front of Wudi. His arms were tightly guarded in front of him, and he blocked Canute's attack forcefully. As a fighting master, He knows how to make his body withstand the smallest impact. Boom! He resisted Canute's impact with difficulty, but was still thrown away after a moment. But his body, which had turned into flexible metal, digested this power quickly like liquid, so that he did not suffer much damage. The shadow falls on the thorns. Floating cannon. This momentary opportunity was captured by the Tengu team. The shadow at Yi Yi's feet quickly extended out and merged with Canute's huge shadow. Then from the shadow of the earth, hundreds of sharp black thorns suddenly shot out and pierced his body. At the same time, Woody condensed a huge floating cannon in his hand, turning into a huge beam of light and shooting at Canute's body. The two of them were very particular about where they chose to attack. It was the location where Zhang Yi had left a wound. Laugh. Canute's body shook, and a layer of green smoke appeared. Yi Yi and Woody's joint attack also caused him some injuries. Woo! Canute let out a loud whine. Yang Xinshin, who was in the distance, also asked the angel behind him to aim at Canute and shoot a second arrow. But this arrow is black. Canute has always paid attention to everyone's movements on the battlefield. The girl just shot him with an arrow, causing about 0 damage. But this black arrow gave him an unknown omen. He decided not to resist with his body, but quickly dived underground. The black arrow missed. Yang Xinshin's expression was calm, without any loss. Chapter 752 Kito-san and Shanshai. Wu Di and Yi Yi jointly attacked, causing some damage to Canute. But it was not enough to decide the victory. This made the two of them feel even more stressed. If Canute hadn't been seriously injured by Zhang Yi, could they really have won with just them? He is worthy of being the captain of the pirate regiment that roams the sea, and he should not be underestimated. But when they attacked Canute, the other members of the pirate group were not idle either. The minions' only attack methods are firearms and ordinary shoulder-mounted cannons. These things can't even break through the defense of the combat uniform. They can only cause certain interference. However, the aliens of the Tianlong pirates also charged towards the Tengu team without fear of death. Among them, the main ones are large-scale Kito-san and Urfa Shankai. Shanshai's abilities are similar to Canute's, but the electric eel he incarnates is only 7 or 8 meters long. The oily and delicate skin does not look like a melee master, but the electric arc sprayed from his mouth can penetrate hundreds of meters of space. Chain Hand Kitasan's arms turn into 2 huge iron chains, which can be used both offensively and defensively. The length of the chain can even reach 500 meters. At the end is a huge iron thorn. As he swings it, it dances in the air like 2 giant snakes. A slight swing can cause huge damage. At the same time, this is also a very powerful defensive method. The bullets fired by the Tengu team were all bounced back by the chains, as the two joined the battlefield and formed a triangle formation with Canute. The Tengu team encountered increasing pressure from the front. Boom! Yi Jikong finally arranged his mine array. Using the earth as a medium, he distributed his supernatural bombs to every corner of the battlefield. Hundreds of bombs are enough to make the pirates drink a pot. I'll destroy the terrain with bombs and force the shark and the electric eel to show up. As soon as they come out, attack immediately, Yi Jikong said to the team members. Receive. Everyone also gave decisive answers. Yang Xinshin listened to the sound in the headphones in silence. From the beginning, these team members did not regard her as a combatant. More people believe that Yang Xinshin can join the Tengu team entirely because of Zhang Yi, and no one knows what her abilities are. From the beginning of the battle to now, all she has been responsible for is riding the big cat and running around. The only shot he took didn't put any pressure on Canute. When everyone was ready, Yi Jikong immediately detonated all the bombs he had arranged. In an instant, an astonishing explosion occurred deep in the earth within a radius of several kilometers. These explosions accurately avoided the direction of the Tengu team members, but blew up the ice surface where Canute was hiding into large shards of ice. This explosion made Canute's wounds even more painful. He howled and his huge body was exposed. Fire! Woody roared, and everyone focused their firepower on Canute. Origin bomb, floating cannon, shadow killing technique. More than a dozen attacks hit Canute's location. Canute saw the scene in front of him, and a look of hatred flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, he, the captain of the 4th Division of the Tangtang Tianlong Pirates, would be bullied by a group of minions here. If this was his home court, then everyone would be killed by him. Yes, his main battlefield is the ocean. There, even if the opponent has a super battleship, it will be ruthlessly overturned by him. Sure enough, after the shark comes to land, its combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. At the critical moment, First Officer Kito-san stood in front of Canute. He waved his arms, and two huge iron chains twisted and danced like sea snakes. Crackling, countless origin bombs were bounced away by the iron chains, and sparks flew everywhere. The electric eel transformed by Shanchai lay on Canute's body, shooting high-voltage current from his mouth, blocking the floating cannon and shadow-killing technique. The two strangers beside Canute are also top-notch players. Their presence made it much more difficult for the Tengu team to kill Canute. At this moment, Yang Xinshin, who had been watching everything coldly, took action again. The seraph behind her raised his bow and set an arrow. This time he took off a red wing from behind and turned it into an arrow. Then he aimed at Kiyosan, who was wielding an airtight iron chain to block countless attacks. Her red arrow didn't have anything special to Kiyosan, mixed in a large number of origin bullets and magical attacks. It was shot at Kiyosan, but this time, Katasan's iron chain did not block the arrow attack. The red arrow seemed to have no body, directly penetrated the blockade of more than a dozen iron chains, and then shot into his chest. By the time Quado-san realized something was wrong, it was already too late. He didn't know what happened, but he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Why didn't he block the arrow attack? He subconsciously looked at his chest. There were no injuries there. Not even his old suit was torn. No harm. This is what it is. What is it? Quado-san was in a daze for a moment. But this round of attack by the Tengu team was blocked by them. Kill them all, Canute growled. Shanchai lay on top of him, and a huge electric current suddenly covered Canute's whole body. This giant blue shark suddenly transformed into an electric shark. He plunged into the ground fiercely. If he wasn't wearing combat uniforms, everyone should be able to feel it. The soles of his feet began to become numb, even through the thick layer of snow. The feeling of high-voltage current is particularly obvious. A moment later, Canute rushed out of the ground with Shanchai. This time the target is still Wu Di, because among these people, only Wu Di really hurt him. Huge electric current enveloped the blue shark's body surface, and just being close to it made the hairs on Wu Di's body stand up. Although the combat uniform is a product of precision technology, it cannot be completely insulated because it contains a variety of electronic devices and requires many functions. If Wu Di was electrocuted this time, it would kill him directly. At the critical moment, it was Kong Sheng who stepped forward again. He is the only melee alien left in the team. Only he can block Canute's attack head-on. But when Kong Sheng stood in front of Canute, a flash of amusement flashed in the eyes of the violent Canute. It's you I want to kill, bastard. As long as the Tin Man is killed, the remaining aliens can still be manipulated by him? Boom! Canute turned over in the air and jumped into the air like a whale leaping out of the sea. Then his head, carrying an electric current of 100,000 volts, hit Kong Sheng hard. Chapter 753, Trap Beast. Boom! Kong Sheng had no way to dodge, so he could only clasp his hands in front of him, trying to resist the impact. A huge crash sounded on the battlefield, and blue arcs of electricity intertwined into ferocious snakes in the air. The force of this impact was so great that it directly knocked Kong Sheng more than 10 meters deep into the earth. Kong Sheng. Wu Di was lucky enough to save his life, but when he looked at the pit, he found that Canute had disappeared. He lurked, waiting for Shanchai's charge to end, and then launched a second attack. But Kong Sheng, the former honest man of the Black Robe team, had his body cut into two parts, and was as black as a piece of coal. In the end, he still couldn't withstand the combined attack of Canute and Shanchai. This is perhaps the biggest tragedy of tank aliens. They always need to stand at the front of the team and bear pressure that they should not bear. The members of the Tengu team felt a little sad, but now they don't have time to be sad. This is not the first time they have lost teammates in battle. If they were so sad that they couldn't control themselves every time, they would have died on the battlefield long ago. Now that Kong Sheng is dead, how do we solve the head-on problem? Yi gritted his teeth and said, Canute's ability was too strong. Although he was seriously injured, his level was still far beyond theirs. In addition, there were two deputies beside him who were comparable to elite investigative teams, so the Tengu team was not given much chance at all. Wu Di also looked confused. Originally, there were two top enhancement type aliens in their team configuration. However, the Tianlong pirates teamed up with Eclipse, and their combat power exceeded their expectations. Zhang Yi, Bailey Chongqing, and Liang Yu. The three major combat powers were all contained. What are they going to do? There is no other way but to fight to the death. But the worst thing had just begun. On the mountain where the eclipse moon appeared, Jinguji Saikaro was delayed by Zhang Yi for a long time, and had to use himself to protect Takeuchi Mayumi. But suddenly, a sly smile appeared on his lips. Finished. He murmured this. The next moment, he jumped up with his Shikigami and joined the battlefield below. Such a scene was clearly seen by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly condensed. He actually gave up protecting the Miko? There are only two possibilities. One is that the witch has lost the value of her existence. The second is that the witch on the top of the mountain has been hidden. Zhang Yi raised his gun without hesitation and aimed it at the witch wearing a black cotton robe on the top of the mountain. But this time, Phoenix Academy Rin didn't show the slightest worry on his face. Instead, he released a large number of karma fire crows at him with a mocking look on his face. The crows all over the sky rushed towards him in dense numbers, and they were able to swallow Zhang Yi completely in an instant. Zhang Yi still pulled the trigger in his hand. After Takeuchi Mayumi was shot, a layer of white smoke rose up with a bang, and then a charm made of white paper slowly fell to the ground. Of course, Jinguji Saikaro would not let Zhang Yi lead him by the nose. While Zhang Yi was fighting Phoenix and Jin, he used the spell to make a dummy of Mayumi Takeuchi, and the real Mayumi Takeuchi may have been moved to a safe place by him. Where? Zhang Yi immediately used Space Shuttle to avoid the attack of the crows, while his eyes roamed the battlefield below. There were so many people. There were people everywhere, and the ground was covered with corpses. Mayumi Takeuchi must be on the battlefield. Otherwise her power would not be able to be applied to Phoenix Engine. It's just that Zhang Yi doesn't have the ability to see through everything. And now he can't quickly find where Mayumi Takeuchi is hiding. And once this restriction is lost, Phoenix and Jin and Jinguji Saikaro will end up. Once they enter the battlefield below, they will have a huge impact on the entire battle situation. Phoenix Yuanren knew that Zhang Yi could not be killed in a short time, so he chose to kill the Tengu members first. I'll kill your woman first. Let's see what you do. Phoenix Academy Rin smiled ferociously and jumped off the blue bird. His target was very clear. It was Yang Xinshin who was riding Hua Hua. His head fell downwards, completely in free fall, like a cannonball. At this moment, Zhang Yi faced the biggest crisis since this battle. Even if he can protect Yang Xinshin, in this out-of-control situation, the entire Tengu team will die. But at this time, what is Zhang Yi doing? He was actually laughing. The corners of his mouth raised a wide arc, and he smiled brightly. Thank you for helping me with the multiple-choice questions. Originally, he was still hesitating whether to use that plan, but now that I have no choice, it has become the best choice. Phoenix Yuanren's eyes were full of madness. He wanted to destroy Zhang Yi's faith with his own hands and kill the important people around him. Watching a person collapse in despair is what Phoenix Yuanren likes the most. Hua Hua noticed Phoenix Yuanren falling from the sky. He came with thousands of karma fire crows, like scorpions from heaven. The sky was filled with karma fire crows emitting ominous wails. That kind of scene is like burning the entire land to the ground. Meow! Hua Hua let out a scream of fear, and her hair stood on end. This kind of scene cannot be avoided even at its speed. However, the next moment, a familiar breath appeared beside it. Never mind. Hua Hua's eyes suddenly became clear, and her face showed a look of relief. Because that's Zhang Yi's voice. Zhang Yi took one step forward and used space to shuttle directly to Hua Hua and Yang Xinshin. Then in front of Phoenix Yuanren, he moved forward with one hand. Dimensional Gate. He hasn't used this ability for a long time. The Gate of Dimension. One side can pass through. Its disadvantage is that it has a fixed position and can only defend against attacks from one side, which is not conducive to close combat. The advantage is that it covers a huge area and its defense power is at the top level. For example, this time, Zhang Yi's Dimensional Gate covered an area of 500 meters in radius. Phoenix Yuanren fell too fast. He noticed something bad. But in the information that person gave him, there was no mention of this ability. He couldn't imagine that Zhang Yi would really let him, the undead, enter his own space world. Because once Zhang Yi did that, he would not be able to use the absolute defense of the two realms to reduce his own safety factor. But Zhang Yi did exactly that. Phoenix Academy Rin and Crow Crow were directly submerged into Zhang Yi's different dimensional space. He instantly closed the door to the dimensional space. Yang Xinshin looked at Zhang Yi and brother Zhang Yi excitedly. You win. No. Not yet. Zhang Yi looked at Saikaro Jinguji on the battlefield, and then looked at several other battle lines. I just trapped him temporarily. Now, I have to race against time. Chapter 754, Open. Kill! At the Combat Command Center. Seeing Zhang Yi using space to seal Feng Yuanren, a burst of cheers that had been silent for a long time immediately broke out. Yeah! Great! Phoenix Yuanren is trapped. Will he die in Zhang Yi's space? Forehead. Not sure. But the records never show that Zhang Yi used different dimensions to kill people. Zhu Zheng frowned and stared at the battlefield in Tianhai City. The situation in the other two battlefields is very clear now. The Ji Dao demon organization that Tu Yilai dealt with was not strong enough to pose a threat to them. The Samsara team is already on the plane heading to Tianhai City. Next, all you need to do is delay enough time for the Samsara team to join the battlefield. Zhu Zheng stared at the screen and murmured, Zhang Yi, you must hold on. Zhang Yi temporarily sealed Phoenix Yuanren at the expense of temporarily sacrificing his space ability. Phoenix Academy Ren cannot be killed, even in a different dimension. And with his ability of Karma Fire, sooner or later, he will break through the seal of space. At that time, Zhang Yi will be completely unable to use the ability of different dimensions in a short period of time. But now, at least now, the only captain-level alien on the entire battlefield is himself. Open and kill. It was very difficult for Zhang Yi to kill Phoenix Yuanren. But it was much easier for him to kill the next stranger. The first target he targeted was naturally the second in command of the Eclipse organization, Jinguji Saikaro. At this time, Jinguji Saikaro and his Shikigami were about to attack the members of the Tengu team. But the next moment, he noticed a terrible murderous intention enveloped him. Jinguji Saikaro looked up in horror and saw Zhang Yi staring at him in the air. In Zhang Yi's right hand, a group of unstable dark matter is slowly condensing. Jinguji Saikaro's pupils narrowed. He knew very well how terrifying that move was. Even Canute was seriously injured. If his physical body took this attack, he would definitely die. Escape. Jinguji Saikaro summoned the blue bird without hesitation, then jumped on its back and began to fly away into the distance. However, Zhang Yi certainly couldn't let him go. A void spear condensed into shape in his palm, and at the same time, his eyes locked on the position of Jinguji Saikaro. Zhang Yi used the flying device to chase after him. The two of them were like two meteors speeding past in the sky. No matter how fast the blue bird was, it could not be faster than the Ding technology aircraft. When the two people's speeds were synchronized, Jinguji Saikaro was almost still in Zhang Yi's eyes. Jinguji Saikaro noticed Zhang Yi following closely, and immediately began to fly at an arc angle. But for Zhang Yi, all this is no longer important. Spear of the Void is not a single target attack skill, but a large-scale AoE damage skill. He raised the Void Spear in his hand high in the air, pointed it in the direction of Jinguji Saikaro, and threw it fiercely. This attack instantly covered the spherical area with a radius of 500 meters, and also covered the area where Jinguji Saikaro escaped. All those who are facing the battle are arrayed in front. Jinguji Saikaro's eyes were about to burst, and the crisis of death enveloped him completely. He hurriedly summoned all the Shikigami to stand in front of him, and at the same time deployed a protective barrier. But in front of this Void Spear, the Shikigami and barrier he was proud of were shattered. They are not at the same level. The difference is too obvious. In an instant, all his defenses disappeared, and his body was broken into withered fragments by the power of the Void, and his flesh and blood exploded. Zhang Yi took out supernatural food to replenish his lost supernatural energy. He couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart. For such a powerful alien, it would be a waste not to be able to collect his origin. But now, there is not much time left for him. He must clear the entire battlefield before Phoenix Inner breaks through his space seal. At this moment, Zhang Yi suddenly noticed a strange change taking place in Canute in the distance. He looked back and saw a scene that surprised him. The giant blue shark transformed by Canute actually crouched at Yang Xinxin's feet. His attitude was full of humility, especially the look of extreme admiration in his huge shark eyes. A smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips, and he knew that Yang Xinxin's ability worked. The ability acquired by Yang Xinxin is called Angel of Desire. Trait system. Each of the three types of arrows has different abilities. Blue, the arrow of punishment, the main killing. Red, the arrow of love. This arrow has no shape and cannot be defended, because it will go straight to the heart. Once someone is hit by the arrow of love, they will fall in love with the caster from the bottom of their hearts. It was an instinct that came from the heart. Even though he knew he was under the spell, he still couldn't extricate himself from the emotion of admiration. Then, it completely becomes the effort of the performer. As for the third type, the arrow of hatred, the caster will infuse the emotion of hatred into it. The person hit by the arrow will develop extreme hatred towards the designated target. Love desires its life. Evil desires its death. The arrow of love makes him a slave, willing to die to protect the life of the one he loves. Arrows of hate make it an effort of evil intent that will kill its designated target at all costs. Yang Xinxin's ability is to play with people's hearts. The upper and lower limits of this ability are extremely high. Once successful, no matter how powerful the alien is, she will be driven by her. However, the attack power of the punishment arrow is not strong, and the speed of the arrow of love and the arrow of hatred is only equivalent to that of ordinary bullets. Therefore, in battle, how to hit the opponent is the biggest problem. Yang Xinxin has been looking for a suitable opponent. Facing her arrow of love, Guido-san chose to resist rather than dodge, which gave her a chance to hit. Then, he used Guido-san to attack the seriously injured Canute from behind. Guido-san's chains are pirate chains. They are on the sea, and they can hijack huge cargo ships with only one assault boat. The chains tied to the railings of the freighter are extremely difficult to untie. Once Katasan's chain is hit, it will never stop. Unless the caster dies, the chain will always exist and cannot be peeled off. After Canute was controlled by Guido-san, Yang Xinxin's arrow of love easily hit his head. Then she turned this big pirate into her slave. The two difficult opponents had been dealt with, but Zhang Yi did not dare to show any signs of neglect. He must solve all the trouble before Phoenix and Anren escapes. At this time, he could feel that in his different space, Phoenix Academy Ren was repeating endless reincarnations, jumping repeatedly across the boundary between life and death, and the red supernatural poison, the red lotus karma fire, also spread like red ink dripping into the water. Once this infection reaches a certain limit, Zhang Yi's alien space will collapse. After this collapse occurred, Zhang Yi was unable to open the different space again within 24 hours. In other words, after Phoenix Yuanren escapes, it will be dangerous for Zhang Yi to confront him again. Therefore, he must kill all outside opponents, so that the entire Tengu team can free up their hands to deal with Phoenix Xinjin Sai. Chapter 755. You are really hard to kill. After Zhang Yi instantly killed Jinguji Saikaro, he looked at two independent battlefields in the distance. The battle between Bailey Chongqing and Dagong Yanjin was violent and bloody. The two masters of hand-to-hand combat in the strength department were completely involved in life and death combat. After taking the number 5 compound, Bailey Chongqing's strength was greatly increased, allowing him to suppress the great work of Yanjin to fight. However, Dagong Yanjin's defensive power was equally astonishing. Although he was beaten very badly, there were no fatal injuries. Even after being scratched by Fang Tian's painted halberd, there was only a layer of greasy fat, but no blood vessels burst. If the fight continues like this, even if Bailey Chongqing can win this battle, his own life will be in danger due to excessive overdraft of strength. Zhang Yi took out his astonishingly large sniper rifle, Leishu, and locked eyes on Dagong Yanjin, which was several kilometers away. Dagong Yanjin was already on the verge of a life and death crisis. At this moment, his mind was frantically warning that there was a sign of death. Escape. There was only one thought in his mind at this time, and that was that he had to escape. Otherwise he would definitely die. However, Bailey Chongqing would never give him this opportunity. Bailey Chongqing, whose whole body was burning with red blood, was holding Fang Tian's painted halberd in his backhand, and his facial expression had become as ferocious as an evil ghost due to the effect of the medicine. His frantic attack from the front did not give Dagong Yanjin any chance to breathe, and Zhang Yi's thunder attack has already locked his vital points. Boom! The thunderbolt made an earth-shattering roar, and from a distance of several kilometers, a silver bullet wrapped in the extremely powerful power of space came to the front in an instant. Dagong Yanjin's face instantly turned pale, and then he let out a heart-rending howl. This sound can be heard clearly by everyone even though they are several kilometers away. They didn't know what happened to make that powerful neon Yokozuna scream so painfully. Only those who were there understood what happened. Bailey Chongqing looked at Dagong Yanjin's bloody lower body, and couldn't help but stare in shock. And at the same time, he subconsciously covered it with one hand. This kind of pain can be deeply felt by any man. Zhang Yi stood in the air and said coldly, "No matter how strong the defense is, it can't be trained to that point." Right? Although Bailey Chongqing was stunned for a moment, he would not let go of such a good opportunity, as he had experienced many battles. He carried Fang Tian's painted halberd and rushed in front of Dagong Yanjin, and then slashed down with a huge halberd blade with thunderous force. Poof! The halberd blade struck his thick neck, sinking deeply into it instead of directly completing the owl's head. A large ball of white grease mixed with blood overflowed. Even if Dagong Yanjin was hit in the neck, he did not die instantly. Instead, he clamped the halberd blade with his muscles with all his strength, then pushed Fang Tian's painted halberd away and began to escape. "It's so hard to kill." Zhang Yi frowned and said, "This kind of alien who focuses on body training, after reaching a high level of cultivation, his defense power is really amazing and extremely difficult to kill. However, He quickly reloaded decisively and took aim again. Boom! The shot was aimed at the crook of his knee. With one shot, a big hole was blown out of his knee, and he fell to the ground in a panic. Bailey Chongqing chased after him, like a tenacious butcher chasing down the dying domestic pig. Go to H.L. He jumped up, held the euphorbia in both hands, aimed it hard at the back of Dagong Yanjin, and plunged it in. Poof! The halberd body sank into the body of Dagong Yanjin. But he was still struggling. When struggling to death, a person's strength will become infinitely large, and he almost overturns Bailey Chongqing to the ground. Zhang Yi quickly changed his ammunition in the distance and shot him in the other leg. Dagong Yanjin's legs were broken and his body was scarred, but he relied on his strong will to support himself and ran far away. Team leader, where are you? Why don't you come and help me? Dagong Yanjin roared. Zhang Yi's appearance made this battle that still had a chance of a comeback completely hopeless. Let's fight quickly. I can't trap Phoenix Yuanren for too long. Zhang Yi reminds Bailey Chongqing roared. He already felt that his alien space could not last long. Bailey Chongqing was a little anxious at this time. Why is this damn fat man so difficult to kill? Just when he was struggling. Suddenly, he looked at the great worker, Yan Yanjin, who was collapsed on the ground, and an idea flashed in his mind. He made up his mind instantly, grasped Fang Tian's painted halberd with both hands, and chased towards Dagong Yanjin like lightning. The halberd is like the long wind, and the tip of the halberd is glowing with a faint light. After catching up with Dagong Yanjin, he stabbed the big halberd from behind Dagong Yanjin. There is an old saying that goes like this: no matter how strong a man is, his intestines are soft. Fang Tian painted the halberd from the outside in, sinking deeply into Dagong Yanjin's body. Even the head of the halberd was no longer visible, and the shaft of the halberd was sunk into the body by more than half a meter. Bailey Chongqing used all her strength to pick him up like a skewer. A shrill scream came from Dagong Yanjin's mouth. He struggled twice in the air, unwilling and desperate. His vitality was extremely tenacious, and even though he was penetrated like this, he still didn't die. Bailey Chongqing looked at the holes in his body and stabbed them in again and again. He had 7 orifices, and they were all stabbed to pieces. After being tortured hundreds of times, Dagong Yanjin lost the breath of life. Bailey Chongqing panted heavily, thinking that Zhang Yi's routine was indeed more effective. He thrust Fang Tian's painted halberd into the ground. Dagong Yanjin's dead dog-like body hung on it, and blood flowed down the flagpole, soaking a large area of snow. On the other side, Yang Xinxin was thinking about Zhang Yi's words in her mind. She realized that although the war situation was in their favor, the situation was not completely in their favor. Once Phoenix Academy Ren escapes from the trap, they must fight against a captain-level figure without Zhang Yi's spatial ability. We have to find that Miko. She knew very well that a large part of Phoenix's inner strength came from the power of the Shrine Maiden. Ming Siu came over. Just leave this matter to me. She unfolded. Aerial photo. Field. With her as the center. All movements within a 3-kilometer radius were clearly detected by her. Soon he found where Mayumi Takeuchi was hiding. She pointed to a container area in the distance. Chaoyu Harbor. She and an alien from Eclipse are hiding there. Let me catch her. I'll help you. Xuemiao and Yi took the initiative to asking to arrest people. As assassin-type aliens, they are best at handling this situation. Zhang Yi felt the gradually collapsing alien space and turned his gaze to the last battlefield. The decisive battle between Liang Yu and Tsukamoto Nobunaga. Chapter 756, The Master is behind the scenes. The duel between Liang Yu and Tsukamoto Nobunaga is even more dangerous. In terms of defensive capabilities, they are not as good as the tank-type Bailey Chongqing and Dagong Yanjin. Therefore, as long as you are hit by a knife, you will be disabled at least, or lose your life at worst. After the two of them exchanged arms, they both had a clear understanding of each other's strength, and no one dared to be careless in the slightest. And the next battle is all between lightning and flint. In order to win, they must put aside their fear and even their lives to gain a chance. Zhang Yi subconsciously raised the thunderbolt in his hand, but he hesitated but did not fire. This is a duel between warriors. Zhang Yi has no so-called noble sentiments, so he naturally doesn't care about fairness or unfairness. But for Liang Yu, she cared very much. If Zhang Yi shoots Nobunaga from behind, it will indeed create an excellent opportunity for Liang Yu. But for Liang Yu, that might create a demon in her heart and attack her dignity as a warrior. However, now, Zhang Yi cannot miss the opportunity. So after a moment, he raised the corners of his mouth slightly and thought of a great idea. He didn't fire, but he opened. Precise shooting. The ability locked the back of Nobunaga's head. How does it feel to have a master watching you from behind? The feeling of being targeted by a captain-level figure is enough to shake anyone's mind. What's more, for a powerful samurai like Nobunaga, his intuition is even sharper. So he noticed at the moment the gun was pointed at the back of his head. No one can stay calm at a time like this. And his momentary distraction was instantly caught by Liang Yu. Martial arts masters compete with one another, and any mistake can determine victory, defeat, life or death. Liang Yu's sword was very fast, like a gust of wind passing over the snowy field, passing by in a flash. Her knife was fast and hard. Nobunaga's sword was also very fast, but his mind was confused. Even though he blocked Liang Yu's sword with his sword, the sword's power was not as confident and powerful as before. Click! Liang Yu took the opportunity to use his strength, holding Long Ming in both hands and slashing hard at him. Those two famous swords, De Prujna Chong Guang and Ngang Tong Zi Cut, were both shattered by this sword. Poof! The roar of the dragon slashed from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, and blood spurted out from his strong body. Nobunaga looked at the splashing blood in disbelief. He even heard the sound of blood splashing, like the wind in his hometown. Plop! He slowly knelt down on the ground. Liang Yu passed by him and cut off his head with a backhand knife. Looking at the two famous swords that he was proud of, Liang Yu said coldly that the skills of the so-called ancient famous swords were already outdated. How can a person who is immersed in history hesitate to move forward and forget to look up and look at the way he is going to be called a master? There was a burst of cheers at the combat command center. The Tengu team killed members of Eclipse one after another. How could they not be inspired? Next, only their team leader is left. Zhu Sheng said in a deep voice. Kill him, and this mission will be over. Secretary Lan Xinsheng came over and complimented Zhu Shuihui for discovering Zhang Yi's talent. Zhu Sheng smiled and nodded. I didn't expect that this kid would burst out with such amazing power after being forced into a desperate situation. He is completely captain level in strength. Moreover, he is a stranger from an outer city, and his talent is so high that it is unimaginable. Sun Luxuan reminded him that Phoenix Yuanren is not dead yet. According to our intelligence, Zhang Yi's alien space cannot carry excess energy. It would be difficult to trap a captain-level person. It would be very dangerous if he escaped from the trap. Zhu Zheng suppressed the smile on his face. He folded his hands under his chin. Believe first. Question later. I believe Zhang Yi must have made arrangements. The battle situation in Tianhai City was also reported to Tu Yunlai and Gao Chongkong in real time. Codename Zhu Rong. After Tu Yunlai heard the news, he had a look of astonishment on his face. Zhang Yi. Is this guy that strong? After finishing speaking, he turned around and silently looked at the leader of the Jidao demon. The strength of this Ronin organization from the island surrounding Neon should not be underestimated. In particular, their three leaders, Yamada Kai, second from the right, Ebina Kawazawa and Noya Ryota, all have the strength of a high-ranking Delta alien. I have to speed up a bit too. As for the Samsara team, after hearing the information from Blizzard City, Gao Chongkong was surprised and had a smile of admiration on his face. It's really surprisingly strong. Zhang Yi. Tianhai City battlefield. Zhang Yi silently put away Lei Shu, then pretended that nothing happened, and called everyone on the communication device to assemble. Zhang Yi came among the members of the Tengu team. Everyone had joyful smiles on their faces. They all believed that the victory was determined, and they sincerely admired Zhang Yi, who was like a god descending to earth. Zhang Yi said coldly that the real fierce battle has just begun now. I can't suppress Phoenix Yuanren anymore, so be prepared. After Liang Yu and Bailey Chongqing arrived at the scene, Zhang Yi opened the different space without hesitation, and then released Phoenix Yuanren, who had been detained by him for several minutes. As for himself, he used space to travel and left the battlefield in an instant. His alien space is on the verge of collapse. So instead of waiting for Phoenix into Ren to completely destroy the alien space, it is better to release it in advance. As for the next battle, Zhang Yi decided to leave it to others. And he knew very well that he was the first person Phoenix Yuanren wanted to kill. And he had to run far away. Phoenix and Jean appeared surrounded by members of the Tengu squad. He was naked, with clear muscle lines on his muscular body. But at this time, his eyes were full of confusion. The flow rate of time in different spaces is completely different from reality. Although from the outside it looked like he was trapped inside for only a few minutes. But in that world, his spirit experienced time turmoil for decades. He was in a world where his body could hardly move, but his nerves and thoughts remained normal. It was an unimaginable torture, and the most cruel mental prison in the world. For decades, there was only a vast white alien space in front of me. Over the past few decades, Phoenix Yuanren has forgotten many things. However, his willpower is extraordinary after all. The process of adapting to the Phoenix Flame made him experience thousands of deaths, which had long since tempered his willing to steal. I am Phoenix Indusren, the team leader of Eclipse Moon. I took over the central plains of Washu Kingdom to provide fertile ground for the landing faction to survive in the apocalypse. In his eyes, the confusion gradually dissipated. I want to kill a man named Zhang Yi. Phoenix Yuanren's consciousness gradually returned to the present. For him, it was already decades ago. He forgot a lot. But he didn't forget what he was going to do. Kill him! Bailey Chongqing roared angrily, and took the lead to charge forward. Liang Yu followed closely with a long knife in hand. Beside Yang Xinxin, a huge blue shark floated on the ground extremely docilely. Its eyes filled with admiration for her. Go, Canute. Kill him! Yang Xinxin ordered. Yes, Xinxin. You are my light of hope. My fire of desire. My original sin. My soul. For you, I can give everything, including my life. Canute said piously. Chapter 757 Angel of Desire. Canute rushed towards Phoenix Yuanren excitedly. As long as it was something Yang Xinxin asked him to do, he would be filled with joy. If you don't even have the determination to die for the woman you love, why should you say you love her? Yang Xinxin had a chilling expression on her face. But her abilities were like this, and she had no choice but to adapt. The evergreen Liang Yukanut, with 3 deputy captain-level combat powers, surrounded and killed one person from the Phoenix Academy. Others were swarming around, even if they wanted to help. The level gap was too big, and the power they could exert was limited. At this time, what is Zhang Yi, the captain, doing? He leaned against the back of an abandoned container, silently took out a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it. In the next battle, the abilities he can exert are limited, because the different space was on the verge of collapse at this time. He could no longer fight Phoenix Innen on the frontal battlefield. He must leave. Otherwise Phoenix Innerin will kill him at all costs. There were several people beside him. Uncle Yu, Fatty Su, and Xiao Hong trained a few of them. The previous pirate team had been completely wiped out by them. However, as a result, Tianhai City's remaining combat power was weakened a bit, and the base's combat power suffered a lot of casualties. Xiao Honglian looked at the golden Anhui in Zhang Yi's hand, stretched out his hand to Zhang Yi and gave me one. Zhang Yi glanced at her and threw one over. Several men and a woman, somewhat tired, took a short rest on the battlefield. If you leave, can they handle it? Xiao Honglian exhaled a wisp of white smoke from her bright red lips and asked. It also takes a huge amount of energy for him to escape from my different space. Zhang Yi said lightly. In just 10 minutes, Phoenix Yuanren experienced countless deaths, and every death consumes his essence. Even though he caused Zhang Yi's alien space to almost collapse, he himself was no longer in the same state as when he was at his peak. There should be no big problem if Bailey Chongqing and others join forces to deal with him, Zhang Yi said. But as soon as he finished speaking, there was a deafening roar behind him. Boom! A huge shadow appeared above several people, and then a huge object hit hard not far away from them. That was Canute's body. The incarnation of the huge blue shark smashed a terrifying deep pit on the ground. Ice, snow and mud flew up, splashing on several people. Xing Tian couldn't help but said that it seemed that the situation was not that optimistic. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, dusted off the dirt on his body, and carefully looked through the container at the battle situation. In the battlefield, a raging storm was gathering, and he saw a red figure shuttled through the battlefield like a phoenix. This is bad? Zhang Yi took a deep breath. His heart lifted again, although Phoenix Inner's power was greatly weakened by him. But it doesn't mean that the 3 of Liang you can defeat him, because these 3 people also had serious injuries. In the battlefield, Phoenix Academy Ren was laughing wildly. His team is gone and almost everyone died in the battle. So he wants to kill all the members of the Tengu squad. I haven't lost yet. As long as I live, I can start over. There will be no defeat if the moon is eclipsed. Phoenix Yuanren's body surface was burning with red flames, which were karmic fires that even strangers dared not touch. Once it is contaminated, it will be as difficult to dispel as tarsal maggots, and can only be offset by consuming supernatural powers. Bailey Chongqing and Liang Yu have fought to the point of madness. They know that they cannot retreat. This is the last battle. Several other battlefields are also paying attention to the results here. Zhang Yi looked at the crazy Phoenix Yuanren, and subconsciously wanted to take out Lei Shu and give him a shot. But when he thought that the person Phoenix Yuanren hated most must be himself, he gave up the idea. So what if I kill him? He can still be resurrected. We still have to find an opportunity to seal him away. Zhang Yi checked the time. 37 minutes have passed since the battle began. The support Gao Changkong promised did not arrive. He wants me to die, and then come here to pick it up. Right? A sneer appeared on the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. Gao Changkong seems to be a very perfect character. He comes from a poor background, and has a perfect personality. But he has never trusted such a person. Because no one is perfect. If there really is, then it must be a disguise. And a character who can always pretend to be a perfect persona must be more ruthless than ordinary people. Blizzard City wanted to use me to contain him. And he didn't want me to die. Then Blizzard City had to give him the credit for eliminating Eclipse. After all, Blizzard City needs a monument to become an idol in people's hearts. Zhang Yi gave up his plan to wait for support. He said to the intelligence system to reconnect to Blizzard City. Receive. The communication channel was reconnected. Zhang Yi does not trust the headquarters because there may be undercover agents there. However, if others don't make it easy for him, he can't make it easy for others either. The Samsara team did not arrive at the scheduled time. Gao Changkong has a problem. He might be the undercover agent of Eclipse. Zhang Yi called Gao Changkong by his name, not his code name. As soon as Zhang Yi said these words, Zhu Sheng's eyes widened. You mean? Gao Changkong, the captain of our investigation team, is an undercover agent of Eclipse? His brows furrowed. This news sounds too incredible. What is the identity of the investigation captain? In Blizzard City, they are second only to a few senior executives. And Eclipse Moon is just a small Ronin organization in Neon. What reason did he have for betraying? Zhang Yi calmly said that the iron law of the investigation team is the concept of time. We were promised half an hour. But we were so late. There was only one reason. They were in collusion with Eclipse, and were looking forward to our death. Zhang Yi was not sure whether Gao Changkong really betrayed. This is just a guess. But one thing can be concluded. Gao Changkong was looking forward to Zhang Yi's death. So he didn't mind throwing dirty water on Gao Changkong. Zhu Sheng said calmly that we will investigate, and I will contact the reincarnation team immediately. Zhang Yi. Now the only enemy left is Feng Wang Yuanren. As long as he is killed, the mission will be completed. Remember? Whatever it takes. Zhang Yi closed the communication, and a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At any cost? At whose expense? It won't be mine anyway. Phoenix Yuanren searched for Zhang Yi on the battlefield. He knew that he had to kill Zhang Yi. But there were too many members of the Tengu team around. And Zhang Yi seemed to have disappeared. With no trace at all. Die. Die. Die! Phoenix Yuanren shuttled across the battlefield. His speed was too fast, and his power was too strong. Wherever the red phoenix fire passed by, the ground became scorched black. Laugh. With one strike of the hand knife, Sniper Qi Guangming's body was cut into 2 pieces. Nasty flies. He laughed wildly, and rushed towards Ming Xiu, who was helpless. Ming Xiu's little face suddenly turned pale. At the critical moment, Canute returned to the battlefield and forcibly blocked his punch. But a huge hole was also smashed into his own body. And the phoenix flames burned his body, making him wail in pain. Chapter 758. The beast comes out of the cage. Liang Yu Bailey Chongqing was panting from the fight. One of Liang Yu's arms was disabled, and he could only hold the sword in his left hand. His fighting ability was not half as good as his peak. While Bailey Chongqing used drugs to forcibly increase his strength, his body was also collapsing at this time. If he keeps fighting, it won't be long before the drug backfires on him, and he will die without Phoenix Innen's intervention. As for the other members of the Tengu team, it's even worse. Even the current Phoenix Infernal Ren. Killing them is like killing a chicken. That kind of speed. That kind of power. That kind of Red Lotus fire that can ignore their abilities. Made them deeply feel the terrifying captain-level combat power. Poof! Lu Yinghao also died. And his death was very sudden. He didn't even catch the figure of Phoenix Yuanren. And the world in front of him lost its luster. Zhang Yi. Get out of here! Phoenix Innen shouted loudly from the center of the battlefield. Zhang Yi could hear clearly from a distance. He frowned, but was not in a hurry to go out. If you go out now, I will be the only one who dies. Zhang Yi must keep a sufficient distance from him. Has the witch been found? He asked the team members. Found it. Captain! Yi He and Shui Miao stood in front of Shimanamino Satoru's body, looking at Takeuchi Mayumi shivering in the corner of the container, with a sneer on their lips. Should I kill her? As long as Takeuchi Mayumi is killed, Phoenix and Jean will lose. Given by blood. Predictive ability. his combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. And only then will the Tengu team have a chance to win. Johnny sighed. Catch her alive. Don't let her die. Yi Yi nodded and understood. Captain. He walked forward and looked down at the woman in front of him, who had caused the destruction of the god team. His eyes filled with hatred. He punched Mayumi Takeuchi hard in the abdomen. She convulsed like a shrimp and vomited out a large ball of gastric juice. Damn neon bitch. Yi Yi cursed and stuffed a gun into her mouth to prevent her from committing suicide. Soon after, Yi Yi and Shui Miao captured Takeuchi Mayumi. Yang Xinshin was also brought to Zhang Yi by Hua Hua. Captain, what should we do with her? Yi Yi asked, staring at Mayumi Takeuchi. She was thrown directly to the ground like a broken sack. No. I'm still useful. Zhang Yi stared at the woman on the ground with a relaxed smile on his lips. With her here, Feng Wang Yuanren will be able to solve the problem easily. Mayumi Takeuchi was so weak that she no longer had the strength to speak. She was already extremely weak. How could she withstand Yi Yi's punch? Xinshin, give her an arrow, Zhang Yi said. Yang Xinshin understood. And the manipulative angel shot an arrow of love at her. Make this woman her slave. Now, tell me everything about Phoenix and Jean. What on earth do you have to do to kill him? Yang Xinshin leaned down and looked at Mayumi Takeuchi and said. There was a pink mist in Mayumi Takeuchi's eyes. In her eyes, Yang Xinshin became the only person in the world worthy of her trust and reliance. It could even make her give up her life for it. He cannot be killed. He can regenerate even with just a drop of blood. If you want to kill him, you will have to exhaust all of his origins. But it would only be possible if he died at least 10,000 times. This statement silenced everyone. Kill Phoenix and Jean 10,000 times? Zhang Yi's space power was temporarily unavailable. And no one else could kill Phoenix Yuanren even once. Is there any other way besides this? Yang Xinshin asked calmly. Have. Let him kill himself. Mayumi Takeuchi said seriously. The only one who can destroy him is himself. Fatty Su was pulling his hair frantically. Isn't this nonsense? He's not sick. So why would he kill himself? Zhang Yi stood up slowly, threw away the cigarette butt in his hand, and stamped it out. I see. Just do it. Everyone looked at Zhang Yi in surprise. Captain, do you have any ideas? Pretty much. Worth a try. Zhang Yi looked at Mayumi Takeuchi, smiled and said, if we control her, we will win half the battle. In the battlefield, Phoenix entered Jean put huge pressure on the Tengu team. He killed 2 people in a matter of moments. If Bailey Chongqing and Liang Yu hadn't fought tooth and nail to block him, no one else would have been able to survive his attack. But in the blink of an eye, Phoenix Yuanren suddenly felt that the vision in front of him had changed significantly. Something was ripped away from his body. He was stunned for a moment before he realized that he could no longer see the future. What happened? Why can't I see clearly where their attack is going? It seems that there is something very important that I have forgotten. Phoenix Yuanren thought for a long time before he realized what he had forgotten. He had a partner before, apparently named Takeuchi. Is it really beautiful? Phoenix Academy Rin. A somewhat familiar voice came from the air, catching Phoenix Dean's eyes. He looked up and saw a face that he hated deeply. Zhang Yi. Phoenix Inner Ren's expression turned ferocious, and he looked up to the sky and let out an angry roar. Then the whole person bowed slightly, and after accumulating power, it shot into the sky like a cannonball. Zhang Yi piloted the flying device to quickly dodge in the air. Then he raised the thunderbolt in his hand and aimed at Phoenix Inner Ren. Just based on this, do you think you can kill me? Phoenix Yuanren sneered. Zhang Yi's bullets couldn't catch up with his movements. After he landed, he stood up again and wanted to kill Zhang Yi. But after a deafening gunshot passed through the air, Phoenix Yuanren's body was penetrated by a huge force, and the whole person fell to the ground. Before he died, he still couldn't figure out how Zhang Yi hit him. Zhang Yi stood in the air, with bloody streaks flowing across his body. Mayumi Takeuchi. Given by blood. At this time, blessings came to him. He can see Phoenix Engine's future within 5 seconds, and can judge his position in advance to attack. Phoenix Inner Gene died, his body burning rapidly in preparation for his next rebirth. The members of the Tengu team seized this opportunity and quickly rushed forward, and then took out the special spray guns from their bodies. White smoke began to spray out at his body. That is liquid nitrogen, which can quickly reduce the temperature to more than 100 degrees below zero, and can even lock the state of cells. This is the method that the Tengu team came up with to deal with Phoenix and Jean. As long as his cells are blocked, he may be able to be on the borderline between life and death, unable to be resurrected, under the cooling effect of a large amount of liquid nitrogen. Phoenix Yuanren's body was frozen into a white ice sculpture. Chapter 759. Disqualification in the Human World. Phoenix Yuanren turned into an ice sculpture. But before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, a blazing red flame rose up and melted the surrounding ice crystals. Phoenix Yuanren was reborn from the ashes again. And his idea of using freezing to seal him failed. It doesn't matter. Just do it a few more times. Zhang Yi was not panicked at all. Given by blood. Given him the ability to predict the future. He can kill Phoenix Yuanren even without the blessing of space power. The moment he was resurrected, Zhang Yi loaded the bullet again and shot in another direction. After he pulled the trigger, Phoenix Yuanren flew there. That's where Mayumi Takeuchi is. The bullet collided with his fast-moving body in the air, as if Phoenix Yuanren hit the bullet deliberately, and his body was torn apart again. Phoenix Yuanren was still laughing wildly before he died. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Zhang Yi looked at his falling body indifferently. I can't kill you. But you can. Hua flew quickly from a distance, carrying Yang Xinshin and Takeuchi Mayumi on its back. The angel of desire behind Yang Xinshin raised his bow and arrow, and a black arrow of hatred was aimed at Feng Yuanren. You have to shoot him the moment he reshapes his body, Mayumi Takeuchi reminded seriously. Thanks. Yang Xinshin smiled. She aimed accurately, and at the moment Phoenix Yuanren reshaped his body, the arrow of hatred pierced his strong chest. Hate yourself. Phoenix Yuanren. Phoenix Yuanren had just been resurrected when he felt like an arrow had been hit in his chest. There was no feeling of pain, but he inexplicably felt a strong sense of crisis. An uncontrollable feeling of self-loathing welled up from the deepest part of his heart. His eyes widened, and he lowered his head and looked at his chest in astonishment. There were no wounds, but his heart felt extremely painful. He thought back on his life. He has been a born bad guy since he was a child. He likes violence and cruelty. Killing stray cats and wild dogs on the roadside is his happiest thing. This cruel character was well concealed by him in front of his parents and relatives. But the longer emotions are suppressed, the more powerful they will rebound. With the advent of the apocalypse, he finally lost all his restraints and began to face his heart happily. The first person he killed was his wife, who had been mocking him all day long for not being able to earn enough to support the family. After the first kill, it took him less than a minute to adapt to the trembling in his heart and become excited. Since then, he has been on the road to killing and getting out of hand. Too many people died at his hands. In order to reward himself, he specially put on his backpack after the end of the world and began to travel to the places he had experienced in his life. Then, kill those characters who had grudges with him one by one. The elementary school teacher who scolded him, the neighbor who had a dispute with his family, the female college student who falsely accused him of peeping on the subway, the president of the company where he works. That's a very thick death note. He called it the 100 people he wanted to kill after the end of the world. And he did kill everyone he could. In order to achieve this goal, he even revived the entire family of a dying enemy. When the other party expresses his gratitude with tears of gratitude, he kills them all with a smile. At this time, Feng Yuanren's chest was in great pain. He clutched his chest. The pain was so painful that he could hardly breathe. He was breathing heavily, with tears in his eyes, and cried bitterly, What have I done? How could I kill so many people? This kind of sin cannot be atoned even if I die 100 times. I'm sorry for being a human being. Yang Xinshin's voice floated from a distance. You don't need 100 times. One death is enough. She frowned, with a look of disgust on your face. You are a dirty pig. A vile mutated pheasant. Kill yourself quickly. Phoenix Yuanren has lost the motivation to live. His heart was completely occupied by a crazy idea. I shouldn't be living in this world. After he said these words, he slowly closed his eyes, and then knelt down on the broken battlefield with weak legs. You kill me. Phoenix Yuanren, who has given up his belief in living, will no longer be any different from ordinary people when he no longer uses the power of the phoenix. At this time, Zhang Yi had secretly injected himself with compound number 2. Under the influence of the drug, his strength was temporarily enhanced, and even the space that was on the verge of collapse was temporarily curbed from collapsing. Everyone here in the combat command center had the same expression as everyone else at the scene, and they all stood up excitedly. Quick! Kill him! Kill him, and it will be over. Zhu Jun said impatiently. This matter must be settled. Otherwise, as the commander-in-chief of Jiang'an region, he will not be able to explain it to anyone. Everyone in the command center was also staring at the screen with expectant and nervous expressions. Okay. Let me help you. Zhang Yi opened the different space, and Hingdao Shunkai appeared in his hand. looking at Feng Wang Yuanren, who was kneeling on the ground begging for death. Everyone's eyes showed hatred and eagerness. Hated what he did. Eager because killing him is not only a great honor, but also a huge benefit. Who doesn't want to get a powerful source of captain level? This is why Zhang Yi injected compound number 2. After experiencing being backstabbed by someone in Blizzard City, he now doesn't trust anyone. Not even the members of the Tengu team around him. There are differences in status between these people and him. Now that the mission of encircling and suppressing the eclipse moon has been completed, they have lost the basis for cooperation. Therefore, Zhang Yi had to beware of them robbing Phoenix Yuanren's origins. But fortunately, other people are not stupid either. Although they long to get the origin of Phoenix Inner Ren, they would not take action at this time. After all, Zhang Yi's strength is there. Zhang Yi walked step by step 500 meters away from Phoenix Courtyard. His steps were firm but slow. And he was not careless because he was about to win. A person who travels 100 miles is half a mile. And now he can no longer afford any mistakes. After reaching the sniper range of the double doors, he immediately opened the 2 doors. Then through the ability to cross the double door, the horizontal knife in his hand was quickly swung out. Puff! Phoenix Yuanren's head was thrown high into the air, and then rolled to the ground. Everyone held their breath. The more nervous they became at this time. After Zhang Yi waited for more than 10 seconds, he turned back to Yang Xinxin and asked the neon woman how to confirm that he was dead. Yang Xinxin looked at Mayumi Takeuchi. Mayumi Takeuchi, who has become her loyal dog, confesses her love. Immortal. The ability is activated at the moment of death. And now that he has not been resurrected, it means that he has not used his ability and is really dead. Zhang Yi thought for a while, took out the liquid nitrogen gun, froze Feng Wang Yuanren's body, and then shot it to pieces. After waiting for a few more minutes, it was confirmed that Phoenix Infernal Ren was really dead. There were no surprises, and Zhang even felt a little disappointed. He even secretly thought that I am so steady. If you don't make some changes, wouldn't it make me look stupid? This scene looked a bit stained. So much so that the rest of the Tengu team became a little impatient. Although being more stable is not a bad thing. But their captain is a little too steady. Right? Chapter 760, the end of the eclipse. No matter what, Phoenix and Enren is dead. This also declares that Blizzard City's battle against Eclipse has been successful. There was a burst of fierce cheers. All the members of the Tengu team had tears in their eyes. And they looked up to the sky with excitement and shouted like they were crying and laughing. They have been suppressing it for too long for this moment. It also put them under too much pressure. The Combat Command Center also burst into excited cheers. Zhu Zheng, who always looked serious on weekdays, showed a relaxed smile and landed safely on the chair. This kid Zhang Yi finally did not disappoint me. The guard behind him, Sun Luxuan, adjusted his old-fashioned glasses with a speechless expression on his face. He thought to himself that from the beginning. You didn't expect him to behave like this, right? He turned to look at the big screen. Zhang Yi picked up Phoenix Yuanren's head. Sun Luxuan couldn't help but smile, and nodded secretly. This kid is indeed a good prospect. His potential may be stronger than that of several investigation captains in Blizzard City. Lan Xinxing walked up to Zhu Zheng with a smile, bowed his waist and congratulated Zhu Shuai. Under your leadership, Jiangnan region successfully annihilated the invading enemies, demonstrating the strong strength of our Jiangnan region. Presumably, after this battle, the young people in other regions will be able to be frightened, so that they will not dare to have any contempt for the Jiangnan region. Zhu Zheng was in a good mood at this time. Hearing Lan Xinxing's words made him feel much better. But he has not yet fallen to the point of arrogance and complacency. Suddenly, he thought of something. Zhang Yi just said something to me. He said that Gao Changkong was an undercover agent in Blizzard City. Zhu Zheng frowned. Why did Zhang Yi say this? Gao Changkong. He has no reason to cooperate with Eclipse Moon? That sentence was originally Zhang Yi's diversion and dirty talk. In fact, he didn't have any evidence. But somewhere, Zhang Yi did realize something. He was certain that there must be some problem if Gao Changkong did not come to support as agreed. He just exaggerated and reported the problem to Zhu Zheng. This made Zhu Zheng start to pay attention to this issue. Lan Xinxing also looked puzzled. Zhang Yi suddenly said such a thing without any evidence. However, the Samsara team did nothing during this operation. Zhu Zheng touched his chin and thought for a while. Then said, help me contact the Samsara team immediately. In addition, let Zhang Yi and the others rest where they are. So there is no need to rush back. They must have been very tired after fighting such a difficult battle. Tianhai City happens to be Zhang Yi's hometown, so it would be good to let him rest there. Lan Xinqing praised. Yes, Zhu Shuai. You are really considerate of your subordinates. After saying that, he immediately asked the staff to contact Gao Chongkong. This is very easy to do. The members of the Samsara team all carry monitoring equipment that can observe their location in real time. At this time, the members of the Samsara team were all on the plane. According to the nebula system, they were almost arriving at Tianhai City. A trace of ridicule appeared on the corner of Lan Xinqing's mouth. He was a little repelled by Gao Chongkong's Samsara team, because Gao Chongkong was born in Area E of Blizzard City. His team members were basically from the lower areas. This is completely different from Lan Xinqing, who was born into a noble family. Even if they become members of the investigation team, Lan Xinqing does not really think that they are equal to Lan Xinqing in his heart. This comes from class arrogance. But this time, seeing that Gao Chongkong's Samsara team had failed to do anything and would definitely be defeated when they came back, Lan Xinqing naturally felt a little joking in his heart. He even thought about how to ridicule Gao Chongkong after he returned to Blizzard City. Soon, the communication was connected. Zhu Zheng personally talked to Gao Chongkong. Hello, Chakravartin. You don't have to go to Tianhai City. Come back to Blizzard City. Zhang Yi and the others have completed their mission. After Gao Chongkong heard Zhu Zheng's words, a look of surprise flashed across his face. But soon, his face returned to calmness, revealing a plain smile. It's really surprising, but it's also a huge surprise. Zhu Zheng said calmly that you can come back directly. Although you did not directly encounter the eclipse this time, it was still hard work. This time, I can take a good rest when I come back. Gao Chongkong smiled and said yes. We will go back right away. Immediately, the two ended the call. Gao Chongkong looked at the members of the Samsara team beside him and conveyed Zhu Zheng's words with a smile. Everyone had a look of astonishment. Ji Yushin's eyes narrowed. That stranger from the outer city. He actually killed Feng Wang Yuanren? Is he that strong? Gao Chongkong smiled and nodded. All of us were deceived by him. That man hid so deeply that even the entire Jiangnan region was kept in the dark by him. If Eclipse hadn't joined forces with the Tianmong pirates, he probably wouldn't have been able to force out his true strength. It's really scary. Gao Chongkong turned on the communicator and tried to contact Zhang Yi. I have to say congratulations to him properly. At this time, Zhang Yi was holding Feng Wang Yuanren's head. The origin will dissipate quickly with the death of the stranger, so he must absorb it as soon as possible. And in his current state, even if he absorbs the essence of Phoenix Academy Ren, there will be no adverse physical reactions. So he started the process of absorption directly in front of everyone. He must regain his strength as soon as possible. It's unclear who the mole in Blizzard City is, now that he has eliminated Eclipse. There is no use value for many people in Blizzard City, and they may be attacked by sneak attacks. At this time, Gao Chongkong's call request came from the communicator. Zhang Yi frowned suddenly. After thinking for a moment, he connected to the communication there. Chaos. Wheel King. Congratulations. You have completed this significant mission. From now on, you will become the hero of the entire Jiangnan region, while absorbing the power of Phoenix Yuanren. Zhang Yi responded calmly, it's just a false name. It doesn't matter to me. His eyes were very sharp. Gao Chongkong was also on his suspicion list. But it's you. But you're late. Gao Chongkong was 7 minutes late. But for a captain of the investigation team, there shouldn't be such a degree of mistake. Gao Chongkong smiled. He did not answer the question, but looked out the window leisurely. Blizzard City's huge city walls are lined with layers. Layer after layer, dividing the entire city into hierarchical areas. I appreciate you. At least we have proven that ordinary people like us are no worse than any so-called noble people. Right? Chapter 761. No one is ever born to be superior. After Gao Chongkong finished speaking those words of unknown meaning, he ended the call. But Zhang Yi's pupil shrank sharply. No. 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 Gao Chongkong's words made his hair stand on end. For some reason, he was keenly aware of something. Something big must have happened. His left hand grasped Phoenix Yuanren's head, frantically absorbing his original power. As expected of a captain, Phoenix Engine's origins are very strong. The feeling of power pouring into his body made Zhang Yi feel comfortable all over. Even his space, that was close to collapse, was being repaired quickly. Perhaps because of absorbing the origin of Phoenix Academy Ren, the supernatural toxins left by him in the alien space. That is, the power of karma fire, began to slowly dissipate. However, Zhang Yi had no time to be surprised. He seemed to have caught something, as if he had found a thread in a mess of wool. His tone was so weird. It didn't sound like what a well-rounded person would say. according to his past style of doing things. He would definitely congratulate me properly instead of being so perfunctory. When a person suddenly changes his temperament, he either has experienced a major blow in life, or Zhang Yi suddenly raised his head, his pupils shrinking slightly under the white light of ice and snow. The long-standing disguise was torn apart, and his true colors were revealed. But what exactly is Gao Chongkong going to do? Come to kill him? Zhang Yi frowned, not thinking that Gao Chongkong would do this. That is meaningless. Even if Zhang Yi is killed, the credit will not belong to him, and he will completely break with the Jiangnan region. Zhang Yi couldn't guess what was wrong with Gao Chongkong, but now he was even more suspicious that there was a connection between the lunar eclipse incident and Gao Chongkong. It's just a gut feeling. But he still chose to contact Blizzard City immediately, and told Zhu Zheng the news. Gao Chongkong doesn't feel right to me. He may be related to the eclipse. You'd better investigate it if you have time. Zhu Zheng frowned. Okay. We will definitely investigate this matter. It has been confirmed that someone inside Blizzard City is conspiring with Eclipse. But who it is, we can't say for sure yet. At this moment, Yang Xinxin rode Huahua to Zhang Yi's side. Brother Zhang Yi, is there such a possibility? She tilted her head and looked at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi raised his head and looked at her. Xinxin, what did you guess? Yang Xinxin said slowly that you were in Tianhai City. Tu Yulai led Yin Yunwei in Huazhou City, and the Samsara team went to Linhai City. In Blizzard City now, the defensive force is the weakest. Will something happen within Blizzard City? Could it be related to the Samsara team? The call between Zhang Yi and Zhu Zheng has not ended yet, and Zhu Zheng heard these words clearly. But Zhu Zheng said that they were still above Tianhai City and could not have such thoughts. Blizzard City is a unified company, and any problems will be easily resolved by us. You don't need to worry too much. But before Zhu Zheng finished speaking, there was a violent explosion during the call, which made Zhang Yi's eardrums hurt. The communication between him and Zhu Zheng was interrupted. Sometimes, I often think, why can those big shots always be so high and decide the life and death of others? Later I figured it out. It's power. Power is the supreme thing. Money, reputation, and wealth are worthless in the face of power. Gao Chongkong loaded his gun and said to the members of the Samsara team with a smile, I have been working hard in the basketball field for so many years, and I have achieved great success and won countless honors. They call me a hero. But for a hero like me, after the end of the world comes, I can't even give my parents a chance to live in Blizzard City. Gao Chongkong looked at the huge black tall building outside and narrowed his eyes slightly. From then on, I began to understand. What is a hero? A hero is nothing in the face of power. Justice must be achieved with our fists. I thought about using peaceful methods to climb up, gain status, and then change this unfair world. But they didn't even give me such a chance. So now, I can only talk to them in my own way. The alloy door in front of him slowly opened. At this time, the members of the reincarnation team came out one by one, wearing combat uniforms. They stood in front of the building of the combat command center. The security guard at the door saw them and saluted with a smile. Captain Gao, you are back so soon. Has the mission been successful? I knew there was no task you couldn't complete. Facing the enthusiastic guards, Gao Chongkong walked over with a smile. Although they were all armed and ready for battle, no one stopped them. Because the Samsara team is the hero of Blizzard City. Who would doubt their patron saint? But there is something fishy about this matter after all. Shouldn't the Samsara team be in Linhai City, hundreds of kilometers away? Why did it suddenly appear here? There were guards downstairs who thought about it and reported the news to the superiors. After Lan Xinqing got the news, he was stunned. What did you say? The members of the Samsara team appeared in the command center. Zhu Zheng also stood up in surprise. Samsara team? Aren't they still over Tianhai City? How would it appear here? Staff members have already called out the surveillance on the first floor. Indeed, there is nothing wrong with being a member of the Samsara team, headed by Gao Chongkong. A total of 9 team members are there. Only one person is missing. Why are they here? What's going on? Zhang Yi's warning suddenly came to Zhu Zheng's mind. The Samsara team may have betrayed Blizzard City. The person with less cold sweat on Lan Xinqing's forehead is Qin Shaozeng. His ability code name, Chameleon. He can perfectly disguise himself as anything. Zhu Zheng gritted his teeth and shouted, Oh no! The group of guys who went to Linhai City were all fake. The real Samsara team never left Blizzard City from the beginning. Yes, the people from the Samsara team have always been here and have never left. The only ones left were the Tengu squad, and the Yanyan elite led by 2 Yunlai. There is no need to doubt what they want to do. Zhu Zheng immediately yelled not to let them come up. Immediately activate the building's security system, and order guards from all over the city to come for support. The entire perimeter of the building was immediately wrapped with a thick layer of special metal plates. At the same time, the corridors and stairs on each floor are separated by dozens of thick metal doors. The red alarm sounded harshly. The Combat Command Center has the highest level of defense means. As long as it is fully activated, even if a high-level alien attacks, it will be impossible to break through in a short time. Chapter 762 Revolution. No one expected that the Samsara team would suddenly launch a rebellion. The entire Blizzard City immediately entered a first-level alert state. The Combat Command Center building also opened all security measures. Zhu Zheng gritted his teeth and opened the communication with Gao Chongkong. Gao Chongkong, are you going to rebel? A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of Gao Chongkong's mouth. No. This is revolution. Zhu Zheng was so angry that he almost smashed the table with his fist. The staff on the first floor were completely dumbfounded. Although they also have armed defense forces. With their strength, how can they possibly fight against the entire Samsara squad? There is only one result, which is death. But they couldn't just watch Gao Chongkong lead his men to break through the defense. The scene fell into a stalemate. The guards raised their guns with hesitation on their faces, and the fear in their hearts had enveloped them. At this moment, a steady voice came from the crowd. Okay, leave this matter to me. Everyone followed the sound, and saw Wu Xingheng from the security department walking out. Director? Wu Xingheng walked up to Gao Chongkong just as everyone was sweating for him. Wu Xingheng took out the remote control from his pocket, and opened the security restrictions on the first floor, and the elevator door. Everyone's eyes widened. They couldn't believe that this conscientious supervisor would do such a thing. Is he helping the Samsara team carry out a rebellion? Fortresses were breached from within. No matter how powerful the security measures of the Combat Command Center are, they cannot prevent the personnel responsible for security and defense from rebelling. Gao Chongkong smiled and said to Wu Xingheng, "Thank you. I will do what I promised you." Wu Xingheng nodded and watched the members of the Samsara team get into the elevator without saying anything. This scene left the senior staff stunned. He is also an undercover agent. Wu Xingheng. He betrayed Blizzard City. This hateful guy. I'm so unworthy of my trust in him. Zhu Zheng was furious. Lan Xinchen comforted Zhu Shuai. We have 3 layers of security measures. So don't worry. When the entire city's defense forces arrive, they will be able to hold them back. Now for the sake of safety, let's escape first. The higher-ups of the command center arranged helicopters just to deal with this special moment. Zhu Zheng had a straight face. At this time, inside Blizzard City, Zhang Yi and Tu Yunlai were separated, and the interior was very empty. All this must have been planned by Gao Chongkong. Even thinking deeper, it is almost certain that the entire lunar eclipse incident was Gao Chongkong's plan. How hateful. No, I can't leave here. Zhu Zheng sat down steadily, with sharp eyes, and crossed his hands on the table. I am the commander-in-chief of Jiangnan region, and I must not hand over the command center to traitors. Immediately order all the defense forces in the city to come and exterminate the traitors. Zhu Zheng remained calm in the face of danger, and quickly analyzed the combat power between the enemy and ourselves. Although the 2 major forces have been taken away, they will not be able to come back in a short time. But it doesn't mean that Blizzard City has no defense capabilities. There are powerful strangers among the 300,000 permanent defense troops and armed departments at all levels, including the guard behind him, Sun Luxuan, and his secretary Lan Xinchen. They are also masters in the alien field. Right here. Have a good fight with Gao Chongkong. At the same time, there was another question in his mind. Why did Gao Chongkong, once a national sports hero, collude with the Neon Ronin and betray the Jiangnan region? Lan Xinchen urged anxiously. But your life safety is the most important thing. What happens to Blizzard City if something happens to you? What about Jiangnan region? But Zhu Zheng insisted on running away. Where can I escape to? I'm not going anywhere. I'm just here to see what they can do to me. Lan Xinchen's face was full of anxiety. With no other choice, he yelled that he had entered the first-level alert state and was on guard at all costs. They must not be allowed to come here. The news of the Samsara team's rebellion immediately spread to the entire Blizzard City's armed departments and the ears of major organizations. Ordinary people are not aware of the changes here. This is to stabilize people's hearts. For a time, the smell of gunpowder in the air of Blizzard City became stronger. Yanyan troops, defense forces, and private soldiers from several major forces all began to rush to the command center. They absolutely cannot tolerate Gao Changkong killing Zhu Zheng. Because once Zhu Zheng dies, it means that the order that the entire Blizzard City has worked so hard to establish will collapse. In addition to them, the Tengu team and Yan Yue led by Tu Yulai, who were hundreds of kilometers away, also received the news. Tu Yulia's eyes widened in anger. He had just finished dealing with the Ji Dao demon. But he and his elite men had also lost a lot of energy. What's more, the distance is far, and it would take several hours to get back even now. But he still said without hesitation that everyone should gather together and return to Blizzard City immediately to suppress the rebellion. Yan Yue's people quickly boarded the helicopter and rushed towards Blizzard City. After Zhang Yi heard the news, he just murmured to himself, "Did I really guess it?" He had accidents, but not many. After the end of the world, he has seen too many things like human nature. Betrayal has become the norm. There is nothing surprising. Everyone is just trying to maximize their own interests. But he had to consider a problem. What impact did this incident have on him? After absorbing the essence of Phoenix Inner, his power was restored, and he became even more powerful. But he could feel that there was still a boundary that had not been broken through. The members of the Tengu team at the scene were already anxious. What to do? Unexpectedly, Gao Changkong and the others would rebel. Unexpectedly. I originally thought that only an ugly person like you would rebel. But I didn't expect that a guy like Gao Changkong with thick eyebrows and big eyes would also rebel. What did he do for it? And how much benefit did the Neon Man give him? Bailey Chongqing was physically and mentally exhausted at this time. And the number 5 compound left him with little strength to move. The once strong man was now as skinny as a mummy, with all his blood drained out. But he still dragged his body to Zhang Yi. "Captain, let's go back. There can be no chaos in Blizzard City. If Blizzard City is in chaos, the entire Jiangnan region will be doomed." Zhang Yi looked at him deeply but said nothing, because he didn't know what Gao Changkong wanted to do. What does the so-called rebellion mean? This is easy to analyze. Gao Changkong will not do meaningless things. With the strength of the Samsara team, they can do whatever they want in Blizzard City with empty defenses. But they will never destroy Blizzard City. The most it can do is kill someone. Will that person be Zhu Zheng? However, if Zhu Zheng dies, Zhang San, Li, Si Wang and Air Motzi will still step forward. There is no shortage of capable people in Blizzard City. It can be said that there are elites everywhere. Chapter 763, Killing Towards the Command Center, Additional Update 1. Zhang Yi will not do meaningless things. If the reason for Gao Changkong's rebellion was just to kill someone and had nothing to do with his interests, he would not meddle in others' affairs. He also didn't believe that Zhu Zheng's death would cause complete chaos in the Jiangnan region. And from the bottom of his heart, Zhang Yi was not willing to collide with an investigation team that was in perfect condition at this time. Look at the people around him at this time. Eclipse and the Tianlong pirates had exhausted them all. Even if they go to support them, they won't be able to match them in terms of strength. Even if they don't have enough time. Right? Why did Gao Changkong want to cause trouble? He asked this question doubtfully. With his status, colluding with Neon's Ronin is simply a step down from his own status. It is impossible for Neon to have the guts to plot the Jiangnan region. Otherwise, once confirmed, the Jiangnan region can be wiped out by the God of Death. The huge gap in strength between the two countries is here, especially in terms of H-weapons. It's the end of the world, and the relationship between the major forces is no longer what it used to be. And it's easy for them to clash. Maybe it's really a personal grudge? Yang Xinqin suddenly reminded him. Zhang Yi looked at her curiously. After the two made eye contact, Zhang Yi thought of an answer in her clear eyes. Zhu Zheng hurt him? Yang Xinqin smiled and said those are not important anymore. Brother, you have destroyed Eclipse Moon. And you have also taken care of the members of the Tianlong pirates. These achievements are enough to make you the hero of the entire Jiangnan region. And let them clean up the mess in Blizzard City themselves. After hearing the conversation between the two, Bailey Chongqing became a little anxious. Zhang Yi, you can't just sit idly by and watch this happen. If Zhu Shuai is really killed by Gao Changkong and the others, the entire Jiangnan region will be in turmoil. Moreover, he took a deep breath, and his breath was already a little unstable. The matter of Gao Changkong colluding with Neon Ronin was basically confirmed. Can you tolerate him doing such an inhumane thing? Ahem. 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 As Bailey Chongqing was talking, he suddenly covered his mouth and coughed violently, and scarlet blood gurgled down his fingers. Zhang Yi supported his body, frowned slightly and said, "Of course I can't tolerate it. If possible, I would like to kill him with my own hands." Undisguised murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This time the game was set up by Gao Changkong. If he hadn't hidden his captain-level strength, he would have died under the joint attack of Eclipse Moon and the Tianlong pirates. He hated Gao Changkong so much that he wanted to kill him immediately. But now that he's back in Blizzard City, he's not sure he can win against the assembled Samsara team. At this time, Yang Xinxin reminded Zhang Yidao. Brother, you seem to have forgotten a very crucial thing. Zhang Yi raised his head and looked at the cute girl in front of him. What else? Yang Xinxin turned her head and looked at the witch who was standing obediently not far behind her. The real core of Eclipse Moon is not Phoenix Inner Ren, but her. After Zhang Yi thought for a moment, he suddenly realized the meaning of Yang Xinxin's words. Mayumi Takeuchi is not a fighting-type alien. So Zhang Yi forgot how powerful her ability was for a while, and how delicious her origin is. It's even possible that she is a higher-level alien than Phoenix Academy Rin. But isn't it a pity to kill her? Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel reluctant to let go when she thought of Takeuchi Mayumi's abilities. A Miko who can predict part of the future and give others the ability to predict is simply the top support. It's useless. Brother. Yang Xinxin shook her head. I can only maintain the power of the Angel of Desire for 1 hour. In an hour, she would regain her will. No one knows what will happen to her then. Rather, the corners of her mouth raised, and there was a sick taste. Swallow her. After she said this, she reached out and shot a black arrow at the weak Canute. Canute's eyes widened, and he quickly killed himself. Brother, after you absorb their power, you can go back to Blizzard City? Compared with the unclear future, Zhu Zheng's existence now is the most beneficial to us. And once you successfully stop Gao Changkong, you will get more chips to talk to Blizzard City. Zhang Yi understood clearly. If Zhu Zheng dies, someone else may take over. But with a new commander-in-chief, no one can guarantee what his temperament will be. At least now, Zhang Yi and Zhu Shuai are getting along fairly harmoniously. And in terms of personal grudges, Gao Changkong wanted Zhang Yi to die. And Zhang Yi would not be so generous as to forget this hatred. Let me try. He glanced at the seriously injured Liang Yu and Bailey Chongqing. Don't delay anymore. Each choose your own prey and absorb it. Next, Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. Maybe there is still trouble waiting. The two were seriously injured. And Bailey Chongqing even used compound number 5, which may be life-threatening. However, if you could absorb the origins of Adaka no Butsu and Tsukamoto Nobunaga, you will definitely be cured. Those two guys are both deputy captains. Zhang Yi will not compete with them, because he has better ones. Zhang Yi sighed softly, walked up to Mayumi Takeuchi who was smiling, grabbed her neck, and squeezed her to death. Then he collected the bodies of Mayumi Takeuchi and Kanat, and began to absorb them. In Blizzard City, at the Combat Command Center, the killing began. Gao Changkong led the reincarnation team all the way up. Each floor of the 16-story high-rise building is heavily guarded, including many powerful strangers. Even the worst defenses are elite warriors armed with live ammunition and wearing black overall armor. But all this seemed so weak in front of Blizzard City's top-notch combat team. The Samsara team. Gao Changkong had an indifferent expression on his face, with his hands behind his back and no intention of taking action. The one who took action was his vice-captain, Jiyushin. Jiyushin. Special person with special characteristics. Ability codename: Ghost Blade. The information about his abilities is unknown, but it is known that he can summon a blue sword from the void, and this sword can easily cut through armored vehicles. Jiyushin walked at the forefront of the team, heading towards the command room step by step. In the corridor in front of him, heavy footsteps sounded like an earthquake, and hundreds of soldiers completely blocked the corridor in front of him. The leader, Major Yin Yue, said through a cold mask that the Samsara team should retreat immediately. No one is allowed to enter here without the commander's order. Jiyushin held the 2-meter-long giant sword in both hands and said coldly, "Don't you still understand the current situation?" As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward like lightning. "Kill!" Major Yin waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him formed a battle formation. A huge anti-explosion shield was set up in front, and the soldiers behind him started firing. The bullets shot out like a rainstorm. The big sword in Jiyushin's hand just slashed through the air, and the high-speed flying bullets were swept away like plastic. The explosion-proof shield made of alloy was directly cut into 2 pieces. Dozens of defense troops were killed in one move. Their broken bodies and scarlet blood soaked the entire corridor. Laugh. In the corridor, lasers turned into dense nets and enveloped the Samsara team. The big sword in Jiyushin's hand was pointed at the wall, and he swung it quickly. The shadows of the sword were dense and green light, and shadow passed through the air. The originally hard and thick wall was cut open like tofu. And the laser weapons inside were also completely destroyed. Chapter 764. Shatter all defenses, additional update 2. In the command room, Zhu Xingwan was sitting on a chair. And the surveillance video of the Samsara team was playing on the screen. Groups of defense troops and Yin Yunwei charged at them, trying to stop them. However, the gap in strength is too obvious. Gao Changkong didn't even take action. Just a few strangers under him completely cleared all obstacles on the road. Hold them. Hold them back. We must not let them come to the command room. Where are the reinforcements outside? Why haven't you arrived yet? Lan Xinchen gave orders loudly into the communicator. Cold sweat was already streaming down his forehead. And for the first time, he felt the danger of death. Even though it had been so long since the end of the world. As a top figure in Blizzard City, he never imagined that he would die. However, the reincarnation team approaching step by step gave him a sense of danger of death for the first time. In the communicator, the leaders of each unit responded that we will be there soon. Commander, please rest assured that we will never allow traitors to harm the commander. On the Samsara team's side, Gu Man noticed reinforcements coming from the outside. The piercing siren sounded from far away and came near. She smiled slightly, raised her right hand, and snapped her fingers. Just when the support troops arrived near the building, they suddenly saw a huge black cube emerging around the entire building. The entire building was completely covered by the black cube. This is Samsara Team Gu Man's barrier. One of the leading officers looked anxious. Gu Man, a person who releases abilities. Ability codename. Enchantment. As a top enchantment master, her enchantment ability is very terrifying. The barrier she has set up is also extremely difficult to break. Unless it is an alien whose attack power is much stronger than hers. But now in the city, almost all strangers of this level have left. There was only one person left. And that was the guard beside Zhu Zheng, Sun Luxuan. But at this moment, Sun Luxuan must protect Zhu Zheng's safety at every step. Break open this barrier for me. A large number of soldiers gathered from the outside began to think of ways to blast the barrier. A dense rain of bullets was fired at the black barrier. And even blasting was used. But the black barrier was as if it were made of diamonds. And it didn't move at all. The movement here plunged the entire Blizzard City into chaos. What is this sound? Could it be that there was a fight? How come there is the sound of gunfire in Blizzard City? In the end, what happened? The people were terrified. But they could do nothing but hide and panic, silently praying that they would not be harmed. At the Combat Command Center, Ji Yushin cleared the way with one sword and one person. No matter what kind of defensive traps he had, he cleared them away. With the defense terrain map provided by Wu Xingheng, they easily avoided many troubles and headed directly towards the command center where Xu Zheng was located. Stop! Don't go any further. A stranger stood in front of them. He opened his right hand and laid 10 red barriers on the passage in one breath. Ji Yushin sneered, showing his white teeth. Then holding a big sword, he walked forward step by step with ease. Useless. 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 Every time the sword goes down, the barrier will be easily smashed. The gap in strength is too great. The aliens responsible for defense here cannot stop the members of the Samsara team. Soon, he was killed by Ji Yushin in despair and panic. Gao Changkong looked at everything in front of him and murmured that killing was not my intention. If possible, I just want to take off Zhu Zheng's head, then reshape the order of Blizzard City. But throughout the ages, change has always been possible without bloodshed. I will remember you. But now, you must die. There was a flash of sadness in his eyes, truly hurt by this civil war. But he moved forward equally resolutely. At the command center, all the staff were sweating profusely. Zhu Shui. Them. They have reached this floor. How to defend? They are just technicians. If the reincarnation team comes to kill them, they can only wait to die. Lan Xinchen hurriedly ran to Zhu Zheng. Zhu Shui. Let's go! Zhu Zheng said lightly. Do you think we can really escape? Even if you get on a helicopter, you will be shot down by the Samsara team. Modern weapons and equipment are not as useful as imagined in the face of powerful aliens. What's more, the building at this time is already shrouded in Gu Man's barrier, and no one can escape. Sun Luxuan slowly walked up to him, bent down and said, Zhu Shui, let me pass. Zhu Zheng nodded. Well, go ahead. A smile appeared on Sun Luxuan's lips. Speaking of which, I haven't used it for a long time. If this bone is kept inactive, it will get rusty easily. He didn't look tall, and he was even a little thin. But no one dares to underestimate this strong man. The fact that he can always be Zhu Zheng's personal guard speaks volumes. Sun Luxuan turned around and walked out of the command room. A white light flashed, and he closed the door of the command room with his backhand. At this time, the passage has become bloody. The last guard unit defending here had all been killed. Broken limbs and broken arms were everywhere, and thick scarlet blood stained the walls and ceiling. Ji Yushin held a huge sword in his hand, and his snow-white skin was covered with blood. He looked like an evil ghost coming out of H.L. When they saw Sun Luxuan, everyone stopped. They knew Sun Luxuan. Gao Chongkong looked at him with a smile. Even you have already mobilized. Which means that this is Zhu Sheng's last line of defense. Right? Sun Luxuan looked at Gao Chongkong coldly. Gao Chongkong, I really didn't expect you to rebel. The consequences of doing this will only lead to your own destruction. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Betraying Jiangnan region is betraying Huaxu Kingdom. Then the only consequence is death. Hearing this, Gao Chongkong raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He asked jokingly, when can you guys, who are so superior and treat ordinary people's life and death as nothing, be able to represent everyone? It's useless to say more. Today, you rebels will all die here. Sun Luxuan's hands naturally dropped, and the light in the space behind him suddenly became distorted. Extreme darkness enveloped everything behind him. From his sleeves, 2 black smoke clouds spurted out and filled the air behind him. When you look carefully, you will find that it is not smoke, but countless black filaments, exuding a faint light. And there is a kind of enchanting terror. Chapter 765. Go and kill Gao Chongkong. Facing Zhu Zheng's personal guards, Gao Chongkong did not dare to be careless. But he had no intention of taking action. Instead, the deputy captain beside him, Ji Yushin, stepped forward. Mr. Sun, let me learn your skills. Sun Luxuan frowned and said coldly, you? Haha. No matter how bad I am not someone who can be fooled by a vice-captain. Do you want to use your own life to delay me? Gao Chongkong walked forward with a smile and put a hand on Ji Yushin's shoulder. Mr. Sun, you must not underestimate him. It's possible. He might give you some surprises. You should know that my ability is death is reincarnation. So I can use my abilities to perform deductions again and again during reincarnation. Gao Chongkong asked with a smile. Guess how long I have been preparing for today? There was a cautious look in Sun Luxuan's eyes. What do you want to say? Gao Chongkong continued. Of course I know that there is a person like you around Zhuzheng. So I deduced again and fought with you again and again. I figured out your abilities a long time ago. He looked at Ji Yushin beside him with some pride. And he is what I prepared specifically for you. Sun Luxuan's heart suddenly sank. Of course he knew what Gao Chongkong was capable of. If such a person spends a huge amount of time and energy planning something, no one can guard against it, because he can have countless chances to fail and then start over. But his opponent only had one chance. If you lose, you are really dead. You don't really think you can beat me with this, do you? Sun Luxuan was not disturbed by Gao Chongkong. As a top strong person, determination is the most basic ethics. No need to beat you. If I can hold you back, that's okay, Gao Chongkong said with a smile. Ji Yushin had already dragged his huge long sword and rushed towards Sun Luxuan quickly. The black threads in Sun Luxuan's hands became more and more violent. Come on. I want to see if you have the ability to hold me back. Ji Yushin slashed down with his sword, and a dazzling green light erupted across the entire floor. After a few seconds, the green light disappeared from the place. But both Yushin and Sun Luxuan, who were offering sacrifices, disappeared. Sun Luxuan suddenly felt that the space around him had changed. This is a green space, surrounded by green and invisible objects. Only he and Ji Yushin were in this space. Ji Yushin raised the giant sword in his hand and aimed it at Sun Luxuan's head. I named this ability Solo. Isn't it cool? You can't escape this space until you kill me. Therefore, don't bother the captain to kill Zhu Zheng. The expression on Sun Luxuan's face instantly became like a ferocious ghost. He stopped talking nonsense and shot the black thread towards Ji Yushin. It's useless, old man. Ji Yushin laughed and waved the giant sword in his hand quickly, flicking away the thousands of black threads. The captain said that among the hundreds of reincarnations he simulated, my best result was just a tie with you. But you have to win. And as long as I don't lose, this battle is over. Sun Luxuan roared angrily. Then I will kill you first. And then Gao Chongkong. The black silk threads in his hands were very tough, and they were sharp blades that could kill people and excite souls. Soon, The dense thread spread all over the space around Jiyushin. Under the blockade of this kind of dragnet, no one can escape the attack of the infinite line blade. But Yushin suppressed the smile on his face and said coldly, "By the way, let me tell you something. My strength is also captain level." Johnny once had a guess. If a person can really trigger reincarnation infinitely, then the time experience he has will be far ahead of everyone else. In this case, even if he is a waste, he will become a strong man in the long years. Gao Changkong can not only do it by himself, he can also help those around him do the same. Jiyushin is the piece of jade he discovered. Now he is nominally the vice captain, but he already has a combat power that is not weaker than the captain level. The Samsara team has a total of 2 captain level combat capabilities. This is what gives them the courage to show their sword to the top management of Blizzard City. Sun Luxuan was dragged in by Yushin. Solo. In the field, it is impossible to appear in a short time. Gao Changkong walked to the door of the command room. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and there was a hint of excitement in his heart. Then he put his hand on the door. The tightly closed metal door was pushed open by him effortlessly. Everyone inside looked at him with complicated expressions. The staff here are many fans of Gao Changkong. They didn't know how to face this former hero and today's traitor. Lan Xinqing stood in front of Zhu Zheng. "Gao Changkong, are you really going to do something treasonous? Do you know the consequences of doing this?" Gao Changkong ignored Lan Xinqing. He just looked at the staff in the command center, raised the corners of his mouth, and showed his usual smile. "Get off work." Everyone looked at each other, wondering what Gao Changkong meant by his words. They looked at each other, but their eyes finally fell on Zhu Zheng. At this time, Zhu was their backbone and Gao Changkong's target. Gao Changkong continued, "I am here to see Zhu Zheng, and no one else has anything to do with it. You can leave now. Otherwise, you may be accidentally injured." Lan Xinqing heard this and angrily said, "Don't confuse people here. None of us will give in to you. The traitor. If you want to touch Yu Shuai, you have to get through us first." As he said that, he shouted to everyone, "Come on. Come with me and protect Yu Shuai." When everyone in the office heard this, few people actually rushed forward. Are you kidding? Most of them are civil servants. So how can they have any combat effectiveness? Rushing forward can only lead to death. Seeing that Gao Changkong would not kill them, they naturally wanted to save their lives. However, a few people did rush in front of Zhu Zheng, wanting to give it a try and turn their bicycles into motorcycles. Although it is very dangerous to do so. Once they successfully survive, they will have the opportunity to be reused by Zhu Zheng in the future. Lan Xinqing stared at a guard in black and said to him, "Go kill Gao Changkong." The guard in black looked at him in disbelief. Forehead. "I." Lan Xinqing was furious, picked up his collar, stared at him, and asked word for word, "Are you willing to die for our great commander?" The guard in black was sweating coldly. He didn't know how to answer this question, but he didn't have the courage to really challenge Gao Changkong. Zhu Sheng's eyes were always on Gao Changkong. "Gao Changkong, answer me. Why did you betray me? Why should we conspire with those damn Neon Ronin to deal with our own people?" Zhu Sheng's voice became louder and louder, and finally sounded like a scolding. He could accept Gao Changkong's rebellion, but joining forces with foreign races was something he would never tolerate. Gao Changkong smiled contemptuously. "Ronin? They are just my tools. Even if Deng Shitong is killed and Zhang Yi is defeated, I will kill them with my own hands in the end. It's just that something unexpected happened. However, it will not affect the final result." Chapter 766 Righteousness and Hypocrisy. In Gao Changkong's original plan, Deng Shitong had to die. Deng Shitong died, but he naturally took over the task of conquering Eclipse. In this way, he can become the most prestigious person in Blizzard City. Then he can get closer and closer to the core of power. In the end, all he needs to do is create an accident and kill Zhu Zheng, and he can become the new commander-in-chief of Blizzard City. He can use his own way to create a brand new Blizzard City. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi did not die, but succeeded in killing Eclipse Moon. Then, if Gao Changkong's plan fails, he can only implement Plan B, taking advantage of the emptiness inside Blizzard City. Kill Zhu Zheng directly. Zhu Zheng stared at Gao Changkong coldly. "You are the one planning everything from the beginning, right? You are the spy in Blizzard City. It was precisely because you revealed the information about our actions that the Celestial Team's encirclement and suppression operation failed. Even when Zhang Yi was ambushed by Eclipse Moon and the Tianlong pirates. It was all your fault," Gao Changkong said in a brisk tone. "Well, it's indeed Zhu Shuai who reacted so quickly. However, You woke up a little late. His eyes fell on the others. What? Do you want them to stay here and be buried with you? I don't like killing innocent people indiscriminately. They are all very good talents. Jiang and Region will still need them in the future. The only person I want to kill is you. So, he looked at the others. Do you really want to die with Zhu Zheng? Gao Changkung's eyes had a questioning tone, and the corners of his mouth raised a gentle smile. But no one would doubt that he was joking when he said he wanted to kill everyone. The atmosphere in the office was already a little weird, and some employees even started to tremble. In the face of life and death, some employees finally couldn't bear it anymore. A woman cried and shouted, I want to leave! I want to get off work! Gao Changkung was very gentlemanly, and moved out of the way to leave now. The woman did not dare to look back at Zhu Zheng and Lan Xinqing, and ran out crying. With her taking the lead, the others were also dominated by the desire to survive, and rushed out the door. Zhu Zheng closed his eyes, and waved to the hesitant subordinates around him. You all should leave. Their target is me. Several people were relieved. After receiving Zhu Zheng's order, they whispered to Zhu Shuai to take care, and then followed the others and left the office. In the end, only Lan Xinqing remained by Zhu Zheng's side. Maybe it's because he doesn't want to escape. But more importantly, it was because he and Zhu Zheng were already bound. As Zhu Zheng's secretary, once Zhu Zheng dies, he will lose everything in Blizzard City while he is still alive. When the time comes, when a new commander-in-chief takes office, he will still be treated as a deserter, instead of dying miserably at that time. It is better to fight now. Gao Changkung looked at Zhu Zheng, who was sitting on the chair and facing him. Now, let me give you a ride. Zhu Zheng, Commander-in-Chief. Zhu Zheng looked at Gao Changkung. His face was stern, and asked in a deep voice, Can I ask? What is the reason for your rebellion? In what way did Jiang and Region feel sorry for you? Here, you have everything, and you are admired by everyone. And what can you gain by betraying us? The curvature of the corners of Gao Changkung's mouth became wider and wider. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. He burst out laughing. Zhu Zheng. Until now you still don't know why I want to kill you. So that's it. That's really the case. In your eyes, for a little person like me, everything is insignificant and insignificant. He laughed and his eyes became cold. Let me just remind you. After the end of the world, my parents also died because of the regulations you promulgated. They are all in their 60s. They have no ability to survive in the apocalypse. It was your order that caused them to be driven out of Blizzard City. From that moment on, I have been thinking about killing you all the time, as well as the Blizzard City executives who made the laws with you. After listening to Gao Changkung's words, Zhu Zheng closed his eyes helplessly. It turns out it's because of this. But under the circumstances at that time, doing so was an inevitable choice. We don't have the ability to feed that many people. The entire Jinling had a permanent population of 15 million. As the disaster spread, residents from surrounding cities began to gather towards Blizzard City. Everyone hopes to bring their family and friends to this Doomsday fortress and let them survive. If we don't take action, only those who can provide higher value will survive. Then, the final result will be that everyone dies together. Zhu Zheng's tone became firm. So, the same goes for your parents. After listening to Zhu Zheng's explanation, Gao Changkung clapped his hands. Good explanation. Worthy of Marshal Zhu Zheng. He is really fair and honest, which is admirable. If you really do it this way, then maybe I can understand it in my heart. But, you didn't. A sarcastic look flashed across the corner of Gao Changkung's mouth. Do you dare to say that you have the same standards for everyone? You are almost 60 years old this year, and you are not a stranger. If you were not sitting in this seat, you would not even be able to do much physical work. Your family still supports your wife and son, and they don't need to participate in labor. There are also many high-level officials in Blizzard City. Are they the same as other ordinary people? What value do they provide that allows them and their families to live a pampered life in Blizzard City? Gao Changkung's voice also increased by several decibels. The tall walls in Blizzard City from Area S to Area E are natural barriers between classes. You didn't treat everyone fairly from the beginning. In your eyes, those of us from Area E are inferior people. And now, my personal commander-in-chief Zhu Zheng, you are on the verge of death. But you are sitting here, talking to me over and over again. Fair. Don't you think it's very ridiculous? Gao Changkung looked down at Zhu Zheng from a high position. He smiled wildly and mocked Zhu Zheng. He spoke the words he had been holding back for half a year, pouring out the hatred and unwillingness he had accumulated for a long time. At this moment, his heart was filled with joy. Finally, He no longer needs to hold his tail between his legs. Zhu Zheng was speechless by Gao Chongkong. After a long time, he slowly said that there are some things you should understand. If the water is clear, there will be no fish. Absolute fairness itself is difficult to achieve. He needs the support of some organizations in Blizzard City, so he must give them special privileges. Gao Chongkong took a deep breath. After saying what he had been suppressing in his heart for a long time, he felt much more relaxed. No one is born superior. For example, right now, your life is in my hands. He admitted his inner emotions. And now Zhu Zheng could die. Chapter 767 Return of the Mourners. Gao Chongkong raised his palm and pointed it at Zhu Zheng's head. What he wanted to do at this moment was as sacred as killing a god. Cutting off this false god, he will change this world full of lies and deceit according to his own wishes. Kill Zhu Zheng first, and then wipe out the entire top management of Blizzard City. That is, those people who occupied high positions before the end of the world. Only by tearing everything down and starting over can the order of this world be reshaped. This is the greatest significance of the arrival of the end of the world. But just when Gao Chongkong was about to take action, a familiar voice came to his ears. Gao Chongkong, you miscalculated. In the shadows of the command room, light flickered, and the dazzling white light made everyone lose their sight. A white light turned into a door and slowly opened. And a tall and handsome man, wearing a silver combat uniform and long silver hair, slowly walked out of the light door. Deng Shitong, who was supposed to die in Jiangning City, miraculously appeared between Zhu Zheng and Gao Chongkong. Not only him, but behind him, a dozen powerful aliens wearing silver armor also came out one by one and stood behind him. Among them was Bai Chunyu, the deputy captain of the god team. The other dozens of strangers were all covered in special armor, and their faces could not be seen clearly. Just from the powerful aura emanating from them, you can feel that the strength of these people is definitely not weaker than the members of the investigation team. Gao Chongkong narrowed his eyes when he saw Deng Shitong suddenly appearing on the scene. Deng Shitong, long time no see. You are still alive. The appearance of Deng Shitong surprised Lan Xinqing. However, he found that Zhu Zheng's expression was indifferent, and he had obviously known about this matter for a long time. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling quite relaxed inside. It turns out that Zhu Shui has been prepared for a long time. Apparently, even I was kept in the dark about the whole thing. How did Lan Xinqing know that all this was planned by Zhu Zheng and Deng Yuanbo? After the failure of the second siege, they had confirmed that there was an undercover agent of Eclipse in Blizzard City. If this problem is not resolved, not only will they face pressure from the outside world, but they may also suffer internal chaos. Therefore, the two conspired and made a plan. The emptiness that appears in Blizzard City today was also deliberately created by Zhu Zheng. The purpose is to let the rebels jump out on their own. Zhu Zheng sat calmly on the chair and looked at Gao Chongkong with a little regret. What a pity. Why are you the one who rebelled? It is too difficult to train a captain-level alien. This is related to talent. Even if there are sufficient resources, it will be difficult to cultivate it if a suitable carrier cannot be found. Gao Chongkong's rebellion will be a huge loss to Blizzard City, regardless of whether he wins or loses this battle. Now that the matter has come to this, there is no need to say more, Gao Chongkong said calmly. Deng Shitong looked at Gao Chongkong in front of him. I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Last time, you used the eclipse to plot against me. You didn't expect me to come back to life this time, did you? This time, it's my turn to kill you. Gao Chongkong smiled. He asked Deng Shitong, do you still remember what my ability is? Deng Shitong narrowed his eyes and smiled. Death is reincarnation. But this is false. You simply did not report your abilities to the organization truthfully, and you concealed your true abilities. The idea of being reborn after death is all false. No one can play with the cycle of life and death so easily. You can't do it. Not even a higher level Epsilon can do it. Because what is being reversed is not your own time and space, but the time and space of the entire universe. This is God's realm, not man's realm. So you deceived everyone. I also don't believe that you can be reborn after being killed by me. I have studied you, including all your mission information. I think I know what you're really capable of. Deng Shitong smiled brightly, like a flower in bloom. In fact, your ability should be deduction. That's right. You can use all the information you know to deduce what will happen. This looks very similar to reincarnation, but it is not a real experience. The deduced results may also deviate from reality, and may not be completely consistent. The smile on Deng Shitong's lips became even thicker. He adjusted his white gloves. There was a gorgeous golden coat of arms on the back of the gloves, which looked elegant and luxurious. Just today. Have you deduced me as a dead person? Gao Changkong sighed softly. Unexpectedly. You have already seen through my ability. You are right. I cannot reverse life and death. However, his smile became deeper, and he looked at Ding Shitong with a smile. I could still see reincarnation. And I saw your existence at the end of reincarnation. He slowly opened his eyes, and a pure killing intent emerged. Today, you have a look of death on your face. Ding Shitong smiled faintly, and he reached out from his waist and pulled out a saber made of adamant metal. Want to kill me? Can you do it? Among the 6 major investigation teams, you are the only one who is not a pure martial artist. You don't really think you can beat me, do you? Samsara Team Gao Changkong. True ability. Reincarnation deduction. He can deduce all the future that is about to happen based on all the known information. The premise is that it must be centered on someone. Today, the target of his deduction is Zhu Zheng, because the person he wants to kill is Zhu Zheng. But Ding Shitong, who suddenly appeared and returned from resurrection, was not within the scope of his deduction. In this way, Gao Changkong's ability will lose its effect. Without the advantage of this ability, his own combat effectiveness may only be at the level of deputy captain. Ding Shitong had a smile on his face. His expression was a bit arrogant, but his eyes were extremely focused. In half an hour at most, Tu Yunlai and Zhang Yi will be back. It would be best if I could kill you rebels within this half hour. Even if I can't do it, I can delay the time until they return. No matter what the result is, your defeat is certain. Gao Changkong sighed softly. Don't you understand what I mean? Your appearance is also within my prediction. His words shocked Ding Shitong's heart slightly. You? What does it mean? Gao Changkong looked at him and said, I never thought you would be killed by someone like Ronin. He spread his hands. Your appearance today was also in my prediction. Ding Shitong said in surprise that you knew I was still alive. So how dare you? Because I don't care. Gao Changkong interrupted him directly. He suddenly smiled. Ding Shitong, I also want to ask you a question. If I had planned my revenge on the entire Blizzard City hierarchy from the beginning, do you think I will reveal my true strength? Also, a friendly reminder, my abilities can't only be used once a day. Chapter 768 Awakening of New Abilities, Additional Update 1. Ding Shitong was shocked. What does Gao Changkong mean by this sentence? Does he know he is still alive? In other words, was he expected to appear today with a brand new team of gods? Also, what he means by hidden strength. Gao Changkong didn't leave Ding Shitong any time to think. A moment later, he heard a low and familiar voice in his ears. The martial arts arena is open. The surrounding space was rapidly stretched, and only Gao Changkong remained in front of Ding Shitong's eyes. But they were no longer in the command room, but appeared in a dark space. Here it is. A martial arts arena? Ding Shitong's face was full of astonishment, and he immediately realized that the ability holders in the martial arts field had also joined the rebellion of the Samsara team. Soon after, Ding Shitong's body acted one step ahead of his mind. The Great Sumeru illusion has been opened. He manipulates the light and begins to create illusions that affect the 5 senses. But Gao Changkong said calmly that I have fought against you many times in reincarnation. I have already thought through your abilities. He tapped his temple, and a dark futuristic eye patch was placed on his head. As long as the light is blocked, it will not be affected by your ability. That's easy to do, isn't it? In fact, you see, no matter how powerful the alien is, it is still easy to crack as long as there is enough intelligence and sufficient time to prepare. Ding Shitong waved his left arm, and the silver cloak behind him automatically moved without wind. So what? My ability is not the only one. Silver holy light enveloped his whole body. Blessing of the Eucharist. The ability can make him a top melee master. He is also proficient in swordsmanship. Gao Changkong raised the corners of his mouth. But I also said that at the end of reincarnation, I have already seen your death. In fact, it is not easy to hide one's true strength in front of countless pairs of eyes in Blizzard City. Speaking of this, I even admired the stranger from the outer city. Gao Changkong's eyes turned cold. Today, I will let you see clearly my true strength. He stood in the dark space and couldn't see anything with his eyes. But his other 5 senses were strengthened on a deeper level. All this was prepared for Ding Shitong. In the cycle of reincarnation, he didn't know how many times he tried, and he didn't know how many times he failed. But now, his other senses can perfectly replace his eyes. As Gao Changkong's voice fell, strange talismans emerged from the void behind him. It was a blue talisman, which appeared like patterns in the void. then entwined and condensed with each other, and finally turned into huge patterns. The characters are imprinted in the void, and appear in the form of stones in the void. Pieces of gravel were slowly and regularly combined, eventually forming a huge wheel behind him. And the 6 characters transformed into the runes are clearly the Buddha's seal in Sanskrit. Heavenly dancing treasure wheel. Gao Changkong's hands formed seals, corresponding to the 6 Buddha seals on the Tianwu Baoluan behind him. Fudo Mingwang seal. The mark of King Ming appeared, and a layer of thick and simple armor quickly formed on his body. Gao Changkong's handprint changed again. Sun Wheel seal. The Tianwu Baoluan seal lit up, and a huge sword exuded holy light condensed in his hand. The sacred weapon, the Sun Sword. And his last seal was to fold his hands. Meditation seal. In an instant, his eyes changed. Gujing Wubo was looking in the direction of Deng Shitong, but it was as if he was looking through him at the eternal river of time and space. After a moment, the stars in his eyes dispersed. Deng Shitong, I have deduced your future. Deng Shitong was shocked by the sight in front of him. Tianwu Baoluan? This ability has never been recorded in Blizzard City. In other words, in Blizzard City, this ability was well hidden by him during his mission. However, this did not make Deng Shitong feel scared. Instead, it made him raise the corners of his mouth, and the excitement in his heart became stronger. Then let us fight. His body shone with the power of light and praise, making him like a god in the dust. He turned into a ray of light and struck Gao Changkong with his sword. Tianhai City. Zhang Yi finally absorbed the power of Kanat and Mayumi Takeuchi. As a vice captain, Canut's abilities can be improved for Zhang Yi, but they are not too effective. But what Zhang Yi didn't expect was that Takeuchi Mayumi's power actually brought him miraculous results. Her ability is so rare, a time-based ability that is rare among millions of people. After absorbing her origin, a power that had been hidden for a long time began to slowly awaken inside Zhang Yi's body. He felt that his body was full of inexplicable power. When he opened his eyes and looked at the world again, everything became strange and bizarre. From this day on, what his eyes saw would never be the same as before. The others looked at Zhang Yi with anticipation and awe. At this moment, everyone sincerely admires the captain of the Tengu team. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and told Yang Xinxin, Liang Yu and others that you should have a good rest here and let Zhou Qir help you treat your injuries. I'll be back as soon as I go. Wudi said. I'll have the helicopter come over immediately and take you back. Zhang Yi shook his head. The speed of the helicopter is too slow. By the time I get back, the seats may have already been opened. Everyone was a little helpless. Gao Changkong's purpose was to divert them away, and no one had any better way. Captain, what are you going to do? We also have no faster means of transportation than a helicopter. Wudi said helplessly. Zhang Yi said lightly, I have a better one. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward. The next moment, he appeared thousands of meters away. His figure was like flickering in the void, disappearing in front of everyone in an instant. This scene left everyone stunned. Zhang Yi's so-called good method turned out to be to use manual methods to hurry. But for Zhang Yi, who has the ability to travel through space, doing so is indeed faster. The captain's strength has become stronger. Bailey Chongqing sighed. I remember that at the beginning. His space travel could not reach such a long distance. Wudi also nodded. So he is the captain. Although everyone is worried about what's going on in Blizzard City, they are all seriously injured and can't help much at the moment. Fortunately, the local forces in Tianhai City came and sent them to Zhang Yi's shelter. With Zhou Qir here, as long as they can get there alive, even those with missing arms or legs can be treated. Chapter 769, Making Up the Pot. Blizzard City. The Combat Command Center was shrouded in a huge black barrier. Tens of thousands of troops gathered outside, with loud gunfire. But no one could break into it. Since Xu was inside, they used rat weapons, and could not use too powerful explosive methods to attack. At this time, outside the command room, the Samsara team and the New God team were engaged in an extremely brutal fight. The 4 captain-level characters all chose to fight on other battlefields. This was actually to protect the team members. Otherwise, if they really fight in such a small space, everyone will be killed by the aftermath of the battle. But everyone knew that the key to deciding the winner was still the 4 captains. Solo. In the realm, the battle between Yushin and Sun Lushuan was very bloody. What Sun Lushuan practiced were all killing skills. Nothing flashy. In addition, he was eager to leave this field to protect Zhu Zheng, so his moves were fatal. However, all his moves were already familiar to Ji Yushin. For today's action, Gao Changkong considered all possibilities. Countless deductions were made, and every detail was clearly considered by them. This battle to commemorate Yushin and Sun Lushuan has also been experienced countless times. Gao Chongkong testified for him time and time again, even breaking apart every move of Sun Lushuan's and crumbling it into pieces and feeding it to Yushin's mouth. In the end, after the 82nd deduction, the result was a tie between the two sides. So today, the goal of commemorating Yushin is simple. He didn't expect to be able to kill Sun Lushuan, but from the beginning his playing style was mainly defensive. But on another battlefield, the duel between Deng Shitong and Gao Chongkong was much more terrifying. After no longer hiding his strength, Gao Chongkong showed his powerful killing power. The precious phantom of Tianwu Baoluing gives him powerful combat power. The Feudal Mao armor is mainly for defense, and the Nichiren sword is mainly for killing. Tall and mighty, he was like a Buddhist protector, and he fought fiercely with Deng Shitong. As a son of a wealthy family, Deng Shitong has been practicing swordsmanship since he was a child. It's just that he practices Western foil. The slender sword body and the sharp tip never leave the center line of Gao Chongkong's body. The collision between the foil sword and the sun sword kept emitting dazzling light in this void space. The more Deng Shitong fought, the more frightened he became. The moment his move was launched, Gao Chongkong seemed to have anticipated it and could easily block it. I said, "I have seen your death at the end of reincarnation. You have no chance to defeat me." Deng Shitong. There was a faint smile on the corner of Gao Chongkong's mouth. A confident smile. Fearless lion seal. He formed another seal with one hand. The mark on the corner of the Tianwu Baoluin behind him lit up. From the middle of the huge treasure wheel, a three-headed lion emerged and roared at Deng Shitong. The space trembled, and that roar made Deng Shitong feel that his internal organs were trembling. Puff! He couldn't help it, and a stream of blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth. At this time, Deng Shitong could not believe that he was being suppressed and beaten by Gao Chongkong in the combat field. He was proud of his close combat ability and his fake death, which he thought was exquisite. But it turned out that Gao Chongkong could clearly see it. "You? How many times can you use your deduction ability?" Deng Shitong lowered his voice and asked. Gao Chongkong smiled and said, "Anyway, just do it more than once." "Want to know?" The index finger of his left hand pointed at Gao Chongkong. "Just try it with your life, and you will know." The meditation seal is activated again. The trajectory of the future will continue to deviate. And Gao Chongkong is like a tinker, constantly mending it. But as long as he can get enough intelligence for deduction, he will always be the winner. Now kill Deng Shitong first, and then Zhu Zheng. And then, they can easily escape from Blizzard City. Zhang Yi and Tu Yunlai were not here, nor were the other captains. No one in Blizzard City could stop them. At this moment, Zhang Yi arrived. He saw the huge crystal coffin-like barrier, but he didn't act in a hurry. In the communicator, he was still communicating with Zhu Zheng. "Zhu Shuai, how is the battle situation at the scene? I'm trying my best to rush back. Don't worry. I will do my best to rescue you." Zhang Yi's tone was full of anxiety, but his eyes were calmly looking at the headquarters building. The icing on the cake is not as good as providing timely assistance. If he wants to take action, he has to take action at the most critical moment. If you want to sell a favor, you naturally have to sell it to a big one, so as to maximize your own interests. Zhu Zheng felt a little excited after hearing Zhang Yi's words. "Can you come back? Although I am injured now, for the future of Zhu Shuai and the entire Jiangnan region, I have to stop Gao Chongkong at the risk of my life." Zhang Yi said it with all his heart. Zhu Zheng was a little moved in his heart. Even after Zhang Yi was beaten like that in Tianhai City, he still didn't forget to come back to save him. It seems that he still had too much prejudice against Zhang Yi before. Gao Chongkong was fighting Deng Shitong, and my guard was held back by Ji Yushin. The situation is very chaotic now. The people from the Samsara team want to kill me, and the people from the Deng family are protecting me. Zhang Yi, you have to come back as soon as possible. We need strong support. Zhu Zheng also knew that only the emergence of captain-level combat power could change the current crisis. Zhang Yi nodded vigorously. "Don't worry. I'm already moving forward at full speed. Don't hang up. I need to know what's going on at all times. Please remember." Zhu Zheng didn't know what Zhang Yi meant, but now he needed Zhang Yi, so he nodded and agreed. Zhang Yi was sitting not far from the command center building, munching on supernatural food while listening to the killing sounds coming from the headphones. He thought of a method of replenishing the pot that he mentioned when he was studying. The owner's pot is leaking at the bottom, and the tinker is asked to come and repair it, while scraping away the soot from the bottom of the pot. The tinker secretly knocked on the pot a few more times without the owner paying attention, making the cracks bigger. He turned back and pointed at the crack and said to the owner, "Your pot has a big crack. Fortunately, I found it for you. Otherwise it would break again in the future." The owner was very happy and thought that the tinker had been a great help and paid more money. In the end, the master is happy and so is the tinker. At this time, Zhang Yi was like the tinker. He was waiting for the cracks in the bottom of the pot to get bigger. Ji Yushan held back Sun Lushuan, and the outcome of the battle between the two could not be determined in a short period of time. But on the side of Deng Shitong and Gao Chongkong, the situation became increasingly unfavorable to Deng Shitong. Gao Chongkong is more powerful than he imagined. The ability of Tianmu Baoluan, using only 4 kinds of seals, was completely overwhelming for Deng Shitong. Gao Chongkong pointed at him coldly with the Sun Sword. "The reason why you became the investigation captain, and why you were praised by all the stars is just because you are the young master of the Deng family." Chapter 770 Savior. Deng Shitong's self-esteem was mercilessly stepped on the ground and crushed. He vomited blood from his mouth, and was knocked out of the martial arts arena by Gao Chongkong, falling heavily in front of Zhu Zheng. The members of the 2 investigation teams stopped at the same time. The members of the Samsara team were smiling, and seemed not to be surprised at the results in front of them. But the people on Zhu Zheng's side fell into deep fear. They were confident before because they knew Deng Shitong was behind it. But unexpectedly, Deng Shitong was defeated by Gao Chongkong. If he had been defeated by Phoenix Inner before, he could have covered it up by saying he was betrayed by a traitor. But the loss to Gao Chongkong was due to actual force. Zhu Zheng's voice couldn't help but tremble. Even if he is an iron-blooded soldier, a man of his age cannot ignore the threat of life and death. Since you have such strength, why didn't you let us know earlier? In that case, I will definitely train you well, and maybe you will become the next commander-in-chief. Zhu Zheng tried to appease Gao Chongkong in this way. Gao Chongkong sneered and said, "Can you? It's not like I didn't give you a chance. In fact, this encirclement and suppression of Eclipse Moon was arranged by me. As long as you give me the opportunity to be the protagonist of the incident, I can wait a little longer." He sighed and shook his head with regret. "But in your eyes, power is greater than anything else. I would rather let an outsider who didn't know his strength take the lead than give me a chance. I have given up all illusions about you." Gao Chongkong carried the Sun Sword and walked towards Zhu Zheng step by step. Deng Shitong stood up with difficulty, and none of the members of the New God team behind him flinched. "It seems that this time, I really have to work hard." Gao Chongkong mocked. "Are you planning to use drugs? But you should know that your potential has long been enhanced to the extreme by the technology and ruthless work of Deng's technology. Even if you use drugs, your strength will not be improved much. It will only accelerate your death." Deng Shitong smiled with his mouth full of blood. "You have to try it before you know." He calmly took compound number 5 to himself. After a moment, a more powerful force burst out from his body. Deng Shitong raised the foil sword in his hand and pointed it at Gao Chongkong in front of him. An unparalleled terrifying power was released from the tip of the sword and reached Gao Chongkong instantly. Gao Chongkong's left hand has already formed a seal. The 5th seal of Tianmu Baoluan lit up, and a huge vase condensed and formed in front of Gao Chongkong. The mouth of the bottle was pointed at Deng Shitong, and all the terrifying power was absorbed into the bottle. Deng Shitong gritted his teeth and roared angrily as he continued to output. A crack appeared on the body of the treasure bottle with a click. Gao Chongkong's expression couldn't help but change. Even if he could deduce all the attack methods and methods of Deng Shitong, when a captain starts to fight for his life, he would not be able to deal with it calmly. "King Fudo!" Gao Chongkong shouted, and a huge shadow of Fudo Mingwang appeared behind him, with his arms spread out to protect him firmly in the center of his embrace. The vase couldn't withstand the power of Deng's supernatural power and exploded, with terrifying energy spilling out. The entire floor of the building was stirred by this energy. The bulletproof glass covering the outside of the floor shattered and was rushed outside by the shock wave. Even many of the buildings inside the building were destroyed. In this way, the field of vision is clear, and all the scenes can be seen by Zhang Yi in the distance. He saw Gao Chongkong take a dozen steps back, blood spilling from his mouth. Deng Shitong's eyes were wide open with anger. His eyes were bloodshot, and he vomited a pool of blood. His condition was not very good at this time. The 2 captains fought a lose-lose battle. Zhang Yi slowly stood up. "It's my turn to appear." The hero in the story always appears again at the most critical moment, turning the tide from falling and holding the building back from falling. Holding the Holy Inquisition in his right hand, he took one step forward and instantly arrived outside the command center building. Just like that, He was floating quietly in midair. A mass of black dark matter enveloped the holy seal in his hand. Like a burning fire of darkness, Zhang Yi suddenly appeared on the battlefield and attracted everyone's attention. Someone recognized the captain's mark unique to the Tengu squad on him. He is the captain of the Tengu team. Chaos. He arrived. Great. The commander-in-chief is saved. The faces of many soldiers below showed excitement and relief. Almost everyone looked up to Zhang Yi, as if looking up to the star of hope. But there are also people with downcast eyes and gloomy expressions. Zhang Yi ignored the shouts below, waved the holy sword in his hand, and slashed out at the black barrier in front of him. That indestructible barrier shattered like glass. The light returned to the command center. At the same time, dark matter poured into the building like a tide of fire, burning violently. The building was shattered, and entire floors were covered in dark matter. This wave of dark matter attacks the location of the members of the Samsara team. Everyone was shocked, especially Gao Changkong, who had a look of astonishment in his eyes for the first time, because he never imagined that after Zhang Yi experienced such a tragic battle, not only did he not die, he could actually arrive at the battlefield so fast. Aquarius Seal. Gao Changkong immediately formed a seal and summoned a treasure bottle to resist the power of this move. Zhang Yi was floating quietly outside the building, overlooking the people inside. At this time, he was like a god. After devouring the origins of several captains and vice-captains, his power has also been greatly improved. Now his space power is enough to support him to get rid of gravity. Gao Changkong. I'm here to take revenge on you. The holy seal in Zhang Yi's hand was filled with black void power and pointed directly at Gao Changkong. With the appearance of Zhang Yi, the situation on the battlefield was instantly reversed. Zhu Zheng's heart was already in his throat, but now he felt more at ease. Fortunately, Zhang Yi arrived. He secretly thought, otherwise if he had been a step too late, we would all have died here. Deng Shentong's mouth was bleeding, and he had to accept the fact that he was defeated by Gao Changkong. But Zhang Yi's appearance gave him some comfort. At least Zhu Zheng would not die because of his failure. Everyone was looking at Zhang Yi with awe, gratitude, and various emotions. But one thing can be confirmed. Zhang Yi's prestige in the eyes of Blizzard City's senior officials and ordinary soldiers has reached the highest level in history. Savior? This word came to everyone's mind. Therefore, it is better to come early than to come by chance. On the Samsara team's side, the situation has become a little unfavorable. Gao Changkong was seriously injured by Deng Shentong's desperate blow. If he faced Zhang Yi and Deng Shentong teaming up at the same time, his chances of winning might not be that great. However, Gao Changkong had his own way. Meditation seal. Deduction. He once again used the ability of reincarnation deduction, trying to target Zhang Yi and see through the future of this battle. After a moment, the corners of his mouth raised, because in the future he saw, he was still the final winner. Chapter 771 Echoes of Time. Gao Changkong stood on the ruins holding the sun sword. Zhang Yi. Deng Shentong. You two come together. Why should Gao Changkong be afraid? The fearless lion seal was activated, and he aimed at Zhang Yi in the air and launched an attack. After the blow was struck, Gao Changkong took the opportunity to take action and turned to kill Zhu Zheng. As long as Zhu Zheng is killed, everything will be over. But the moment he took action, Zhang Yi's figure quickly changed and moved to another location. It was in front of Zhu Zheng. The Holy Inquisitor slashed out with one strike and collided fiercely with the sun sword. The dark flames collided with the golden Buddha's light, and half of the sky showed two completely different colors. Half of it is dark like a night devil falling from the sky, and half of it is golden like the 10,000 Buddhas Chaozong. Boom! The ceiling of the entire tall building was shattered, and the fragments flew into the air. The surrounding aliens, deputy captain level and below, could not withstand this powerful force, and were knocked away one after another, scattered throughout the command center. Suddenly, a shocking battle broke out below. Members of the Yanyan City Defense Force and the God Squad began to encircle and suppress the members of the Samsara Squad. Deng Shentong got up and attacked Gao Changkong from behind with his foil sword in hand. Lan Xinqing defended Zhu Zheng to the death. Gao Changkong's eyes were cold. Now he has no way out. He must kill Zhu Zheng before the matter can be settled. Even if he had to face two captain-level strangers at the same time, he felt that he was still invincible. I have seen through your future. Wake up! Gao Changkong used reincarnation deduction to learn about the abilities and fighting methods of Deng Shentong and Zhang Yi. Deng Shentong is easy to solve, but Zhang Yi is the biggest trouble. So he activated the Tianwu Baluan and planned to break Zhang Yi's alien space first. As long as the power absorbed at one time exceeds the limit, the alien space will collapse. The sun sword was raised high, and a terrifying energy storm surged with Gao Chongkong as the center. Zhang Yi, can you block my move? Gao Chongkong asked sharply. The next moment, the sun sword was aimed at Zhang Yi and struck at him. The huge energy storm seemed to be able to destroy the world, pointing directly at his body and the entire building behind him. There is no doubt that the power of this terrible storm can instantly wipe out everything behind Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi subconsciously felt behind him. Zhu is there. If he avoids this move, Zhu Zheng and Lan Xinqing will definitely die. It didn't matter whether Lan Xinqing died or not, but he had spent so much effort to get back and absolutely couldn't let anything happen to Zhu Zheng. After all, if Blizzard City changes to a new commander, it may not be Zhu Zai who is most beneficial to Zhang Yi. His eyes became serious, and a dark light surged in his left eye. Time echoes. After absorbing the origin of Mayumi Takeuchi, Zhang Yi awakened a new ability. This ability is very special. It will not directly improve his combat effectiveness, but will give him a sense of combat. It allows him to ensure his survival to the greatest extent during the battle. First, he can predict attacks against himself in advance and respond. Second, find the weakness of the opponent's attack and resolve it. After the time echo was activated, the vision in his left eye completely changed. It was a different world from the past. The Eye of the Storm in Gao Chongkong's move was instantly locked by him, which was the core of Gao Chongkong's power. Zhang Yi raised the Holy Judge in his hand and pointed it at the raging energy storm. Broken Blade. The dark substance that condensed the power of the void turned into a huge arrow, shot out from the tip of the Holy Inquisitor's knife, and collided hard with the Sun Sword. The black arrow shot into the Eye of the Storm, and a moment later, the raging storm suddenly expanded. Then it exploded like a balloon, and the energy annihilated each other. In the end, it only caused a storm that swept in all directions, but not a trace of energy affected the area behind Zhang Yi. With just one move, most of the entire command center building collapsed. Gao Chongkong's pupils suddenly narrowed. This, impossible. Everything in front of him was completely different from the future he saw. According to the original deduction, Zhang Yi would either avoid it or Zhu Zheng would die. Either use the different space to absorb his full strength, and then the different space will be destroyed. However, a third possibility appeared. What he didn't know was that Zhang Yi, who was opposite him, also had the ability to deduce. It's just that Gao Chongkong's deduction is similar to the operation of a program, but there may be deviations. Zhang Yi's deduction ability is based on the rules of the time field, which means predicting the future. In the face of higher level abilities, his reincarnation deduction ability has lost its effect. Zhang Yi, why do you want to stop me? Gao Chongkong looked at Zhang Yi and said calmly that I am not your enemy. You, like me, are both from a humble background, and there is no need to sacrifice your life for such a person. As long as I kill Zhu Zheng, I can reshape order for the Jiangnan region. You don't like to see these old guys as arrogant as before, right? Come and join me in changing this twisted world. Gao Chongkong tried to persuade Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi only responded with a sneer. Shut up. Damn traitor. Zhu Shui is wise and powerful, and everything he does is for the future of the entire Jiangnan region. Because of your own selfish interests, you are going to destroy the achievements that countless people have worked hard to build. You are the biggest sinner. Of course, these words were spoken to someone present. When Zhu Zheng heard this, he was really moved. Zhang Yi is such a good guy. I misunderstood him in the past, but it turns out he has such an innocent heart. Zhu Zheng made up his mind that once this crisis is over, he must train Zhang Yi well. As for Deng Shitong, well, although he also had some merits in escorting, losing to Gao Chongkong would inevitably lead to loss of points. Now, Zhu Zheng only has Zhang Yi, a good and loyal man in his eyes. Moreover, Zhang Yi looked at Gao Chongkong with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. You set up a trap to kill me in Tianhai City. I have to avenge you. This sentence is truly sincere. Gao Chongkong knew that he couldn't convince Zhang Yi anymore, so he stopped talking nonsense. Okay, let's see who can have the last laugh. The Tianwu Baoluan behind him was shining brightly, looking at Zhu Zheng with murderous intent in his eyes. Kill! He jumped toward Zhang Yi and Deng Shitong to kill them. Gao Chongkong fought 1 against 2, not losing at all. But now, his biggest problem is not to win Zhang Yi and Deng Shitong, but to break through Zhang Yi's defense. Zhang Yi is not a stranger who is good at offense. Nowadays, he can use the power of the void more skillfully, but when it comes to close combat, his skills are still not as good as Gao Chongkong's. However, Gao Chongkong had nothing to do with him. facing Zhang Yi, who has the power of space. All his attacks will also be absorbed and bounce back. In other words, Gao Chongkong and Zhang Yi are the protagonists of this battle. But Deng Shitong, who was seriously injured, became a soy sauce existence. This made him very unhappy. But there was nothing he could do about it. From an offensive and defensive perspective, both of them are one level better than him. Fortunately, with Zhang Yi here, it has become impossible for Gao Chongkong to kill Zhu Sheng. Chapter 772, The Great Destruction of Jianluo, Ad 1. Zhang Yi's timely rescue failed Gao Chongkong's goal of killing Zhu Sheng. Now the situation is getting worse and worse for him. He couldn't break through Zhang Yi's defense, especially with time echoes. Under the conditions, Zhang Yi can predict all his attack methods. Time echo is the superior ability of the Zen seal, which can suppress it in all directions. It directly sealed Gao Chongkong's deduction ability, not to mention Zhang Yi's abnormal defense ability. At this time, the entire Blizzard City's combat power is gathering here. As long as it delays, the Samsara team will be defeated sooner or later. Gao Chongkong took a deep breath and decided to give up the operation. We retreat, he shouted to all members of the reincarnation team through the communication system. When the team members heard these words, they couldn't help but feel a little sad. This time they failed. But they almost succeeded. They didn't know how many times they had rehearsed for this day. But God wills it. They had considered all the factors in Blizzard City. But they had not considered Zhang Yi, a stranger from outside the city. Although they felt a little regretful, they still rushed back together according to Gao Chongkong's instructions. That name has always been called Martial Arts Arena. And the stranger whose real name few people know opened a dimensional door. Gao Chongkong took a deep look at Zhu Sheng, and then focused on Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, you win this time today. I underestimated you. But next time, it won't be that simple. Zhang Yi didn't speak, but Deng Shitong came over with a sword and looked at the space door with sharp eyes. Unexpectedly, it leads to a certain direction outside the city. This is the escape route that the Samsara team has prepared for themselves. Do you think you can escape? Deng Shitong asked in a deep voice. Gao Chongkong glanced at Deng Shitong with a bit of contempt in his eyes. It wasn't that he was deliberately humiliating him, but that he simply didn't take this defeated general seriously. Deng Shitong, you should thank Zhang Yi for saving your life. Otherwise, you are already a dead person. Deng Shitong suddenly became excited. But he did not dare to act rashly, because he was indeed no match for Gao Chongkong at this time. He could only turn his attention to Zhang Yi, hoping that Zhang Yi would help him stop the person in front of him. Zhang Yi was also unambiguous. He lowered his eyebrows and looked at his right hand. The holy judge was filled with dark flames. I'm also very good at the power of space. Guess if I'm here, can you escape? Others may not be able to do it, but Zhang Yi can destroy their space channels. Gao Chongkong frowned slightly. At this moment, two people suddenly appeared in the sky. Memorial to Yushin and Sun Luxuan. Two people were offering sacrifices to Yushin. Solo. There has been a fierce battle in the field for a long time, but there has never been a winner. At this time, after receiving Gao Chongkong's order, Ji Yushin released his ability. He figured out the current situation and walked to the front of the reincarnation team with one sword and one man. Captain, you take everyone away first. I'll take care of you. The faces of the team members showed unbearable expressions. Vice team, because being at the rear means that he needs to wait until the door to space is completely closed before the mission is over. When the time comes, staying alone in Blizzard City will definitely result in death. However, no one could say more, because from the very beginning when they joined this plan, they all had the consciousness to sacrifice their lives. Everyone in the Tengu team climbed up from the bottom and was personally trained by Gao Chongkong. And every one of them hates the injustice of Blizzard City. If it were anyone else today, they would sacrifice themselves without hesitation to give other teammates a chance to survive. Gao Chongkong did not reject Yushin's offer. He put his hand on Ji Yushin's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "You will always be my brother. You must be my bravest brother." Ji Yushin took a deep breath. "Yes, Captain." He took out a number 5 compound from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation. Zhang Yi couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "Come again? Co-author, you all like to do drugs, right?" Although in the past he had always looked down upon this one-time drug that could harm himself. However, in a real life-and-death battle, seeing his opponent using drugs will still give him a numb feeling. Compound number 5 works very quickly. It can quickly burn out a person's potential, and even lead to death if overused. However, at this time, Ji Yushin had already realized death. so he showed no reservations when using his power. Boom! Green flame soared into the sky and burned around him, with him as the center. The area within a kilometer radius instantly turned into a sea of green fire. Zhang Yi, Sun Luxuan and Deng Shitong hurriedly retreated, unwilling to let such unknown flames touch them. Then there were hundreds of soldiers around him, who had no time to retreat, and were directly overwhelmed by the flames. In the blink of an eye, green fire spurted out from their 7 orifices, and they were burned into skeletons while wailing. Miraculously, their clothes and weapons were not damaged at all, and only their flesh and internal organs were burned to ashes. Destroy the Jianluo. Qi Yushan slowly raised the huge green sword. His eyes completely turned green, and the whole body was filled with the terrifying green flames. When a captain-level figure begins to risk his life, no one can help but shudder. Gao Chongkong took his men and left one by one from the gate of space. But Zhang Yi and the others could no longer stop him. After all, no one could cross the path of sacrifice to the god of death. Yushan. Open. Kill. Go. Ah ha ha ha. Qi Yushan raised his head and laughed wildly. It was the last carnival of a man who was about to give up his life. When a person is not afraid of death, nothing in this world can restrain him. The flames all over the sky began to surge wildly, killing everyone around them indiscriminately. Zhang Yi sensed something was wrong and silently retreated behind everyone. Qi Yushan will definitely die. There is no need for him to risk his life with a dead man. I'll protect Zhu Shuai. You guys deal with this guy. Zhang Yi wanted to run away after saying that, but Mr. Sun Luxuan grabbed his arm and told him with a smile that everyone in the reincarnation team had run away, and Zhu Shuai was safe now. Young man, let's fight against the enemy together. Zhang Yi's expression darkened, and he nodded helplessly in agreement. At this time, Zhu Sheng had already left the war zone under the protection of Lan Xinqing. After he escaped, he immediately took out his satellite phone and contacted the remote Shengjing district headquarters. Hello. I am Zhu Zheng from Jiangnan district. Execution code. Tiger. On the frontal battlefield, facing Qi Yushan, who was determined to die. Zhang Yi and the others did not dare to be careless at all. He must be controlled. Otherwise, Blizzard City will be beaten into chaos by him. Sun Luxuan reminded the two of them. I see. Deng Shitong directly opened the Great Sumeru environment and used illusions to influence Qi Yushan. Chapter 773 Guillotine in Hell Plus 2. In order to avoid being affected by the illusion, Qi Yushan had to close his eyes. But after all, unlike Gao Chongkong, he did not have such strong 5 senses, so his combat effectiveness and sense of direction were greatly affected. Zhang Yi and Sun Luxuan attacked him from 3 directions. This battle was not easy. The flames of war flattened the land within several miles of the entire combat command center. In the end, Yushan's death was because he overdrawn his own essence with compound number 5 and died of exhaustion. This is a captain-level monster with powerful attack power and extremely difficult to kill. No wonder so many people didn't believe Deng Shitong faked his death. Zhang Yi looked at Yushan's body and breathed a long sigh of relief. It's a pity that Gao Chongkong and the others escaped. Zhang Yi sighed. They can't escape. Deng Shitong gritted his teeth. Even if they escaped from Blizzard City, they would be listed as S-class wanted criminals and be hunted by the entire Huashu kingdom. They must die. Zhang Yi said that with Gao Chongkong's strength, it would be difficult to kill him. Gao Chongkong's ability is very abnormal, although his deduction ability is far behind that of predicting the future. However, he can use this power many times in battle and improve his strength faster than ordinary people, especially when a certain person is selected as the target. Targeted training can be carried out, coupled with the 6 powerful seals of Tianmu Baoluan. The power he possesses is quite terrifying even among captains. Zhang Yi thought that Deng Shitong's power index was only 9,200. So Gao Chongkong must have at least about 9,600. He should be the closest alien to the level of Epsilon currently. At this point, he added, except me. While the 3 of them were chatting, Zhu Zheng's voice came from not far away. Don't worry. He can't escape. Zhang Yi looked over. Although Zhu Zheng looked a little tired, he was not injured due to the good protection of everyone. He was only accidentally rubbed when he retreated and his arm was bandaged. Zhang Yi couldn't help asking, do you still have any backup plans? Zhu Zheng smiled and said of course. He raised his head and looked up into the sky. He must die. Zhang Yi didn't know where Zhu Zheng got his confidence. If he hadn't arrived in time, Zhu Zheng would have been killed by Gao Chongkong. Now he comes out looking confident. But at this moment, Zhang Yi suddenly heard the sound of chains being dragged. He and Deng Shitong could not help but follow the sound. Suddenly, a mist filled the air, and the sound of the chains getting closer and closer. From the mist, 2 iron chains emerged, one pitch black and the other pure white. They gradually changed from form to formlessness, and quickly spread towards the front. There is an aura of death spreading around the chains. It's eerie, terrifying, and makes people feel fear from the depths of their souls. Zhang Yi's inner warning sounded loudly. He quickly teleported hundreds of meters away, far away from the 2 chains. Deng Shitong and Sun Luxuan also adopted the same approach. After a moment, they saw the direction pointed by the 2 chains. A bewildered Major Yin Yunwei. Before he knew what was happening, his body was tightly bound by 2 chains. What? What is this? He screamed in fright and struggled desperately. But no matter how hard he exerted his power and used his powers, he couldn't damage the chain in the slightest. Zhu Zheng, who was originally full of confidence, immediately changed his expression when he saw this scene. How so? The chains on Major Yin Yunwei's body became tighter and tighter. At this time, Zhang Yi saw a scene that made the hair on his body stand on end. From the mist, 2 tall figures slowly floated out. They are both over 2 feet tall. One is wearing a black robe. The other is wearing a white robe. And they both have tall pointed hats on their heads. The black hat says we are catching you. The white hat says you are coming too. Black and white are impermanent. Zhang Yi couldn't help but whispered. Almost no one in Huaxu Kingdom does not understand the images of these 2 ghosts and gods. The 2 ghosts and gods were filled with ghostly energy. Their feet were hollow, and they were floating towards the Yin Yunwei who was bound by chains. In the entire ruins, everyone was too scared to move. Even Zhang Yi and the other 3 subconsciously kept silent, because from those 2 ghosts and gods, they felt the extremely terrifying power of rules. Far above the captain level, Major Yin Yun was extremely frightened, and the Yin Yun guards around him were also trying to help him out of trouble. But no matter what they did, shooting with guns or attacking with supernatural powers, the chain never moved. In a moment, 2 ghost servants had come to him, holding the soul-locking chain in their palms. The 2 ghosts and gods dragged Major Yin Yun's body forward without even looking at the others. In front of them, a huge high platform suddenly appeared slowly. Like a huge door, it reaches straight into the sky, towering into the clouds without knowing how many miles it is. The 2 ghosts tied Major Yin Yun's body to the high platform. The appearance of the door gradually emerged, but when everyone saw it clearly, their necks were all so frightened that their necks went cold, because that's not a heavenly gate, but a huge guillotine, thousands of feet high in the sky. A dark and sharp knife hung high above the clouds. The edge of the knife was tilted. With one strike, humans and animals would be split into 2 pieces. Major Yin Yun was so frightened that he lost his soul and screamed at the top of his lungs. But his body was tightly locked by the soul lock chain, and he could not break free at all. Boom! The guillotine fell from the sky, and a moment later it crashed down, cutting from his heavenly spirit cap to the soles of his feet. Major Yin Yun's body was neatly divided into 2. If you looked at him from the front, you would even think that nothing happened to him. But after the knife edge fell, all the visions disappeared soon. The guillotine turned into smoke and dispersed. But Major Yin Yun's body split into 2 parts, front and back, and he fell down. This horrific death situation made everyone take a breath of air, because from the beginning to the end, no one saw anyone take action against the Major. It's like being cursed. Zhu Zheng's body was shaking, not because of fear, but because of anger. Gao Changkong, you have tricked me again. Zhang Yi had an idea, and he was keenly aware that this matter was unusual. Zhu Shuai, what's going on? Who is going to take action against our people? Zhu Zheng took a deep look at Zhang Yi. He was silent for a long time, and then slowly said, I asked the person from Shengjing district to help me kill the traitor Gao Changkong. This is his ability. Guillotine in hell. Anyone targeted by him will definitely be killed. This is a death rule. At this point, he gritted his teeth and said, damn Gao Changkong. He must have predicted all this. He actually escaped. Chapter 774 Media. This incident deeply touched Zhang Yi. According to rumors, the Epsilon-level stranger in Shengjing has the ability to chase people thousands of miles away. But it was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. However, what he didn't expect was that the first time he saw guillotine in hell, his ability turned out to be such a huge mistake. He was shocked by the horror of the guillotine in H.L. because the power of the rules made him feel deeply afraid. Zhang Yi thought in his mind, if he was locked by this kind of power, would it be possible to escape? However, from a practical point of view, Zhu Zheng originally planned to use the guillotine in H.L. to kill Gao Changkong. but was diverted by Gao Chongkong using some means. In other words, in order to achieve the sure kill of Hell's Guillotine, certain conditions must be met. Zhang Yi felt a little more vigilant in his heart. It seems that he must treat all requests made by Blizzard City carefully, especially not giving his personal belongings to the other party. Maybe in the future, that will become Blizzard City's weapon against him. Zhu Sheng was angry and regretful. But at the same time, he was glad that he had survived unharmed. He looked at Zhang Yi, his eyes full of gratitude and appreciation. Zhang Yi, thanks to you this time. If you hadn't arrived at the critical moment, something would have happened to all of us. Sun Luxuan and Deng Shitong looked at Zhang Yi, their eyes also filled with gratitude. Even as proud as Deng Shitong, he was not angry because Zhang Yi stole the limelight. After all, Zhang Yi is their savior. Zhang Yi secretly smiled in his heart and said humbly on his face, I just did what a citizen of Jiangnan region should do. Zhu Sheng was very satisfied with Zhang Yi's attitude. He had already thought of 100 ways to promote Zhang Yi. But right now, they have other things to deal with. After the battle, the heads of various units and departments in Blizzard City rushed over and expressed their loyalty to Zhu Sheng. Zhu Shuai, are you okay? Great. The moment I heard about the rebellion in the command center, I was so anxious. I'm afraid something might happen to you. Woo-hoo-hoo. Zhu Shuai, I'm so worried about you. This group of people had no effect when they first started fighting. But now they still have a way of coming over to cry for father and mother. After all, everyone is not stupid at heart. There is a traitor in Blizzard City. And Zhu Zheng will definitely not give up. He must actively distance himself from the Samsara team at this time in order to protect himself. Zhu Zheng squinted his eyes and glanced at everyone present. These high-level officials from Blizzard City are here. But some of them must be colluding with the Samsara team. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the few people in the Samsara team to bypass everyone and carry out this operation. From Zhu Zheng's cold eyes, Zhang Yi seemed to see that a great purge was about to begin. But what does that have to do with Zhang Yi? Zhu Sheng turned around, smiled and praised Zhang Yi vigorously, and then asked him to take a good rest first. Of course, Zhu Zheng did not hesitate to praise Sun Luxuan and Deng Shitong, who tried their best to protect him. You go back first, and I will immediately arrange for personnel from the medical department to treat you, Zhu Zheng said. Zhang Yi looked at his body and saw that he had not suffered any injuries in this battle. So he said, I don't need to waste medical resources. I am not injured. Zhu Zheng nodded and left, surrounded by Lan Xinqing and others. Sun Luxuan smiled and said to Zhang Yi, young man, you are very good. Then he followed Zhu Zheng and left. At this time, the rebellion had just been suppressed. But the city was not stable, and he needed to protect Zhu Zheng's safety at all times. People from the medical department soon came to treat the injured at the scene. When the Samsara team made such a fuss, many soldiers who came to the scene to support them were killed or seriously injured. Deng Shintong's mouth is still bleeding because of the use of compound number 5. But he seemed to be fine, and could still come over to chat with Zhang Yi. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. I thought you would be killed by Gao Chongkong. Zhang Yi glanced at him and said equally lightly, I didn't expect you to be still alive. Deng Shitong smiled calmly. I live for those who did not survive. During the execution of that mission, I already realized something was wrong. There must be a traitor in Blizzard City. However, the person I suspected the most was someone who was in the city at that time. And I didn't expect it to be Gao Chongkong. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. At that time, Gao Chongkong was still on a mission at Biting Lake. Logically speaking, they were unable to obtain specific information about the battlefield, let alone communicate with the Samsara team in a timely manner. So, in Blizzard City, they actually have accomplices. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. He could already see that a major purge was coming. This is the price of a failed rebellion. A large number of people will die. Deng Shitong, how did you escape from Jiangning City? Zhang Yi suddenly asked curiously. Deng Shitong smiled mysteriously. This, actually, is nothing special. He narrowed his eyes and said lightly that it was just a cover-up. He didn't explain in detail, but Zhang Yi had already roughly guessed his method. Deng Shitong's ability, the Sumeru illusion, can use light to control people's vision, thereby affecting the 5 senses. It was not difficult to create an illusion of his death for Phoenix Enrin, who was on the battlefield at that time, or even for the command center in front of the camera. However, Zhang Yi still had a question that he was very concerned about. He approached Deng Shitong, who was taking out a box of medicine from his body and stuffing it into his mouth. It should be some kind of healing medicine. How much do you know about the abilities of Epsilon in Shenjing? Zhang Yi inquired about that person's abilities. He was a very steady man, and he was wary of anything that might kill him. Deng Shitong looked at him strangely. How could I know? Do you think people will let you know such important things easily? Zhang Yidao. Don't you think it's scary? If you were the one locked into black and white just now, do you think you could escape? Deng Shitong couldn't help but shudder when he thought of the scene just now. Don't think so much. As long as you act honestly, and don't imitate Gao Chongkong, this matter will not fall on you. Zhang Yi was very dissatisfied when he heard Deng Shitong's answer. It seems that you, the Deng family, don't know either. Deng Shitong suddenly became unhappy. Zhang Yi immediately stared. What are you looking at? I saved your life just now. Is this your attitude towards your savior? Deng Shitong was speechless for a moment. But when he thought about it carefully, Zhang Yi really saved his life. He held it in for a long time and said slowly. In short, I guess it should be something similar to a head-lowering spell or a curse. Something must be needed as a medium. Therefore, be careful about what you surround yourself with. Chapter 775 Cleaning. After Deng Shitong said this, someone from the medical team came over immediately. The Deng family has its own medical staff, who came over to check Deng Shitong's body. The people from the medical department came here, probably under Zhu Xing's orders. So there were particularly many medical staff on Zhang Yi's side. Captain Chaos, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? A doctor asked Zhang Yi very seriously. Several young and beautiful nurses around him looked at Zhang Yi with admiration and adoration in their eyes. They already know everything that just happened here. At this time, Zhang Yi became the hero of the entire Blizzard City. Zhang Yi waved his hand. I'm fine. And I'm not injured. You go and treat other injured patients, the doctor said with a serious face. I think you'd better do a comprehensive examination, because sometimes people have hidden injuries on their bodies during battles, and if not treated in time, it may endanger life. What the doctor said makes sense. Some hidden injuries may not be visible on the surface, but may actually be internal problems. If you don't notice it, you may be hopeless after a while. But Zhang Yi suddenly became wary when he recalled what Deng Shitong said when he left. Comprehensive inspection? Wouldn't it be necessary to draw blood for testing? Or take something else from one's body? Zhang Yi cautiously took a few steps back. No need. I have my own personal doctor. Before the doctor could speak, he turned around and left the scene. When he left, he seemed to see a look of regret in the doctor's eyes. Zhang Yi returned to his villa in Area A. At this time, the entire city is under martial law, and the members of the Samsara team are being searched for traces, and people related to them are being purged. Zhang Yi was not interested in these. But throughout the whole day, Blizzard City could hear the sound of sirens whistling past. At this time, Zhang Yi had no way to leave, and all external communication signals were blocked. He was unable to contact the outside world, so he lay in bed to rest. Later, Tu Yulai led the team back. After resting, the Tengu team also returned to Blizzard City. After they came back, they immediately joined the operation to eliminate the rebels non-stop. After all, some people have private soldiers on hand, and they must use force when suppressing them. After some investigation, it was quickly discovered who had colluded with the Samsara team. Blizzard City is so big, and the population of 2 million is divided into strict levels. It is not difficult to find out what kind of people will come into contact with the Samsara team. Bailey Chongqing also returned to Blizzard City. He absorbed the original power of Dagong Yanjin and saved his life, preventing him from suffering the same fate as Bian Junwu. After Bailey Chongqing came back, he immediately came to the home of his old squad leader Wu Xingheng. When the rebellion started, he was the one who disarmed the alert system of the command center for the Samsara team. Wu Xingheng was at home, giving medicine to his son in the hospital bed, while his wife chattered next to him with a worried look on his face. There is such a big thing happening in the city. It won't affect our family. Right? Old Wu. Why don't you go back quickly to avoid being blamed by the leader later? Wu Xingheng did not respond to his wife's nagging. He just smiled and looked at his son on the bed, feeding him milk powder one bite at a time. His son had congenital heart disease, which caused complications after the end of the world. He has been paralyzed in bed for more than half a year. Even when eating, I can only eat liquid food. Bailey Chongqing came here by himself. He didn't bring anyone with him. He just wanted to give this former old comrade and old squad leader some final dignity. Bailey Chongqing opened the door and walked in with a livid face. When Wu Xingheng's wife saw this, she was so frightened that she quickly stood up and didn't know what to say. Wu Xingheng said calmly that he came to see me. He walked up to Bailey Chongqing with a smile and said with pleading eyes, "Can I tell you a few words before I go with you?" Bailey Chongqing nodded stiffly. Wu Xingheng explained to his wife in front of him. At this time, his wife realized that something was wrong and soon started crying. Bailey Chongqing was indifferent to this. There was only anger in his heart. After Wu Xingheng explained all this, he and Bailey Chongqing walked out. Why? Bailey Chongqing stared at him. Why do you want to be a traitor? Answer me. Wu Xingheng raised his head and looked at the big man in front of him and sighed. You are still young and can still have dreams. But if you are my age and your wife and children need money, you will understand me. I worked my whole life for the people above me. But in the end, I couldn't even support my wife and children. Tell me, do I still have a reason to sacrifice my life for them? Faced with Wu Xingheng's questioning, Bailey Chongqing suddenly didn't know what to say. If it were before the end of the world, with Wu Xingheng's original ability, let alone supporting him, he would definitely be able to provide his wife and children with good living conditions. But now is the end of the world. Human life is like a piece of grass. And just wanting to stay alive is a huge luxury in itself. Even though he is evergreen, he still has to work hard to have a 3-bedroom apartment in District A. When Wu Xingheng saw this, he sighed and stretched out his hands to win the battle. I have nothing to say. I just hope that after they die, their bodies can be buried with mine. There are no wild dogs outside now, so you don't have to worry about being eaten if you bury it in the snow. Right? He suddenly laughed playfully. Veins bulged on Bailey Chongqing's face. Click! He put handcuffs on Wu Xingheng and said in a firm but slow tone. Don't worry. I will take good care of them after you leave. In Wu Xingheng's eyes, a flash of light emerged from the gray of despair. Hundreds of miles. You? He didn't cry when he was arrested, but now he is choked with sobs. Are you telling the truth? Bailey Chongqing nodded. You know, I never lie. Wu Xingheng cried and laughed. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. As long as his wife and children can live well, then he has no worries about death. The same situation is happening throughout Blizzard City. The rebellion of the Samsara team involved so many people, and so wide a scope that it was jaw-dropping. After Zhu Zheng saw the report, he couldn't help but sigh that Gao Chengkong's layout was too deep. He spent such a long time chasing fame and reputation, and then connected the power of many Blizzard City. Just for today's action, Lan Xinqing snorted coldly, and said with cold eyes that these people actually intended to rebel. And their crime is unpardonable. Zhu Shui. Kill them all. Zhu Zheng looked at him deeply. Kill them? Many of them are important technical personnel, and most of them are not guilty of death. At most, they are just accomplices. If they were all killed, it would be a huge loss to Blizzard City. How many more people do we have? Lan Xinqing rode. However, if you are unfaithful once, you will never be loyal again. Keeping them is also a hidden danger. Zhu Zheng thought for a long time, and sighed that Taoists were all monsters loyal to their own desires. They cannot be entirely blamed for this incident. It is the world that is at fault. Even if we clean them up and replace them with others, won't a similar situation happen? In the end, Zhu Zheng decided to handle the incident flexibly. Except for some people who were involved in colluding with Eclipse to trap members of the Tengu team and were executed. Most of the others received relatively light punishments. But this time, the organizational structure of the core department units has undergone another reshuffle. Chapter 776 Idle. The purge in Blizzard City was still going on, and Zhang Yi thought it would last for a long time. After all, the Samsara team almost took away Blizzard City's lair this time and killed Zhu Zheng. But I didn't expect that the cleaning ended a bit quickly. In order to prevent people in Blizzard City from being upset, Zhu Zheng chose to adopt a gentle attitude and executed only some of the principal criminals. This actually made Zhang Yigao look at Zhu Zheng. Only those with this kind of courage can be the commander-in-chief of a large region. When the Tengu team returned to Blizzard City, Yang Xinqin also came back with them. As for Liang Yu, he was recovering at home because of injuries. Zhang Yi asked about the current situation of Tianhai City. Yang Xinqin's answer made Zhang Yi a little embarrassed. Although the battle to encircle and suppress Eclipse Moon, local forces did not participate in the main battlefield, but they also suffered heavy losses. Several major Al-Qaeda organizations, which already lacked combat effectiveness, lost another 30% of their troops when fighting against the Tianlong pirates. If this continues, there will be fewer and fewer people in Tianhai City. Yang Xinqin asked her brother curiously. Do you want to increase the population of Tianhai City? This is different from what you originally thought. Zhang Yi shrugged his shoulders. Although I hate intrigues and fights, I still don't want to see Tianhai City really become a dead city. Besides, I'm not worried about who might want to take advantage of our shelter now. With strength, you naturally don't have to worry about being remembered. Yang Xinqin said with a smile that restoring the population would be a long project. Even if people in Tianhai City are asked to step up their efforts to have children now, it will take more than 10 years to see results. However, according to the current situation, it is possible to advance the childbearing age. Just like in ancient times. Zhang Yi shook his head. He was too lazy to think about such things. As a human being, live happily every day. Why do you think about it for so long? By the way, how are Liang Yu and Uncle Yu doing? During the battle, Uncle Yu and Fatty Su both participated in the battle against the pirates. Zhang Yi was too busy to take care of them. However, judging from the weapons and equipment Zhang Yi provided them, it was impossible for them to lose to those ordinary pirates. Yang Xinqin said that Teacher Liang's arm was seriously injured, and the bones were broken. Fortunately, Sister Zhou was there to help her reattach the bones. After practicing for a while, it will be fine. You don't have to worry about Uncle Yu. His self-healing ability is very powerful, and he doesn't even need Sister Zhou's help. As for Fatty Su, that guy has been hiding behind him without even breaking a layer of oily skin. Zhang Yi nodded with satisfaction after hearing this answer. As long as everyone at home is fine. After a lot of hard work, everyone has come out of such a difficult environment at the beginning of the apocalypse and established a rare relationship. He doesn't want anything to happen to anyone. After fighting this battle, we can take a good rest for a while. Zhang Yi closed his eyes and lay comfortably on the sofa. The internal turmoil in the Jiangnan region has been eliminated, and the Eclipse and Tianlong pirate groups have been wiped out, which will also bring relatively long-term stability to the coastal cities. The only thing we need to worry about is the escaped Samsara team. Their whereabouts are still unknown, but they are already on the wanted list of the entire Huashu Kingdom, and their mission level is S level. Once discovered, I am afraid that the alien special teams from various regions will hunt them down. Zhang Yi was not very worried that Gao Chongkong would retaliate against them. Gao Chongkong is a smart man, and will not do meaningless things. His target has always been the top management of Blizzard City headed by Zhu Zheng. If he rashly went to Tianhai City to attack Zhang Yi, firstly, he would not be able to defeat Zhang Yi in terms of ability. And secondly, his position would be easily exposed. Zhang Yi guessed that he would most likely hide and look for a suitable opportunity to try to overturn Zhu Zheng's status again, just like he did before. But those have nothing to do with him. After investigation, it was found that all members of the original reincarnation team, led by Captain Gao Chongkong, abandoned the people and ideals, colluded with the Neon Ronin, and caused huge harm to the Jiangnan region. However, under the leadership of Marshal Zhu Xingheng, Jiangnan region united as one and smashed his conspiracy to split the region and usurp power. Throughout the entire operation, the captain of the Tengu squad, codenamed Chaos, the comrades were not afraid of hardships and took the lead, defeating the Eclipse organization and pirate gangs one after another, and returned to Blizzard City in time to defeat the traitors of the original reincarnation team head-on. Comrade Chaos' ideological consciousness is worthy of learning from the broad masses of the people, and is specially commended here. Anyone in Jiangnan district who knows information about the members of the Samsara team must report it to the relevant departments as soon as possible. Anyone who knows the crime but fails to report it will be punished as an accomplice. Here's what's on the morning news today. Zhang Yi was eating breakfast in the room and watching the news program on TV. This tiny incident was so big that everyone in the city knew about it, and there was no way to hide it. But the propaganda department under Zhu Shuai is not a free man either. Gao Chongkong has fallen, and they must erect a new flag to reassure the people. Therefore, Zhang Yi, a stranger from an outer city, became the best candidate. With a humble background, superior abilities, and outstanding achievements, it is easy to satisfy the lower-class people's fantasy of grassroots counterattacks. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Zhang Yi planned to go to Zhu Zheng to say goodbye and return to Tianhai City to have a good rest. He left the villa, and when the guards outside saw him, they saluted him respectfully. The Yinyan Guard soldiers looked at Zhang Yi with fiery eyes full of respect. That's the look in the eyes of a hero. And when he walked out of the door, he immediately heard a burst of exclamations and screams from around him. Zhang Yi turned around and saw people outside the fence. There were men and women, and they shouted Zhang Yi's code name excitedly. Chaos. Among them are many young and beautiful ladies, as well as charming young women, as well as young men from high-rise families. Those who could appear here are basically the family members of the top executives in Area A. However, none of them took pictures with their mobile phones. This was because the region had regulations that prohibited people from filming special departments without permission to avoid leaking intelligence. After the Samsara Squad incident, senior management scrutiny of this aspect became even stricter, including Zhang Yi's name. Everything has become a secret and is not allowed to be mentioned in private. Zhang Yi smiled and waved at them, and the screens over there suddenly increased to another level. Zhang Yi couldn't help but think of Gao Chengkung's original treatment. Boy, now I'm an idol. In the last days, people really need an idol as a sustenance for their souls. I have to go to the headquarters, Zhang Yi said to a guard. When the guard heard this, he immediately drove over and drove a car. This was the car assigned to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi got into the car and set off towards the new command center. Chapter 777 Conversation with Zhu Zheng +6. Zhang Yi came to the new combat command center. Since the old site had been destroyed by the war and many materials were destroyed, the new center was very busy. In addition to strengthening it according to the standards of the headquarters, the organization structure also needs to be planned. In short, it is extremely busy with people coming and going. I haven't seen Evergreen Zhang Yi for a while. He used compound number 5. And although he held on for a while, he still had physical problems in the end. He saved his life by absorbing the origin of Dai Gongyan gene. He is currently receiving treatment in the medical department, but no one knows what his final state will be. To be honest, Zhang Yi has always stayed away from the power brought by that kind of medicine. If one day Bailey Chongqing, like Dian Junwu, is infected with a genetic disease that is difficult to cure, he will not be surprised at all. After arriving at the new command center, Zhang Yi was immediately warmly welcomed by everyone. They were not polite to Zhang Yi, but admired him and were grateful to him from the bottom of their hearts. Because if Zhang Yi hadn't come to the rescue in time, most of the people here would have died. Even if he is alive, he will be affected by Zhu Xing's death and lose everything he owns. This feeling is very similar to when Gao Chengkung just came back after winning the battle. Zhang Yi didn't have time to sigh, and directly stated his intention. Soon, he was called to the office by Zhu Zheng. Lan Xinchen came to greet Zhang Yi in person. This secretary who used to have a high level of ambition now treated Zhang Yi with special respect. Perhaps it was due to Zhang Yi's life-saving grace. Or perhaps it was related to his keen sense of smell. He realized that Zhang Yi's status would be completely different from now on. This comes from the strength shown by Zhang Yi. At least from the current point of view, Zhang Yi's strength level has surpassed the current captain level. Zhang Yi met Zhu Zheng. He was wearing a green military-style shirt and stood at the window reading a document. After seeing Zhang Yi, a very enthusiastic smile immediately appeared on his face. Zhang Yi, you are here. Come on. Sit down and talk. Zhang Yi and Zhu Zheng sat on the sofa, and Lan Xinchen was served 2 cups of coffee. Zhu Zheng praised Zhang Yi enthusiastically and generously. But it was nothing more than those clichés. Zhang Yi finished listening with a smile. Then he made his intention clear. The problem of the eclipse has been solved. And now it's time for me to return to Tianhai City. This time I come to say goodbye to you. When Zhu Zheng heard this, he quickly persuaded Zhang Yi to stay. Zhang Yi, your performance in this operation stunned everyone. You are a very talented person. Not only does he have good combat literacy, he also has very good battlefield command capabilities. The most important thing is your loyalty to Jiangnan region. I have clearly seen it. I hope you can stay. I can also retain the establishment of the Tengu team for you, allowing you to be a real investigation captain. Although Blizzard City has solved its external enemies, there are still big problems internally. Dian Junwu died in battle, and Gao Chengkung's defection became a hidden danger. We urgently need top-notch combat power. So, can you stay? Zhu Zheng looked at Zhang Yi sincerely. If you have any requests, we can discuss them. As long as I can do it, I will definitely satisfy you. Zhu Zheng was very thirsty for talents at this time. He desperately hopes to improve the strength of his team. Zhang Yi is the talent he hopes to get most at the moment. Zhang Yi smiled faintly and took a sip of coffee. I don't like the days of fighting and killing. I appreciate your kindness. Zhang Yi did not show any hesitation, because once Zhu Zheng was given a chance, he would be more eager to find ways to retain him. Zhang Yi didn't owe Zhu Zheng anything, but Blizzard City owed him a huge favor. So there is no need to be polite to Zhu Zheng. Zhu Zheng felt very helpless. But Zhang Yi was his savior after all, and he was too embarrassed to force him to stay. In fact, he couldn't do it, but he was reluctant to give up such a good helper as Zhang Yi. After thinking for a while, he made another suggestion. So, how about I make you an expat? You don't need to stay in Blizzard City all the time. I will reserve the establishment of the Tengu team for you, and you can still enjoy captain level No. Super captain level benefits and allowances. On top of the original captain level subsidy, I will give you a 20% increase. Captain level allowances are very generous, mainly reflected in the purchase price and priority of various state-of-the-art weapons and equipment, as well as genetic drugs. However, these are not very attractive to Zhang Yi now. He shook his head. I don't have that kind of worldly desire. Zhu Zheng's brows frowned deeply. If Jiangnan region encounters a similar crisis again, wouldn't you be willing to take action? Zhang Yi continued to drink coffee, and after thinking for a while, he replied in appropriate words. If it was a matter of life and death, I would still take action. But if it's for someone's personal benefit, then I'd be grateful. Zhang Yi said it very politely. But in fact, if it is something that is not beneficial to him, he will probably not be willing to participate. Of course, except for events such as lunar eclipse and invasion by foreign enemies. He doesn't want to be anyone's vassal or thug. Don't look at Zhu Zheng's attitude towards him now, which is very polite, even a little humble. But once Zhang Yi relented, he agreed to be the captain of the investigation team. When Zhu Zheng uses him, he will not look like this. This is the same as if you resign at work and your boss can persuade you to stay with him. It's faster to turn someone's back on you later than to flip through a book. Don't just take everything at face value. If you are really soft-hearted, you will be in big trouble. After all, Zhu Zheng's life was saved by Zhang Yi, so he couldn't ask for anything more. He could only say that in short. I still reserve the position of captain of the Tengu team for you. You can still enjoy the monthly allowance from the headquarters. If Blizzard City encounters difficulties in the future, I just hope you can consider helping. I'm satisfied. Zhang Yi slightly hesitated and said that if it is convenient, I will take action. When someone asks you to ask for something, you should reject it cheerfully and agree hesitantly. Zhu Zheng nodded, and then smiled and chatted with Zhang Yi about things other than work. Among them, Zhang Yi was asked about his future plans. Zhang Yi doesn't have any special plans. He is not a particularly motivated person. He is very satisfied with his current living situation. He then said that he just wanted to rest and have fun in Tianhai City for a while. However, after Tianhai City stabilizes, Zhang Yi plans to go out to sea for a while. Anyway, Qin Jingwan has several large ships in his hands. They didn't go far, so they just wandered around the offshore area, played sea fishing, and went to the south to see the scenery of the ice sea. Speaking of maritime affairs, Zhang Yi thought of the invading pirates and couldn't help but ask Zhu Zheng. Mentioning those people, Zhu Zheng said lightly that I have asked the Donghai region to help teach them a lesson for those guys who don't know the heights of the world. Chapter 778 The Amazing Upper Limit. The Tianlong pirates invaded Tianhai City and made a big mistake. The East China Sea District has already taken action. Without further ado, they directly bombarded many port bases of the Tianlong pirates with missiles. Hundreds of ships were sunk, and the Tianlong pirates suffered heavy casualties. This is a warning that expresses the attitude of the entire 6 regions of Huaxu Kingdom to the outside world. However, it is still difficult to completely eliminate them. Zhu Zheng also said frankly, they do not have a fixed stronghold, and they travel across the Starry Sea, where there are many islands and complex terrain. Our navy is like a dragon swimming in the ocean, but it is not convenient to penetrate into that kind of terrain. If too many troops are invested, too many resources will be wasted and will be of no value. So it was just a warning. The end of the world is coming. The world is in turmoil, and the Navy has a lot to watch out for. For example, there are new navies in areas such as Neon, as well as the Colombian Naval Force stationed on the Neon Islands. In order to eliminate a group of ragtag pirates, investing a lot of resources is a thankless task. In addition, Tianhai City did not suffer much damage from the pirates due to Zhang Yi's early precautions. This matter will only turn into a major issue and a trivial matter in the future. Zhang Yi frowned worriedly. Will Tianhai City suffer retaliation from them in the future? Kanuta and others all died in Zhang Yi's hands. And Tianhai City is close to the sea, so Zhang Yi naturally has such worries. Zhu Zheng immediately said, don't worry. We will definitely give Tianhai City the greatest protection. Zhang Yi's mouth twisted. Okay. Can you believe what you say? But if you think about it carefully, Tianhai City's current defense strength is indeed too weak. If we really encounter a large force attacking, we still need Blizzard City to support us. So Zhang Yi asked Zhu Zheng for a batch of heavy firearms, and he wanted to set up defenses near Chaoyu Harbor. Zhu Zheng readily agreed to give Zhang Yi a batch of coastal defense artillery. Zhang Yi can handle the ammunition issue himself. After a small chat, someone soon came to see Zhu Zheng. Zhang Yi knew that Zhu Zheng had been very busy in recent days, so he said goodbye and left. Zhu Zheng sent Zhang Yi away and looked at his retreating back with inexplicable emotion in his heart. How can I make a person who doesn't like power, let alone lack of material things, use him for me? Could it be that his favorite thing is women? Zhu Zheng secretly speculated. After Zhang Yi left, a woman came to Zhu Zheng's office. It is Li Lingxue, the minister and chief expert of the Ministry of Scientific Research. She was wearing a white coat, thick black-rimmed glasses, and her long hair was rolled up casually with a carbon pen. She is a very typical female researcher. Zhu Shui. The latest evaluation report has come out. She placed a report on Zhu Zheng's desk. Zhu Zheng picked it up and saw that it was Zhang Yi's information. This is data obtained by the Scientific Research Department's reevaluation based on Zhang Yi's performance. Just as Zhang Yi expected, according to the latest evaluation by the Blizzard City Scientific Research Department, his ability index has been raised to 9,600 points, far exceeding the average of the captain level. 9,600. Isn't that close to Epsilon standards? Zhu Zheng's eyes widened. Li Lingxue's voice had no ups and downs. By definition it is. And I also discovered a very interesting phenomenon. Generally speaking, after the captain level reaches 9,000 points, it is almost difficult to pass phagocytosis, get promoted. Therefore, every 100 points increase will show a huge difference in strength. However, Zhang Yi does not meet this point. Li Lingxue raised her glasses. When he was fighting in Tianhai City, his power index was still around 9,200 points. But after he absorbed the origins of Mayumi Nidekuchi and Canet of the Phoenix Academy, he directly increased his power index by 400 points in one breath. Zhu Zheng looked at her. What does this mean? Li Lingxue said that this meant that he was different from other captains. There was a flash of light in her eyes, which was the feeling of discovering an interesting research object. My conclusion is that he is not a delta level inhuman, but epsilon, and even more. At least 9,200 points is not his upper limit. Definitely not 9,600 points. Zhu Zheng's eyes widened. He could not speak for a long time, and his body was shaking with excitement. Are you saying that our Jiangnan region will also have epsilon level aliens? We in Jiangnan region must have our own epsilon. He knows the concept of epsilon level aliens very well. The world standard for classifying aliens, the boundary between epsilon and delta, is one person, one city. In other words, an epsilon-level alien has enough power to destroy an average-sized city. To put it simply, it is the humanoid H-weapon, Li Lingxue said. However, we are only speculating at the moment and cannot confirm this. And we don't know how to help him improve his strength. After all, the miracle of Shengjing is difficult to replicate. Zhu Zheng pondered for a long time, thinking about many things in his heart. If Zhang Yi can successfully possess epsilon-level power, it will definitely be a good thing for the Jiangnan region. But will it be a good thing for him? He couldn't control an alien who was too powerful. A deep look flashed in Zhu Zheng's eyes. He secretly thought that I have to find a way to make Zhang Yi mine. Only in this way can I feel at ease. After Zhang Yi left Zhu Zheng's office, he went to the weapons warehouse to receive a large amount of military supplies. In this mission, he received 1 billion mission points, which was enough for him to purchase large quantities of special weapons and equipment. This includes equipping everyone in the family with a set of SLDS Type 2 black suits, as well as a large number of coastal defense guns purchased for the Chaoyu Seaport base. After receiving the weapons and equipment, he went to Deng's house again to say goodbye to Deng Yuanbo and Deng Shentong. At the same time, I would like to ask about the evolution of aliens. He wanted to help Uncle Yu, Thaddy Su and others improve their strength. Deng Yuanbo was particularly enthusiastic about Zhang Yi. He invited Zhang Yi to the tea house and entertained Zhang Yi with Deng Shentong. After hearing Zhang Yi's request, Deng Yuanbo pondered for a long time and then said slowly, Liang Yu's condition cannot be replicated. Not everyone has as good a physique and strong perseverance as she does. And this method is only effective for aliens above delta level. But he immediately gave another plan. However, I can help them improve their strength to the maximum extent within the range of their superpower levels. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately regained his composure. What needs to be done? If you can help, Zhang Yi will be grateful in the future. Deng Yuanbo smiled lightly. It was just a little effort. It's difficult for outsiders. But you are a friend of our Deng family, so don't talk about thanking or not. Chapter 779 Preparing for a Trip to the Sea. Deng Yuanbo explained their methods to Zhang Yi. If it is a low-level alien, the way to improve their strength is very simple. which is to help them replenish the source of their abilities. Although it cannot allow them to break through their own genetic limitations and reach a higher power level, it can also allow them to reach the upper limit of their current level. And since Uncle Yu, Fatty Sue and others have low supernatural power levels, it is not difficult to improve their strength. In order to make friends with Zhang Yi, Ding Yuanbo expressed his willingness to help Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi knew in his heart that he would definitely need to repay this friendship in other ways in the future. However, he readily agreed. In addition, Ding Yuanbo also told Zhang Yi how to use the X compound he had given him before. For Zhang Yi today, it is of little use, but it can be used directly by Uncle Yu. His self-healing ability is strong, and he can withstand the devastation of transforming his body. Deng Yuanbo said with an evil smile. Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. If I couldn't resist the temptation to use it, I'm afraid I would have to endure some physical pain. After saying goodbye to Ding Yuanbo and Ding Shentong, Zhang Yi took Yang Xinxin and Hua Hua and left Blizzard City. Before leaving, the members of the Tengu team came to see him off. Except for Bailey Chongqing, who didn't come because he was seriously injured and needed to recuperate. Everyone else arrived. Captain, you? What time will you return? He couldn't help but asked worriedly. As soon as Zhang Yi left, he would stay in Tianhai City and listen to the instructions, but not the propaganda. Unlike other captains, he would obediently obey the orders of his superiors. If Xu Sheng wanted him to do something in the future, he would have to comfort him and discuss it with him. This also means that the Tengu team may not have too many missions in the future. Zhang Yi glanced at Yi He, Lu Yinghao and Xue Miao, smiled lightly and said that Ding Shitong is back now. And you should also return to your team. I will talk to Zhu Shuai about this matter. But Yi He said that I don't want to go back. Boss, I want to follow you. Xue Miao and Lu Yinghao also expressed the same attitude without hesitation. Me too. After seeing Zhang Yi's strength, they naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and said calmly, It's up to you. If love stays, you will stay. He is a person who is undisciplined by nature and will not have much time to manage them in the future. This Tengu team can come and go freely, and Zhang Yi will never restrict them. Anyway, I don't know when the next mission will be. Soon. Zhang Yi took the Blizzard City special train back to Tianhai City. Walking out of Xiamayashan subway station, looking at the snowy world in front of him and breathing the cold air, Zhang Yi felt extremely comfortable. Finally I can take a good rest, he said with emotion. Since the eclipse landed, the entire Jiangnan region has been turned upside down. Not only does it involve foreign Ronin, but the most troublesome problems are also the problems within Blizzard City. Zhang Yi passively got involved, causing constant trouble. It's time to enjoy the good life. Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin returned home and were immediately warmly welcomed by everyone. Zhou Qi and Yang Xia rushed over excitedly and gave Zhang Yi a warm bear hug. Zhang Yi, you are finally back. Can you stay at home well now? It's been so hard on you these past 2 months. Yang Xia leaned close to Zhang Yi's ear and said in a warm tone whether to eat first, take a bath first, or, and me? Zhang Yi sighed helplessly. I just came back and wanted to have a good rest. Yang Xia looked a little disappointed. Zhang Yi took off his coat and threw it to Zhou Qi. I'm going to take a shower first. Who will wipe my back? Yang Xia's eyes lit up, and she suddenly remembered that she was in the bathroom when she first met Zhang Yi. So, a certain 2 people helped Zhang Yi wipe his back. A long time later, it was dark. Today, it was rare that it did not continue to snow. The sky turned out to be clean, and the stars could be vaguely seen. Zhang Yi was lying on the bed with his hands behind his head, slowly thinking about everything that had happened in the last half year or so. For half a year, everything seemed like a dream. He and everyone around him were working hard to stay alive. But this feeling did not disgust him. At least his life is getting better and better. Unlike when he was working in the past, where he spent every day in a muddle. Perhaps, everyone is looking forward to the end of the world. Zhang Yi murmured. These are the words of Haruki Murakami, one of his favorite writers. In his work, 1Q84, Zhang Yi has always liked it very much. Zhou Qi put her hand on his chest. The surgical hand was very delicate, fair and slender, with light pink nails. Why do you suddenly start feeling these things? She asked with a smile. On the other side, Yang Xia muttered, I guess you must be tired. Take a good rest. She looked at Zhang Yi's side face and reached out to touch it with some distress. You don't have to think about anything. It's already good as it is. We are together and living happily. Regarding the end of the world, They have long since escaped from the initial panic. Nowadays, everyone lives in such a doomsday fortress. Live a life without worries about food and clothing. No need to be busy for life, like in the past. Yang Xia doesn't need to pretend to be a flawless goddess in front of others. There is no need for Zhou Qi to ask for a leader just for the sake of his position. Let alone being busy performing surgeries every day. Everyone is doing what they like. Which was unimaginable in the past. Zhang Yi looked at Zhou Qi, then at Yang Xia, and suddenly wanted to go out and play for a while. They need to relax so much. Of course, there are many ways to relax. But occasionally you need to relax your mind. Not just your body like now. After a while, let's go out to sea and play. There is a large icebreaker at Qinjingwan. We only travel in the offshore area. Fishing and so on. When the two women heard this, their eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Zhang Yi nodded. Of course it was true. There was nothing to visit on land. It's also great to go out to sea and see the ice and ocean scenery. At that time, I stopped by Qinjingwan and asked him to consolidate the coastal defense within the territory of Jiangnan region. The coastline is not long and there are only 5 cities. And Tianhai City is the most prosperous. With the strength of the Huaxu Kingdom, coupled with the total annihilation of the moon and the intimidating power of the Tianlong pirates fleet, it is unlikely that there will be an attack by a short-sighted overseas organization. But to live in trouble and die in happiness, it is better to nip it in the bud. He begged a lot of heavy weapons for coastal defense from Zhu Zheng. Chapter 780 The Mystery of the Deep Sea. The next day, Zhang Yi slept until about 10 o'clock in the morning before getting up. Zhou Qi and Yang Xia were tired yesterday, so they haven't woken up yet. He was wearing pajamas. After washing lazily, he put on his slippers and went downstairs. In the living room, the sound of video games could be heard. Zhang Yi peeked his head from the stairs and saw Fatty Su rubbing the controller with concentration on his face with dark circles under his eyes. Aren't you afraid of sudden death? Zhang Yi asked while lying on the railing. Fatty Su was startled when he heard Zhang Yi's voice. And soon he screamed like a killing pig. Ah! Dead again. Dead again. Zhang Yi walked over and saw that Fatty Su was playing a soul game again to torture himself. Make me a cup of coffee. Zhang Yi kicked him and sat down on the soft sofa. Fatty Su could only go over and make coffee for Zhang Yi. Soon after, other people in the family began to appear in the living room. Liang Yu got up the earliest. When Zhang Yi got up, she had already finished her rehabilitation exercises. Because she was an enhanced alien with strong self-healing ability. And Zhou Qi was there to set her bones. Liang Yu recovered quickly. After everyone arrived, Zhang Yi talked about his future plans. The first one is to let them go to Blizzard City and accept the transformation of the Ding group. Regarding this, Uncle Yu is naturally very eager. He desperately hopes to make himself stronger so that he can contribute to the team. Fatty Su was a little scared, for fear that he would be turned into a monster by Ding's technology. Will my arm be cut off and fitted with a mechanical prosthesis? Just like a cyberpunk game. Maybe even a chip will be installed in my brain. Fatty Su felt cold all over when he thought about it. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes at him angrily. You said it was a robot. How can today's robots be as useful as aliens? Mechanical technology in 2051 has not yet developed to that extent. Robots are prone to malfunctions in ultra-low temperature environments. And their endurance is not strong enough. To put it bluntly, this is an era of great mutation. Superpowers have demonstrated capabilities that are more powerful than contemporary technology in many fields. However, science and technology are also developing. Perhaps in the near future, the combination of technology and supernatural powers will give birth to even brighter sparks. Hearing this, Yang Xia asked curiously, Do I need to go too? After all, my ability is auxiliary. Zhang Yi smiled and squeezed her white and tender hands, his eyes falling on the endless snowfield. You don't have to go. The transformation experiments of the Ding group are simple and crude, and ordinary people simply cannot bear it. Neither Zhou Qi nor Yang Xia and Yang Xinxin were within Zhang Yi's consideration. What's more, they all have special abilities. Zhang Yi will not give the Ding group the opportunity to study them. The final result of the discussion was to let Uncle Yu and Fatty Su go to Blizzard City to receive experiments and professional training from the Ding group. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, took the women at home to Chaoyu Harbor. One is to help Qinjingwan set up defenses, and the other is to build an icebreaker to go out to sea for fun. Uncle Yu had no objection, although Fatty Su muttered that he also wanted to go out and play. His opinion was directly dismissed by Zhang Yi. You go to Blizzard City, and I will ask the Ding family to arrange some young and beautiful girls for you as escorts. Zhang Yi's statement made Fatty Sue's eyes suddenly light up. And he nodded in agreement. So these two things were decided happily. After everyone played happily together for another 2 days, Zhang Yisai sent Uncle Sue and Uncle Yu on the special train to Blizzard City. And he took the women at home to Chaoyu Harbor. After the last battle, this place was also riddled with holes. Most of the entire port was abandoned, and many containers turned into iron pieces and flew everywhere. Fortunately, the underground shelter was not affected, and the people here can still live well. When Zhang Yi and others arrived on the snowmobile, thousands of people at the port were busy cleaning the battlefield. Qin Jingwan and his people came to receive Zhang Yi. "Boss, you are here." Qin Jingwan saw the women behind Zhang Yi at a glance. It's been a rare trip out for more than half a year, so they all put on their best clothes. All of them were wearing the most beautiful furs, and the makeup on their faces was so exquisite that they looked like they were going to be Miss World. This kind of exquisite dress makes the women in Chaoyu Base very envious. "I'm coming over to check on your side. By the way, I want to ask for a few skilled crew members and the ship. Zaiyoho. Icebreaker. I plan to go out to sea for a few days." Hearing that Zhang Yi was going to sea, Chen Jingwan's expression suddenly became hesitant. "Boss, if you want to go to sea, I have something I don't know whether to say or not." Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. "What's wrong?" Chen Jingwan said that it is okay if you just play around the offshore area, but I do not recommend that you enter the deep sea area, because the current ocean is more terrifying than the land. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. "You mean mutant creatures? The planet's oceans account for 70%, and the land only accounts for 30%. Moreover, the ocean is a vertical space, and humans have not yet figured out the types of organisms in it. The era of great mutation is coming, and some strange beasts appear in the ocean. If you go sailing on the sea, you may encounter them." Zhang Yi asked curiously, "Have you ever encountered him before going to sea?" Qin Jingwan nodded honestly. "Encountered it, and 2 ships were lost. There is a great terror in the ocean. Those sea monsters that have mutated to become huge can easily overturn a steel ship weighing tens of thousands of tons. Later, when we sailed, we had to avoid sea areas where monsters were infested. That's why I tell you this. I hope you can be careful." Zhang Yi couldn't help but think of Canute, the captain of the 4th Division of the Tianlong Pirates. His ability is to transform into a giant blue shark, if their battlefield was not on land, but on the sea. I am afraid that the members of the Tengu team would not be able to deal with him so easily. I understand. Wouldn't it be okay if I avoided the deep sea? Now, as long as he doesn't encounter a particularly powerful beast, he can still deal with it with his ability. Chen Jing nodded, "And I will arrange it for you right away," Zhang Yi said. "Don't worry about this for now. Take me to see your coastal defense first. The last battle was a lesson. Facing the enemy from the sea, you didn't even have the slightest way to fight back. This kind of thing must never happen again in the future." Qin Jingwan scratched his head and looked a little strange. He thought to himself that if you hadn't killed too many people, we might not be able to guard against pirates now. Zhang Yi had orders, and Qin Jingwan naturally followed them. So like a tour guide, he took Zhang Yi and the women from the shelter around along the seaside. Zhang Yi looked at it very carefully checking for deficiencies, and filling them to ensure that there would be no problems with the coastal defense. However, Zhou Ke and the others were happy, and didn't care about Zhang Yi's affairs at all. They all took cameras, and took selfies on the beach facing the huge frozen sea. Under the gray-white sky, the huge sea surface is frozen into one piece. This picture is very shocking. Chapter 781 Sea Monster Ad 1. After Zhang Yi looked around, he said to Qin Jingwan that coastal defense must be done well. From now on, there will basically be no enemies on land. We must beware of enemies at sea. Qin Jingwan scratched his head. But our armed forces were basically exhausted last time, and the manpower is not very sufficient. Zhang Yi said calmly. "Don't worry about this. I have already asked Blizzard City for a batch of weapons." He and Qin Jingwan returned to the shelter, and directly placed the large number of weapons in the weapons arsenal. There are more than 20 huge coastal defense guns, ample weapons and ammunition, and many other heavy firearms. With these weapons, enemy ships can be blocked within 30 kilometers of the coastline. Qin Jing was very happy when he saw these weapons. He promised on the spot that he would arrange the layout and train his soldiers to operate these weapons. Later, Zhang Yi also got the icebreaker he wanted. Qin Jingwan assigned him a few veteran sailors, and Zhang Yi took the women at home to leave Tianhai City and play in the offshore area. Zhang Yi is very cautious and will not go near deep water areas. The ship sails along the edge of the offshore ice. Let's take a look at the sea view and experience the fun of sea fishing. Although we didn't run too far, it was still a far journey compared to the past. So everyone had a smile on their face. Fishing equipment is all available in Zhangyi's space. Everyone wore cold-proof clothes and braved the biting cold wind on the deck, trying hard to use frozen fish pieces as bait and throw them into the sea to catch big fish. Everyone had a fishing rod, and everyone was in high spirits at first. But an hour later, no one caught any fish. Not to mention catching a fish. Not even a hook bite happened. How is this going? Are all the fish in the offshore frozen to death? Zhang Yi touched his chin and said in confusion. Liang Yu looked at his hands in frustration and murmured, "My hands have also been used to pick up 100 Jin sword and smash bluestone slabs. Why can't I even catch a fish?" The old sailor on the ship was named Tian Shui, and people called him Lao Tian. He was a bearded and bold man in his 40s. Seeing this scene, he laughed and came over to explain. "Mr. Zhang, don't you know something about this? The surface water temperature is too low, and the fish swim downward." Zhang Yi leaned on the railing and asked with a smile, "Doesn't that mean that if you want to catch big fish, you can only go to the deep sea area?" Lao Tian said that fishing is indeed difficult, and we all use trawl nets for fishing. However, it is not recommended for you to go to the deep sea area. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry. To me, the most meaningful thing is the scenery at this moment." He turned to look to the side. Zhou Keir, Yang Xinxin, and the others were holding fishing rods in their hands and looking attentively at the floating broken ice on the water. Even the biting cold wind, and their little faces turned red, could not stop their enthusiasm for fishing. This comfortable scene is enough to make Zhang Yi feel satisfied. Lao Tian nodded, feeling relieved in his heart. However, he also murmured that although offshore fishing is a bit difficult, it is still a bit strange that no fish has taken the bait for so long. No one noticed that while their big ship was parked quietly in the sea, a huge shadow slowly emerged from the water. Liang Yu noticed something was wrong immediately. "Hey, why has the water turned black?" She glanced down, and her pupils immediately narrowed. "There's something under the water." Liang Yu's voice was very urgent, which immediately attracted the attention of Zhang Yi and Tian Shui. Zhang Yi turned around and saw the huge black shadow under the water. Zhang Yi couldn't help being surprised by its size. The length of Xiaoyao is 62 meters, and the underwater shadow has not completely surfaced, but it is almost half the size of the hull. Lao Tian was so frightened that he shouted, "No! It's a mutated sea beast!" The women who were fishing also screamed in fright. And then, they all took the same approach. They gathered around Zhang Yi for protection. Only Liang Yu was relatively calm, although he was also shocked. The first thing he thought of was not to yell, but to solve the problem at hand. Lao Tian and the crew have begun to prepare anxiously. When encountering this giant sea beast, all they can do is stabilize their bodies to avoid being thrown away. And then the only thing left is to pray. "Everyone, go back to the cabin immediately and tie yourself up. Quick. Must be quick." But Zhang Yi ignored Lao Tian's words. His right hand was on the railing. First with Yukong. The ability makes the entire icebreaker levitate. A hazy white light appeared on the icebreaker's hull. Although it was still on the water, it was pulled by another force and lifted it up. Wow! The entire hull was separated from the water, and it was suspended quietly on the sea. Then, the two worlds are bound to end. Zhang Yi's right eye flashed brightly, and in an instant, a huge spherical space enveloped the entire ship. The hull no longer rocked, and it was as stable as if it were parked on land. "This is..." Lao Tian was startled. He looked out and found that the entire ship was flying in midair. The sea is surrounded by rough waves, but it does not affect the ship at all. A miracle. This is a miracle. Lao Tian and the crew were dumbfounded and looked at their boss with dull eyes. Although they have heard about Zhang Yi's power, they also know that supernatural powers can indeed do things that ordinary people cannot understand. But the scene that happened in front of me was really incredible. Zhang Yi jumped onto the railing, overlooking the huge and deep sea below. Suddenly, he saw a huge ice blue eye staring at him from under the sea. Then 3, 5, and 10, countless strange eyes appeared on the monster's body. Is this a mutated sea beast? Zhang Yi suddenly felt an impulse in his heart. He wanted to capture this sea beast and study it. Moo! A huge roar came from under the sea, and the sound was far away, as if coming from far away, like an old scalper in the village. Zhang Yi pulled out the holy seal with his right hand, and black dark matter wrapped around it like a flame. At this time, The sea beast suddenly rushed out from the water, causing huge waves. If Zhang Yi hadn't protected the ship in time, the impact might have created a deep crater on the side of the icebreaker. Void slash. Zhang Yi aimed his sword downwards and slashed out. Dark matter spurted out from the blade, as if a thick stroke of color was drawn where the sky and the sea met. Nowadays, Zhang Yi has become more and more proficient in mastering the power of the void. He can condense the majestic power into one point and launch targeted attacks. The sea monster rushed towards the hull, but it didn't know that it would never be able to touch the big ship in front of it. However, its body was split open from the middle like butter touching a hot knife. Blood splashed out like rain, staining the entire sea surface red. Boom! Its huge body split into two halves and crashed into the sea, causing another huge blood-colored wave to surge up. Chapter 782, Peaceful Time, Add 2. The corpse of a huge sea beast floated on the sea, and blood stained a large area of the sea red. Not long after, a shark smelled the smell of blood and swam over from a distance, its black dorsal fin swimming on the water. Only then did Zhang Yi control the boat to fall. Wow! Water splashed everywhere. The crew members were all shocked by Zhang Yi's ability, and they were calling a miracle. Yang Xinxin hugged Zhang Yi's arm and shouted admiringly, "Brother, you are so great!" Although the others were shocked, they did not panic too much because they all believed in Zhang Yi's strength. Everyone got closer to the boat and took a look, and then they saw clearly what the sea monster was. It turns out to be a mutated whale, but at this time, its head was covered with dense eyes. Its body had many bump-like bulges, and its size was much larger than the largest blue whale ever. I can no longer recognize what species it was originally. A feast has begun below, with carnivorous fish frantically snatching its carcass, and waves of blood rolling. Although it looks a bit big, it's not that scary. Yang Xia covered her plump chest and said with a smile, "No, this stuff is awesome." Zhang Yi denied her statement. "If it hadn't met me, this thing could overturn a steel ship weighing thousands of tons. Its power underwater is very terrifying. If calculated according to alien standards, its destructive power can reach Delta level." Liang Yu's eyes lit up, and he suddenly picked up the boom on the ground and threw it towards the water. "Now, I don't believe I can't catch a fish." Everyone also suddenly realized, after this sea monster is killed, it will definitely attract fish. So everyone followed suit and hurried over to go fishing. However, Zhang Yi noticed that Lao Tian was leaning on the railing, frowning and thinking about something. He walked over, put his hands in his pockets, and asked what happened. "Any questions?" When Lao Tian saw Zhang Yi coming to ask, he quickly replied, "Mr. Zhang, I just feel a little strange." "What's so strange about that?" "Let's elaborate." Lao Tian pointed to the sea monster corpse below and said in a deep voice that according to common sense, sea monsters of this size are active in deep sea areas and generally do not come to offshore waters, because in such a place, it is difficult to get enough food. So I thought it was very strange to encounter it here. Zhang Yi didn't know much about the sea, so he asked curiously, "Can you tell me, what could be the reason for this?" Lao Tianqu said that sometimes, if there is bad weather, or an undersea volcano erupts, or an undersea earthquake, deep sea fish will run to the offshore to take refuge. Or maybe they encountered a natural enemy. A cautious light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. Natural enemy? Does such a huge sea monster have natural enemies? His eyes couldn't help but look towards the deep sea. The sea is so vast and deep. Even before the end of the world, there were many unknown and terrifying creatures in it. Not to mention that the era of great mutation is coming. It's better to have less contact, Zhang Yi said with emotion. Originally, he planned to collect the huge sea monster, make it into food, and eat something fresh. But seeing its weird appearance, I couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. So I simply let it return to the sea and help them build nests to facilitate everyone's fishing. Sure enough, with this huge bait, fishing will be much easier later. The fish catch can be described as a bumper harvest. However, Zhang Yi told them that these fish cannot be eaten, and they must either release them or keep them for fun. In the days that followed, Zhang Yi and the others lived a very leisurely life. Although the establishment of the Tengu team was retained, Zhang Yi did not listen to Xian, and Zhu Zheng did not dare to assign tasks to him easily in order to win over him. After Uncle Yu and Fatty Su went to the Ding group, there were obvious changes when they came back. Uncle Yu's strength has been greatly enhanced. They also received professional combat training, and their combat literacy was greatly improved. The person who has changed the most is Fatty Su. He lost a lot of weight, and it would be no exaggeration to describe him as haggard. It is said that he received training as a professional soldier there, which made life worse than death for him. But the real reason, Zhang Yi knew it well. Later, Fatty Su never forgot about Blizzard City, and he always approached Zhang Yi and asked to go back and see it. Zhang Yi was also kind to his brother. He mentioned it to Deng Shitong and directly helped Fatty Su build a small house in Blizzard City. They even got him a long-term bus pass so that he could go to Blizzard City frequently to relieve stress. In short, although the price paid by the two was heavy, the gains were also particularly significant. However, it turns out that it is particularly easy for a person who has temporarily lost weight through exercise to regain weight. After returning to the shelter, Fatty Su cried loudly and started a revenge diet. Within half a month, he regained his shape and even became fatter. And what about Zhang Yi? On weekdays, he enjoys a comfortable life, playing cards with Zhou Qi, Yang Xia, Yang Xinxin and others, playing wild ball boxing and so on. However, he would also spare 2 hours every day to learn martial arts with Liang Yu. He does have flaws when it comes to melee combat. The improvement in strength made him realize that all high-level aliens had comprehensively improved their strength. The barrel effect determines that the lower limit of strength is your shortcomings. If there is a fatal flaw in any aspect, it is likely to be killed instantly in battle. Fortunately, Zhang Yi's years of experience working in a warehouse, coupled with his diligent exercise, have kept him in good physical condition. As time passed, he could keep up with Liang Yu's training level. It's just that martial arts is a matter of hard work accumulated over time, and it's impossible to achieve it overnight. Zhang Yi is sometimes impatient and asked Liang Yu Dao if there was any quick solution. Liang Yu rolled his eyes. Its name is Sunflower Collection. Zhang Yi chuckled. I am more inclined to the Taoist method of harmonizing yin and yang. What he got in exchange was naturally Liang Yu's iron fist. Zhang Yi quickly explained that in fact, I was just making a suggestion. It doesn't matter whether it works or not. We just want to experience the process. In this environment, Zhang Yi's close combat ability is also improving. Liang Yu specially developed a training plan for Zhang Yi. If you want to achieve quick success, there is another way, which is to use defense as offense. The Holy Sword is a horizontal sword, which is very convenient for parrying and blocking. Just help him block the close attack, and then use his ability to travel through space to distance himself. Zhang Yi can take advantage of his own abilities whether he shoots with Thunder Killer and Bai Xiao, or uses Void Slash. In this way, 2 months passed without realizing it. And it was July, during the hottest season of the year. The planet has also reached perihelion, and the temperature in Tianhai City once reached -30 degrees. At this time, our eyes moved slightly away from Tianhai City, and came to the Nanyang Sea thousands of nautical miles away. There is an island here called Ganlu Island. The island was formed by the eruption of an undersea volcano, and is rich in geothermal energy. It was a famous tourist attraction in the past. After the end of the world came, people from many surrounding countries fled here. Chapter 783 Zhuyunk. At this time, on Yanlu Island, flames shot into the sky, and heart-wrenching cries and shouts of death could be heard endlessly. A group of people rushed into the cave with guns and axes, and ruthlessly killed and plundered another group of Doomsday survivors hiding here. Kill all the men and make them into bacon. The woman stays. Whoever kills the most people can be chosen first today. A short, brown-skinned man shouted coldly with an accent from a small Southeast Asian country. Behind him were a group of unkempt refugees, each of them rushing forward with roaring eyes and burning eyes. Soon blood was splattering everywhere in the cave. A stranger who transformed into a werewolf protected several women and a group of children, fighting while retreating deeper into the cave. Zhongyu, can we survive? Behind the werewolf, a pale woman asked haggardly. She spoke in authentic Chinese. The werewolf responded in the same language that he would live. You, me, and everyone can survive. The woman's eyes were a little dim, but the food on the island was almost exhausted, and people from other organizations had begun to kill each other. How long can we last? The werewolf roared angrily and smashed the head of one of his pursuers with a large rock. He gritted his sharp teeth, clenched his fists, and said, "There will be a way. There will be a way." He held a stone in his fist, which emitted a faint yellow light in the dark cave. The werewolf lowered his head and looked at the stone. Maybe this is our hope for survival. Zhang Yi rested at home for more than 2 months, and the quiet and peaceful days made people yearn for it. Time flies, and good times always pass very quickly. They have fun every day, enjoy delicious food, and live extremely comfortably. But one day, this life was broken again. A call from Zhu Zheng came to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was not surprised when he received the call, because Zhu Zheng would occasionally call him to greet him and try to win over Zhang Yi. Hello. Zhu Shui. How are you doing recently? Zhang Yi asked with a smile. I am also a old appearance. Zhang Yi. You have had a good rest these 2 months. It sounds like you have plenty of energy. Zhang Yi hurriedly covered his chest, frowned and said, Forget it. I destroyed the eclipse moon and helped you block the reincarnation team before. But now I still have hidden injuries on my body. Hey. I have to continue to rest. Cough. 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 Zhu Zheng raised his eyebrows. Then I'll call some doctors to check you out. The medical facilities in the region are still better than yours. This is unnecessary. Why are you so embarrassed to occupy the medical resources of the region? Zhang Yi chuckled. Zhu Zheng also knew that Zhang Yi did it on purpose and did not expose it. He smiled and said, Okay. It's almost enough for you to rest for so long. Even Bailey Chongqing and the others. I have arranged for them to go out to perform tasks. Blizzard City does not support idle people. If Zhang Yi had stayed in Blizzard City, he would still have to work hard. After Bailey Chongqing received treatment from the medical department, his injuries have been cured. However, Zhou Qier told Zhang Yi that the chemical drugs in Blizzard City have serious side effects on the body. Bailey Chongqing seems to have recovered, but his body must have been left with hidden wounds, and it may even have shortened his life. There is a very important mission here in the region, and you need to come over. I'll talk to you in person then. Zhu Sheng's tone became serious. Zhang Yi frowned. Got something to do again? And it's not convenient to talk over the phone. That was obviously not an ordinary task. Otherwise Zhu Zheng would not have allowed him to carry it out. After being silent for a few seconds, he decided to go to Blizzard City first to see the situation. Okay. I'll go there today. After Zhang Yi finished speaking to Zhu Zheng, he went back to the house to change clothes. Whenever he goes out, he is accustomed to wearing equipment, at least a close-fitting black suit. Before leaving, he just said to Fatty Sue, I'm going to Blizzard City. If they ask you later, just tell them. Fatty Sue jumped up from the sofa when he heard Zhang Yi was leaving. There won't be any more troublesome things for us to do. Right? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. Who knows? Anyway, let's take a look first. Fatty Sue licked his lips. How about I go with you? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and went to play. I'm not on vacation. Fatty Sue knows the taste of food and has fallen in love with Blizzard City's services. After all, the professional service staff are very skilled. The key is that there is no need for him to invest emotionally, and there is no risk of being cheated. After rejecting Fatty Sue, Zhang Yi left the shelter and planned to go to Blizzard City alone. Anyway, it's not the first time. He is very familiar with the route. It only takes a little over an hour to get there on a special train, so it's not too much trouble. Not long after, Zhang Yi arrived at Blizzard City. He walked out of the special train, and the sight he saw in front of him made his eyes light up slightly. In front of him was a woman. A beautiful woman with exquisite makeup. She was wearing a green coat with a double-breasted design and black buttons that were the same color as her long hair. Her face was small, as white as ice and snow, and her big eyes looked at Zhang Yi with a certain look. Zhang Yi has met many kinds of people. From the woman in front of him, he immediately judged that her identity was unusual. There is a kind of nobility in her bones, although Zhang Yi is reluctant to use this word to praise others. The woman in front of him does look like some young ladies he has seen before. There is a kind of arrogance on her face that has not experienced the wind and frost. Even innocence. Zhang Yi could guess that she must not have experienced the despair and struggle of ordinary people after the apocalypse. Are you Zhang Yi? Codename. Chaos. That captain? The woman looked at Zhang Yi and suddenly asked. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, nodded with a smile, and replied, I am Chaos. Who are you? A polite smile appeared on the woman's face. I am Zhu Yonk, the clerk in the Commander-in-Chief's office. The Commander-in-Chief asked me to pick you up. As she spoke, she gracefully stretched out her right hand that was in her pocket. The white and soft little hands looked like they had not suffered any pain. But Zhang Yi was thinking in his heart, Zhu Yonk, whose surname is Zhu. It looks like he is a related household. Zhang Yi had never heard that Zhu Zheng had a daughter, but vaguely remembered Bailey Chongqing saying that he had a 16-year-old son, so the woman in front of him might be his niece. Zhang Yi didn't think much and reached out to shake her hand. But Zhu Yonk frowned when he saw the leather gloves on Zhang Yi's hands. She opened her cherry mouth. Her tone was a little unhappy, but her expression was elegant and polite. Mr. Zhang, isn't it a bit rude of you to do this? Zhang Yi looked at her in surprise. Ah? She pointed to the gloves on Zhang Yi's hand. I mean, when shaking hands with others, you should at least take off your gloves. Right? Are you right? She asked with a smile, although there was a smile on her face. Zhang Yi's impression of this woman suddenly became much worse. Her manners are very decent. Her smile is bright. And even her requests seem to be fine at first glance, making it hard for people to find fault with her. But Zhang Yi doesn't like people who care about everything. He has always hated trouble. Chapter 784 New Mission. Zhu Yong's simple move made Zhang Yi realize one fact clearly. He and the woman in front of him were not on the same social level, at least that was the case before the end of the world. But now, those who still stick to the past are either too strong or too simple. Zhang Yi ignored Zhu Yong's words and just glanced at the Rolex on his wrist. It's almost noon. Let's go. I have to have lunch after seeing Zhu Shuai. After saying that, Zhang Yi walked directly over Zhu Yong and walked outside. Zhu Yong was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Zhang Yi to be so disrespectful to her. She was so vocal and angry in giving him advice. But he just ignored her? You? Wait a minute. The commander-in-chief asked me to take you there, Zhu Yong said with some displeasure. Zhang Yi said without looking back. It's not like I don't know the way. Zhu Yong clenched his fists in his pocket, bit his silver teeth, and glared at Zhang Yi's back. If looks could kill, the clothes on Zhang Yi's back would have been cut into strips by her sharp gaze. But thinking of Zhu Zheng's reminder, she calmed down and followed quickly. That's not possible. I came here with a mission. If I don't take you there, the boss will deduct my salary. Zhang Yi just glanced at her and didn't speak to her. He had seen girls from such wealthy families. When he was working in the group, he also had contact with some related families. Although it cannot be said that they are arrogant. They are all arrogant at heart. No matter how well they hide it on the surface, their inner pride will still be revealed inadvertently. Zhu Yong disliked him for not taking off his gloves when shaking hands. No matter how decent she behaved, she still revealed an unspoken intention. She believed that her status was higher than Zhang Yi's. And no normal person would care about such a trivial matter as whether to wear gloves or not to shake hands in the extremely cold apocalypse. Zhu Yong also noticed Zhang Yi's displeasure, smiled and said to the side, Why are you unhappy just because of such a trivial matter? Her eyebrows rose as if they could dance. I heard from the commander that you are a very powerful person. You can't be so small-minded. Right? Zhang Yi said in a tone that he didn't want to talk to her, that I was motion sick and didn't want to talk. The two people came outside, where Zhu Yong's car was parked. Zhu Yong didn't believe Zhang Yi's words, and knew that Zhang Yi was perfunctory with her. So she couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. She had already begun to complain about Zhang Yi in her heart. It was obvious that he didn't understand social etiquette. But I kindly reminded him. But instead, he became angry. However, considering her identity and the information she learned about Zhang Yi, she suddenly felt relieved. After all, she thought, she was just a warehouse manager, not even a member of the upper class. Let alone the upper class. I can't have too high demands on him. Thinking of Zhu Zheng's reminder to her, Zhu Yong bit her lip and took the initiative to open the car door. Just think I'm wrong. Okay? I should understand you and not judge others by myself. Get in the car. Zhang Yi glanced at the car door she opened, then silently walked over, opened the back seat door, and sat in. I'm tired. Let's take a nap first. Please call me when you get there later. After saying that, Zhang Yi closed his eyes without thinking about himself. The smile on Zhu Yong's face froze. If it was known that the dignified eldest daughter of the Zhu family was refused to open the door for someone, it would surely spread throughout the upper-class circles of the entire Jiangnan region within a day. Okay. You can sleep if you like. She slammed the car door as if she was angry, and then drove over. Along the way, she seemed to be driving erratically in order to retaliate against Zhang Yi, and she would brake suddenly from time to time. This childlike method of revenge made Zhang Yi laugh and laugh, and he was too lazy to argue with her. Half an hour later, they arrived at the new command center. Hey, here we are. Zhu Yong looked through the rearview mirror and saw Zhang Yi, who was still pretending to sleep, and shouted angrily. Zhang Yi opened his eyes. Oh, here it is. After saying that, he quickly opened the car door and walked directly inside. This did not make Zhu Yong angry. She went all the way to pick him up, but he pretended she didn't exist? What a nasty guy, she said angrily. Zhang Yi came to the command center. When the guard saw Zhang Yi, he immediately saluted respectfully, his eyes filled with admiration. Zhang Yi nodded and walked into the building. Zhu Yong asked someone to help her park the car, and hurriedly caught up with Zhang Yi and entered the elevator together. Neither of them spoke in the elevator. Zhang Yi was simply too lazy to talk to this woman. No matter how beautiful a woman is, if she is too troublesome, she will still keep men like Zhang Yi away. Zhu Yong stood leaning against Zhang Yi in the other direction, with a look of displeasure on his face. Ding! The elevator stopped at the 6th floor. Zhang Yi walked out, and at the entrance was Zhu Sheng's huge office. At this time, Zhu Sheng was looking at the information on the computer. Seeing Zhang Yi and Zhu Yong coming over, his face was suddenly filled with smiles. Zhang Yi is here. Come on. Come and sit. He took off his glasses, stood up and told Lan Xinchen to quickly make the Blue Mountain coffee that Zhang Yi often drank, and then enthusiastically pulled Zhang Yi to sit on the sofa. The caring look on his face made him happier than seeing his long-lost biological son. It was also the first time for Zhu Yong to see Zhu Sheng being so enthusiastic towards someone. He couldn't help but mutter something in his heart. Those who didn't know better thought he was your illegitimate son. She hesitated and sat down on the sofa next to her. Zhu Shui, you asked me to come over. What's going on? Just tell me clearly, so that I don't have to worry about it. Zhu Sheng sighed, stretched out his hand and patted his thigh. Oops. We have indeed encountered a very difficult problem. When Zhang Yi heard this, he stood up and planned to leave. I just remembered that I haven't confiscated my clothes at home, so I'll go back. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Don't worry. Sit down, and listen to what I have to say. Zhu Sheng quickly grabbed Zhang Yi, who was about to run away. Zhang Yi looked at Zhu Sheng with a strange expression. Zhu Shui, I can say that he is a meritorious official of Blizzard City. You can't catch me plucking wool from a sheep. Zhu Sheng rubbed his hands. Not for you, but for this matter. It is safest for you to take action now. Zhang Yi took a sip of coffee and signaled Zhu Sheng to continue speaking. Zhu Sheng spoke eloquently and told the status of the mission. On the ocean more than 3,700 kilometers away from Tianhai City, there is an island called Yanlu Island. A group of overseas Chinese from the Huashu Kingdom were trapped on it. They were far away from the country, and had been living hard for more than half a year. Now, they are faced with a shortage of food and the thugs around them are starting to commit murders. They sent a distress signal to Jiangnan region. We cannot ignore it, and must bring them back. Zhu Jingyi said rightly. Isn't your Tianhai City short of people? At that time, just let them take root in Tianhai City, and replenish your population. Chapter 785 The Source of God. When Zhang Yi heard this, he immediately raised his own questions. More than 3,700 kilometers? Why do you still ask people to rescue them after they are so far away? His face was full of amusement. Why did I sound so unbelievable? After the Ice Age, the global population plummeted. In Huashu Kingdom alone, more than 90% of the people died. I am afraid that the population of Huashu Kingdom is only about 100 million now. Now that Zhu Sheng was worried about the overseas Chinese more than 3,000 kilometers away, Zhang Yi naturally became suspicious. Zhu Sheng lowered his voice and told him that there was a big secret here. Zhang Yi immediately listened carefully, and Zhu Yong not far away also pricked up his ears, for fear of missing a word. But Zhu Sheng glanced at her. Yong, you go out first. I'll call you later, and come over again. Zhu Yong looked disappointed, but still left the office honestly. After she left, Zhu Shengtai said to Zhang Yi that they had contacted our person, and revealed that they might have discovered something amazing. That thing is of great significance to us. No, to all the major forces in the world. If it can be obtained, it will increase the strength of the entire Jiangnan region to a new level. It is a great good thing for the entire Huashu Kingdom. Zhang Yi was a little surprised, and looked at Zhang Yi in disbelief. Is it so exaggerated? What the hell is that? Zhu Sheng stared at him, and said it was possible. Yes. Source of God. What is that? Zhang Yi asked. Zhu Sheng told Zhang Yi the story about the Source of God. It was because Sheng Jing obtained a share of the divine source from the Qinling Mountains that they had the first Epsilon-level alien in Huashu Kingdom. That is a very magical thing. No one knows when or how it appeared. The Shengjing district has sealed its existence very tightly, and even we only got partial information. It is said that it can allow people's genes to evolve and reach a new level. Xu Sheng was leaning on the sofa, his eyes filled with memories. I've seen that kind of photo, and it's very similar to the one sent by the expatriates on Gonri Island. And they do sound very similar. Zhang Yi lowered his eyebrows and thought deeply, thinking that this sounded like a myth. When Zhu Sheng saw that Zhang Yi had not spoken for a long time, he asked, Don't you believe it? Zhang Yi glanced at him, and answered very frankly that it sounded like a fairy tale. Zhu Zheng laughed. There are so many things in this world that we don't understand. Did you know that most of the great scientists in history believed in theology in their later years? This shows that our human cognition is insignificant compared to the vast universe. He stopped smiling and said seriously that maybe there really is a creator in this world. As if he was worried about making the mistake of idealism. He hurriedly explained, of course. I am not referring to the human-shaped gods and feudal superstition. Well, that's part of the science too. Zhang Yi crossed his arms, and was doubtful of what Zhu Zheng said. However, if there really is a substance that can allow aliens to evolve, he is also very interested. Source of God. That sounds great, Zhang Yi said lightly. The smile on Zhu Zheng's lips became fuller. This is a rare opportunity that we must not miss. First of all, we need to confirm whether the things in the hands of expatriates are genuine. If the information is confirmed to be correct, the source of God has really been found. Zhang Yi, you are definitely the target of our key training. Although he knew that Zhu Zheng was drawing a pie, Zhang Yi had to admit that he was a little moved. Moreover, if it is just to evacuate overseas Chinese, it is not a very dangerous job. It's just a job of this level. Do you need to let me go? Zhang Yi asked. He is now captain level after all. No. Strictly speaking, he is super captain level. According to Bailey Chongqing, Zhang Yi, with a power index of 9,600 points, is the strongest being in the entire Jiangnan region. Of course, this refers to the theoretical level, and there are still too many uncertain factors in actual combat. Zhu Zheng folded his hands and said seriously that it was an ocean voyage after all, and no one could say what dangers he would encounter in the depths of the ocean. If we send warships and too many experts there, it will definitely attract the attention of other countries and regions. When the news about the source of God is exposed, it will be difficult to deal with it. As you know, our naval radiation capabilities are now mainly located near the coastline of Huashu Kingdom, Zhang Yi said meaningfully. And if we really want to rely on the power of the Navy, we must communicate with the East China Sea region. As for the benefits, let's get some out. Zhu Zheng smiled and said, You are not confused. Zhang Yi bit his finger and began to weigh the risks and rewards of this task in his mind. If the mission is only to evacuate overseas Chinese, it means that we will not directly face powerful hostile forces. And most of the risk index comes from mutant creatures that may appear in the deep sea. Although this is somewhat dangerous, it is not impossible to solve. There are many experienced sailors in Chaoyu Harbor. With them, most risks can be avoided. And the reward is the opportunity to directly get the so-called source of God, allowing him to take a further step in strength. Now if Zhang Yi wants to make progress, it is already difficult to simply devour the origins of foreigners. However, he was not far from the realm of Epsilon, and he could clearly feel it. Or, if he improves step by step, maybe in 3 to 5 years, he will be able to reach Epsilon's strength. Or, he accepts Zhu Zheng's task and takes a chance. He looked at Zhu Zheng again. Is it really as simple as evacuating overseas Chinese? Don't think this task is easy. Zhu Zheng said seriously that the 3,700-kilometer voyage, coupled with such bad weather, increased energy consumption, and that supplies could not be obtained on the way back and forth. For this alone, everyone else would be seeking death. Only you who have space powers and can store a large amount of supplies can do it. Zhang Yi understood somewhat in his heart that this might be the biggest reason why Zhu Zheng asked him to go to Nanyang. After Zhu Zheng's persuasion and Zhang Yi's own weighing of the pros and cons, he decided to take on this mission. After all, if you don't do it yourself, others will do it. If someone seizes the opportunity to be promoted to Epsilon, that will not be good news for him. Shift. I didn't expect that even in the apocalypse, I would still have to take the exam. Zhu Zheng told him several conditions for the execution of this mission. First, the district will not send too many powerful strangers there. Zhang Yi is a stranger from the outer city, and his identity can be easily hidden, which is an advantage. Second, you cannot send warships there. Otherwise it will easily attract attention. Based on the above 2 items, Zhang Yi directly told Zhu Zheng that they did not need to provide manpower or ships, and Tianhai City could provide them themselves. However, the region must provide sufficient fuel and weapons and equipment. Chapter 786, Drag Oil Bottle. Zhu Zheng agreed to Zhang Yi's request. We will provide you with the resources you need. In addition, I will also give you a great assistant to assist you in this mission. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. Like a wily fox, Zhang Yi had a bad feeling in his heart. But he couldn't refuse, because it was impossible for Blizzard City not to send someone to follow this mission. Zhu Zheng needs to control the situation within his own control. But suddenly, Zhang Yi realized something in his heart. He asked, "Couldn't it be the young lady just now?" He pronounced the word miss a little too strongly. Zhu Zheng coughed. "Generally speaking, it is better to call her lady. Miss and so on are a bit confusing." Zhang Yi opened his eyes wide. "Is it really her? This is a bit troublesome. Zhang Yi doesn't like her character very much. It would be a bit reluctant for me to take her with me on a long sea voyage." Zhu Zheng said with a smile that she is my niece. "You have been in contact with her. What do you think of her?" "Zhang Yi, you said that's your niece? What else can I say? What else do you want me to say?" At first glance, Ms. Zhu Yunk is a well-educated, smart and capable person. Zhu Zheng smiled with satisfaction and said, "Ha! It looks like you guys are having a great time talking. I feel relieved." Zhu Yunk is indeed Zhu Zheng's biological niece, so it is difficult for Zhang Yi to refuse the arrangement of this operation. He asked Zhu Zheng for permission to receive supplies, and then temporarily left Zhu Zheng's office. Outside, he saw Zhu Yunk leaning against the wall with a deep expression on her face. She didn't know what she was thinking about, but her frowning brows seemed unhappy. She noticed Zhang Yi coming out and looked over with raised eyebrows. Zhang Yi curled his lips, nodded to her as a greeting, and then left the command center. Zhu Yunk looked at Zhang Yi's back with a stubborn and angry look in his eyes, turned around and walked into the office. "Uncle, why do you want me to get close to this man? I don't like him. He doesn't look like a gentleman at all. In comparison, I still prefer Ding Shentong." She sat on the sofa with her legs crossed and her arms crossed, looking indignant. Zhu Zheng lowered his head and drank coffee, and said lightly that currently, "Zhang Yi is more valuable to me than Ding Shentong. This time I specially arranged for you to go to sea with him, and there will be a few months for you two to be alone. You have to try to get him down within this period of time. At that time, I will let you two get married as a matter of course." A smile appeared at the corner of Zhu Zheng's mouth. At that time, Zhang Yi will become his nephew-in-law. With this relationship, he will become his own person. Zhu Yunk looked a little uncomfortable. "You mean, let me seduce him? As the princess of the Zhu family, relying on her status as an uncle, Zhu Yunk has lived a pampered life since she was a child. She has always been chased by everyone. When has she ever been someone else's dog licker? She is not a girl who graduated from a technical secondary school and will go over to someone just because they sing some good rap lines. When a woman pursues a man, there is a veil between them. As long as you want to do it, I believe you can succeed." Zhu Zheng took a deep look at her. After such a long time, someone else might have conceived a child. "You are not Ling Hu Feishua of Team Rose. If you are not willing to suffer the hardships of life, you must pay some price in exchange for a superior life." Zhu Yunk frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy. She didn't want to be a victim of marriage, but being born in such a family, there were some things she couldn't control. Freedom is not something that is easy to obtain, especially after you have enjoyed a rich material life for decades. Zhu Zheng said lightly that when he went out this time, he also wanted you to experience it. You have not experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse, which is very detrimental to your future work and development. It will be good for you to go out and see the outside world. Zhu Yunk is Zhu Zheng's beloved niece, smart and beautiful. She relied on family resources to obtain a bachelor's degree from MIT Business School at a young age. She will become a useful talent under Zhu Zheng in the future. However, she still needs to be exposed to the cruelty of the apocalypse in order for her to grow up quickly. The risk of this mission was not high, so Zhu Zheng arranged for Zhang Yi to be by her side, which killed two birds with one stone. It could not only cultivate the relationship between her and Zhang Yi, but also allow Zhang Yi to protect her personally. Zhu Yunk combed his hair and said disapprovingly, "Uncle, I know the cruelty of the last days." "No, you don't know," Zhu Zheng retorted mercilessly, saying that your life is too comfortable, and you still have many simple thoughts in your heart. Everyone around you is very kind to you, and you have never experienced the difficult apocalyptic life of ordinary people. You just talk about it with your mouth, but your body cannot feel it at all. You have to go on this mission. If you fail this time, you will be a clerk in Blizzard City from now on, responsible for printing documents and answering phone calls. Lao Zhu's family doesn't raise idle people. Zhu Yunk felt a little desolate in her heart. She didn't expect that her uncle, who had always loved him, would actually use her as a tool to consolidate his power. For a moment, she even had the urge to cry. But she forgot that if it weren't for the fact that she was Zhu Zheng's niece, it would be difficult for her to survive after the apocalypse. "I understand. Isn't it just to marry him? I'll just do it." Zhu Yong sniffed and stood up as if he had made a big sacrifice. Don't worry. I will complete this matter smoothly. Zhang Yi finished collecting the necessary resources at the military supply office. This includes a large number of shipborne weapons and equipment. And fuel. Although there is no shortage of fuel in Tianhai City, Zhang Yi has never taken anything for nothing. He deserves all this. So how can he be polite to Lao Zhu? Zhu Yong approached Zhang Yi. Although she still had a grudge against Zhang Yi, thinking of Zhu Zheng's order, she still tried her best to put a smile on her face. Zhang Yi said coldly. Please call me by my code name when working. Zhu Yong's expression froze. Is it necessary to be so serious? Some things are most scary to get used to. Zhang Yi glanced at her. This time we are going on a long trip to the sea. And the most important thing along the way is to hide our identity. So people must not know that I am Zhang Yi. By the way, you can't even call me by my code name when I'm on the road. When the time comes, you will call me Mr. Zhang. And I will call you Miss Zhu. Zhang Yi couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth when he thought of Zhu Zheng's interpretation of the word miss. Zhu Yong gathered her long hair, revealing her white neck. Well, then it's up to you. Zhang Yi was confirming the supply list with the quartermaster. She came to Zhang Yi and said next to him if there was anything else that needed attention. Please tell me clearly at some time. Okay. After Zhang Yi confirmed the supplies, he calmly said to her, I'll send it to your email later. Zhang Yi's cold attitude made Zhu Yong very angry. Hey, they just said you were rude when shaking hands. Why are you so cold to them? After all, we are also partners on a mission together. There's no need to look like this. Right? Is it possible that you want to be so cold to me for the next few months? Zhang Yi glanced at her funny. You also know that we are just partners on a mission. So everyone should perform their duties. There's no need to act like a good relationship. Right? If the circles are different, there is no need for hard integration. With Zhang Yi's current status, even Zhu Zheng has to be polite to him. Naturally, there was no need for him to please the eldest lady of the Zhu family. Zhu Yong couldn't help but feel a trace of regret in his heart when he thought of his attitude when he first met Zhang Yi. If she had known earlier, her attitude towards Zhang Yi would have been better. Zhang Yi said to Zhu Yong that we set off from the seaport of Tianhai City. I don't plan to take anyone from Blizzard City with me on the way, but we'll use crew members from Tianhai City. Zhu Yong nodded. Then I'll go with you. Chapter 787 The Most Terrifying Comparison. Zhu Yong is Zhu Zheng's eyes and ears. Zhang Yi thinks so in his heart. Therefore, he did not refuse to take Zhu Yong with him. But he would not deliberately please her because of this. Anyway, the mission of the two of them is just to evacuate overseas Chinese. And there is no need for much communication. Zhang Yi left Blizzard City with Zhu Yong and took a special train back to Tianhai City. Zhu Yong was carrying a large suitcase filled with her daily necessities. Zhang Yi had no intention of helping her put her luggage into the different space. She closed her eyes as soon as she got on the train and sat silently on the train to rest. A Sigma man never falls into a woman's trap. After arriving in Tianhai City, Zhang Yi took out the snowmobile from the different space and said to Zhu Yong, Let's go and go back to my residence first. Zhu Yong's heart moved. Go back to your residence? She looked Zhang Yi up and down and asked suspiciously, What do you want to do by bringing a girl home? Zhang Yi was speechless. Are you going? I'll just go. Zhu Yong felt a little uneasy and secretly wondered if Zhang Yi had an insight into Zhu Zheng's thoughts and planned to take the opportunity to do something to her. Although her purpose was the same, she felt that the progress should not be so fast. At least there should be some prelude. For example, Zhang Yi is first attracted to her, and then falls in love with her, and then the two of them do something logically. But now Zhang Yi is clearly the leader. With such an uneasy feeling, she got into Zhang Yi's car. Go down and sit in the back. Zhang Yi saw her in the passenger seat and drove her away without politeness. Zhu Yong gritted his teeth angrily. Do you want to do this? My passenger seat is reserved for my woman. Zhang Yi said without comment. He could feel that Zhu Yong was arrogant. So he had to kill her spirit before setting off on the mission. Otherwise, there will definitely be a lot of trouble again. Zhu Yong was keenly aware of the key point of the matter. Do you have a girlfriend? Of course, Zhang Yi said lightly. Do you think a man as handsome and capable as me might be single? Zhu Yong's eyes widened. Her uncle actually asked her to chase a man who had a girlfriend? Thinking of her uncle's extremely realistic acting style, Zhu Yong reluctantly accepted the reality. She thought to herself that it doesn't matter. Even if he has a girlfriend, I can still snatch him away. Zhu Yong prides herself on being sexy, beautiful, knowledgeable, and a top socialite with superior wealth. She still has this confidence. But she still went to sit in the back obediently. While on the road, looking at the snowy land outside, she gradually began to calm down. Reflect on whether there were any problems with your previous actions. Being with Zhang Yi is just a task assigned by the uncle. In Zhu Yong's eyes, Zhang Yi is a man who has great shortcomings, but seems to be reliable based on all the conditions. As long as you marry him, you will be able to enjoy a superior life in the future and be the wife of the investigation captain that everyone envies. She is an exquisite egoist, and it is not unacceptable to sacrifice her appearance in order to achieve her own goals. She thought about it. Although Zhang Yi now has the problems of a small bourgeoisie, and there is a big gap between her and her from the upper class. But after getting married, she can transform Zhang Yi according to her ideas. After half an hour's drive, Zhu Yong imagined his future life in his mind. Zhang Yi drove to the entrance of the shelter, looking at the huge luxurious villa in front of him. Zhu Yong nodded, quite satisfied. The house is quite big. You must have put in a lot of effort to keep it intact in such a world of ice and snow. Zhu Yong looked at the shelter with an appreciative eye and commented like this. But I still think it's not as good as Blizzard City. It's just too deserted here. Zhang Yi glanced at her, and I didn't let you stay. Zhu Yong's face sank. They just commented on your house. Do you need to be weird? Zhang Yi ignored her, and went to open the door of the shelter. After the iris scan, the huge alloy door slowly opened. Zhang Yi and Zhu Yong walked into the shelter. After seeing the luxurious and warm decoration inside, a different light finally appeared in Zhu Yong's eyes. She originally thought that places outside Blizzard City were a desolate and decadent scene. Even if there are traces of human activity, they must be living in a bad way. But everything inside the shelter shocked her completely. Warm and gorgeous. She can certainly tell that all the decorations are of the highest quality. Even the carpet underfoot is a hand-woven product imported from Rome. A small piece of a few square meters costs tens of thousands of Colombian coins. That's 200,000 Chinese dollars. Not just carpets. Sofas, ceilings, cabinets, chairs. All are also the most luxurious brands. After the apocalypse, even Zhu Zhang has not enjoyed such a luxurious life, let alone her small villa in Blizzard City. Where did you get these things? Zhu Yong forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart and asked, pretending to be calm. Heavy snow has closed down the city, and even Blizzard City can only transfer necessary living supplies. No one cares about enjoyment. But why do you have so many luxuries here? Zhang Yi casually replied that it was the end of the world. These things were thrown everywhere in the mall, and picked up everywhere. In the shelter, most of the household items now come from Zhang Yi. He said it was calm and gentle. But for Zhu Yong, this was extremely difficult to achieve. After all, not everyone is like Zhang Yi, who has the ability to dig out materials from the snow layer dozens of meters deep underground, and then carry them all the way back. Huh? There is a guest at home. Just when Zhu Yong was shocked, a pleasant voice suddenly came from his ears. She turned her head to look, and she couldn't move her eyes away. Standing in front of her was a tall and beautiful woman wearing a blue dress. Her makeup is very delicate. Her fair and pink face is flawless, and her elegant figure is perfectly highlighted by the tight dress. That's a true golden proportion figure. You can exercise it just right without looking too thin. When he saw her, Zhu Yong couldn't help but touch his arm. She suddenly felt uncomfortable anywhere on her body. She was obviously a beautiful and elegant woman. But when compared with the woman in front of her, Zhu Yong felt self-harming and ashamed from the bottom of her heart. With a soft smile on Zhou Qir's face, she also looked at Zhu Yong. But after reading it, she felt relieved. Chapter 788. Zhu Yong feels uncomfortable. Zhang Yi said to Zhou Qir that this is Zhu Yong, sent by the superiors to go on a mission with me. Please entertain her. A strange light flashed in Zhou Qir's eyes. Got another mission? Where are you going? Is it far? Zhang Yi took off his heavy clothes and said it was confidential. This is a confidential mission, and I can't take too many people with me. Zhou Qir politely greeted Zhu Yong. What do you want to drink? Coffee or tea? Zhu Yong bit her lip. Thank you. I'll just drink boiled water. Zhou Qir started chatting with Zhang Yi while going to pour water for Zhu Yong. Do you need us to help you prepare? If the journey is far, take me with you. It is more convenient to have a doctor nearby. Zhang Yi was lying on the sofa, thinking in his mind. Don't worry. I have other things to deal with here. While the two were talking, Yang Xia and Zhou Haimei heard the sound and came out. Seeing them, Zhu Yong shouted in surprise. Are you Yang Xia and Zhou Haimei? Yang Xia and Zhou Haimei were both famous celebrities before the end of the world, so of course she recognized them. The two of them learned about Zhu Yong's identity and greeted her politely. In Ju Young's heart, he began to have some strange feelings towards Zhang Yi. She made some insinuations, and found out that Yang Xia and Zhou Qier were both people around Zhang Yi. This made her a little unhappy. Although in her world, capable men are always surrounded by many women. But Zhang Yi is already her prey in her heart. How can she be so bothered? For a while, she began to feel depressed again. One after another, other people in the family were also called out. Yang Xia's face began to lose its calmness. In addition to Zhou Qier and the other three, there are actually several young and beautiful girls in this family. In terms of appearance, Yang Xinqi is no less than Zhou Qier and Yang Xia. The key is that she is only 18 years old. Young and lively. Lu Karen and Liang Yu are also very good looking. The key is that they both have a very special temperament, not the temperament of an independent woman like a vase. There were so many warblers and swallows that Zhu Yang began to feel a little irritable. Ahem. Mr. Zhang. When should we set off? There is a saying that I don't know whether to say or not. This is a confidential mission, so it is best not to bring anyone who is not related to the mission. Zhang Yi took a deep look at Zhu Yang. After being silent for a few seconds, he told Yang Xia to arrange a room for Miss Zhu so that she could rest. Zhu Yang naturally heard that Zhang Yi had something to talk to the people around him, and did not want her, an outsider, to be around. She stood up proudly, and went with Yang Xia. After a while, Yang Xia came back and said with a smile that she liked the room assigned to her very much. After that, she sat next to Zhang Yi and asked Zhang Yi, "Who is she? Is he a powerful alien from a certain investigation team?" At first, the people in the shelter were a little in awe of Zhu Yang. They thought that the person who could be sent by Zhu Zheng to perform tasks with Zhang Yi must be a master with extraordinary ability. Zhang Yi said lightly that she was from a related household. She was Zhu Zheng's niece. She should be asked to take her with her to brush up on her resume, so that she can be promoted later. Yang Xinqin's eyes were filled with amusement. She tilted her head and looked at Zhang Yi's side face. "But why do I feel that her attitude towards you is a little strange?" Zhang Yi sneered, folded his arms and said, "After all, he is a child of the leader's family, and he is used to being arrogant." Yang Xinqin smiled strangely. She and Zhou Qier exchanged glances, and then said, "Brother Zhang Yi, you don't understand women. I feel like she is trying to figure you out." Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment, then pointed at his nose with a wry smile. "Are you trying to trick me?" Zhou Qier nodded. "I feel it too. She seemed a little uncomfortable when she saw us. From her eyes, I saw a look of jealousy." Zhang Yi couldn't help but said that there was nothing he could do. It seemed that his charm was too great. "She fell in love with me as soon as we met. Right?" He said it with a smile because he thought it was a bit outrageous. Zhu Yang started to find fault with him the first time he saw him, which was obviously not a good impression. "Perhaps Zhu Zheng wants her to marry you." Yang Xinqin suddenly saw the essence of the matter. "Brother, you are now the target of all parties vying to win over you. In Blizzard City, all forces are showing their favor to you. The Ding family provides you with technical means, and also helps your friends with training. It's not surprising that Zhu Zheng wants to use marriage to win over you." When Yang Xinqin said this, Zhang Yi also noticed that something was not right. However, he smiled nonchalantly, and said that this old Zhu is really old and confused. Zhang Yi has no interest in that kind of arrogant young lady. But he could think about taming such an arrogant woman. It's a pity that Zhu Yang's character really doesn't suit his taste. He is a refined egoist, not a lustful man. Emotions can be the regulator of life, but they should not be everything. Even Zhou Qier would not have become a member of Zhang Yi's side if it were not for her status as a doctor. Don't worry about her. After the mission is over, there will be no more interactions between her and me. He understood Zhu Zheng's thoughts. But Zhu Zheng could not force him to marry Zhu Yang. In the final analysis, the initiative lies in Zhang Yi's hands. Zhou Qier, however, held Zhang Yi's hand with some worry. Having said that, aren't you going on a long trip on this mission? As the saying goes, if love grows over time, who can guarantee that you will not misfire? Zhang Yi smiled, put his hand on the back of her hand and patted her. Don't worry. I won't take a bite of the poisonous food no matter how delicious it is. If it was just a free woman, he wouldn't mind having a nice exchange. However, behind Zhu Yang stood Zhu Zheng, and getting involved with her would mean endless trouble. Zhang Yi would not be stupid. Uncle Yu asked Zhang Yi with concern. Is this mission high risk? Zhang Yi did not explain the specific content of the task to everyone, so everyone understood that Zhang Yi would not bring too many people there. Zhang Yi smiled and said it was hard to say. There shouldn't be much danger. But in this world, It's hard to say anything. But you don't need to worry about me. I still have the ability to protect myself. He thought that even if the ship crashed at sea, he would be able to survive with his abilities and characteristics. Just stay at home as usual. Chapter 789 Preparation for Going to Sea +4. This time, Zhang Yi only planned to take Zhou Qian with him when he went to sea. Because of the months-long cycle, it is inevitable that someone will get sick on the ship. So having a ship's doctor is very important. After explaining the affairs at home, Zhang Yi contacted Qin Jingwan and asked him to help him prepare an icebreaker and manpower to go to sea. Send me the most experienced sailors with ocean-going experience. When Qin Jingwan received the task, he naturally did not dare to have any opinions and took the time to make arrangements for Zhang Yi. Since the task was urgent, Zhang Yi went to Chaoyu Harbor that afternoon to check on the ships and personnel. According to Zhang Yi's request, Chaoyu Harbor provided the most advanced icebreaker Jin Feng. Naturally, the harbor is also equipped with warships. But this mission was relatively confidential, so the warships were simply ignored. Zhang Yi stepped onto this huge icebreaker. The Jin Feng is 106 meters long, has a full load of 16,000 tons, and can carry 2,000 tons of fuel. After the Ice Age, it was undoubtedly the best choice for ocean voyages. Qin Jingwan equipped Zhang Yi with the most experienced sailors. Among them were Lao Tian, who had previously sailed the ship for Zhang Yi, and 12 other sailors. The average sailing experience per person is more than 7 years, and all of them are veteran sailors who have engaged in ocean voyages. Zhang Yi called everyone together and explained to them the importance of this operation. Our trip this time is to go to a distant place and bring a group of overseas Chinese back to China. This is my first ocean voyage, and I need all of you to cooperate with me along the way. He raised a finger. The most important thing is that everyone should keep their mouths shut. Do not have any communication with the outside world. And do not have any discussions with the expatriates after we receive them. You can call me Captain. Or Mr. Zhang. Don't reveal my name. Remember it all? Zhang Yi said sharply. All the sailors quickly shouted yes. Zhang Yi nodded and told Qin Jingwan to collect all their weapons. Then Zhang Yi will distribute it to them uniformly. In addition, Zhang Yi asked Qin Jingwan about adding weapons to the icebreaker. Qin Jingwan replied that in that case, the hull would have to be modified. It may take a while. The icebreaker does not leave room for shipborne guns. Zhang Yi sighed. If it didn't work, he could only play retro and use a land gun to board the ship. He carefully considered not using warships just so as not to attract the attention of other forces. But without any weapons for defense, if he really encounters trouble, he can only rely on Zhang Yi to deal with it himself. That could easily reveal his identity. After thinking about it, he decided that when it came time to fight, he would use land cannons to board the ship, and he prepared a lot of mines to deal with submarines. This thing may not be used against submarines. It is more likely to deal with the mutated giant marine life that may appear underwater. Qin Jingwan prepared the boat and basic living supplies that day. Early the next morning, Zhang Yi took Zhu Yonk and Zhou Qian and set off for Chaoyu Harbor. Zhu Yonk didn't seem to expect that Zhou Qian would also go with him. She found Zhang Yi privately and expressed her views. Zhang Yi, I am not someone who cares about everything. It's just that this mission is very important, and you have to take your girlfriend with you. Is there something wrong with this? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and said lightly that Qian was a doctor. What do you think would happen on a long sea voyage without a doctor? Without a doctor, a small cold could kill someone. Zhu Yonk insisted. Is there no other doctor? The sailors on the ship are all men. It is enough for you to bring me a beautiful woman. Is it inappropriate to bring another one? Zhang Yi looked at her jokingly, smiled playfully, and said it's okay. I only brought one beautiful woman. Zhu Yonk was stunned for a moment, then realized that Zhang Yi said she was not as good looking as Zhou Qian. She stamped her feet angrily. Please take this mission seriously. Zhang Yi frowned and used a stern tone to her for the first time. Miss Su, please remember clearly. I am the person in charge of this mission. You just went with me. Don't dictate my decision. Let me be clear. If I didn't give Zhu Shui face, I wouldn't bother to take you with me. So when you talk to me in the future, you'd better position yourself. Do you understand? If you continue to make trouble unreasonably, I will drive you back directly. As soon as Zhang Yi got angry, Zhu Yonk immediately withered. He was a man who had experienced mountains of corpses and seas of blood. When he got angry, the murderous aura in his body was enough to make such an inconsiderate young lady tremble. She was so submissive that she couldn't even say a complete sentence. Zhang Yi didn't even look at her and turned around to look for Zhou Qian. But after he left, Zhu Young turned to look in the direction he left, and his eyes began to look a little weird. Ever since she was a child, no man has dared to yell at her. She suddenly felt that Zhang Yi was very masculine, which made her a little excited. Zhang Yi came to Zhou Qir's room. She was sorting out her clothes and personal belongings, with more than a dozen suitcases full of things. She didn't mind it. Anyway, with Zhang Yi's space, no matter how many things there were, it wouldn't be a problem. Zhang Yi leaned against the door and watched her bending down to pack her things. Her beautiful figure and perfect curves still made his heart flutter. Zhang Yi folded his arms and said calmly that it was very hard to go on a long sea trip. This time, he said it would take at least 2 or 3 months. The sea is very windy, and the waves are definitely not as comfortable as at home. Have you thought about it? After hearing this, Zhou Qir stood up and stretched, revealing her fair and slender waist. Of course she looked at Zhang Yi with a smile. After all, if I didn't have this opportunity, it would be rare for me to live in the same world with you. She came over, hugged Zhang Yi's arm with a smile, and pressed against his body tightly. You have to let me help you. Moreover, there is a sly smile on her face, and her peach blossom eyes are full of narrowness. You have already said that the voyage will take 2 or 3 months. If I am not around, you will also feel uncomfortable. Right? Humph. I won't give that woman a chance. Zhu Jing sent Zhu Yong to follow Zhang Yi, with the obvious purpose of hoping that something would happen between Zhang Yi and Zhu Yong. However, everyone knows in their hearts that in the last days when the situation is unclear, it is best not to side with a certain force. But if there were no other women on board during the months-long voyage, who could guarantee that Zhang Yi could resist the temptation? Zhang Yi asked himself, but he didn't dare to vouch for it. He let out a long sigh and hugged Zhou Qir's graceful body. You are still thoughtful. Don't worry. If nothing else, even if you encounter danger at sea, I can guarantee your safety. Have Yukong and Space Shuttle, with his ability, even if there was a shipwreck, he would still have no problem leading Zhou Qir to escape. Before setting off, he had studied all the islands and reefs on the route. Chapter 799. Regardless of Zhu Yong's objection, Zhang Yi took Zhou Qir to sea together. As for other people, especially the women at home, they were quite critical of this, especially Yang Xinxin, who looked at Zhang Yi helplessly, looking pitiful. Obviously, he also wanted to go out with Zhang Yi. Lu Karen also proposed that he could serve as a mechanic and come on board the ship to help with repairs. But these requests were flatly rejected by Zhang Yi. This is not an outing, but a mission of vital importance. Even he couldn't tell whether he would encounter danger in the sea. If something really happened, he wouldn't be able to protect so many people at sea. However, the people in the shelter sent them to Chaoyu Harbor, taking a snowmobile from the port and traveling for more than 10 kilometers. We arrived at the location where the fleet anchored. The water here was deeper, and not completely frozen. The icebreaker Jin Feng had been pulled out by Qin Jingwan's men, and the deck was filled with sailors ready to go. Zhang Yi said goodbye to everyone at home, and told them to pay attention to safety when he was away, and not to be careless. If you encounter any danger, contact him and Zhu Zheng as soon as possible. After explaining the chores, he took Zhou Qir and Zhu Yong on board the boat. Zhang Yi and Zhou Qir were relaxed, and didn't bring anything with them, because they were all placed in a different space. But Zhu Yong does not have this kind of treatment. When she arrived, she tried to minimize unnecessary carrying, but she still had 2 huge suitcases to carry. Zhang Yi had no intention of taking the initiative to help, but Uncle Yu was kind-hearted and helped her load the car. After arriving at the harbor, naturally there were sailors to help carry it aboard. After boarding the deck, Zhu Yong took out the communicator in front of Zhang Yi and said to the other end, Uncle, we have boarded the ship. You can go today. Zhang Yi secretly laughed in his heart. Zhu Yong did this deliberately to demonstrate to him. Tell him that Zhu Zheng is standing behind him. Zhang Yi didn't care and signaled to Lao Tian that he could sail the boat. The crew members all returned to their respective posts, and Lao Tian skillfully directed the lifting of the anchor. The huge icebreaker moved slowly, crushing the surrounding thin ice, and then began to set off towards the ocean. Zhang Yi took Zhou Qir to their room. Inside the cabin, the boiler is always burning, and the heating is very abundant. This is what Zhang Yi requested. Although he is going on a long sea voyage, he will not be too reluctant about the quality of life. At least aspects such as heating and food must be satisfactory. These are also very simple for him. Whether it's fuel or food for heating, there's already enough stored in the different spaces. Of course, I got it from Zhu Zheng. How could I pay for it myself when working for the unit? In the days that followed, It was just a monotonous voyage. Lao Tian and others have many years of sailing experience, especially after the end of the world. They also followed Wei Dinghai on a long voyage. Therefore, they know in their hearts which sea areas are dangerous. Before setting off, Zhang Yi told them that there was no need to rush and they must take the safest route. First of all, you must avoid routes with pirates. And secondly, you must not approach the sea area around Neon, because there are a lot of Ronin there, who are actually part-time pirates and road bandits. Secondly, you have to consider sea areas where sea monsters appear. They don't lack food and energy anyway, so there's no need to worry about traveling at sea for a long time. Just proceed with safety as your first principle. Lao Tian and the others were naturally very happy. They are surrounded by the top aliens in the Jiangnan region, and they are also aliens from the space system. Going to sea with Zhang Yi made them feel extremely at ease and very proud at the same time. Even if you have children in the future, you can brag to them that you and Zhang Yi went on missions together. In the first half month, there were no major problems in navigation. After all, the sea areas they pass through are within the territorial waters of Huaxu State, and they only need to say hello to the patrol navy in the East China Sea region. However, since leaving the territorial waters of Huaxu Kingdom, troubles have increased one after another. On the 17th day of the voyage, the Jin Feng needed to pass through Neon's territorial waters. Lao Tian came over to find Zhang Yi and asked if he wanted to contact the other party's Maritime Administration Department to avoid misunderstandings. Zhang Yi was reading a book. When he heard this, he closed the book. On it was the title, 1Q84, in italics. No, just go there. If you encounter someone blocking your way, let's talk. Zhang Yi did this for his own reasons. After the end of the world, the population of various countries in the world has dropped sharply, and their military strength and defense capabilities have also been severely damaged. Even the Huaxu Kingdom cannot completely control the surrounding sea areas. This also means that the ocean is gradually becoming a chaotic place. Neon itself is divided into two major forces, and the navy is probably unstable. Neon's maritime self-defense force doesn't have many defensive forces such as ships, so don't worry about it. If you take the initiative to contact you, it will easily arouse the other party's suspicion. If something really went wrong, it would be fine to let Zhu Zheng talk to the other party. Lao Tian got Zhang Yi's order and left. A few hours later, they received a warning from the Neon Maritime Self-Defense Force. Zhang Yi asked Lao Tian to explain to the other party that they were civilian ships, not warships, and they were passing through the Neon waters to rescue people. In addition, Zhu Zheng was contacted and asked to communicate with them. Although the people over at Neon sounded a little dissatisfied, they now did not have the ability to fully regulate the sea area, so they could only let Zhang Yi and others pass by. After solving the problem here, Zhang Yi continued to read his book in the room. But unexpectedly, as soon as they left the Neon Sea, violent explosions suddenly sounded around them. The hull of the ship began to shake slightly, which startled Zhou Qier. Zhang Yi's eyes tightened, and he reached out and patted Zhou Qier's shoulder. "Don't worry. I'm here. I'll go over and see what's going on." He dodged and appeared in the command room of the icebreaker. Lao Tian and the sailors all took out their weapons, staring at the radar signal on the screen with angry faces and cursing. Zhang Yi noticed that many small red dots appeared on the radar. What happened? As soon as everyone saw Zhang Yi, they immediately had a backbone. "Mr. Zhang, this area has been mined. You must have met a pirate." Lao Tian was smoking his cigarette pipe with a gloomy expression. "It must be the damn Neon man who did it. They sent us out with their front legs, and informed the surrounding pirates of the news with their back legs." A playful sneer appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. "How about the hull? Nothing serious. Our boat is solid, but these mines are just a roadblock, and the surrounding pirate ships are already approaching us," Lao Tian said, pointing to a dozen approaching small red dots on the radar. Zhang Yi said calmly, "Just control the ship here, and I will handle the matters outside." After he finished speaking, the person had disappeared. The sailors knew that Zhang Yi had gone to deal with the enemy, but they were not willing to sit idle. Half of the sailors went on the deck with guns. Chapter 791 Neon Pirates. Zhang Yi came to the deck, and as expected, as Lao Tian said, there were more than a dozen small boats approaching the Jin Feng at a rapid speed. There were 3 or 4 people on each boat, armed with guns and rocket launchers. Zhang Yi was leaning in front of the railing. Several pirates over there noticed Zhang Yi and immediately started shouting. Through the translation system, Zhang Yi heard clearly that they were shouting to stop the boat. "Don't resist, and I will spare your life. But the neon accent still makes people feel a little physically uncomfortable. There is no doubt that these are the pirates colluding with Neon Sea Pipe. Judging from their proficiency, this is definitely not the first time they have done this. As long as a civilian ship passes through the Neon Sea area, it will be immediately surrounded by them. A cruel smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. He turned his hand and took out a rocket launcher from another space. But after thinking for a second, he gave up using this thing to sink the little neon boats. Zhang Yi changed to his Hengdaoxingdi. Hey, you guy. Did you hear that? Were you so scared that you peed your pants? Stop the boat quickly and give up resistance. A little neon wearing a velvet straw hat and a scar on his face shouted wildly, raising the AK in his hand high and pointing it at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi jumped up slightly. His body became very light, and the toes of his feet suddenly touched the railing. Then he jumped from the hull of the ship, which was more than 10 meters high, toward the Neon Man's speedboat on the sea. The power of the Black Void is attached to the blade. Only the hardest metal in the world can withstand such terrifying power. At this time, Zhang Yi's grasp of the power of space is far better than before. Before the little neons on the speedboat could react, the sword fell in the air and turned into a waning moon sword light. Click! The speedboat was broken directly into two parts in the middle, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. Puff! The broken hull of the ship sank directly into the ice sea, and the little neons on the ship screamed in horror. If you fall into sea water with this temperature, you will definitely die. And before dying, you can experience the feeling of your body being frozen into ice cubes. After Zhang Yi cut off a speedboat, his body quickly disappeared in midair, and reappeared in the sky above another speedboat the next moment. Another simple stroke of the knife split the speedboat into two pieces. The old trick was repeated, and in just a short moment, 3 speedboats were hacked and sunk. The little neons on the boat fell into the water, wailing in panic, begging their companions to come and save them. But before other pirates came to rescue them, their bodies gradually became frozen stiff in the sea. Their skin turned purple, and they looked as scary as zombies. This method of death is particularly impressive, and so is Zhang Yi's purpose. It would be too cheap for them to blow them up directly. This group of beasts has killed countless innocent people in this sea area. A stranger. He is a stranger. The pirates finally realized something was wrong, and this time, they got into trouble. But being cruel by nature, they ignored it, and were determined to kill Zhang Yi. Various weapons were fired in Zhang Yi's direction, including AK bullets and rocket launchers. However, they couldn't capture Zhang Yi's movements at all. He flashed in the air like a ghost. This group of stupid guys even sank their own companions' ships. Even if some bullets happened to capture Zhang Yi's position, they were all absorbed into the different space. Zhang Yi was like a dragonfly tapping water, killing them one after another. Only sinking the ship does not directly end the life of the neon pirate. It is to make them fall into the ice sea and experience the despair of freezing to death before they die. The sailors rushed up at this time, and surprisingly, Zhu Yonk also came to the deck to watch the situation. Then, they saw Zhang Yi's relaxed and carefree way of killing. More than a dozen ships were sunk by Zhang Yi with great ease. They could even hear the desperate wail of the little neon as it sank into the ice sea. Help me! Help me! But this wailing sound did not last long, and was completely swallowed up by the blue sea of ice. The sailors on the deck smiled at each other, and some touched their heads helplessly. They didn't even have time to fire a shot. And in the end, everyone was killed by Zhang Yi. This is the benefit of having big legs in the team. Zhu Yonk looked at Zhang Yi's figure. The cold sea breeze blew the hair under her velvet hat, making her eyes look strange. In fact, it is not bad to find a man who can protect yourself. Although he is a bit lacking in etiquette, he is still a good candidate. Zhang Yi returned to the deck and said calmly to everyone, "Let's move on!" Encountering pirates is not surprising, and maybe someone will intercept him next. However, with Zhang Yi here, it is a guarantee of absolute safety. Zhang Yi didn't take this matter to heart, but after Zhu Yonk returned to the room, he reported the incident to Zhu Zheng using his portable communicator. I see. Because it was a pirate encountered on the high seas, it was difficult to use this incident as a context. With Zhang Yi here, you don't have to worry about safety. Zhu Zheng looked at Zhu Yonk with a serious face. But, how did you complete the task I assigned you? Zhu Yonk's face froze, and he said with some resentment that he brought his girlfriend here. He even ate in his room since boarding the ship, and I had no chance to contact him at all. The weather was so cold that everyone tried to avoid being on the deck, and even ate in a comfortable place. Zhang Yi prepared his own food, so he didn't go over to eat in the cafeteria with Lao Tian and others. However, Zhu Yunk did not receive such good treatment and ate the same canned and prepared dishes as the crew members. Zhu Zheng said seriously when he heard this. Think of a solution. You can't let me teach you about this kind of thing. Right? You have to learn to do something on your own. Zhu Yunk muttered that the current environment is not good. Put it in the past. Zhu Zheng interrupted her. Where are you going? Where is the environment bad? You are the one who destroys the environment. Don't always act like a lady. Take the initiative. Zhu Yunk hesitantly agreed. But she felt a little aggrieved. She turned on her phone and looked left and right at her face. How am I worse than Zhou Kier? Why doesn't he come over to please me? Zhu Yunk didn't understand in his heart. She just looks a little worse than Zhou Kier. Her figure is not as good as hers. And her temper is a little bit louder than hers. Apart from these, in what way is she inferior to Zhou Kier? The Jin Feng left this sea area. A few hours later, a ship sailed nearby and discovered the frozen bodies. Physics is amazing. A body frozen into ice blocks will float on the water. When the people on the boat saw these corpses, they were surprised to find that the corpses were all intact. In other words, they were not killed by firearms, but fell into the water and drowned. But what should be done to make a group of pirates who are good at water freeze to death in the ice sea? And where are those speedboats? It looks like there are powerful aliens on that ship. On the bow of the ship, the leader of a pirate organization said cautiously. It was a ship from the Huashu Kingdom. Their people rarely left the southeastern sea. But this time, they traveled across the ocean. It was very strange, said the person next to him. This thing is very strange. But we can't control it. The gap between our strength and Huashu Kingdom is too big. Hee hee. You can tell the Colombian troops this news. They will definitely be interested in this news. After several pirates discussed it, they did not dare to pursue the Golden Edge. Instead, they chose to return to Neon Island and pass the news to the Colombian troops stationed on Ropefly Island. Chapter 792 Colombian Ocean Fleet. Neon. Ropefly Island. Since the last century, the Colombian Ocean Force has been stationed here, with a total of 50,000 troops stationed, although the number is not too large. In the current situation of modern warfare, this force relies on the advanced battleships in their hands and has always been a presence in the ocean area that no one dares to ignore. After the arrival of the Ice Age, the entire Neon Islands fell into a severe ice panic. The people at the bottom lacked food and clothing, and most of them died of cold and hunger. But the Colombian ocean forces have always enjoyed a privileged life, because according to the agreement between Neon and Colombia, the living supplies of the ocean-going troops must be guaranteed. So it's ridiculous to say that the civilian mortality rate on Rope Island is as high as 90%. But few among the ocean-going troops died of hunger and cold. Even the canned food they abandoned fed many locals. This scene is very similar to a century ago. However, due to the advent of the Ice Age, the transportation between the ocean-going troops and the mainland of Colombia on the other side of the ocean was inconvenient. Instead, the ocean-going troops became a local warlord-like existence. There is an ambiguous relationship between the oceanic fleet and the top brass of Colombia. Although they ostensibly obey the command of Colombia's top brass, they have great autonomy in the ocean area. The 5-star General Douglas, the commander of the Colombian Ocean Force, also became the local emperor. On this day, the Communications Department of the Ocean-Going Force received a call from the Neon Maritime Department, informing them of the discovery of the Huashu State icebreaker heading to the southeastern waters. This news naturally attracted the attention of the ocean-going troops, as their most powerful opponent in the ocean region. After the end of the world, all maritime actions of the Huashu Kingdom will attract their attention. So the news was reported to the level of Colonel Carl Rosen, commander of Task Force 50. After seeing the intelligence, Carl Rosen attached great importance to this issue. After the arrival of the Ice Age, all countries are in a difficult survival situation, and it has been very difficult to maintain the basic operation of the country. At this time, why are there civilian ships from Huashu State sailing out to sea? How do they deal with supplies along the way? Lieutenant Trundle, the staff member, stepped forward and asked if he should intercept them. Investigate it carefully. Carl Rosen frowned and fell into thought. On the high seas, if the civilian ships of Huashu State are intercepted rashly, it will definitely cause huge controversy. At present, the ocean-going forces are independent from overseas, and the global situation is very delicate. They are not willing to conflict with Huashu State. Otherwise, in a real fight, Huashu Kingdom's Zephyr could easily destroy their aircraft carrier battle group. Carl Rosen carefully examined the information in his hand. It is easy to find information about the Jin Feng. After all, It is one of the most advanced icebreakers in the world, and all kinds of information are recorded in detail. The private ship belonged to a couple who loved to travel around the world before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, it fell into the hands of an armed organization in Tianhai City. Civilian ships cannot carry large amounts of weapons. Carl Rosen thought for a long time and finally made a decision. Don't pay attention to it. It's just a civilian ship and won't have any impact on us. But you have to monitor its position along the way and report it to me immediately if you find any abnormalities. Yes, Colonel. Trundle took the order and asked the investigation department to pay attention to the ship's movements. In fact, even if they did board the ship for inspection at this time, they would not be able to find any problems. The biggest secret of Zhang Yi's mission is that something in his mind is valuable to someone on Yinlu Island. So on the way here, Zhang Yi was prepared to be intercepted and interrogated, with Huashu State at his back. He was not worried that the regional and national forces along the way would really break up with them. Except for pirates, Zhang Yi is not afraid of encountering those miscellaneous troops. Trundle took the order and came to the reconnaissance department, which is responsible for the radar station and satellite monitoring of the entire naval base. They can receive signals from more than half of the ocean. Trundle found the head of the investigation department and assigned him the task of monitoring the movements of the Jin Feng. The person in charge, Major Helison, said confidently, "Don't worry. As long as they are still sailing in this sea area, there is no way they can escape our sight." Trundle said that unless they use military-grade shielding equipment. But that also means that they are not civilian ships, but ships carrying out special tasks in Huashu Kingdom. Both of them had meaningful smiles on their faces. In that case, things have changed again. While he was talking, Trundle saw a pile of A4 papers piled next to him, with dense symbols and English written on them. Is there still so much news like this lately? He picked up a piece of paper, and it was written on it. We have been trapped in Marais for half a year. Please send warships to protect us quickly. Otherwise we will be made bacon by the pirates here sooner or later. For God's sake, save us. The signature is Jack Manbrick, president of Advocate Marine's Ocean Division. Harrison said disapprovingly that these rich guys can still survive in the end of the world. But it's really funny that they want us to rescue them. I still can't figure out how someone with such a head could climb to such a high position. After the end of the world, ocean voyages became extremely difficult. If it weren't for the big forces, they wouldn't be able to afford it. First of all, ships need to be strong enough to deal with the ubiquitous pirates and sea monsters in the depths of the ocean. Secondly, the difficulty in transporting fuel also prevents the Navy from easily dispatching ships. After the end of the world, hundreds of thousands of Colombian citizens living in the ocean area have applied for rescue. And Navy Commander Douglas only gave one answer: let them pray to God, and not to the Navy. After solving the pirate problem, Zhang Yi and his ship continued to move towards the distant Yinlu Island. It wasn't until he entered the high seas that Zhang Yi realized more clearly why Zhu Zheng insisted on letting him carry out this mission. Long voyages over the sea are boring and dangerous. There must be a captain who can carry a large amount of supplies, and can also fight to lead the team. Only then is it possible for a civilian ship to reach the Southeast Asian islands 3,700 kilometers away. However, the initial contact with Neon was just a prelude. The Jin Feng traveled for another 7 days. In order to avoid the dangerous deep-sea area, Lao Tian always traveled along the edge of the land. On this day, they came to a territorial sea called Nantua Country. Soon after entering the sea, they were surrounded by hundreds of ships of various sizes. Chapter 793 expanding the country to the south. The Jin Feng was tightly surrounded by hundreds of ships, leaving no space left behind or left. Not even a way out was left for them. These ships are large and small, including large Coast Guard ships and civilian fishing boats. The clothes of the people above are also all kinds of, and they come from all 3 religions and 9 schools. After surrounding the Jin Feng, 2 small brown-skinned men wearing thick cotton clothes walked out of a Coast Guard ship. They held an AK in one hand and a loudspeaker in the other hand to shout to the ship. Lao Tian didn't panic. He put on his body armor, asked the sailors to get their rifles and blast shields, and walked onto the deck. He began to communicate with those people in the local dialect. The people on the boat will dock immediately. We need to board the boat for inspection, shouted a group of people holding weapons and looking like a military organization. Lao Tian didn't show any timidity. We are a ship organized by Tianhai City Chaoyu. Get out of the way. The Chaoyu organization used to traverse the sea area and had some reputation. This was not the first time he had seen this situation. These small countries in the southern seas have been completely in chaos since the end of the world. and all the people are bandits. As long as you pass through their waters, you will definitely be stopped. The lightest ones also robbed everything on board. Yes, everything. Ships, supplies, even people. The strong men were kept as slaves. The thin ones were slaughtered for food, and the women were kept for their entertainment. So at this time, it is just a luxury to hope for peace with them. Lao Tian wanted to scare them in the name of the Qiao Yu organization, and it was best to make them retreat. But this place is too far away from Huashu Kingdom, and these ignorant bandits don't take Qiao Yu base seriously at all. One of the gangsters opened fire directly on the boat. AK bullets crackled on the hull. Lao Tian got angry. After swearing, he picked up the guy and started shooting at the person below. The weapons and equipment in their hands were all equipped by Zhang Yi, with strong firepower and sufficient bullets. In addition to ordinary rifles, there are also Gatling cannons and various rocket launchers. These sailors are not just crew members. They used to be elites in Tianhai City's navy. There is no one who can survive to this day without having explosive fighting prowess. They are not a big deal when it comes to fighting aliens. But if they torture gangs in these small countries, they can definitely beat them up. The weapons of these gang members were much cruder, and some even came with kitchen knives and spears in their hands. Lao Tian and the others fired bullets openly. Zhang Yi told them that there was no need to save on weapons. Anyway, they were all obtained from the Jiangnan region arsenal. For a time, more than a dozen sailors on the Jin Feng were on full fire. Lao Tian personally came to the bow of the ship, opened the deck, and immediately a Gatling cannon was flipped out. There was a thick metal baffle in front, and the huge gun muzzle had more than a dozen barrels. Lao Tian roared angrily and started shooting at the dozens of small boats ahead. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The gunshot sounded like the roar of a rattlesnake, and blue flames danced at the muzzle. In an instant, large caliber bullets carrying huge kinetic energy were shot at the ships and gangs. For a moment, the broken flesh and blood and the hull of the ship were blown away. Even the people and the boat were as if they were made of paper, completely unable to withstand this powerful destructive force. The ocean quickly turned blood red, and the gangsters screamed and wailed, hurriedly running for their lives. Lao Tian didn't give chase. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it on the red-hot barrel, and then ordered to leave quickly. The icebreaker crushed over the broken ships and the corpses of the gangsters, and continued to move forward into the distance. The reason why they had to leave quickly was because, as usual, they killed gang members, and the gang would definitely not let it go. For safety reasons, Lao Tian still went to Zhang Yi to report. There may be some trouble, and I need to ask you to take action. Zhang Yi said calmly that it doesn't matter. Let's wait until they show up. Sure enough, just as Lao Tian said, less than half an hour after they went on, a deafening sound of cannon suddenly sounded from the shore. More than a dozen coastal defense guns aimed at the Jin Feng and began a fierce bombardment. But when those SHLs approached the Jin Feng, they did not damage the hull, but were directly swallowed into a different space. The road ahead was also blocked by two old warships. Zhang Yi appeared at the bow of the ship without saying much nonsense, and just said, "Full counterattack. Counterattack the incoming SHLs." Boom! On the coast, all the old coastal defense guns were blown up, and the gangsters who controlled the cannons were also blown up. The gangsters shouted in horror that they were not civilian ships, but warships. Warships! They mistakenly thought that the Jin Feng also had cannons on board. The two warships blocking the sea also began a fierce artillery attack. Although it is an old ship, the power of the ship's main gun is still very terrifying. Aiming at the bow of the Jin Feng, it was a violent bombardment. Zhang Yi's eyes showed a mocking look, and a ray of anger gradually filled the air. The different space absorbed all the cannonball attacks and then returned them intact. Boom! 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 Those warships were bombarded by their own artillery SHLs and were quickly blown to pieces. But this attack was not enough to destroy the sturdy warship. It is too slow to eliminate the opponent in this way. Zhang Yi was angered. He was sailing well, but someone dared to rob him. He pulled out the Holy Judgment and flashed several times in the air directly to the sky above a warship. As soon as the man got on the boat, he saw the short brown-skinned monkeys above, holding AKs and rocket launchers, looking at him with expressions of horror or astonishment, and swearing in local swear words. Poof! Zhang Yi swung his sword and cut 7 or 8 pirates in half in two. The pirates behind him were frightened by Zhang Yi's methods and frantically pulled the trigger to kill Zhang Yi. But their bullets fell into Zhang Yi's body like a mud cow entering the sea, without any reaction. Zhang Yi slashed with his backhand and sent them all to the west. We must kill all these pirates. Zhang Yi quickly made a decision in his mind. Because when he comes back, he has to pass through this sea area. If you let them go now, they will definitely be retaliated against later. He will not leave any trouble for himself. It is safest to eliminate the root cause. Zhang Yi carried a knife and fought from the bow to the stern of the ship, and from the deck into the cabin. In the past, every opponent he faced was a stranger, so the battle was not particularly easy. But most of this group of pirates are muddles, and even if there are strangers, they are only low-level ones. Everywhere he passed by was like chopping melons and vegetables. He felt absolutely no guilt in killing these pirates, because after entering the cabin, you can see people who have been skinned and hung up everywhere. Some of them have only bones left after being cut. These pirates have completely lost their humanity. Chapter 794 All Inhumans Add 2. Kill, kill, kill. Zhang Yi showed no mercy to the pirates, and would kill everyone he saw. He cleaned house after house. After completing his mission of eradicating evil, he will not leave any of the pirates here today. The pirates were terrified and tried to resist, but they couldn't even touch a hair on Zhang Yi's head, and they were all chopped into pieces. Boom! Zhang Yi chopped up a door with a knife, then kicked it open and walked in. The room was dark. There was an extremely unpleasant smell in the air, and there was excrement everywhere on the floor. In the corner, he saw 5 or 6 women chained up, all covered with mud, and their eyes had long lost their light. Zhang Yi frowned, casually cut off the chains on their bodies, and then planned to turn around and leave. Whether they can survive next depends on their own destiny. But just as he was about to step out of the room, a new idea appeared in his mind. He turned around, adjusted the intelligent voice system to the local language, and said to the women, "Do you know where those bastards' lair is?" The group of women watched the chains that tied them being cut off, but they huddled together in fear, looking at Zhang Yi indifferently, but did not answer his words. Zhang Yi continued to ask, "I am here to help you kill those scum. If you tell me where they are, I can help you get revenge." Zhang Yi thought for a moment, took out 2 large bags of bread from the different space, and placed them on the ground. "We can also deliver these foods to you." After seeing the food, several women's eyes suddenly showed eagerness, and they rushed over in a hurry. They didn't care who Zhang Yi was, and started biting and fighting for the bread like crazy. Zhang Yi took 2 steps back to prevent the stains from them from getting on his clothes. After all, they were covered in feces. "I said, where is their lair? Do you know?" A woman raised her head curiously and looked at Zhang Yi while eating bread. She laughed stupidly. "No lair. No lair. Everyone has become a ghost, and they are not good people." This sentence made Zhang Yi completely understand the situation of this small country. A small country with few people and shortage of supplies. After the end of the world, everyone went crazy. Either be eaten or eat people. There is no living person on the island who is not a member of the pirate gang. "So, do you know where the biggest group is?" Zhang Yi asked patiently. The woman's eyes rolled up, and it could be seen that her mental state was already abnormal. After thinking for a long time, she said with a smile, "General Bao Cha. General Bao Cha has the most soldiers. The whole island is under his control." "Thank you. I know now." Zhang Yi left the ship, then boarded another ship and performed the same cleaning process. Zhu Yong's voice came from the communicator. "Mr. Zhang, let's leave as soon as we clean up these pirates. There is no need to massacre. Otherwise it will be easy for others to use this as an excuse to attack us." Lao Tian's voice is on another channel. "Mr. Zhang, what should we do next?" Zhou Qier also asked about Zhang Yi's external situation. Zhang Yi opened the public channel and pulled them all in. "All pirates on the island must be cleared. Otherwise they will become a problem for us on our return trip." Zhu Yong suddenly became anxious. "Zhang Yi, if you do this, it may cause international disputes." Zhang Yi said coldly that when they attacked our ship, they were already sentenced to death. In addition, "Miss Zhu Yong, let me remind you that this is the end of the world." Zhu Yong said calmly, "Zhang Yi, now I know you are excited. But don't get excited yet. We are performing a secret mission this time, and it is not suitable for being too high profile. Now that the pirates blocking the road have been killed, wouldn't it be okay if we leave as soon as possible?" Zhang Yi is determined to kill. What you think is too simple. If we deliberately tolerate it, it will appear abnormal. Want to cover up? Isn't it reasonable for an ocean-going icebreaker to have experts on board? If intercepted by pirates, counterattack is also a normal method. The more calm they are, the more people will suspect something fishy. Zhang Yi ignored Zhu Yong's suggestion and gave Lao Tian an order. You stay on the ship. Hold your weapons, and prepare to fight. As long as you see someone with a weapon, just open fire, and kill them without judging their identity. There are no good people left alive on this island. After finishing speaking, Zhang Yi held the holy seal in his hand, and arrived at the island of Nantua Kingdom in a few flashes. From a distance, he could see someone spying secretly. Obviously those people were frightened by his methods, and did not dare to take action. Instead, they were here to monitor Zhang Yi. I'm afraid it won't be long before General Bacha's men are coming. Zhang Yi took out an ordinary sandhawk, fired a few bursts, and killed all the eyes and ears from thousands of meters away. It's very easy to find General Bacha's base camp, because there is snow everywhere on the island. You only need to look for it based on the traces of people and cars. Zhang Yi does not need to use the origin bomb, nor does he need to judge whether the people on the island are pirates or civilians. From the moment the Jin Feng was attacked, and from the moment he saw the imprisoned women on the ship, he decided to wipe out this island. Gunfire rang out across the island. Dozens of gang members armed with guns rushed out from the snowfield, yelling curses, and then fired wildly at Zhang Yi. That's good. It saved my bullets. Zhang Yi opened his right hand, and all the bullets fired at him were taken into a different space. The next moment, like a heavy rain, everyone returned the same way. Puff! 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 The bullets penetrated their bodies, which were only covered by cotton-padded clothes, beating them into sieves. Someone else took out a rocket launcher, thinking that the rifle was not powerful enough. The result is how the rocket went over, and how it flew back. 7 or 8 people were blown away on the spot, and pieces were scattered all over the ground. The noise became louder and louder. The small country of Nantua itself has a population of only a few million. After the end of the world, there will be no more than 10,000 survivors, and all the people are bandits, specializing in robbing ships. On weekdays, they don't have much chance to come into contact with high-level aliens. Several strangers among the gangsters were regarded as godlike beings by them. So this time, they were completely frightened by Zhang Yi's ability. Some gang members were so frightened that they peed their pants and fell to their knees, kowtowing desperately and begging for mercy. Zhang Yi didn't hesitate for a moment. He aimed directly at their heads and shot them all one after another, killing them all. He moved forward and killed all the way. Within 10 minutes, he had killed 700 to 800 people. There are many dangers deep in the island, and there are traps everywhere. But to Zhang Yi, these things were meaningless. He flew in the sky and ignored all attacks. The target is the very obvious landmark building on the island, a silver-white palace-like building. The lair of General Bao Cha. Chapter 795, Are You the Only One Called God? Zhang Yi went to the palace and discovered the regular army on the island. Different from the bandits who appeared before. They all wore standard military uniforms, and the weapons in their hands were more advanced. When they saw Zhang Yi flying in the sky, they were all stunned. But there was still a man who looked like a captain, raised his gun, and shouted to the people to stop. Who are you? This is the territory of General Nantua National Treasure Cha. Leave here immediately. Otherwise, our great General Bao Cha will impose divine punishment on you. Zhang Yi lowered his head and looked at them, suddenly having some joking thoughts. I was robbed by your people just now. Should your Nantua country give me an explanation? The captain was stunned for a moment. His mouth was not very flexible, and he didn't know how to explain. This is all a misunderstanding. Please leave now. We can pretend this never happened. Zhang Yi sighed. But I can't just pretend it never happened. He stood high in the air, waved his right hand, and hundreds of grenades fell to the ground from the alien space. The soldiers only saw a bunch of black things falling down, but they didn't know what they were. It wasn't until they landed at his feet that his expression changed dramatically. Run! Boom! 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 Hundreds of soldiers were killed on the spot. In the palace, General Bao Cha, who was wearing a white luxurious military uniform and with silver hair, looked at this scene with a gloomy expression. Where do these people come from? How dare they run wild in my country? Really looking for death. The captains of several guards around him hurriedly said, General, we can't let this man kill anymore. He has killed too many of our men. This will seriously affect our business. Another person also said, Yes, without manpower, we will have to rob fewer ships in the future. General Bao Cha snorted coldly. If there are few people, just go and grab it elsewhere. However, it's time for me to take action. Let him know that the gods of Nantua Kingdom cannot be offended. As soon as General Bao Cha finished speaking, he made preparations to start. The leather boot of his right foot hit the ground hard, and the floor exploded. Then he jumped up like an arrow and rushed towards Zhang Yi. The subordinates around him all looked at his figure with admiration. The general is a god. The undefeated god. Boom! General Baocha landed and blocked Zhang Yi, who was about to enter the park. He was in his 40s or 50s. With a murderous ferocity in his eyes. He had a strong body, and his combat uniform could barely cover his muscles. Outsiders break into my palace and kill my men, but they will pay with their lives. Zhang Yi walked past him, with a simple wave of the holy judge. His head flew high from his neck, and then rolled down to the snow. In the entire palace, everyone was dumbfounded. The scene in front of them happened too suddenly. They originally thought that the god in their eyes, General Baocha, the top master of Nantua Kingdom, would brutally kill Zhang Yi. The intruder. Can. What's happening here? Zhang Yi walked inside, and suddenly he saw a trembling soldier. Where is your general? Zhang Yi asked coldly. The soldier pointed blankly at General Baocha, who was lying on the ground with his head missing. That's the one you just killed. Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment, then scratched his head. I was so successful at killing him that I forgot to ask. When he was in the Jiangnan region, he fought against too many powerful strangers. So for a while, coming to this small country was like a max-level boss coming to the novice village. Still a little uncomfortable with it. Then go die too. Zhang Yi waved the holy blade. An unstable material like dark flames began to spread along the tip of the knife, turning into a long black snake dozens of meters long. He waved the knife gently, and the long snake penetrated directly into the chest of a soldier, and then quickly swept towards other soldiers. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20. All the soldiers in the entire yard were penetrated within seconds, with huge holes appearing in their chests. Only then did desperate wails sound in the palace, from the men and wives of General Baocha. Compared with the ordinary gang members outside, they are well dressed, and can even be described as gorgeously dressed. General Baocha's harem is so huge that it can be called a rainbow band. With everything in it, Zhang Yi flew into the air with his knife, and he looked down at this huge palace. You don't need to guess to know that there must be many dark rooms here to facilitate General Baocha's escape. Zhang Yi was too lazy to search from room to room. The dark matter on his sword became more turbulent, turned into a huge snake, and then slashed down the castle with one strike. With a loud noise, the entire castle was split in half, and dozens of meters deep under the earth were exposed, revealing a huge pit. As soon as the eyes hit the scene, there was a dense mass of white bones, and underneath was a huge corpse pit. The bones inside were stacked one on top of another. Obviously they had been there for an unknown number of years. The building collapsed, revealing the warehouse. There are food warehouses where naked corpses are stored one after another. Vegetables and grains are no longer visible, and everything you see is white meat. There is also a warehouse filled with gold, silver and jewelry. General Baocha's collection of gold bricks, famous watches and knives are scattered all over the floor. They come from all over the world, and most of them were snatched by General Baocha. Zhang Yi thought for a while, and collected them all based on the principle of not wasting. The entire palace was swept away by Zhang Yi, leaving nothing of value behind. The woman who was robbed in the cabin said that this island is full of devils, and no one is innocent. Zhang Yi looked at the wives and concubines of General Baocha. They knelt on the ground and begged Zhang Yi to spare their lives, and even expressed their willingness to serve Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi looked at their gorgeous makeup and delicate faces and sighed. They all look like human beings, very much like ladies. But your hands are stained with the blood of a lot of innocent people. Right? A woman's eyes widened, and she shouted in Chinese, no. I'm not. I'm not. I've never killed anyone. She had realized that Zhang Yi was going to clear everyone out. Zhang Yi smiled. He is not a judge, and is not here to judge. So he does not need to go to the trouble of finding any evidence. If you live in H.L. and say you are not a ghost, aren't you fooling others? The most important thing is that if Zhang Yi exposes his ability here, his identity may be exposed. Therefore, no one can stay. The dark matter rose into the sky and swallowed them all in an instant, leaving not even dust behind. Their bodies have been broken down into the most primitive particle form. Zhang Yi held the knife and slowly left the ruins. He did not leave in a hurry, but patrolled over the entire city. He said that in this gang's lair, the country of sin, except for those who were kidnapped, he did not intend to leave anyone alive. Chapter 796 Hypocrite. Zhang Yi spent 2 hours on the island in Nantua Kingdom and eliminated all the gangs he found. In addition to these people, he also found some women who had been kidnapped, like the women in the cabin. They were all tied up in chains and treated as gangster playthings. As for the men on the plundered ships, they had been killed for food. In the spirit of humanitarianism, Johnny burned all the corpses found so that they could rest in peace. But what to do with those women? Johnny couldn't do much more than leaving a little food. According to their current mental state, even if they were let go, it would be difficult for them to survive. However, it is not ruled out that there are a few people who are determined. At this time, Zhu Yong had already landed. She reported on the incident to Zhu Zheng. Zhu Zheng gave the opinion that Zhang Yi would take the final decision on all matters during the voyage. As long as there is no conflict with a major force, Zhu Yong should not interfere. However, Zhu Yong insisted on giving his own opinions when it came to dealing with the issues of the kidnapped women. They cannot be left here. Otherwise death will still be waiting for them. Zhu Yong looked at Zhang Yi with firm eyes. We can take them to the boat and take them back to the Jiangnan area. Anyway, you have enough supplies in hand. So it doesn't matter if you bring a few more people. Zhang Yi's eyes widened, and he stared at Zhu Yong in disbelief. He originally thought that the so-called Holy Mother only existed on the internet. But he didn't expect that the eldest lady of Blizzard City was also a Holy Mother. Do you know how troublesome it is for us to bring these women? Zhang Yi frowned and asked. Do you know who they are? If we let them on board, what if our mission is leaked? Zhu Yong told him with a serious face that no matter what the situation, human life is the most important. I can't bear to give up so much of my life. They are all living people. She took a step forward and stared at Zhang Yi. You should know that if you give up on them, they will all die. Zhang Yi recognized a fact from her eyes. This woman means it. He suddenly thought that Zhu Yong had been studying abroad, so her mind was full of Western things. Zhang Yi admitted that if he were one of these kidnapped people, he would very much like to meet a woman like Zhu Yong. Unfortunately, he is not. And he is not a kind person. He is just an ordinary, selfish ordinary person. Facing Zhu Yong's question, Zhang Yi sneered in his heart. He slowly opened his mouth and asked, Miss Zhu is right. Your nobility makes me admire you. But I want to ask, when the apocalypse came, where were the 15 million people in Jiling City now? Why are there less than 2 million people left? And a large number of elderly people who cannot work are kicked out and left to fend for themselves. Zhang Yi's eyes were full of teasing. At that time, where were you, kind-hearted Miss Zhu? Zhang Yi's words made Zhu Yong's face turn red. How can she speak in Blizzard City? Can. But that is because of special reasons. Blizzard City does not have the conditions to feed so many people. It's different now. The supplies you have are enough for them to survive. Zhang Yi asked why? I have a lot of supplies. But if I really want to share them, I will also give them to my compatriots, rather than giving it to a group of unknown people in a foreign country. Miss Zhu, put away your cheap sympathy. This is the end of the world. Zhang Yi looked at the group of women wrapped in dirty blankets and sighed in his heart. He took out enough food for them to eat for a week from another dimension, then turned around and walked away. Zhu Yong looked at the group of women fighting for food and looked helplessly at Zhang Yi. Without Zhang Yi's nod, she couldn't save these people. And the sailors wouldn't listen to her. She shouted angrily at Zhang Yi. But what's the point of doing this? Gave them some food to get the meager psychological comfort? You know they're going to die. You know it. You are just deceiving yourself. Zhang Yi suddenly burst out laughing when he heard this. You're right. I left food for them just to make my conscience feel better. In fact, I don't care about them at all, because I am not so philanthropic to take care of everyone. Hypocrisy? Hypocrisy? Zhang Yi didn't care what Zhu Yong said about him. He doesn't think he is a great person. He is even a little evil. So he doesn't care about any evaluation. He pointed at Zhu Yong and asked sarcastically, A gentleman's deeds do not matter his heart. At least I helped them. And Miss Zhu, kind and great Miss Zhu, what have you done? Later, Zhu Yong, in anger, kept his 3-day rations. And Zhang Yi really gave her face and told the kitchen that there would be no need to prepare meals for her in the next 3 days. The Jin phone continued to move forward. Zhu Yong got angry with Zhang Yi and locked himself in the room. Zhang Yi didn't care about her. He didn't do anything anyway. And he wouldn't starve to death for 3 days. On the contrary, Zhou Care persuaded Zhang Yi that she was Zhu Zheng's niece after all. If you treat her like this, aren't you afraid that she will report you to Zhu Zheng? Zhang Yi said disapprovingly that Zhu Zheng was not so confused that he was unhappy with me because of this kind of thing. If now, I still need to see the faces of those powerful people, wouldn't the end of the world be in vain? He smiled and reached out to touch Zhou Kier's fair and tender face. Don't worry. It's the people in Blizzard City who need me now, not me who needs them. Now, The reason why Zhu Zheng can secure his position as the commander-in-chief of Jiangnan region is because Zhang Yi decided to save him. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Gao Chongkong. Zhou Ke smiled and said, I think it's best to talk to Zhu Zheng. It would be best if some things can be explained clearly. Even if he doesn't talk about it now. If there is a knot in his heart, it may cause trouble in the future. Zhang Yi thought for a while. And after listening to Zhou Ke's words, he took out his communicator to contact Zhu Zheng. Far above the ocean. The signal was very poor. Fortunately, they specially received a set of communication equipment from the headquarters when they set off. There was a base station on the Jin phone. It uses the most advanced Warwick base station in the world. So there is no need to worry about the signal. Zhu Zheng received Zhang Yi's report and said with a smile, I'm causing trouble for you. My niece is not bad in nature. It's just that I haven't experienced the world deeply and have no deep understanding of the cruel reality. I asked you to set off with you just because I wanted you to teach her a good lesson. You don't have to worry. Just do what you want. With Zhu Zheng's words, the last trace of worry in Zhang Yi's heart disappeared. He was doing things according to Lao Zhu's wishes now. If Zhu Yonk acted out of character again, he could slap her on the buttocks at any time with a palm as big as a cattail leaf fan. If a child disobeys, he will be spanked. Chapter 797 The Little Pearl is Nothing. The Great Good Man. The Merciful Virgin. Miss Zhu Yonk, who has the world in mind, decided to forgive Zhang Yi for his mistake after enduring hunger all day. She hugged her knees and sat on the bed. After hesitating for a long time, she sent Zhang Yi a message. There is no need for us to argue like children. How about reconciliation? Zhang Yi was eating a delicious beef cheeseburger at the time, taking a bite of the steaming hot burger. His mouth was filled with juice. Seeing the message coming, Zhang Yi picked up the phone, glanced at it, and threw it on the table again. After a while, news about Zhu Yonk came again. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. I'm a little hungry. Can you give me something to eat? Zhang Yi laughed and almost spit out the bread in his mouth. He looked at his phone jokingly and sent a voice message. Food is given to you. Didn't you give it away? When Zhu Yonk saw Zhang Yi's message, his eyes widened. He threw his phone on the bed angrily, and then lay on the bed holding his stomach. Zhou Ke said to Zhang Yi that he really didn't want to feed her. If she was starved for 3 days, she would probably collapse. Zhang Yi said lightly that people who have never endured hunger have no idea of the preciousness of food. You've only been hungry for a day, and you can't stand it anymore? Then why did she disapprove of the food in my hand? This was her first lesson. Zhou Ke smiled helplessly. If she didn't eat anything, she would have stomach problems. Just let her suffer a little bit. It won't be long before you set off. So you won't turn against her. Right? Zhang Yi thought for a while, and thought that what Zhou Ke said made sense. But necessary punishment is indispensable. He took out a bag of whole wheat bread and a bag of boiled chicken breasts from another dimension. That's right. It's a standard weight loss package. 2 hours later, you deliver these things to her. Zhou Ke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It took a lot of courage to eat these things. Zhou Ke sent the food to Zhu Yonk. Zhu Yonk was quite happy at first, thinking that Zhang Yi was reluctant to let her starve. But when I saw that what was delivered was whole wheat bread and boiled chicken breast, my face turned green. The main thing about weight loss packages is that they are unpalatable. Especially whole wheat bread. Even eating it with water will make your throat sore. Zhang Yi, just let me eat this? Zhu Yonk asked in disbelief. Zhou Ke smiled and said, Isn't this good? Eat healthy. Seeing Zhu Yonk's angry and aggrieved face, the little pearls almost fell from the corners of his eyes. Zhou Ke said, Miss Zhu, I want to say something unnecessary. Zhang Yi's character is such that he never spoils anyone. So when you get along with him in the future, you'd better not be too disobedient to his wishes. Zhu Yonk bit her lip and was about to cry. Then he can't bully me. Zhou Ke was almost crying when he saw her, and quickly comforted her by saying, Don't be too sad. This matter will be over in a few days. But be sure not to drop the little pearls. When Zhu Yonk heard this, he immediately raised his head and laughed twice. Don't worry. Little Pearl is fine. Zhou Ke laughed secretly in her heart and turned around to leave. After she walked away, Zhu Yonk closed the door, and the little pearl fell from the corner of his eye. Woohoo! Damn Zhang Yi. He bullied me. When she looked at the food brought by Zhou Ke, she felt angry and stopped eating. 10 minutes later, Zhu Yonk huddled at the foot of the bed, drinking mineral water, struggling to eat whole wheat bread, and gnawing on chicken breast. It tastes so bad. Oh! It was easy to finish the meal. although the smell of bread and chicken breast made the rich lady almost feel nauseous. At least she wasn't that hungry anymore. She walked out of the room, wanting to go outside to get some air and see the scenery of the ice sea. As I passed by the crew lounge, I suddenly felt the aroma of oil in my nose. That's the smell of roast chicken. When Lao Tian saw Zhu Yung passing by, he quickly came over with a smile and said hello to Miss Zhu. Where are you going? Zhu Yung's eyes quietly looked into the room and vaguely saw the table covered with food. Zhang Yi has never been stingy with the people around him, especially when he is on a mission. Only when his subordinates are well fed will they be able to work energetically. The food you eat is good? Zhu Yung pretended to be careless and said, because he was afraid that Lao Tian would notice his greed. So he turned his head to the side lightly. Lao Tian laughed and said, no, Mr. Zhang is too kind to us. When we were in Tianhai City, we had never been able to eat these foods once a month. Now we have big fish and meat every day. It's so delicious. Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered that Zhu Yung had nothing to eat these days. He couldn't help but said to Miss Zhu, haven't you eaten yet? If you don't mind, come and have some with us. Zhu Yung almost nodded in agreement. But she couldn't do that, because if she did, Zhang Yi would definitely laugh at her for the rest of her life. Haha. I don't have to. Zhang Yi has given me food. You don't think he really dares to starve me, do you? Zhu Yung said harshly. Lao Tian nodded. After all, you are a person sent by the district. Can Mr. Zhang still treat you badly? Zhu Yung couldn't help but ask, what did you eat today? Lao Tian smiled and said, it's just some roast chicken, barbecue, grilled fish and mashed potatoes. Zhu Yung burst into tears in her heart. Damn Zhang Yi. The food he gave them was better than what he gave her. Oh, that's what I eat too. Zhu Yung turned away his head sternly and left here quickly. The Jin phone continued to travel on the sea. And before we knew it, 26 days had passed. According to the original plan, it would take 28 days to sail to the destination Ganlu Island. But after actually going to sea, I found that the situation was much worse than imagined. First of all, in order to avoid dangerous areas in the deep sea, you have to take a detour along the way. You will also encounter forces from other regions along the way. Pirates and even the navies of some countries will come into contact. In addition, there are often blizzards on the sea, which further hinders the speed of travel. Zhang Yi went on a long sea voyage for the first time in his life. On several blizzard nights, the wind was strong, and the storm outside roared like a monster, blowing the icebreaker up and down. That feeling is really mind-blowing. Zhou Qian shivered and hid in his arms, hugging his body tightly, and not daring to let go. Zhang Yi sighed in his heart about the power of nature, while stroking her smooth back to comfort her. It's okay. There won't be any danger. As long as I'm here, everything is fine. Zhang Yi also felt a little anxious in his heart. But that was just an instinctive reaction from going to sea for the first time. In fact, even if they encounter danger, with his ability, he can help Zhou Qian and others survive. After the blizzard passed, they continued on their way. A few days later, they encountered another uninvited guest. Chapter 798 Malay Navy +1. This morning, the sun shines through the clouds on the sea. The white sunlight looks cold and does not bring much warmth. Even though it was mid-July, and they had already arrived in the tropical waters, the temperature was still very low, more than 20 degrees below zero. But this kind of temperature is already like heaven compared to the north. At the very least, the survival rate of humans in this environment is greatly improved. After a night of snowstorm, Zhang Yi and the others couldn't help but come to the deck and looked at the calming ice sea, feeling deeply moved in their hearts. However, at this moment, a beeping sound came from the ear. At the end of the endless sea level, a black spot is slowly approaching. Lao Tian hurried over and told Zhang Yi that a warship was coming, and it was the navy of the Malay Kingdom. Zhang Yi asked curiously, isn't this the high seas? Lao Tian smiled bitterly and said, you should also know that the sea is similar to the land now, and many of the previous rules are gone. Due to the shortage of supplies, many small countries have turned into gang states. The navies of some countries also work part-time as pirates. In addition to world powers, like our Huaxi Kingdom or Colombia, there are many such situations in other countries. Zhang Yi slowly narrowed his eyes. Malay country is also a large country in the ocean area. Zhang Yi cannot take action directly until the other party expresses hostility. What are they going to do? Zhang Yi asked. Lao Tian said that they proposed to board the ship for inspection. Mr. Zhang, what should we do? Lao Tian's heart was also pounding. Malay's warships are no joke. They are equipped with advanced weapons. Even if the Jin Feng has heavy armor, It cannot stop the warship's artillery and torpedoes. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes and thought about countermeasures. Zhu Yonk said that we can communicate with them. If they know that we are the ship of Huashu Kingdom, they will not dare to embarrass us. Zhang Yi glanced at her and said that if we moved out of the name of Jiangnan region and said that we were expatriates affiliated with Blizzard City, they might be wary. But are you sure you want to reveal our identities? Zhu Yonk didn't know what to say at that time. They were performing a secret mission, and their identities must not be exposed, even if it's a civilian ship. Maybe? Zhu Yonk's voice became smaller and smaller. She witnessed a lot of fighting and killing along the way, and her mentality slowly changed. In the apocalypse, human life is worth less than grass. If they are really civilian ships, no one will care about what happens. Lao Tian asked, "What do you mean?" Zhang Yi calmly stood up from the railing, asked them to come over, and then acted according to the situation. It depends on what the other party plans to do. Zhang Yi doesn't cause trouble, nor is he afraid of trouble. Strength is his greatest capital. Lao Tian received Zhang Yi's instructions and immediately asked the staff to respond to the other party's information about boarding the ship for inspection. Zhou Kuer stood next to Zhang Yi. Her small hand was held by his big hand, and the nervousness in her heart suddenly disappeared. She looked up at his indifferent profile, with a down-to-earth smile on her lips. Zhu Yonk was actually very nervous. This was the first time she had seen this situation in her life. If she cannot reveal her identity, then she is just a civilian. For the first time, as a civilian, I have to face the inspection of another country's navy on the sea. It is impossible not to be nervous. She originally wanted to get close to Zhang Yi and gain a sense of security, but the looks of Zhang Yi and Zhou Kuer made her feel particularly redundant. Soon after, a gray warship came next to the Jin Feng. This warship is not big, slightly larger than the Jin Feng. It is filled with soldiers wrapped tightly in white combat uniforms and holding weapons in their hands. Zhang Yi's eyes never left them. Once they made any unusual move, Zhang Yi would immediately open the dimensional gate to resist the opponent's attack. On the Marais warship, a man who looked like an officer stood up. The combat uniform he wore was obviously different from that of ordinary soldiers, making it easy to distinguish. He waved to the side, and then the two ships slowly moved closer together. The soldier set up wooden planks, then filed along the planks and came to the deck of the Golden Front. Zhu Yonk explained to them that we are from Huashu Kingdom. This is just an ordinary civilian ship, and it definitely does not carry any prohibited items. The Malay Navy ignored her words. Instead, a soldier walked over directly, pushed Zhu Yonk to the ground, and pointed the barrel of the gun directly at her head. I let you talk and you are talking. Now, shut your mouth quietly. The black muzzle was pointed at Zhu Yonk's head, and she could even see the cold spiral inside. In her life, she had never had a gun pointed at her head. The young lady was so frightened that she sat on the ground and didn't dare to move. Zhang Yi watched this scene silently, but had no intention of taking action. He just watched the soldier's fingers with his eyes. His gun was only used to scare Zhu Yonk, and his finger was not on the trigger. Now, please stand quietly with your hands behind your back, and then accept our inspection. The soldier shook the gun in his hand and shouted. Other soldiers had already rushed into the cabin and started searching. Zhang Yi remained calm. There are not many supplies on the ship. Zhang Yi had expected this situation to happen, so he usually only has a small amount of supplies in the cabin, which is enough for a week. Zhu Yonk was so frightened that her face turned pale. She turned to Zhang Yi for help, but she saw Zhang Yi's face was calm. Obviously Zhang Yi doesn't want his identity exposed. The little pearls in the corners of Zhu Yonk's eyes fell down. Zhang Yi didn't care about her at all. She could only stand up obediently and stand next to Zhou Kuer obediently. A soldier held a gun and demanded that they hand over their weapons. Zhang Yi secretly winked at them, and everyone put their guns on the floor. Because of their cooperation, the Malay Navy did not do more rude actions. The man who looked like an officer glanced at Zhang Yi and others and asked, "Who of you is the captain?" Zhang Yi replied, "Sir, I am the captain of this ship." This officer from the Malay Kingdom was called Obinchus. He stared at Zhang Yi's face and asked coldly why the people from the Huashu Kingdom came to the ocean thousands of kilometers away. Say, what is your purpose? Zhang Yi swallowed and was so scared that he stuttered when speaking. I received a distress call from my sister, who was stranded on an island. I'm here to save people. Save people? What a touching brother, Obinchus said with a sneer, obviously not fully believing Zhang Yi's words. There were constant noises in the cabin, and these soldiers were particularly rough when searching for things, not willing to let go of anything. Zhang Yi couldn't help but said Sir, we don't have much supplies on the ship. Can you leave some food for us? Chapter 799. If you don't do it, you won't stop. Additional update for stop. A bunches paid no attention to Zhang Yi's words. After a while, the soldiers moved a lot of things out of the cabin. There were a lot of various cans of food, as well as firearms and weapons. Upon seeing this, a bunches asked his adjutant, didn't he find anything else suspicious? The adjutant replied that after inspection, it was just an ordinary civilian ship. Nothing suspicious. Obinchus nodded and took them with him. Let's go back. This sentence was said in front of everyone, and Zhang Yi heard it clearly. His eyes slowly narrowed. Sir, we have something to do. Shut up. A soldier pointed a gun directly at Zhang Yi's head. You have no right to speak now. Your ship has been requisitioned by the Malay Navy, and you now have an extremely glorious opportunity to serve the Malay Navy. Thank God. Zhang Yi let out a long sigh. Lao Tian and others looked at the soldiers in front of them and felt sorry for them. Isn't it good to be alive? Do you have to seek death? What I hate most in my life is people pointing a gun at my head. Space acceleration. 30 times. Zhang Yi's figure suddenly disappeared in front of the Malay Navy. A black light and shadow flashed across the sky, like a long black snake appearing across the sky. An instant later, more than a dozen Marines were cut into 2 pieces with their guns. Obinchus's hair stood on end, and he realized that the crisis of death was approaching. He raised his arms and turned into a huge crystal shield in front of him. However, all the desperate struggles were in vain. With just one knife, he was no different from an ordinary soldier and was killed instantly. 2 seconds. All the Malayan Navy on the deck of the Golden Front were killed. The Malay Navy on the warship realized that something was wrong and hurriedly opened fire to attack. And Zhang Yi had already jumped onto the deck of the warship. How terrifying is the full-strength attack of a top-level Delta-level alien to ordinary people and low-level aliens. He is God. Zhang Yi didn't hold back at all, and used all his strength to kill the Malay Navy in front of him. This operation must be kept secret. If it is even a second late, the other party may send information about them to the Marley Navy headquarters. At that time, their action plan will be completely exposed. Zhang Yi cannot bear this risk. So at the beginning, he planned to send some supplies to calm the situation. It's a pity that these Malay Navy are too greedy, so they will have no choice but to die. After Zhang Yi instantly killed the soldiers on the deck, he swept out with a backhand sword. Wow! The bulletproof glass and thick armor of the command room were chopped to pieces like paper. Also destroyed were the soldiers inside, whose bodies and the command room were split into 2 halves. Quick! Take control of their command podium. Zhang Yi yelled at Lao Tian and others. Then he held the handle of the Holy Inquisitor's knife with his backhand and thrust the knife under the deck. The dark matter surged like fire, directly destroying the power device below the deck, and then turned into a torrent and rushed towards every room. Those Marley soldiers were engulfed by dark matter. No matter what kind of material the combat uniforms they wore were made of, they were all submerged immediately, and then decomposed into particle forms. Zhang Yi jumped from the edge of the knife and harvested the survivors. Lao Tian also quickly led people to jump on the warship and began to control the command platform. The counterattack was completed in an instant, from the time Zhang Yi took action to Lao Tian and others boarding the ship. It took less than half a minute. Tens of seconds later, Zhang Yi killed everyone on the warship. The killing was going on very fast. Zhang Yi was breathing heavily, and he was actually a little excited in his heart. Not because of fear, but because they were worried that they wouldn't kill fast enough. The information here was sent out. In that case, their mission might be exposed. He carried the knife and returned to the deck. The ceiling of the command room had been cut off, exposing all the electronic equipment to the cold wind. So, have they sent out any information about us? Zhang Yi asked. Of course. There was an engineer among the sailors. After checking it, he said to Mr. Zhang that they had not had time to send it. However, the ship has now suffered huge damage, and it will not be long before the Malay Navy discovers the problem. Can you delay for a while? The longer the better. Sailors said it would take up to 2 hours before they noticed something was wrong. And with their technical means, they will definitely be able to find our location. At that time, they may be surrounded and suppressed by the Malay Navy, which will be very troublesome. Zhang Yi bit his finger, then immediately returned to the G phone and used the communicator to contact Yang Xinshin, who was far away in Tianhai City. Brother, Xinshin misses you so much. Yang Xinshin's cute face appeared on the screen. Zhang Yi smiled. Although he was at sea, he would video chat with his family every few days. Xinshin, I have a very troublesome problem now. Can you give me some advice? Zhang Yi explained the situation to Yang Xinxin. Hearing this, Yang Xinxin said, while eating a lollipop, that this problem is easy to solve. It's easier if you have their communication device in your hand. Brother, connect the device to Xinxin's computer, and I can help you forge their information to communicate with the Malay Navy. In this way, it would be at least 30 hours before they found out something was wrong. Yang Xinxin sat in the control room of the shelter, with dozens of huge screens in front of her. Her little white hands were typing rapidly on the keyboard. Malay can only be considered a small middle-class country, and their management system must be quite chaotic now. I found an excuse to try to hide it. Zhang Yi thought of their attempt to steal the Jin Feng. So he said that they encountered a neon ship and planned to rob the supplies on it. It would be better if the disaster could be diverted to the east. Okay. Then follow your script. Brother. Zhang Yi took action directly and inserted a signal receiver into the warship's console. And Yang Xinxin quickly invaded its system. Then a message was sent to the Malay military indicating that the ships they encountered were not from the Huashu kingdom, but belonged to a group of neon rogues. Now they are in pursuit. It's the end of the world, and a large amount of information cannot be used to judge. So these words are not easy to expose. After that, Yang Xinxin will keep in touch with Malay regularly to delay. After this period of time, Zhang Yi and the others had already taken a boat away from the Malay area. Even if the other party wants to find someone, they will give up because of insufficient intelligence and the high cost of ocean navigation. Yang Xinxin controlled the warship and sent wrong signals to the Malay military. Zhang Yi and others returned to the Jin Feng. Lao Tian, move forward at full speed and leave the sea area as soon as possible. Zhang Yi ordered. Yes, Mr. Zhang. Lao Tian did not dare to neglect and quickly sent people forward at full speed. But the faces of the crew were full of excitement, seeing that their leader was so powerful that even a country's navy was casually killed by him. They couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in their hearts. Everyone worked more energetically and returned to work one after another. At this time, Zhang Yitsai noticed that Zhou Qir was treating Zhu Yonk. The soldier just pushed her and broke her elbow. In the cold season, the human body is more fragile and more susceptible to injuries. In addition, Zhu Yonk herself is a delicate young lady. So it is not surprising. Okay. It's okay. Zhou Qir uses it simply. Doctor. His ability healed her injury. But the pain won't go away so quickly. Zhu Yonk's eyes were red with grievance. And he looked at Zhang Yi with a look of resentment. Why didn't you take action when they bullied me? She was very unbalanced. If Zhang Yi had rescued her earlier, she would have been fine. When could she bully even a soldier? If you had said less at that time, it would have been fine. Zhang Yi just replied lightly. Chapter 800 Chicken Talk with Duck. Zhang Yi's attitude made Zhu Yonk extremely sad. The Malay soldier just pointed a gun at her head. She almost died. You don't care about me at all, she shouted angrily to Zhang Yi. From the first time we met, you have treated me badly. Tell me, where did I offend you? I have been working very hard to build a good relationship with you. What else do you want me to do? Zhang Yi was silent. Why does it sound like it's his fault? From the beginning to the end, wasn't it Zhu Yonk himself who had been treating him with an arrogant attitude? What's more, their relationship is just a working partnership, and Zhang Yi has no obligation to please her. What I promised Yu Shuai was to guarantee your life. But this mission is very important, and I don't like having burdens around me. If you were more sensible, I wouldn't treat you like this. Zhang Yi twisted his eyebrows and looked at her like a child. Calm down your young lady temper. Those things you are proud of have no effect in today's world. Zhu Yonk was severely hit, but she was unwilling to admit it. How could she do something wrong? The fault was obviously the man in front of her, who didn't know how to show mercy, who was cold and impersonal. You're talking nonsense. You just remember it because I told you not to take off your gloves when shaking hands. You are waiting for an opportunity to take revenge on me, she shouted very loudly. Zhang Yi said without hesitation, Damn it. I didn't expect you to discover this. You are so smart. I have never forgiven you because of that incident. Zhu Yonk was stunned for a moment. She was just venting her emotions. Zhang Yi really admitted it? Zhang Yi pointed to his nose with a smile. You should learn more about me. I, Zhang Yi, am notoriously petty and will retaliate. Didn't you expect that? He slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of impatience flashed through him. So from now on, please don't bother me again. He accidentally glanced at the huge sea of ice. In a place like this, any accident is possible. He had just finished killing someone, and the bloody smell on his body was still very strong. This murderous aura immediately made Zhu Yonk's neck start to feel cold. Her face turned pale. She staggered back a few steps, and then ran back to the cabin in a panic. The annoying guy finally left. Johnny exhaled, and the world became quiet. Seeing this, Joe Kier said with some worry that she was Zhu Zheng's niece after all, so it wouldn't be nice to talk to her like that. Right? Nothing wrong with that either. Johnny leaned against the railing. The Gene phone moved forward at full speed, and the cold wind blew through his body. Sorry. I can't feel the chill because he is wearing the most advanced cold-proof clothing. I'm not a person with high emotional intelligence. I'm all around good, and it has nothing to do with me being able to play both sides. Johnny smiled playfully. Joe Kier looked at his expression and recalled for no reason half a year ago, when she had just met Johnny. When the end of the world comes, he won't show mercy to anyone at that time and lives an extremely free and easy life. But now, Johnny is still the same Bonnie. She smiled softly and said, sometimes I often think, if only I could be as chic as you. This is simple. As long as there is no morality, you will not be kidnapped by others' morality. Living heartlessly will make life easier. In the room, after Zhu Yonk returned, the first thing he thought of was to file a complaint with Zhu Zheng. She was like a little girl who was bullied in school, or a girl who was not bullied but just felt wronged and reported it to the counselor. Generally speaking, this is a shortcut to secure research, and Zhu Yonk is well aware of this. The communicator connected to Zhu Zheng's office. Zhu Zheng's majestic face appeared behind the desk. Skylark. What happened? Zhu Yonk sniffed. Uncle, I almost died just now. Full of grievance, she told Zhu Zheng what she had just experienced. I thought Zhu Zheng would teach Johnny a lesson after hearing this. But after Zhu Zheng heard this, he just smiled and said, don't worry. This is all a small problem. There is no need for the Marais to take them seriously. The ships of the Huaxu Kingdom can sail wherever they want. He thought Zhu Yonk was crying because he was bullied by the Marley soldiers. Zhu Yonk said dissatisfied, Uncle, although the Marley soldiers are hateful, Johnny also has a very bad attitude towards me. I was pushed down by someone, and he pointed a gun at me. But Johnny didn't help me. Zhu Zheng asked in surprise. Didn't Johnny kill all the Marais soldiers? Doesn't this count as standing up for you? Zhu Yonk was speechless for a moment. That was true, but he was quite indifferent at the time. Zhu Zheng said with a smile that Johnny has a cold face and a warm heart. He may look like he doesn't care about anything, but he is actually very enthusiastic. It's like a pile of dry firewood. You need to ignite it with your own flame before it can heat up. It's a firewood. You know? Yonk, Johnny is very important to me and the entire Jiangnan region. You must have a good relationship with him and take him down. Zhu Yonk was completely speechless. She even felt that Zhang Yi's position in Zhu Zheng's heart was more important than hers. Zhu Yonk was so full of complaints that she couldn't express herself. She is not stupid and knows that continuing to complain about Zhang Yi will only make Zhu Zheng unhappy. But after ending the call, she couldn't help but feel irritated. Zhang Yi, you are really blind. I want to be a woman with appearance and substance. Why are you so heartless? Zhu Yonk complained angrily. She also wanted to get closer to Zhang Yi. However, Zhang Yi took Joe Kier with him on the road, and the two of them were together wherever they went, giving her no chance to sneak in. But with Joe Kier here, her charm will be greatly reduced immediately. The Gene phone continued to travel southeast. While eating, Zhu Yonk took the initiative to find Zhang Yi. This time her attitude became much better. I have already talked with my uncle about the Malay Navy. My uncle told you not to worry, and just continue to perform the mission. If you have any problems, the district will handle them properly for you. Zhang Yi looked at her gentle look and couldn't help but laugh and said, I thought you would only file a complaint against me with your uncle. Zhu Yonk suddenly became anxious. You? How can you accuse someone of innocence? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. That is to say, I guessed it right? The truth is the sharpest knife. Zhu Yonk took a deep breath. Okay. I admit that I was somewhat prejudiced against you in the past. From now on I will try to listen to your words, okay, as much as possible. I also hope you can treat me better. You know, I am not an unreasonable woman, and I can be of great help to you in the future. She was hinting to Zhang Yi that if he stayed with her, he would have the opportunity to gain more power and improve his status in the Jiangnan region in the future. Zhang Yi's eating movements paused slightly, and then he was non-committal to Zhu Yonk's words. A chicken talks to a duck. Chapter 801 I Sea Monster. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month has passed. The sailing time far exceeded expectations, which made Zhang Yi even a little depressed. Sailing is a very boring thing. Being trapped on a rocking icebreaker, facing the same people and scenes every day. Although when I was in the shelter, it was pretty much the same. But there is a sense of solidity on land, and he can often go out for a walk. But on the ice sea, it is impossible to leave the ship. It's not like Zhang Yi couldn't land when passing by land. However, given his steady character, this approach was obviously inappropriate. First of all, there is no need for any supplies on the ship. The resources in his hands are enough. Secondly, there are few supplies available on the land, but it is full of gangs and pirates. While passing through several small countries, the Jin Feng experienced another robbery incident, and Zhang Yi's approach was also very decisive, eradicating the root cause. Basically, none of the pirates or land gangs he met survived. However, one thing is more troublesome. Their ship has always been exposed to the view of the Colombian ocean-going forces. After all, as the world's leading naval power, Colombia's satellite surveillance system is no less than Huashu's nebula. Moreover, Zhang Yi and others did not use military shielding equipment in order not to alert others. This makes their whereabouts particularly obvious. Zhu Shen discussed this with Zhang Yi and Zhu Yonk. Since their banner is to evacuate overseas Chinese, there is no need to be secretive. After all, the core content of the mission is a secret in the hands of someone. Moreover, Colombia's oceanic navy does not lack supplies, and their own sons will ensure their supplies. Therefore, there is basically no need to worry about the Colombian Ocean Force taking action against Zhang Yi and the others. 39 days at sea. Zhang Yi and the others encountered an extremely strange sight at sea. On this day, Zhang Yi was discussing calligraphy with Zhou Qier in the cabin. Zhang Yi personally likes cursive writing more, and often uses it to cultivate his sentiments. Suddenly, the ship's hull shook violently, and for a long time, Lao Tian came over urgently. Bang bang bang. Smashing the door. The urgency was unprecedented. Seeing this, Zhang Yi had no choice but to clean the desk hastily, let Zhou Qier tidy up his clothes, and then went over to open the door for Lao Tian. What's going on? What a panic. What does it look like? Zhang Yi frowned and said. But Lao Tian and the two sailors behind him said to Zhang Yi with frightened faces. Mr. Zhang. We met a sea monster. Zhang Yi and Zhou Qier were surprised in unison. Sea monster? The day finally came. From the moment they went out to sea, Zhang Yi and Zhou Qier imagined that they would encounter sea monsters in the ocean. There is some worry, but there is also some expectation in it. When they were offshore, they once encountered a mutated whale, but the whale was just huge and did not show too much destructive power. Zhang Yi analyzed that it may have been driven from the deep sea area to the offshore area. It is precisely because of the emergence of a real overlord in the deep sea that it is afraid of being turned into food and flees to less dangerous offshore waters. But it never expected that it would not die in the hands of sea creatures, but in the hands of four-legged beasts on land. Sometimes, the person who kills you may not be your peers, but someone who is playing cross-border. Zhang Yi came back to his senses, pressed his right hand on the bracelet on his wrist, and the black battle suit was automatically put on his body. Wait for me a moment. He closed the door and began to take out his combat uniform and put it on. And Zhou Qier was not idle either, and also started to change clothes. The combat uniforms of the investigation team were exchanged by Zhang Yi. He rescued Zhu Zheng and drove away the Samsara team. The huge points he obtained were used to exchange for high-tech weapons. At least everyone in the family has their own routine, including Aunt Zhou Jaime, who only cooks at home all day long and helps Uncle Yi relieve stress. After Zhang Yi was fully dressed, he opened the door and came to the deck with Zhou Qier. The Jin Feng was shaking so hard that all sailors on the deck had to tie safety ropes around their waists. There was a violent storm outside, and everything in front of me was gray, and my vision was blurred. At the far end of the sea, the waves were rolling, as if something huge was tumbling, and terrifying roars could be heard from time to time, like deep sea gods coming from ancient times. Zhu Yonk blocked the exit of the cabin, looking scared, but also wanting to watch the fun. Zhang Yi pulled her aside. You two stay here. Don't run out. Be careful of being knocked over by the waves and thrown into the sea. Zhu Yonk felt a little moved in his heart. Zhang Yi actually cared about her. But in fact, Zhang Yi just felt that if she died, it would be difficult to explain to Zhu Zheng. The deck was too shaking. Zhang Yi turned on it directly. The two worlds are bound together. And air control, letting his body float above the Jin Feng. Now, he could finally see the full picture of the sea monster that Lao Tian mentioned. About 20 nautical miles away from the Jin Feng, the seawater has been dyed into a large area of blood. It was not one sea monster, but many heads literally. Zhang Yi saw many heads. Otherwise, he would not be able to determine the number of sea monsters. In the icy blue ocean, the sea monsters are too huge. From what you can see, you can tell that they are all 50 meters up. Zhang continued to fly, trying to see more clearly. After he flew thousands of meters high, he finally saw it clearly. One end, two ends, 5 heads. A total of 5 sea monsters. 4 huge sharks are besieging a monster that looks like a sea snake or moray eel. Those sharks have also undergone mutation. I wonder if they have lived in neon. So they look particularly ferocious and twisted. One shark had a head full of eyes, and some had 2 heads. Zhang even saw a shark growing arms that looked like humans. They madly bit the giant sea snake in front of them. The reason why it is called a sea snake is because it has a long and narrow body that is more than 100 meters long and is covered with black scales. It just has a huge sharp horn on its head, and hundreds of black protrusions on its back that are bigger than a shark's dorsal fin. The huge body rises and falls on the sea, like a continuous hill. It is huge and terrifying, facing the siege of 4 mutated sharks. Its head was raised high from the water. Its body kept sweeping. A large number of scales fell into the sea, and the blood stained the sea area for more than 10 kilometers red. Its huge sharp angle suddenly emitted a strong purple light, and finally it sprayed out a beam of light that swept towards the 4 sharks around it. Immediately, a shark was directly pierced by this beam of light. It screamed miserably, and then sank to the bottom of the sea. Chapter 802 Don't Get Involved. The battle between sea monsters made Zhang Yi terrified. The shark tore into the body of the sea snake fiercely. The body of the sea snake was very long, and the bite scars were everywhere, exposing the bones inside. But it is equally terrifying. After killing a shark with a laser on its head, the huge head tilts back hard, and then stabs into the back of the shark, like a knife cutting through pork. Poof! With a sound, a waterfall of blood seemed to open, and shark blood poured out all over the sky. Zhang Yi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. After he came to his senses, he immediately returned to the deck. March at full speed and leave this area. Zhang Yi said to Lao Tian. That sea monster was so terrifying, completely incomparable to the mutant whales Zhang Yi had encountered before. Speaking of those 4 sharks alone, their size and destructive power were frightening, probably even greater than the captain of the Sky Dragon pirates, Canute, whom he had encountered before. If the sea monsters discovered their ship and attacked, it would be a big trouble for Zhang Yi. After hearing this, Lao Tian also knew that the situation was very dangerous, and he quickly shouted and ordered the crew to use full power and set off in the opposite direction of the sea monster. The Jin Feng was far away from this sea area, but the roar of sea monsters could be heard from time to time in their ears. Zhang Yi even turned around and saw thunder falling from the sky, striking the sea area. 10 minutes later, the ship sailed dozens of nautical miles, and everything around it returned to calm. But Zhang Yi always felt that the air was filled with the smell of blood. It was a thrilling battle. The dangers in the depths of the ocean were much more terrifying than those on land. Zhang Yi stood on the deck with such emotion in his heart. Something's wrong? Boss, something's very wrong. Lao Tian suddenly said to Zhang Yi. What's wrong? Zhang Yi asked. Lao Tian lowered his head and looked at the sea. The water was bright red and stained with blood. Marine life is extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. Logically speaking, the smell of blood here is so strong that there should be schools of fish gathering here. But why don't you see a single fish around here? When Zhang Yi heard this, an idea came to his mind. At the same time, his passive ability, Time Echoes, started. Time Echo, one of Zhang Yi's abilities that he awakened after absorbing Mayumi and Kanuta from the Phoenix Academy. Time-based abilities, passive skills. When Zhang Yi was about to be attacked, he gave advance warning. Under, Zhang Yi looked at her feet, or below the sea surface to be exact, and the feeling of being targeted by a ferocious beast instantly hit her heart. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi added the ability to control the air to the entire ship, and then opened a dimensional door under the hull. Boom! Shortly after he completed this operation, the water in the surrounding sea suddenly started to rotate crazily. If you look down from a high altitude, you can see that a huge vortex began to form with the area where the Jin Feng is located as the center. It is a vortex with a radius of several thousand meters. And deep in the whirlpool, huge black dorsal fins were looming among the crests of the waves. It's that sea snake. Zhang Yi recognized it. It was the giant sea snake that had just killed 4 mutated sharks. Unexpectedly, it noticed the humans in this direction and chased after them. Perhaps, it discovered Zhang Yi, a unique human being. Zhang Yi to erase the Jin Feng and lay on the railing looking at the deep sea. The sea snake's huge eyes were blood red and stared at him. Sure enough, it came for Zhang Yi. The blood-colored pupils are full of blood and killing. Zhang Yi can be sure that its eyes are twice as big as Zhang Yi's entire body. Although he didn't know whether it could understand human speech, Zhang Yi still used the loudspeaker to shout, "We are not your enemies. We are just passing by." The sea monster ignored Zhang Yi's explanation at all. It emerged from the ocean, pointed its huge sharp horn at Zhang Yi, and then shot out a purple light. Zhang Yi's pupil shrank, and he immediately opened the second dimensional door in front of him. A steady stream of lasers shot into the dimensional gate and stopped after half a minute. The intensity of this energy is very high, and the pressure it brings to Zhang Yi is definitely no less than that of a captain-level alien. And in the ocean, its home field. It may even destroy a survey team. If it were not Zhang Yi who appeared here today, but Deng Shintong or Bian Junwu, it would almost be a certain death, because the sea monster only needs to destroy their ship to slaughter them at will. No wonder Zhu Zheng insisted on letting me do this task. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. But they called me absolute defense. Ah! The sea monster's attack didn't work, which made it become more vigilant. However, the huge body is still hovering in the ocean, and the pressure brought by that huge body that is constantly squirming is indescribable. But Zhang Yi was also angry. I didn't provoke you. Why are you pretending to me? Full counter-attack. He redirected the laser that entered and returned it intact. At this moment, watching his attack being bounced back, a blank look appeared in the sea monster's eyes. However, it also realized the power of its own attack. After a great battle, its body was covered in scars, and when it was hit by a laser on its torso, it immediately let out an extremely terrifying roar. Scales and flesh were everywhere, and you could even see the blackened bones inside. As for Zhang Yi's right hand, the power of the void has begun to condense, preparing to turn it into a fatal blow to completely take away its life. The sea monster finally realized that the man in front of him was powerful enough to kill it. It roared angrily, plunged its head into the water without hesitation, and swam towards the deep sea. Void spear. The unstable dark matter was condensed and extended into a spear more than 2 meters long. Accurate shooting. Many afterimages appeared in Zhang Yi's eyes, and eventually these afterimages gradually merged into one. It turns out that the ability to shoot accurately is Zhang Yi's earliest time power, which can also be said to be the prototype of Time Echo. It can predict the trajectory of the opponent's actions, and after being locked by the echo of time, there is no escape. The spear of the void came out of its hand and submerged into the sea. On the route it traveled, the seawater split open as if it encountered a natural enemy. Millions of tons of seawater gave it way to make way for a cylindrical channel, and it went straight after the sea monster. Boom! A moment later, the seawater surged into the huge channel, drowning everything. But soon, bright red and even dark blood rolled out from underneath. Zhang Yi frowned. Since he improved his strength, the power of the void spear has also been greatly improved. For example, it can complete the transformation from face to point killing. But even so, it is unknown whether such a super large sea monster can be killed with one blow. After all, this is the ocean, and its territory is impossible for Zhang Yi to pursue. Get away from me. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you next time. Chapter 803 Yinlu Island. The sea surface returned to calm, but the blood stained the surrounding sea area for dozens of miles, which looked extremely terrifying and strange. On Laotian's side, the radar showed that there were no large creatures nearby. Zhang Yi asked how far is it from Yinlu Island. Lao Tian replied that there are still more than 1,000 nautical miles. At the current speed, we can reach the destination in 3 days. Always keep someone under observation in the radar room. The sea monster might not be dead, Zhang Yi reminded. Lao Tian couldn't help but swallowed. If you are targeted by such a monster, you will have to be wary every day while sailing on the sea. Seeing his panicked look, Zhang Yi said lightly that it was seriously injured and must be looking for a place to heal now. It is impossible for them to harass us again in a short time. We'll leave here immediately after picking up the people. The return speed should be faster than when we came. As long as we return to land, we don't need to worry about sea monsters. Lao Tian nodded in agreement and went back to the helm. Zhang Yi returned to the cabin, and Zhu Yunk ran over and asked how the sea monster was doing. Killed? Zhang Yi said that he was seriously injured and hid in the deep sea. It won't affect us for the time being. Zhu Yunk looked worried. What if he targets us in the future? Zhang Yi said how the I know. Let's talk about it then. Anyway, the worst case scenario is that the ship is destroyed and he could escape with Zhou Kuo. As for the others, all I can say is do your best. Of course, the likelihood of this happening is relatively low. As long as he is here, the probability of this monster trying to destroy the Gene phone is approximately 0. We will arrive at Ganria Island in about 3 days. Zhang Yi told Zhu Yong to contact the people over there. Zhu Yong's eyes slowly lit up. We can finally go ashore. After more than a month at sea, she was almost exhausted. The corners of her mouth were raised, and a look of pride appeared on her face. Zhu Zheng placed the communication channel with the people of Yanlu Island in her hands. Perhaps Zhu Zheng was worried that Zhang Yi would completely ignore Zhu Yong. Well, come to my room, and we can slowly communicate with the people there. She looked at Zhang Yi's face with a smile. Casual. Zhang Yi didn't take it seriously and followed her to her room. Zhu Yong's room was well furnished and was considered the first-class cabin on the entire ship, second only to Zhang Yi and Zhou Kuo's. Zhang Yi sat directly on the chair after entering the room. Zhu Yong reached out and took out a box from the closet. It was her communication device. She unfolded the instrument on the floor and began to contact people on Ganlu Island. This process is somewhat lengthy. Zhu Yong tried several times, but did not get any response. Zhang Yi frowned. What's going on? Was there an accident? They sailed on the sea for more than a month. In the end of the world, this time is enough to change many things. It's possible that those on Ganria Island are already dead. Zhu Yong frowned slightly. I will try again. She didn't give up, and she looked quite focused when she was working. After a few minutes, the communicator picked up the signal. Got it. Her eyes lit up. Hello. Are you a snow wolf? Snow wolf is the code name of the person on Yanlu Island. It's not that Jiangnan District doesn't know his information, but using code names when communicating can avoid being monitored. Zhang Yi walked over and listened to the voice on the other end. It was the voice of a young man, full of fatigue, nervousness, and excitement. I am Shui Lang. Is this my hometown? Are you here? It's very dangerous here. More than half of our team died. I can't hold on anymore. Zhu Yong calmly said, don't be nervous. We will arrive in about 3 days. Zhu Yong said, while operating the instrument in his hand. This set of instruments is connected to the nebula system and can directly observe the entire Yanlu Island. Zhu Yong is choosing a suitable landing place. Where are you now? We will land in an area close to you. In the northwest direction. There is. The voice hesitated for a moment, then continued that there was a cliff and a secret cave below. We're right there. Zhu Yong left and zoomed in on the map of that area. The surrounding area of Yanlu Island is covered by a layer of white ice, which also makes it possible to walk over some originally steep cliffs. The place where Snow Wolf and the others hide is at the bottom of a cliff. It is really difficult to find them without looking at the satellite map. Zhang Yi leaned over and asked if there was any danger on the island. Shui Lang said in a weak voice that there are many people on the island. Not just us. There are aboriginal people and those who later fled. There are volcanoes and geothermal heat on the island, so it supports many people. But there is not enough food to eat. Some people start killing people just to survive. Not many people on the island froze to death. They all died of starvation and disease. But the most people were killed and made into food. Zhu Yong's expression was very heavy. She quickly comforted her and said, Don't be afraid. We are here to take you home this time. We will definitely protect your safety. Zhang Yi leaned over and continued to ask if there was any stranger. They are mutated humans or creatures with powerful abilities. Are there any armed groups? Shui Lang replied that there was an armed organization, a local gang. However, some people do suddenly develop very powerful powers. After confirming that there were no professional troops, Zhang Yi felt a lot more relaxed. As for the aliens, there is no need to worry too much. A small Yanlu island did not have the conditions to give birth to a powerful stranger. If it were true, Shui Lang would not have the chance to ask for help from the Jiangnan region. This place would have been ruled by him long ago. He patted Zhu Yong on the shoulder and motioned for her to continue chatting with Shui Lang. But Zhang Yi had already finished asking his own questions. He doesn't care about anything else and is only responsible for coming to pick people up. Zhang Yi left Zhu Yong's room, then came to the control room and called Lao Tian. Lao Tian, we are about to reach our destination. You ask everyone to prepare weapons and equipment, and bulletproof vests must be worn. Also, pay attention to the surrounding sea areas and let me know as soon as possible if there is any disturbance. Out of his cautious character, Zhang Yi will not trust any strangers, so he must be well prepared before he can feel at ease. Yes, Mr. Zhang. 3 days later, the Gene Feng arrived at Yanlu Island without any accidents. This island in the ocean close to the equator, was formed by the eruption of an undersea volcano. It erupts every 37 years, and is an island formed by an active volcano. Therefore, Yanlu Island has huge geothermal energy underground. In the 1950s, humans were able to control the volcanic eruption of Yanlu Island well, and reduce the harm. Ganlu Island has also been developed into a tourist attraction, especially the local hot springs, which are very famous. After the end of the world, more than 5,000 refugees came here to avoid disasters, including local indigenous people and tourism industry practitioners. The total population is more than 20,000. These are the basic information about Ganlu Island. Chapter 804. You are going to die. At about 9:30 in the morning, a biting cold wind blew from the northwest toward the edge of the equator, as the hottest area in the world. The current real-time temperature here is around -20 degrees Celsius. The Jifeng approached Yanlu Island from the sea. It was covered with white snow as far as the eye could see, and large sheets of ice condensed in the offshore area. As the most advanced icebreaker at present, the Jifeng naturally does not need to dock outside the offshore waters. The huge and heavy hull directly crushed the ice and arrived at the edge of Rock Current Island. Following the exchange with Snow Wolf, we came to the northwest of Yanlu Island and found a port of call here. Zhang Yi asked everyone to get ready, and then asked Zhu Yonk to contact the man codenamed Snow Wolf. Zhu Yonk immediately used the communicator to contact Snow Wolf. Zhang Yi allocated manpower, with a total of 16 crew members, 10 of whom stayed on the ship. He himself planned to take 6 crew members ashore. Soon after, Zhu Yonk got in touch with Shui Lang. They came right away. Zhu Yonk said to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi nodded, and then asked the sailor to put down the gangway and prepare to go ashore. Is that substance called the source of God on this island? Zhang Yi looked at the snow-covered island in front of him and thought curiously. Zhang Yi is still very curious about the mysterious substance that can enhance the strength of aliens, and even allow Zhang Yi to break through the restrictions of genetic locks and reach the realm of Epsilon. If you can get it, that's naturally the best. Although he is not particularly interested in improving his strength. In the end of the world, only with strong enough capital can he live well. Zhou Qi and Zhu Yonk followed Zhang Yi, both wearing white combat uniforms. It is said that the hot springs here are very good. Zhou Qi smiled and said next to Zhang Yi, if possible, I would like to take a dip later. More than half a month of sailing was really tiring. Now that it is finally possible to set foot on land, and I heard that the geothermal energy here is very rich. Naturally, people can't help but want to experience it. Our hot springs contain a lot of minerals, which are very good for the body. Zhou Qi put a hand on Zhang Yi's shoulder and said with a smile. She didn't hold Zhang Yi's arm, because Zhang Yi, who is on alert, hates others hugging his arms. When Zhu Yonk saw this, he couldn't help but feel a little jealous. During the long sea voyage, her relationship with Zhang Yi did not achieve much breakthrough. Zhang Yi always kept a distance from her, and drew a clear line from the beginning. She still didn't understand what was wrong with her. Just when Zhang Yi and the others were observing the situation on Yanlu Island and discussing hot spring bathing, Zhang Yi suddenly became alert. Careful. He unfolded it immediately. The two worlds are bound together. Field, protecting a few people around him. The next moment, I heard gunshots ringing in my ears. In the snow bushes in the distance, there were longing figures. They suddenly emerged from the snow, and then started shooting fiercely at Zhang Yi and the others. However, these bullets were all swallowed up by the alien space. Sneak attack? But they are just ordinary bullets, not aliens. Zhang Yi reacted quickly. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. These people must be the dangers on the island that Shui Lang mentioned before. There was no way. The Jifeng was too conspicuous when it came to Yanlu Island, and it must have attracted some people's attention. They want to kill people and seize the ship. Go! Zhang Yi waved his hand and shot all the bullets back. The gunmen hidden in the snow were all pierced by their bullets and suffered heavy casualties. The island was filled with screams and exclamations. Zhang Yi heard angry curses in his ears. The people who came were one of the now famous violent organizations on Yanlu Island. The leader was named Kunbi, who came from the small country of Nanyang. After their people discovered the Jifeng, they immediately ambushed around, planning to kill people and seize the ship. But I didn't expect that the stubble would be so hard. Kunbi's eyes were fixed on the group of people wearing white combat uniforms. Just by looking at their clothes, he could tell that those people were extraordinary. But instead of being trapped on this island and waiting to die, it's better to give it a try, and maybe there's still a way to survive. Kids, rush for me. Kunbi held a rifle in his hand, stood up, pointed it at Zhang Yi and the others and shot. They are all minions. Zhang Yi was too lazy to waste time, and took out 2 golden sand eagles. He laid the guns flat, and locked onto dozens of enemies hundreds of meters away, with his precise, shooting ability. The gunfire sounded like firecrackers. Every time Zhang Yi fired a bullet, an enemy was shot in the head and died. And the crew members are not idle either. They are all well-trained sailors. They are good sailors when they put down their guns. And they are good soldiers when they pick up their guns. Everyone picked up their guns and started to fight back. Originally, the enemy was exposed, and we were hidden. Zhang Yi and others could easily be surrounded and annihilated standing in the port without bunkers. However, firstly, Zhang Yi has the ability to swallow bullets. And secondly, to put it bluntly, even if Zhang Yi and the others stand there and let the other party shoot, even with the combat uniforms they were wearing, it was not something that these refugees could penetrate with their outdated guns. In less than a minute, almost all the invading villains were wiped out. Even if they realized something was wrong and wanted to escape, they would never be able to avoid the bullets shot by Zhang Yi. Kunbi, the leader of this organization, did not expect that the enemy was so powerful. All we can do is fight. Let you see how powerful I am. Kunbi's body suddenly twisted and turned into a strange creature covered with white bone spurs, like a giant centipede. Then he plunged directly into the snow and rushed towards Zhang Yi and others from under the ice and snow layer. Soon, Zhang Yi frowned and felt the attack that was about to launch from the ground. He was indifferent. Just took out his holy seal, and then stabbed the knife into the snow with his backhand. Chi-chi. A stream of blood spurted out directly from the ground, followed by heart-rending screams. With Zhang Yi's force, Kuan-Bai's body flew out. The aliens are probably only at beta level. Kuan-Bai's appearance startled both Zhou Ke and Zhu Yonk. Women are instinctively afraid of this kind of insect, especially the giant centipede that is nearly 2 meters long. Who wouldn't feel frightened after seeing it? Only people like Zhang Yi, who had killed countless people, were already numb to the strange sights. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Zhang Yi asked with a smile, with a condescending joking. If anyone in the Jiangnan region knew that a beta-level alien dared to sneak attack, chaos will definitely make everyone laugh out loud. Forgive me. I don't dare anymore. I know I was wrong. Kumi twisted on the tip of the knife, wailing for mercy. Zhang Yi suddenly lost interest in him, because it seemed that he was just a useless, fearful person. No. You just know you're going to die. Zhang Yi threw him to the ground with a strong force in his hand. And then Zhang Yi followed him. Kunmi twisted his body and tried to escape, but Zhang Yi stabbed him hard through his body again. Puff! Blood splashed out again. I heard that centipedes are very difficult to kill. Zhang Yi stabbed his body from beginning to end one after another, and did not stop until his body was almost divided into 2 halves. Chapter 805 Snow Wolf, Happy National Day. As soon as Zhang Yi and others landed, they were attacked by an armed organization on Yinlu Island. This proved that Zhang Yi was right to be cautious. If the person who came today was not him, but an ordinary rescue team, he would probably have died under random gunfire. The sound of gunfire should attract the attention of many people. Zhou Ke said to Zhang Yi. It doesn't matter. It seems that there are no masters on this island. Zhang Yi said lightly. Such beta-level aliens dared to attack them blatantly, which shows that even if there are aliens on this island, their level is not very high. No wonder. After all, Ganlu Island can be said to be isolated from the world now. I'm afraid they thought they were invincible after awakening a little bit of their powers. At this moment, a crew member suddenly raised his gun and shouted in the distance who it was. Come out quickly. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. I am from Huashu country. A man came from a distance with his hands raised. He was wearing a white down jacket, and his head was covered tightly by a hat. Only half of his face could be seen, but he didn't seem to be very old. Are you the rescue team sent by Huashu Kingdom? The man came over and asked cautiously. Zhang Yi and Zhu Yonk looked at each other and asked him, Are you a snow wolf? The man was stunned for a moment, and then tears started to flow from his dry eyes. You are? Someone from my hometown. Zhang Yi nodded. Yes, it's us. He actually covered his eyes and fell to his knees on the spot, sobbing loudly. Great. You are finally here. Great. Great. He was a little incoherent and kept mumbling about how great it was. Zhang Yi could understand his mood. In such an isolated place, with no food and murderous thugs around, this kind of despair is not something ordinary people can understand. Seeing the man's appearance, Zhu Yonk felt heartbroken and quickly went over to help him up. After some questioning, Zhang Yi found out the man's identity. His name is Li Zongyu. And he is a Chinese. His parents immigrated to Qingdao last century. The main language in Qingdao is Chinese. So Li Zongyu also speaks Chinese very fluently. He works as a history teacher in a school in Qingdao. Originally, I came to Ganlu Island because of a trip organized by the school. As a result, a sudden cold wave trapped them here. Don't worry. We're here to take you home. Zhu Yonk listened to Li Zongyu's story with distress on his face. According to Li Zongyu, after the end of the world, the island slowly turned into a purgatory on Earth. More than half of their team has died, and most of them have become food for the gangster organization. After listening to Li Zongyu's words, Zhang Yi didn't feel much fluctuation in his heart. Zhang Yi had seen this kind of thing too many times when he was in Tianhai City, and it was nothing, at least compared to those who died tragically in Tianhai City. Li Zongyu and others are much happier. At least they're still alive. Seeing Zhu Yonk's compassionate look, Zhang Yi frowned. They came just to take Li Zongyu back, and they would not make any unnecessary promises. The premise is to confirm that the information Li Zongyu passed to Blizzard City is true. Hello, Li Zongyu. Zhang Yi walked up to him and stared at him with an indifferent expression. What about that thing you were talking about? On your body? Li Zongyu was alert. After hesitating for a while, he nodded slowly. I don't have anything with me. As long as you take us away, I will definitely give it to you as promised. Moreover, that thing was not obtained from Ganlu Island. If you want to know where that place is, save our lives first. Didn't you get it on Ganlu Island? Zhang Yi frowned slightly. In other words, the task is not over yet. Right? Zhang Yi smiled lightly. Very good and smart. Li Zongyu's approach was very cautious, which made Zhang Yi appreciate him a little. You will never hand over your cards before you are sure that you have received enough benefits. How many of you are still alive? Zhang Yi asked calmly. Li Zongyu replied that there were more than 30 people. This amount was completely acceptable to Zhang Yi, and it was much less than he expected. Very good. I can take you back. In front of Zhu Yonk, Zhang Yi did not ask any more questions about the mysterious stone. Anyway, after getting on the boat, he had plenty of time to ask questions slowly. Where are your people? Zhang Yi looked around and found no one else there. Li Zongyu took a deep breath and hurriedly pointed to the distance. They were all hiding in the cave. I heard the gunfire and came over to check the situation. Zhang Yi said, take us there and have a look. He smiled and said that there seemed to be a lot of people on the island. We had to leave quickly without delay. The gunfire was so loud that it could be heard throughout the island. Naturally, it also attracted some people's attention. Zhang Yi doesn't care about other people. He is just here to complete the task, and the life and death of others has nothing to do with him. Li Zongyu hurriedly led Zhang Yi, and they passed through a beach and came to the bottom of the cliff. Li Zongyu came to a pile of rocks, pointed there, and said that we have been staying here all the time, and we can enter by removing the rocks. Sorry. Could you please help me? Zhu Yonk smiled and nodded. There is nothing wrong with being cautious. You are very smart. She looked at the crew members beside her. You helped move the rocks away. Slow. Zhang Yi stretched out his hand to stop them. He looked at Li Zongyu with amusement. Why can't you do it yourself? Li Zongyu's expression was startled, and he smiled unnaturally. Seeing this, Zhu Yonk frowned and criticized Zhang Yi. Mr. Zhang, how long has it been since this happened, and you are still so mean? They have suffered so much on the island. Is it difficult to just ask your people to help move the rocks? Zhang Yi ignored Zhu Yonk and pointed at Li Zongyu with the index finger of his right hand. He said with a smile, would a person who dared to go out to investigate the situation alone when the outside world was full of bullets and bullets be an ordinary person? Am I right? Snow Wolf? You are also a capable person. Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes and said in a cold voice that you are very cautious, which I appreciate very much. But your strength is insignificant in my eyes. So, don't hide yourself needlessly. It will only make me feel bored. Do you understand? Hearing this, Li Zongyu revealed a wry smile. He didn't intend to hide anything. After saying that, in front of everyone, his body began to show obvious changes. White hair began to grow all over its body. Its body grew larger, and fangs and claws grew. After a moment, he turned into a white snow wolf more than 2 meters tall. Orc-type ability user. I knew it would be like this. Otherwise you won't be able to survive on this island. Zhang Yi said. He could see that he was just a beta-level ability user with little potential, let alone lethality. If there was a real fight, even a fully armed crew member might have a chance to kill him. It was just to protect myself. Even so, I still had to watch many people around me die. Li Zongyu said sadly. He alone cannot protect everyone around him. After all, if everyone wants to live, they must get food and fuel. These are important supplies that allow people to risk their lives on Yinlu Island. Chapter 806 The Survivors of Yinlu Island. Li Zongyu personally removed the big stone blocking the cave, revealing a cave entrance only more than 1 meter wide. He returned to his human appearance and took the lead to crawl inside. Zhang Yi was secretly vigilant and let the 2 crew members in first. Then he and Zhou Qi Zhu Yonk walked in the middle. Behind him were 4 crew members. It was very dark inside the cave, and the crew turned on the lights, which immediately illuminated the entire cave. It was warm and humid inside, and there was a smell of sulfur. This is a very common smell in hot springs, Zhang Yi said with some surprise. I thought it would stink here. How do you solve your daily bathing and excretion problems? Li Zongyu explained that I know some medical skills, so I will remind everyone to pay attention to personal hygiene to avoid infectious diseases. There is a hot spring below to cleanse the body. As for excrement, there are special channels for storage and can be used as fertilizer to grow food. At this point, he smiled bitterly. Originally, we planned to implement a sustainable development strategy here. However, there are no farmers here, and we are not good at planting. Moreover, the growth cycle of food is too long, and we cannot wait that long. Zhang Yi looked at him and said lightly that your idea is a good one. Zhang Yi asked himself, what could he do if he was placed in such an environment? Well, no need to think about it. He already had the answer in his heart. He will not be Li Zhongyu, and will become Kunbi. Not long after traveling, Zhang Yi vaguely saw a light source deep in the cave. As if there is light. The light does not come from a fire or a lamp, but from a green or on the rock wall deep in the cave. They emit a faint light in the darkness. Although it is not too bright, it is still barely enough for people to see clearly the surrounding scenery 2 or 3 meters away. Zhang Yi was walking next to Li Zongyu and asked casually, how did you contact Jiangnan district despite being so far apart? Isn't there a problem with the signal? Hearing this, Li Zongyu smiled faintly, and then took out a Warwick Mate 600 from his pocket. Zhang Yi nodded clearly. It turns out that this is the case. Their mobile phone signal is indeed world-class. Li Zongyu scratched his head. In fact, there was a base station on the island. It was also built by Warwick. Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh twice. In this regard, Warwick was indeed far ahead. Soon after, they came to the cave where Li Zongyu and others lived. But when they arrived at the entrance, they were guarded by 2 men with guns in their hands. Stop! Who is it? The 2 men raised their guns vigilantly and said, it's me. I'm here with the rescue team. Li Zongyu took a step forward and showed his face. Rescue team? The 2 men looked suspicious, with a hint of joy in their eyes. But they were more cautious. Is this the rescue team from Washu country that you mentioned before? Li Zongyu nodded. Yes. We are saved. We can follow their ship back to the land, and never have to live such a hungry day again. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Li Zongyu thought so well that life on land was even worse than on the island. But after taking them back, Zhang Yi and Jiangnan district will naturally make arrangements for them. At least they won't starve to death. It was just the expressions of the 2 gatekeepers that made Zhang Yi feel a little strange. They behaved very complicatedly regarding the arrival of themselves and others. How is this going? When a person encounters a savior in a desperate situation, shouldn't he cry with joy? He realized it wasn't that simple. But it didn't matter to him. He just wanted to take away Li Zongyu, to be precise. The stone in his hand that was suspected to be the source of God. Li Zongyu turned his head, smiled and said to Zhang Yi, everyone, please wait here for a moment. This is where they live. It may be a little messy. I'll ask them to clean it up so that it doesn't hinder your eyes. As he spoke, he pointed to several large rocks on the ground. Everyone, please take a seat. Zhang Yi said calmly, no. We will wait here. He took a step forward, stared into Li Zongyu's eyes, smiled, and said meaningfully that if there was anything that needed to be discussed, discuss it quickly. Time waits for no one, and we cannot stay here for too long. Li Zongyu swallowed, turned away with an unnatural expression, and actually covered his mouth with his hand in embarrassment. As if to hide his embarrassment, he licked his lips and ran a hand through his hair. I just asked them to pack their things and nothing else would get in the way. After finishing speaking, Li Zongyu took the 2 gatekeepers and entered the depths of the cave. There is a lot of light inside the cave, which is a space of 200 to 300 square meters. There were tent cooking utensils everywhere, and even clothes hung to dry. However, the living area was kept very clean, and there was no feces or household garbage everywhere. At this time, dozens of people were sitting together in the middle of the cave, and the luminous or dugout in the middle illuminated a space. A short but strange-looking middle-aged man stood in the center of the circle and spoke in a firm and powerful tone. The current situation is only a temporary difficulty, and I believe the end of the world will soon pass, and we too will be saved. Yesterday was cruel. Today is even crueler. But tomorrow will be great. Most people died tonight and would not see the sun tomorrow. So everyone must hold on and don't lose confidence. Have hope for the future. His name is Ma Wenjung, and he is an entrepreneur in the team. He now works part-time as a priest and is also one of the spiritual leaders of the team. As his passionate speech ended, there was sparse applause, although the surrounding refugees looked a little tired and numb. After hearing his words, many people's eyes lit up. When this kind of hope is cut off, people need encouragement and others to tell them that there is still a tomorrow to survive. At first glance, the composition of this team is complex. It can be said to be the rainbow team, with people from many countries in it. In the apocalypse, they choose to join a group to stay warm and tide over the difficulties. Li Zongyu walked in with people and said excitedly to everyone, "Everyone, I found the person to save us. The rescue team has already landed and will take us back soon." After hearing what Li Zongyu said, everyone immediately jumped up from the ground and rushed over to surround him. "Really? Is someone really coming to save us? I knew it. I knew it would be like this." Some people cried excitedly on the spot. "Is it the Colombian Maritime Force?" A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses had an excited face. "I knew that Colombia would not give up on its citizens. I sent them hundreds of messages asking for help. And they finally came. Thank God. Thank Colombia. It did not abandon its people." The man with glasses was so excited that he knelt on the ground, with tears in his eyes, and prayed devoutly. Chapter 807 The Dispute Between the Rock Flow Group. Hearing what Andy Zhou, the bespectacled man, said, the others thought it was the Colombian Sea Rescue Force coming over, and they all cheered. "Great. If we can go to Colombia, we can definitely live a good life. Colombia is the most beautiful country in the world, with abundant materials and happy people." A group of people have already started a carnival state. After all, they have been in a desperate situation for a long time, and just giving them a little fantasy is enough to make them have a big dream. When Li Zongyu saw this, he said with some displeasure that it was a rescue ship from Huashu Kingdom. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly froze. Zhou Andy's eyes widened, and he said what in disbelief. "Huashu Kingdom's rescue ship? Mr. Li Zongyu, why did you ask them for help instead of Colombia?" In the crowd, a blonde foreigner with a beard longer than his hair said loudly, "I don't want to go to Huashu country. I am a Colombian citizen, and I have to wait for the Colombian Navy to come and take me home. This is the right given to me by the Constitution." In the other direction, a thin and short middle-aged man said in broken English, "Mr. Li, as a local official in Silla, I can tell you very clearly, Huashu country is not an ideal country. My suggestion is to go to Colombia or even Marais." Zhang Yi's suspicion is justified. Some of these wealthy people vacationing on Yinlu Island are not willing to take refuge in Huashu country. In fact, this controversy has existed for a very long time. Their group was divided into 3 factions. One faction is the Huashu faction headed by Li Zongyu, who advocates asking for help from the Huashu Kingdom. These people are either Huashu Kingdom people or overseas expatriates. One group is the foreign group and hopes to go to Western countries. The third faction is the centrist, drifting with the crowd and having no clear opinions. You can go anywhere, as long as you can survive. Cha Haesung and others are staunch foreigners. Several people refuted Li Zongyu's actions without hesitation, thinking that he had caused trouble to everyone. Li Zongyu rubbed his temples. "We have tried countless times before, asking for help from surrounding countries, but no country responded to ours. Now only Huashu Kingdom is willing to save us. Let's all go with them quickly. Staying alive is the most important thing." Li Zongyu's girlfriend Zhang Weiwei walked next to him and firmly supported him. "Now is not the time for quarrels. Ganlu Island is getting more and more dangerous. We were short of food, and the other survivors started fighting among themselves. If he waited any longer, he might not be able to wait for rescue, but instead, he would be killed." Among the team, a clip sound suddenly sounded. "Oops. Just stop arguing and just go to Huashu country. Anyway, there is no other choice now. Let's go there and stay for a while. If there is a way to leave later, wouldn't it be better for us to go somewhere else?" she said with a proud look. "Don't worry. I'm familiar with the way out of Huashu Kingdom. That's where my mother and I left. Moreover, My old man used to hold a senior position there. She smiled proudly and said, I will take care of you then. The girl is not tall, slightly fat, and looks delicate. The people in the team are already familiar with each other and know that what she said is not false. Sun Wanqi, nicknamed Xiaoyue. Her father was once a local high-level official, and her father and uncle also held important positions. However, Sun Wanqi grew up abroad and later immigrated directly. Sun Wanqi's words made Che Haicheng and others look thoughtful. At this time, part-time priest Ma Wenjing also came over. He said in a slow but firm tone, I see nothing wrong with everyone returning to Huashu Kingdom together. Now we have to consider how to live first, and other conflicts should be discussed later. When Zhou Andy heard Ma Wenjing speaking, he couldn't help but sneer and said, Mr. Ma, you are from Huashu country. Of course you want to go back. Once you get back there, you can be your big boss again. Can it be the same as us? People here don't fully understand what's going on in the outside world. Some people even thought that this was just a relatively large-scale snow disaster, and that human civilization still retained a large part of it. Ma Wenjing said frankly that what matters is not this, but where you can survive. He mused that the world outside may be worse than we think. We must consider whether this is our only chance to survive. After he finished speaking, he walked to Li Zongyu's side. I agree to return to Huashu Kingdom. Li Zongyu looked at the people in front of him, who were still hesitating. Although they each have their own problems, conflicts have also broken out between them. However, after all, they had lived together for half a year, and this feeling of dependence on life and death made him unwilling to give up on anyone, no matter what. I have decided to follow their ship back. I hope you can all come with me. Everyone, please believe me for once. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you, and started talking in low voices. This is an opportunity. But do we really want to go to Huashu country? If you are not familiar with the place, what are you doing there? It's okay for them, the Huashu people, and the overseas Chinese, but we don't speak the same language. I don't like that country. I would rather go to Colombia or Avonia, or even Marais. Shouldn't they come to our rescue out of international humanitarian interest? Among the crowd, Silla official Cha Haicheng frowned and thought for a long time, and finally walked to Li Zongyu obediently. Mr. Li, I believe you will lead everyone to a better life, so I decided to leave with you. Cha Haicheng's only impression among the team is that he is shrewd. No matter what he does, he never suffers. So after he also chose to go to Huashu Kingdom, many people couldn't help it and sided with Li Zongyu. Finally, under their persuasion, most people chose to leave with the Huashu Kingdom's rescue ship. There were only 5 or 6 people who stubbornly chose to stay. I have already sent a distress signal to Colombia. They will definitely come. This is my right. The few people left behind were all Colombians, and they always firmly believed that the Colombian rescue ship would travel tens of thousands of sea miles to take them home. After Li Zongyu and others tried to persuade him to no avail, they had no choice but to respect them. Zhang Weiwei thought for a while, and told everyone that since we were about to board the ship and leave, we should leave some of the food and clothes on our bodies for them. As soon as these words came out, most people immediately stepped back, and no one wanted to stand in front. Che Haicheng sighed and said, Weiwei, your idea is good, but now it's still unknown whether we can leave. I think it's better to remain skeptical about Huashu's ship, and even if they were on board, who could tell what they would do to us? It is important to keep some emergency supplies with you, so I keep my food and water to myself. He clutched his backpack tightly, and he looked very much like Gollum guarding the Lord of the Rings. If anyone came to snatch it, he would fight them tooth and nail. Chapter 808 Hot Spring Bath. Che Haicheng's attitude reflected the thoughts of most people. They whispered in agreement, and no one was willing to give their own supplies to those Colombians. Some people even gloated and mocked. If they don't want to leave, it's none of my business. We are all adults, so we have to walk on the path we choose. Zhang Weiwei was helpless, and could only silently keep part of her food and fresh water. There were also a few people who, like her, left some water and food behind. After Li Zongyu counted the number of people who decided to leave, he asked them to wait here for a while he went to find Zhang Yi and Zhu Yonk. At this time, Zhang Yi and others were not idle. Among the accompanying sailors, there were experienced ones, who immediately found the nearby hot springs. Zhang Yi asked 2 crew members to guard the cave, while he took Zhu Yonk and Zhou Ke to the hot spring. It was a smoky place, deep underground. There is a pool of bubbling hot spring water that smells of sulfur. Zhou Ke happily said that this kind of spring water is very good for the body, and can also treat skin diseases. There is even a saying that it can keep women's skin young. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and asked jokingly, "Do you want to hang out here for a while?" Zhou Qir's face turned slightly red. "Don't do it. I'm very busy now. I'm embarrassed to waste everyone's time." Zhu Yung felt that his body was itching. On a ship, taking a shower is a luxury. After all, the freshwater resources on the ship are limited, and everyone has to use a limited amount. Even she can only take a hot bath once a week, and it can't last more than 10 minutes each time. So when she saw such a nice hot spring, she felt itchy all over and wanted to jump in and take a bath. However, if she knew that the limited use of water resources was limited to her alone, she would probably be pissed to death. Freshwater resources are indeed limited during ocean voyages, but the amount of water Zhang Yi carries with him is far from being used up. "Zhang Yi, I want to take a bath here." Zhu Yung stared at Zhang Yi and demanded with eyes that refused to refuse. Zhang Yi touched his chin and planned to take the hot spring water back. But soaking in hot springs would be completely meaningless if it wasn't in this kind of environment. So he nodded. "Okay, let's take a shower here first." After getting Zhang Yi's nod, Zhou Qir and Zhu Yung were very happy. Zhang Yi asked several crew members to guard outside while he soaked in the hot spring inside. There are several springs in the hot spring. Zhu Yung asked Zhang Yi for a bath towel, and then ran to another place. Naturally, Zhang Yi and Zhou Qir hang out together, so they can rub each other's backs and so on. Don't tell me Zhang Yi hasn't been in a hot spring for a long time. The last time he could remember was a year ago, when he and several colleagues from the company went on a group trip to a hot spring bath. When thinking about the past, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Those colleagues and friends have all died in the apocalypse. Fortunately, there is someone else by his side now. For example, Zhou Qir. She and Zhang Yi were lying in the pool together, enjoying the physical relaxation of the hot springs. The feeling of every muscle relaxing is so comfortable. Anyone who likes to take a bath knows that the best time to take a bath is in the cold winter. The colder it is outside, the better. The colder it is outside, the more comfortable it is to soak in a hot spring. Li Zongyu came to see Zhang Yi and learned that Zhang Yi was taking a bath. So he waited there obediently. After more than half an hour, Zhang Yi finished taking a bath. "If you soak this thing for a long time, your head will feel dizzy." He shouted to the cave next to him that it was almost done. It was time to go back, Zhang Yi said, while drinking the watermelon juice in his hand. Soaking in hot springs and drinking drinks are also great pleasures in life. But after calling several times, there was no response from the other end. Zhou Qir frowned worriedly. Could it be that he fainted? Seeing this, Zhang Yi said to her, "Go over and take a look." Zhou Qir was greatly surprised, and she was a little puzzled by Zhang Yi's behavior as a gentleman. Zhang Yi sneered and said, "I just don't like causing trouble. If a young lady with a special status like Zhu Yung takes a look at her body, she might be taken advantage of. This is comparable to the tram idiots back in the day. People would tell you that you were an idiot, but you had no place to reason." Zhou Qir instantly understood what Zhang Yi meant and went over to find Zhu Yung. After a while, Zhou Qir walked over, supporting Zhu Yung, whose face was red. She looked like she'd been overdone and her blood was rising. But when she saw Zhang Yi, a look of resentment flashed in her eyes. She was obviously given the chance. But Zhang Yi didn't take the bait. What else could she do? "Let's go." Zhang Yi didn't express too much concern. He just said something coldly, then turned around and walked outside. Seeing this, Zhu Yung clenched his silver teeth. Soon, they met those from Li Zongyu's team. Since they are survivors on Yanlu Island, let's call them the Yanlu group. Zhang Yi glanced over and saw some familiar faces. Not that he was an acquaintance, but among these people, there were some wealthy businessmen from Huashu Kingdom and even local officials from Tianhai City. Zhang Yi had seen them on TV. I think so. Those who can go to an island in the ocean for a vacation must have some financial resources. How can ordinary people have such leisure time and funds? At this moment, Zhang Yi suddenly heard an excited sound. Ah! It's Alice. You are Alice. In the rock flow, Sun Wenqi ran out excitedly and headed straight for Zhu Yung. Senior sister, do you still remember me? Zhu Yung looked at the girl in front of him, thought about it, and said in surprise, "Are you Lisa? You are here." Sun Wenqi's body trembled with excitement. "Senior sister, it's great to see you here. Are you also part of the rescue team?" Zhu Yung combed his hair, nodded and smiled. "My uncle is the person in charge of the Jiangnan region of Huashu Kingdom. This time, a friend and I led a team to rescue you." Sun Wenqi opened her eyes wide and was extremely excited. Oh my goodness! This is really great. I feel much more at ease when you are here. Senior sister. I was very scared at first, not knowing who was coming. But if you are here, I will rest assured. Sun Wenqi. Like Zhu Yonk. Both studied at MIT. Of course, it does not depend on grades, but on the places obtained by donating funds. With identities like theirs, they all have their own circles in Columbia, and it is not surprising that they know each other. It can even be said to be inevitable. After all, no matter where they go, the people of Huaxu are accustomed to staying in groups. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, but didn't take it to heart. He asked people to count the number of people, and then said to them, "Before taking you away, I must first declare discipline." Chapter 809 Xiao Zhang. I have to criticize you, Adwan. After everyone arrived, Zhang Yi first explained to them the discipline on the ship. After boarding the ship, I will allocate necessary food and fresh water resources to everyone to ensure your living conditions. But you must obey all my orders unconditionally. Of course, I will not ask you to kill people, set fires, or sell your bodies. But at least no one can cause me any trouble at sea, because we spent a lot of time, energy and resources on this trip. And there are many risks associated with sea voyages. For example, sea monsters, pirates, and bad weather. Zhang Yi put his hands behind his back and said sternly that I will never tolerate any behavior that will cause trouble for me. If anyone dares to offend, I will throw him into the ice sea with a cold smile on his lips. These words made many people shudder. So scary. The rescue team of Huaxu Kingdom is not humane at all. And they actually said such things to those of us who were affected by the disaster. Well, I'm starting to regret it now. Sun Wenqi also said to Zhu Yonk that you, a team member, are so scary. You don't care about him. How can you talk like this? Wouldn't this affect the image of Huaxu Kingdom? Zhu Yonk said in front of the schoolgirl because she wanted to save face. He has always been like this. I am too lazy to talk about him. At this point, she seemed to be trying to make amends for herself. And continued, but he also did this to successfully rescue you all. So let's cooperate with him. Listening to everyone's murmurs, Zhang Yi smiled lightly and said, Don't say I won't give you a chance. Anyone who thinks that I am overbearing and unkind can choose to stay now. Choose for yourself. There was a lot of discussion among the crowd. It could be seen from their faces that they were very dissatisfied with Zhang Yi's attitude and were worried about their life after boarding the ship. But no one chose to quit. After all, if they stayed, they would probably die. No one can guarantee whether a second ship will arrive at the island. Seeing that everyone had no opinions, Zhang Yi continued, Now, please hand over all the weapons and communication equipment you have. In particular, private individuals are not allowed to carry weapons concealed on their bodies. Firearms, ammunition, fruit knives, even nail clippers are not allowed to be kept privately. Someone in the crowd asked sarcastically, What should I do if my nails are long and I want to cut them? Zhang Yi smiled and squinted his eyes, rubbing it on the floor. Li Zhongyu hurriedly said, Please believe in the people sent by Huaxu Kingdom. They are here to save us. Only by believing in them can we leave this ghost place. The people of the Yanlu group were reluctant, but still handed over all the weapons and communication equipment in their hands. After this collection, more than a dozen guns were obtained, but there were not many bullets left. There are also knives, iron rods and other items. But Zhang Yi understands that if people really want to fight, anything can become a weapon. He was just trying his best to avoid this group of people seeking their own death. Zhang Yi is not worried about them causing trouble at sea. He just hates trouble. At this time, Che Haicheng came to Zhang Yi, nodded and bowed. This gentleman. My name is Cha Haisung. From Silla. Thank you very much for coming to save us, and please accept my respect. As he spoke, he bowed 90 degrees to Zhang Yi with very skillful movements. Zhang Yi took a look and realized that this old boy was on the right track. He just nodded and said nothing more. Zhang Yi doesn't like this kind of Philistine guy, but he can't say he hates him, because it is always easy for such people to get along in society. If there is anything you need me to do, please tell me. You are my savior, and my life belongs to you from now on. Che Haicheng tirelessly flattered Zhang Yi, and as he spoke, his eyes became moist, and he shed tears. Zhang Yi just said lightly, It's okay. Just take care of yourself, and don't cause trouble for me. Yes, I will strictly follow your instructions. After Che Hai stood upright, he turned to look at the other members of the Yinlu group and shouted loudly, Long live Huaxu Kingdom! Long live Mr. Zhang! Not to mention, Several friends of Cha Hai-chung in the Yen-Lu group actually shouted loudly. The others looked disgusted when they saw this. But there were also people who came over to learn from him, and started to flatter Zhang Yi one after another. Our wealth and life are entrusted to you. Please be sure to take us back alive. You are our savior. An angel sent by God. A rainbow fart came to Zhang Yi for free. More than an hour ago. They were still making disdainful comments about Huaxi's rescue team, complaining why it wasn't people from Colombia and other countries. Zhang Yi didn't care about this, because he understands the identity of this group of people. They are basically officials, or wealthy businessmen from various countries, who come for vacation, as well as their families. He didn't have much affection for these people, and was indifferent to their flattery. But for people like Cha Hai-chung, doing this is very important. No matter how cold Zhang Yi's attitude is towards them, they will spare no effort to please Zhang Yi. Words and dignity are worthless at a time like this. But it is possible that because of gaining Zhang Yi's favor, he could get a chance to survive at a critical moment. They are always so smart. Before setting off, Zhang Yi asked Li Zhongyu if everyone was here. Li Zhongyu sighed helplessly. Several people refused to leave. They were all from Colombia and were still waiting for the Colombian rescue team to take them back. Zhang Yi nodded. If they don't want to go with us, forget it. I always respect other people's opinions. When he spoke, he glanced slightly at the crew members next to him, and swept his neck twice with his right hand, as if nothing had happened. When the two crew members saw this, they immediately understood. The secret of the source of God is absolutely not allowed to be leaked. Not to mention the Colombians. A group of people left the cave. As they left, those who chose to stay looked at the empty cave, and suddenly felt a huge panic in their hearts. They hesitated for a long time, but finally decided to stay, and wait for their country's rescue ship to pick them back. But while they were waiting, there was a sound of footsteps at the entrance of the cave. Several foreigners were surprised because they saw that it was the crew members who had left and returned. What's the matter with you? The two crew members smiled and took out their silenced pistols. And soon there was a burst of Bayubia sounds in the cave. Zhang Yi and the others left the cave and headed towards the port. After a while, two crew members caught up. Sorry. We just went to relieve ourselves. Zhang Yi glanced at them. And after making eye contact, he knew that the matter was done. Come back to the team. The two returned to the team. This sign made some people murmur in their hearts. For example, Ma Wenjung seemed to have guessed something. But he didn't speak. Just shook his head slowly. Continue heading towards the port. The people in the Yen-Lu group couldn't help but feel frightened when they saw the broken corpses along the way. These corpses are all fresh. How did they die? Marvin Zheng couldn't help but ask. Zhang Yi said lightly that I killed him. Cha Hai-chung quickly praised the killing. These people must have evil intentions. They were killed by the brave Mr. Zhang and his crew. It was so satisfying. Sun Wenqi walked next to Zhu Yonk. Relying on her relationship with Zhu Yonk and her identity as her own father, she always had a condescending expression on her face. Even Zhang Yi was regarded by her as the person who had been ordered to save her little princess. Seeing so many corpses on the ground, she turned pale with fright and kept covering her chest. He couldn't help but said to Zhang Yi, "Don't you think it would be cruel to kill them?" Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment. His brows furrowed, and he stared at Sun Wenqi's face in a funny way. They are robbers. Are you pitying them? Sun Wenqi shook her head. No, they were not robbers. They are just a bunch of poor people struggling to stay alive. In the past, they were trying to survive. But now that you are here, you clearly have the opportunity to take them away. Why must they be killed? Sun Wenqi stared at Zhang Yi righteously. I must criticize you. What you do will greatly affect the international image of Huaxu country. Chapter 810 Food Factory. Sun Wenqi's words made Zhang Yi stop. She had been chatting with Zhu Yonk along the way, and Zhang Yi knew who she was. Are you from Huaxu country? Zhang Yi stared at her and asked coldly. Sun Wenqi said disapprovingly. At least my father's generation lived in that land, and made outstanding contributions to that land. And I am criticizing you from a humanitarian perspective, which has nothing to do with which country I am from. The corners of Zhang Yi's mouth raised. Anyone who knew him well knew that the woman in front of him was going to be miserable. Contribute? Haha. What a contribution from your father's generation. Zhu Yonk came over and said to Zhang Yi. Forget it. Don't argue with her. She has never experienced any hardship since she was a child, and is not familiar with worldly affairs. She leaned into Zhang Yi's ear, and said that she had even exposed her wealth on the internet before. Such a stupid girl. Why do you care about her? Zhang Yi said coldly. I hate those people who stand and talk without pain in their backs the most. Sun Wanqi was still preaching her own ideas righteously. When I was a student in Colombia, I helped homeless and hungry African children every year. I believe that people should be united and friendly with each other instead of hating each other. She lowered her eyes dejectedly. This may not be easy for you Chinese to understand. After all, people in Huaxu Kingdom are generally selfish and insensitive. These words made some Huaxu people in the Yanlu group change their expressions. Li Zhongyu's girlfriend Zhang Weiwei pulled her sleeves, frowned and said, "Stop saying a few words. Don't generalize." Sun Wanqi held her neck up stubbornly. "But this is what I saw." She stretched out her hand and pointed at Zhang Yi. "You see? He went too far. Why must killing be used to solve problems?" For a long time, Zhang Yi thought that the so-called Holy Mother and the vast majority of idiots only existed on the internet and were difficult to encounter in reality. But today, his eyes were opened. His brain circuit couldn't understand how such a person could exist in the world. Probably because I ate too much Sanlu milk powder when I was a child. He did not respond to Sun Wanqi's words, but simply said, "Let's go. Let's go check out a nearby place first." As he spoke, he changed direction, and instead of heading towards the port, he walked in another direction on the island. Li Zhongyu quickly asked Mr. Zhang, "Where are we going?" Zhang Yi said, "The lair of these villains." Li Zhongyu thought for a while, and suddenly realized, "Do you want to collect their supplies?" Also, when sailing across the ocean, supplies are indeed prone to shortages. They thought Zhang Yi was going to collect the loot, so they all followed him without thinking too much. Along the way, Sun Wanqi felt excited when she saw that Zhang Yi didn't refute her words. She thought Zhang Yi knew her identity, and was afraid of her father's power, and could only swallow her anger. So she spoke more brazenly. To be honest, the country of Huaxu does have many problems, and its large population also leads to generally low quality. Well, I didn't mean any sarcasm in it. I just commented rationally, neutrally and objectively. If not for this, my parents would not have sent me to Jellenwaya to study at MIT. When I go back this time, I think it is necessary to change the views of the people in that place. But maybe it's just wasted effort. She tried her best to belittle Huaxigua, trying to prove that she was right to leave, and to show her nobility. Zhang Yi had a sneer on his lips and said nothing, silently waiting for something. After a while, they arrived at the base camp of the previous gang of villains. This is also a cave, but it's not underground. When they first arrived outside, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The ground was covered with black blood and bones. Obviously, those are human bones. There is even flesh and blood on the skeleton that has not been removed. There was a huge chopping board at the door of the cave, and the axes and machetes on it exuded an extremely disgusting stench. "Come inside and take a look." Zhang Yi was wearing a combat uniform and had a mask to block out the odor, so he was not worried, and even smiled and invited everyone inside to take a look. Li Zhongyu said that the supplies must be stored inside. "Let's go and look for them. This is also for our subsequent voyages." Sun Wanqi pinched her nose and yelled, "Why do you want us to come over? Wouldn't it be okay if you just look for it yourself?" Zhang Yi walked over impatiently and grabbed her long ponytail. Zhang Yi used so much force that Sun Wanqi shed tears on the spot in pain. "Ah! It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Let go. You're dragging me to death," Zhang Yi said with a smile. "Didn't you tell me to be kind and generous before? Come on. Come on. I'll show you who I killed. Do you see these skeletons? These are nothing. What's inside is the main course." He dragged Sun Wanqi into the cave without any explanation. The stench inside made people want to vomit. Zhu Yonk wanted to persuade him, but when she saw Zhang Yi's cold eyes, she was too frightened to step forward. After entering the cave, Zhang Yi threw Sun Wanqi directly to the ground. Sun Wanqi burst into tears, pinching her nose and wanting to curse. But when she looked up, she was so frightened that she screamed. Inside the cave, there were corpses hanging everywhere. In the apocalypse, food is very precious, and they are reluctant to waste it at all. The skinned corpse hung from the wall, its hands pierced with hooks like pigs' trotters. There were strings of grunting things hanging on the ropes by the wall. They were large intestines, but they looked much fatter than pig intestines. The peeled skins were dried on the ground and used as clothing for heating. Put the released blood in a basin to make blood tofu. Everything here is like purgatory on earth. Sun Wanqi's eyes almost blurred. All she could do was howl desperately. She backed away like crazy, but accidentally put one hand into a soft and wet thing. Bang! Sun Wanqi took a look and realized that she had knocked over a wash basin, and all the sewer water flowed out and covered her body. Two eyes rolled over, and stared at her blankly. Ah! Sun Wanqi was about to collapse. Although after the end of the world, they experienced many tragic things on Yinlu Island. But she had never seen such AHL on Earth. Zhang Yi smiled and asked, "Look, these are the food factories for those people you said should be treated generously. Now you think it's those people who are pitiful. But these people who are hung on the wall are pitiful. By the way, maybe your friends are among these people." Chapter 8:11 Refugees. Sun Wanqi was so frightened that she almost collapsed. Her eyes turned white, and she fainted. When those who followed behind saw such a scene, some couldn't help but vomited on the spot. The foreign devil by Mo held his head in his hands and shouted, "OMG. My God. This is HL. Is there Satan here?" They had seen dead people and thought their willpower was strong enough. But human nature makes them intolerable to such a scene. Zhang Yi looked at them curiously and asked Li Zhongyu, "Why? You haven't eaten it before?" Li Zhongyu's face was pale, and his mentality had obviously been greatly tested. But he said angrily that we are humans, not animals. How could you do such a thing? His girlfriend Zhang Weiwei also came over angrily and looked at Zhang Yi without fear. "Mr. Zhang, please don't insult our character. Even if we starve to death, we cannot eat this kind of food." Zhang Yi smiled. "How did you solve the problem of food?" Zhang Weiwei said that because it is a tourist island, a large amount of food is stored here all year round. We stayed in a hotel on the island, and the food in the warehouse sustained us for several months. Later, it was Zhongyu and the others who went hunting. The aquatic resources around Ganria Island are very rich, and we can survive by eating aquatic products. Zhang Yi said that this is the tropics. It's 20 degrees below zero, and all the fish in the coastal waters may have disappeared. Zhang Weiwei blinked. There was a giant turtle near Yinlu Island, which was one of the local specialties. Its vitality is very tenacious, so we mostly survive on that. Zhang Yi lowered his eyes and suddenly raised his head to look at Li Zhongyu. "Is turtle soup delicious?" Li Zhongyu looked to the side. It was good to be full, but there was no taste. He pulled Zhang Weiwei and asked her to take the students out. This place was too bloody and not suitable for them. Zhang Yi brought them here just to teach Sun Wanqi a lesson and tell her to shut up and stop annoying him. It also serves as a warning to others. Zhu Yonk had already run outside and vomited wildly. I am afraid that at this time, she was also madly cursing Zhang Yi in her heart for bringing her to see these things. However, these scenes are all small scenes to Zhang Yi and the crew. When they lived in Tianhai City, they had seen even more miserable scenes. For example, have you ever seen hundreds of thousands of zombies attack the human camp, and then tear each human alive until only the bones are left? Small scenes. These are small scenes. Zhang Yi glanced at Sun Wanqi, who was unconscious and felt a little boring. The tone is not small, but the courage is not big. Originally, he planned to give her a dish of original 9-turn large intestine, but luckily for her, she fainted from fright. According to Zhang Yi's character, I really want to throw this woman on the island and let her fend for herself. But Zhu Sheng had requested that all members of the Yinlu group must be brought back to prevent the secrets from being leaked. Secondly, because Li Zhongyu and others were around, Zhang Yi couldn't do anything perfectly. So he called 2 men from the Yinlu group to take Sun Wanqi with them, and then left the magical cave and headed for the port. After a while, they arrived near the port. But when I went there, it was deserted, and there were only corpses on the ground. When we came back, the area near the port was crowded with people, and it was noisy like a vegetable market. Zhang Yi keenly discovered that the corpses near the port had disappeared. He was convinced, but he didn't have much opinion. After all, this kind of thing is very common. The Jin Feng stayed in the port, and Lao Tian asked every crew member to hold a submachine gun and guard against any refugees, not allowing any refugees to board the ship. But there are too many refugees here, and together with the local residents, they are spread throughout the port. If you look around, there are thousands of them, and there are people coming here from other directions on the island one after another. Some thieves even braved the low temperature of more than 20 degrees below zero to try to sneak onto the boat from the sea. Lao Tian had no choice but to fire shots in the air and use rubber bullets to drive them away. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Our captain is not here now. No one should come closer. Otherwise, I will shoot. Lao Tian is not a soft-hearted person, but he knows that Zhang Yi is here to pick up people on the island, and he cannot figure out whether the people in front of him are the targets that Zhang Yi wants to pick up. So he does not dare to shoot rashly. And such behavior only fuels the arrogance of a group of people. Some people took out their gold Rolex watches and tried to bribe Lao Tian. I still have over 1 billion in savings. As long as you take me away, I will give you half of it. This gold watches the deposit. Some people held children in their arms and tried to gain sympathy. Please take us, mother and son, away. Otherwise we will die sooner or later on this island. Shouldn't women and children be given priority at times like this? Hey, all of you, give way and let us get on the boat first. Some people also came up with their own identities and backgrounds. Some said that their second uncle was an important official in a certain department of Huashu Kingdom. And some said that their father was a senior leader in Jiangnan region. Some people knelt on the ground and kowtowed and suffered miserably, just so that Lao Tianfang would let them board the ship. Thousands of people, all talking about their reasons. In fact, there is only one appeal, and that is to take them out of this Lish place. Because there were so many people. It was so crowded that many people fell into the sea and screamed because they were frozen in the ice water. Zhu Yonk was stunned. Why were there so many people on the island? Tropical islands are like this. The people who came here for vacation were all rich people. How could they let themselves go without food and drink? Zhang Yi sneered. What's more, even if the food is gone, isn't there still food in reserve? Zhu Yonk looked at Zhang Yi in surprise. Are you talking about seafood from the sea? Zhang Yi said calmly that one year there was a famine, and many people starved to death. Emperor Hui of Jin said, why not eat mincemeat? People laughed at Emperor Hui of Jin for being stupid. But if you think about it from another perspective, this sentence is actually very scary. Zhu Yonk immediately understood what Zhang Yi meant. And the scene in the Azura Hell she just saw made her hair stand on end. Come on. We don't have time to waste here. There are so many poor people in the world. How can I care about them? Zhang Yi raised his gun and fired it into the sky. It immediately attracted the attention of a group of people. The combat uniforms they wore were too conspicuous, and you could tell they were people on the ship at a glance. Smart people immediately came over and begged, please take us away. I'm from Huashu. Listen to my accent. How pure it is. In the time of the Japanese lord, Hua Zugerin, my uncle, will do it for me. Mine is the work of the Huashu people. In order to get on the ship, a group of foreigners also showed their talents. Many of them knew a little bit of Chinese, but they used it to communicate, and they could tell the difference at a glance. Chapter 8:12 My rules are rules. Zhang Yi said coldly. Get out of the way. We will discuss your matters slowly after we get on the boat. But those people are not stupid either. They will not leave without Zhang Yi's promise. No. You have to promise us first and take us away. We don't want to be on this island for a second. It's Hell on Earth. Zhang Yi saw that some people in the crowd were even ready to make a move, and their ferocious eyes told him to kill many people. A sneer appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. It looks like some guys want to hold him hostage and seize the ship. Zhu Yonk and others were behind Zhang Yi, looking confused and not knowing what to do. Zhu Yonk murmured that there were too many people, and the Jin phone couldn't take them away at all. Otherwise, she didn't finish the second half of the sentence. Otherwise, according to her style of doing things, she would really take these people away. As for the people in the Yanlu group, they were extremely happy that they followed Zhang Yi and left the cave. There are so many people in front of us, and no one is willing to take them with them if they want to leave. Zhang Yi took out the pistol from his waist. He didn't say anything nonsense and pointed it at the foreign devils who just pretended to be Huashu people. Bang! Boom! Just 2 shots. The first shot killed was the guy from Neon. There were people dead in front of them, and a look of fear finally appeared on the faces of the refugees. I say it one last time. Get out of the way. All the crew members understood, directly picked up the submachine gun, and deliberately clicked the bolt. As long as Zhang Yi gives the order, they will shoot without hesitation and kill everyone who blocks the way. Some people standing in front of Zhang Yi, and the others backed away in fear, and a road slowly appeared. Zhang Yi stepped forward, and suddenly the group of people around him burst into laughter. They all knelt down with a cry. Please, save us. Stay here and we'll all die. For God's sake. A blonde woman begged with tears in her eyes and a sad face. Zhang Yi turned a deaf ear. He was not very interested in this kind of thing. A man kept kowtowing. I know there are too many people, and you can't take care of him. Can you let my child on the boat? He is only 8 years old, and he still has a great future. Zhang Yi led the Yanlu group and walked forward among the people who were kneeling and worshipping. The strange thing is that Zhang Yi has become numb in the face of these pitiful moral kidnappings. Oh, I felt this way before. When he still lived in Yuelu community. Those neighbors who had stabbed him also begged him. Zhang Yi was indifferent. But Zhu Yonk had never experienced such a battle. This eldest lady lives in Blizzard City even after the end of the world. The biggest worries are probably not being able to eat fresh vegetables, and not being able to use the latest cosmetics. A woman from Huashu State was holding a child in her arms. Seeing Zhu Yong's unbearable expression, she moved her knees forward as if she had grasped the last straw of hope. A crew member immediately pointed a gun at her. "What are you going to do?" The woman did not dare to move forward, so she could only hold the child high, crying and begging Zhu Yong. "For the sake of all compatriots, please save my child." Zhu Yong couldn't bear it anymore. She pulled Zhang Yi's sleeve. Zhang Yi turned around and looked at her with a very cold look. Zhu Yong gritted his teeth and said, "At least, take our compatriots away. There should be enough space on the ship to accommodate hundreds of people." Zhu Yong's words were heard by the people around him, and they immediately shouted as if they saw their only hope. "I am from Huashu country. I am from Huashu country. Compatriots, take me away. People in Huashu should help each other." "Right?" Zhang Yi frowned. He has never been abroad in his life, and has not had many contacts with foreigners. But he was not fooled either. Could it be that those who tricked him were all foreigners? He saw the mother and son. Although the mother was a little haggard, he could still tell that her charm was still there. Among the people who come to Yanlu Island for vacation, whether they are Huashu people or expatriates, how many of them are not people who were once pampered? Zhang Yi is not a cold-blooded animal, but what he cares most about is his own interests. If he had to take these people away, it would undoubtedly add some trouble to him. And he has always been a trouble-hating person. At this time, someone in the crowd took the lead and sang the national anthem of Huashu Kingdom. Slowly, loud singing sounded throughout the port. Their expressions were tired, but their voices were high-pitched, and their eyes were all looking at Zhang Yi, full of hope and pleading. A group of foreigners were also among them, opening their mouths and pretending they could sing. The funniest thing is a group of blonde foreigners also pretending to be there. Zhang Yi was thoughtful, and it was not impossible to bring some people back. According to the previous discussion with Zhu Zheng, some people should be brought back to supplement the labor force in Tianhai City. After taking these people back, you only need to give them a few full meals, which are high quality and cheap. But he couldn't really take away so many people. Zhou Qier saw the hesitation in Zhang Yi's heart, and came over and said, "Take the citizens of Huashu Kingdom back. Tianhai City's population is now declining, and several major bases also need to increase their manpower. Keeping them is still useful." Zhou Qier understands Zhang Yi's thoughts best. He never does anything thankless. This is a good reason. So Zhang Yi nodded. Indeed, Tianhai City now needs a group of labor force. So he said to Zhu Yong that for your sake, I can take the people from Huashu Kingdom back. This was the first time Zhang Yi listened to Zhu Yong's advice, and she was extremely happy. Like a child who got candy, he happily shouted that all the citizens of Huashu Kingdom should come here to report. Zhang Yi loudly said that everyone must be inspected and confirmed to be a Huashu citizen before they can board the ship. After boarding the ship, you must obey all arrangements. Otherwise you will be rushed off directly. There was great joy among the crowd. The citizens of Huashu Kingdom wept with joy and smiled all over their faces. But most of the people on the island are foreigners, and they are not happy. Someone pointed at Mo in the rock flow and shouted, "Why is he also a foreigner? Can he get on the boat? This is not fair." Yes, that's not fair. A group of people found a breakthrough and quickly followed suit. Mo was so frightened that he ran over and hugged his thigh. "Oh, Mr. Zhang, I am from the spiritual Huashu country, and I can swear to the God I believe in. I will change my nationality immediately after I return." Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. He glanced at the hecklers and sneered, "Fair? What is that? Do you think I am here to talk to you about fairness? If you have the ability, let people from your own country come to save you instead of screaming here." The crowd became more and more chaotic, and the dissatisfaction of the foreigners could no longer be controlled. Among the crowd, several foreign men slowly walked towards Zhang Yi, and then suddenly pointed their guns at Zhang Yi and several people around him, and shot them. But the bullet was like a mud cow entering the sea, without a trace of ripples. Zhang Yi didn't even look at them. He drew his gun with both hands and fired quickly among the crowd. Boom! 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 Shooting in a dense crowd is extremely dangerous and can easily cause accidental injuries. But this kind of thing does not exist for Zhang Yi. Chapter 813 Screening Ad 1. Zhang Yi directly emptied the magazine and killed all the gunmen in the crowd with headshots. Not just the people who fired the shots, but also the people who made him feel bad. There is no shortage of murderers on the island. At least 1/3 of all people here have killed someone with their own hands, regardless of whether they plan to attack Zhang Yi and kill them. Zhang Yi didn't feel guilty at all. All the crewmen raised their guns on alert. Zhang Yi changed the magazine with one hand, holding another 40 rounds of ammunition. Does anyone else have an opinion? No one dared to have an opinion. Zhang Yi's ability made everyone think they had seen Superman. There are indeed some people on the island who have awakened supernatural powers, so they have a certain understanding of it. It's just that they have never seen a stranger as powerful and terrifying as Zhang Yi. Everyone stepped aside timidly, no longer daring to block Zhang Yi's path. Zhang Yi led people to the port. He told Lao Tian to strictly observe the standards, and not let a non-Huashu guy get on the ship. Lao Tian scratched his head. Mr. Zhang, how could he be sure whether they were from Huashu country? I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to take out their ID cards now. You figure it out yourself. Zhang Yi said nonchalantly. If he is required to make decisions at all times, then what do you, the subordinates, do? Zhang Yi asked the Yinlu group to go to the deck first. The room for them had been prepared long ago, and was on the second floor below the cabin. The space is not large, but it is more than enough to accommodate them and ensure basic survival. Lao Tian called over a few crew members and started recruiting new ones on the spot. Everyone lines up in 2 teams and comes one by one. Those who are not from Huashu country can leave early, so don't waste time here. Lao Tian shouted with a big loudspeaker, and then told several crew members that this is the most likely time for confusion. If anyone jumps over the wall in a hurry, don't hold back. He will be killed immediately. The crew sneered and nodded. This kind of scene is just a small scene to them. When the apocalypse came, the fighting at Chaoyu Harbor became even more fierce in order to survive. Soon, 2 long queues formed at the port. Zhang Yi did not get on the boat, but watched from behind to avoid trouble here. He took out 2 sofa seats from another space and asked Zhou Kur to sit next to him. The 2 of them ate melon seeds and watched the show. Zhu Yong did not receive such treatment. She snorted softly and stood aside with her arms folded. She looked a bit like a serving girl for 2 people. After sensing something was wrong, she walked aside again. The 2 long teams were filled with people of all kinds, and no one wanted to miss this opportunity. Even if you are not from Huashu country, you still plan to give it a try. The first person who came for the interview walked up to Lao Tian. Lao Tian stared at the palace jade liquor. The man was stunned for a moment, and then quickly replied, 180 cups. Lao Tian smiled and raised his thumb to pass. Let's wait on the deck. The man was so excited that he almost fainted on the spot and quickly boarded the ship. When the people behind him saw this, they immediately started chattering as if they understood the test questions. Nothing else. Just to temporarily make up for the common sense of Huashu Kingdom. Another person came. What is the Laotian elite gathering? The man quickly smiled and said, what a gathering of heroes. I think it was a meeting of carrots. So this person passed smoothly. He glanced back a little awkwardly, made a victory sign, and then hurriedly boarded the ship along the gangway. When passing Zhang Yi and others, he lowered his head and bowed politely to express his gratitude to Zhang Yi. The crew's daily fun is to play these games, watch movies and TV series, or listen to the radio. So there are many activities, and it can also ensure that it will not be repeated. Let me ask you, under what circumstances does 1 + 1 = 3? This. What's the problem? In front of him was an unshaven man, who looked confused when he heard the question. As soon as Lao Tian glared at me, I could tell that you were not human. No. I'm not from Huashu. Let's go and have fun. The man was anxious. Don't, brother. Uncle, listen to my accent. I am an authentic Cantonese. Lao Tian snorted coldly. What's wrong with the people from Eastern Guangdong? Can people from Eastern Guangdong stop watching the Spring Festival Gala? If you can't answer the questions, you won't be able to get on the boat. It's not a sin for that man to not watch the Spring Festival Gala if he wants to cry but has no tears. Of course Lao Tian knew that this guy was from the Huashu country. In terms of accent, few foreigners could have such standard pronunciation. Okay. You go up. The man burst into tears of gratitude and hurriedly ran to the boat as if he was afraid that Lao Tian would regret it. Next was a thin, monkey-like young man with a strange accent. Hello, boss. I am from the Huashu country. I am a genuine Huashu countryman. Look, I still have my ID card. Can you let me in? Lao Tian took the ID card and looked at it. The words Jin Xiantai were written on it. He stared at Jin Xiantai for a few times. But why do you look like a Silla person? And your accent is a little weird too. Jin Sangai panicked and quickly explained that no. No, I am not from Silla. I am a native of Xizjiang, and my accent comes from eating mutton skewers. Lao Tian touched his chin and suddenly asked, what kind of hair oil did you use? Si Dan Kong. I use Si Dan Kong. Jean Sangtai replied quickly. Lao Tian laughed. I also use Si Dan Kong. Okay, you go up. The thin monkey nodded and bowed almost to the ground. Thank you, boss, for the 100 passes. But at this moment, someone from behind suddenly shouted loudly in Silla language. He is not from Huaxiu. He is from Silla. He is from Silla. It's all fake. He's a liar. We can't let him on the ship. Jean Xiantai looked back and saw that it was his old friend Chui Zihao. Jean Xiantai said contemptuously, Look, I have the ID card of Huaxiu Kingdom. And Huaxiu Kingdom is my favorite. When I asked you to come with me, you disagreed. Do you regret it now? Chui Zihao's face flushed with anger, and his temperature suddenly rose. Shiba Leoma. Shake it. Chinese is so difficult to learn. I can't learn it. Jean Xiantai suddenly opened his eyes. What's so hard to learn? It's hard to learn. It's always been like this. It is said that Chinese is difficult to learn. Why don't you think about whether you have studied hard and improved your Chinese level over the years, instead of regretting it when you use it now? Chui Zihao was so angry that he almost turned into a red temperature gas tank. But he could only watch Jean Xiantai boarding the ship triumphantly, because they knew how powerful Zhang Yi and others were. And because Zhang Yi was so ruthless that he would immediately pull out his gun and kill someone if they disagreed. The overall order at the scene was relatively peaceful, even if some people were identified as foreigners. The most they would do was kneel down, kowtow, cry and roll around. But this approach has no effect. This group of people in Tianhai City have seen HLS that are much more brutal than them. So no one will be soft-hearted. Chapter 814 The Black Dragon is also a dragon. The process of screening people to board the ship was relatively peaceful overall. But something went wrong until I met a baby mother. A woman came with a child. She did pass Lao Tian's test, and Lao Tian agreed to let her board the ship. However, Lao Tian stopped her child and refused to let him go up. The woman immediately burst into tears and started crying and making trouble at the port. I am from Huaxiu country. Look, from beginning to end, I am not from Huaxiu country. Why don't you let me on board? Lao Tian said coldly to this lady. You are from Huaxiu country, but the child you brought up is making us all look like fools. Right. Johnny also looked over curiously. When he saw the result, he immediately laughed. The woman was accompanied by a child, 7 or 8 years old, who looked very healthy. Her big eyes looked innocently at the people around her, not knowing what she had done wrong. The only problem is his skin color. Yes, he's a black kid. Lao Tian said. Don't treat us all as fools. How could your child have this kind of skin color? We have said that only people from Huaxiu are allowed to board the ship. Even if you are an overseas Chinese. I can bear it. This kind of thing. Are you fooling the devil? When the woman heard this, she suddenly became emotional. I didn't lie. He is really my child. The child born to me in Morian. At this time, the eyes of Lao Tian and several crew members, including Zhang Yi, changed. I originally thought it was just a woman who brought personal goods and brought a black child on board. But now it seems that this woman married a black husband and gave birth to a black child. This kind of thing made everyone who had boarded the ship and watched the excitement couldn't help but talk about it. This marriage is free. It's hard to comment. It's just not very acceptable to me. Johnny stood up, walked over, and waved to the woman. Sorry. I won't accept you and your children on my ship. Leave. The woman's eyes widened when she saw this, and she looked at Johnny in disbelief. But I am from Huaxiu country. So does my son. Aren't you a rescue ship sent by Huaxiu Kingdom? Why don't you let us on board? She was so scared that she was trembling all over. Originally, it was just her son who could not get on the ship. But now she was not even qualified. She is afraid. Among the crowd, a tall black man walked out. He was the woman's husband, Morian. Hyman, what you are doing is wrong and is racial discrimination. I firmly protest. Zhang sneered and said, Can you get out? This is my ship, and I let whoever I want on board. The black man looked a little embarrassed. But my wife and children are both Huaxiu nationalities, and they are your compatriots. As soon as these words came out, the scene exploded. Zhang Yi's expression suddenly changed. Damn it. He is your uncle's compatriot. All the Chinese people present were shouting curses. Nigga. Stop talking nonsense here. Who is your compatriot? It's just an ID card and a household registration book. We have no connection by blood. Don't be disgusting. Women seem to want to try harder. She patted her baby. The little black boy looked very smart. He walked up and read an article. I love my motherland. Loudly. I, Chocolate, was born in Hoarded. And I love my motherland. Don't doubt my sincerity because of the color of my skin. The black dragon is also a dragon. Johnny felt his stomach churning. And he felt like vomiting now. There were people on the ship who couldn't stand it anymore. Marvin was lying on the edge of the boat, shouting, "Hey, black boy. You don't belong to Hoarded Kingdom. This is not the place for you." Xiao Haizi suddenly became anxious. He also knew that this ship was their hope for survival. So he pointed at Ma Wenjun on the boat and shouted angrily that it's you who should get out. However, some people hold different opinions. For example, the previous Muyang dog Andy Zhou. He pushed up his glasses and said with a look of concern for the country and the people that he was a child after all, no matter where his father was from. It was true that his mother was from Huashu. Seeing the looks from around him, he explained generously. Historically speaking, the Huashu nation was originally a large integrated nation. In history, we also had Kunlun slaves. I don't think I can accept them. Heiwa's mother is still begging Zhang Yi. Please treat us equally. We are from Huashu country. You cannot discriminate against us. This is wrong. Zhang Yi touched his nose. In fact, my cultural level is not very high. My ideological consciousness is not very strong either. He looked at the woman married to a black man with a smile, pointed at her and her children and said, I simply hate people like you. So don't even think about boarding my ship today. The woman pointed at Zhang Yi and almost lost her breath. You bully people. Wow. She actually burst into tears in front of everyone. You're being such a bully. It's not fair. Why aren't we allowed on board? How did we fail to comply? Zhang Yi laughed and said no. You guys are in compliance with the regulations. But I just won't let you on the boat. Do you think this is fun? Zhang Yi leaned down to look at her. Are you angry? He is too lazy to reason with such mentally ill people and prefers to play straight. The woman was holding the child and crying loudly. When Morian saw this, he knew that he had lost hope and shook his head helplessly. Then he ignored his wife and children and disappeared silently into the crowd. Originally, he and the woman had agreed that after the woman got on the boat, she would secretly find a way to throw the rope down and let him climb up. Now that there is no chance, he is unwilling to bear this burden. As before, he decided to get rid of both baggage. The woman and the little black child cried heartbrokenly at the port. Some people couldn't stand it anymore and stretched out their hands to pull the women and children away. The woman slapped the ground and shouted, I won't leave until I leave. The people around are impatient. Go ahead and do what you like. Don't block our way. We are still waiting to get on the boat. It's not the past. She could hold Zhang Yi's head and cry for a while here. And then she could morally kidnap Zhang Yi. Everyone is very busy and has too much time to take care of themselves. How could they care to watch her acting up and making jokes here? This will only make people feel annoying. However, when the woman made such a fuss, a new round of chaos began at the scene. Because during this process, someone really showed compassion for the child. This rekindled hope in some people's hearts. A blonde woman with blue eyes came over holding a child and walked directly in front of Zhang Yi. Her face had lost all hope of life and was as numb as a cold puppet. Can you save the child? He is still young and I don't want him to end his life like this. It doesn't matter if I die, as long as my son can survive. Chapter 8:15 You are noble. You are amazing. Zhang Yi looked down at the baby in her arms. His skin was as white and tender as ice and snow. The way he slept quietly and breathed softly was so pitiful. In Zhang Yi's mind, he couldn't help but think that when the end of the world had just arrived, he had come into contact with such a young child. That's Xia Limei's daughter. At first, she used Uncle Yu's compassion to survive, but was eventually dealt with by Zhang Yi. In the end, her daughter did not survive and froze to death on a snowstorm night. When people saw this scene, they all couldn't bear it. The protection of young children is a biological instinct. Save the child. At least let the child live. It's just a child and doesn't require much food from you. Give your children a chance. The crowd on the shore began to shout loudly. Various languages expressed the same emotions. Seeing this, some parents came over with their children in their arms and looked at Zhang Yi with pleading eyes. Zhang Yi's eyes showed a look of reminiscence. He missed his hometown and the prosperous days. They are all gone with time. If it hadn't been for the end of the world, many children in Tianhai City would have lived happily. He raised his head and looked at the mother. Thank you for reminding me that children are the hope of the future. The mother's numb eyes gradually lit up. Then, my child, Zhang Yi went on to say, so after I go back, I plan to donate some materials to my hometown city for children who live in poverty. The mother was stunned on the spot, and no one else expected Zhang Yi to be so hard-hearted. Hey, are you still a man? Just so helpless. A bearded man shouted angrily that you don't care about us adults. You can even watch a child fall into despair. Are you still a human being? One Britannian man shook his head. How come the men of Washu country don't even have the basic spirit of a gentleman? This is so hateful. A group of people were ignited and angrily denounced Zhang Yi, feeling that he was too cold-blooded and ruthless. Zhu Yung couldn't help but step forward. She looked at the infant child and said to Zhang Yi, otherwise, take the children away. They are the hope of the future. The world is not over yet. Children are tomorrow. This lady said it well. Children are tomorrow. If you live without children, will humanity still have a future? Someone immediately applauded Zhu Yong's words. The voice came from the ship, and the speaker was the fake foreigner Zhou Andy. He lay on the railing angrily, slapping his chest with one hand. Save the children. Don't be such a cold-blooded person, he said, encouraging those around him to shout along. Children are innocent. Children are innocent. Many people were infected by Zhou Andy's voice and shouted to Zhang Yi in unison. The child is innocent. Save the child. They looked at Zhang Yi with indignation, feeling that Zhang Yi's heart was too cold and hard, almost devoid of humanity. And this practice of condemning Zhang Yi together made them feel that their souls had been sublimated and their qualities had become noble. Even if these people had eaten white meat not so long ago. But they always liked to be lenient with themselves and strict with others. Zhang Yi also didn't expect this group of people to enjoy the excitement so much. He couldn't help but think of the neighbors in Yuelu community. They have really experienced desperate situations. So although they are cruel, they at least understand the humility that humans should have. But these guys in front of them lack the basic respect for life. They have been on the island for a long time, and they don't seem to understand what the world has become. Zhu Yung whispered, please bring the children with you. They won't take up much space. They also eat less. A sneer appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth, and he put his hands in his pockets. He turned to stare at Zhu Yung and asked, oh, it's so simple. There are so many people here, not to mention too many children. There are hundreds of them. Many of them are children aged 2 or 3. And even infants. Will you take care of it? Do you know how troublesome it is to take care of them? The sea voyage takes 2 months. And just caring for so many children will make you exhausted. Moreover, even if it can be saved, why should I save it? Zhang Yi said loudly. This sentence made many people glare at him. Zhang Yi ignored it and continued, the city I am in has a population of 20 million. Let's not talk about such a big child. There are always hundreds of thousands. Right? But what about after the end of the world? How many of them survived? The total should not exceed 100. Who cares about their life and death? Oh no. Who has the ability to control their life and death? Zhang Yi sneered again and again. In the land of Washu Kingdom, there are still many people living on the line of life and death. If I have the ability, why don't I prioritize saving my fellow humans? He pointed to the baby in the mother's arms. Yes, he is very pitiful. He is about to die at such a young age. But what does that have to do with me? What obligation do I have to help him? It's better to use the extra thought of caring about others to help the compatriots around me. Andy Zhou on the boat shouted that this is all your excuse. Since you have the ability, why not save more people? Do you know that if possible, we would rather leave the chance of giving birth to our children? Zhang Yi originally didn't want to talk to this loser. But after hearing these words, he slowly turned his head and stared at Zhou Andy with a smile. Is this what you said? Zhou Andy was glanced at by Zhang Yi and instantly felt chills from head to soul. He just wanted to highlight his gentlemanly and noble character and let everyone look up to him. So he deliberately went against Zhang Yi. But how many people has Zhang Yi killed? A stupid dog like Zhou Andy. He has personally killed several reinforcements. The sight sent shivers down his spine. Bang bang bang. Zhang Yi clapped his hands and said approvingly. Good. Very good. Very good. I admire people like you who are full of benevolence, justice and morality. Since you are so noble and great, then I will give you this opportunity. Zhang Yi winked at the crew on the ship. Immediately, a crew member walked over and held Zhou Andy down. Andy Zhou panicked. What are you going to do? Let me go! Let me go! The crew members were mocking Silly Bay. Who do you think you are talking to? Our captain is the famous Devil King of Washu Kingdom. If you provoke him, you will be dead. With that said, he pressed Joe Andy directly and walked under the boat. Johnny said that since you are upright, you are willing to sacrifice yourself to save others. The beauty of a gentleman and an adult. Of course, I will give you this opportunity. Now, get off the boat. But I can also fulfill your wish and help you save a child. Chapter 8:16. The appearance of all beings at the port. At Zhang Yi's signal, Zhu Yong hurriedly took the child from his mother's arms. A smile appeared on the woman's face. She reluctantly glanced at her child for the last time, then waved her hand to say goodbye. We can never meet again in this life. My child, you must grow up well and live well. She had no other wishes and left here slowly, like a walking corpse, waiting for the demise of its own life. It was only when Andy Zhou was pushed off the boat that he started to panic. Wait a minute. That's not what I meant. I just said that I can help take care of the children. Mr. Zhang, there's no need for this. I'm just kidding. I'm really just talking. Before, he thought it was okay when he followed the riot, thinking that the law would not punish the public. So he yelled loudly. But when disaster befalls him, he admits his mistake faster than anyone else. It's a pity that he didn't have the chance. Johnny didn't even look at him. He just said with a smile, "What a kind and good person." He looked at the crowd and said these words for everyone present. I know. Some people just thought I was too cruel and showed no mercy at all. I'm really sorry. The resources on our ship are limited. It takes more than 3,000 kilometers to go back to Huaxi Kingdom from here. We really can't bring too many people with us. He stood aside and pointed to his side. But don't say I don't know how to adapt. Now, if there is any upright person who is willing to give up the opportunity to board the ship to those poor children, I definitely agree. Come on. Whoever has this plan, come to me now. Immediately. All the Huaxi people in line closed their mouths. Some people on the ship have learned from the past and dare not follow in the booing again. They watched Andy Zhou being thrown off the boat. Then he knelt on the ground and begged Zhang Yi like a dog to forgive him, saying that he was wrong. But Zhang Yi didn't look at him again. So annoying. Stupid dog. The crew member thought Andy Zhou was too noisy, so he gave him the butt of a gun and knocked him unconscious. When the parents with their children saw this, they went to beg the Huaxi people in the team. Li, we have been friends for many years. Please help me and let Selena live. Get out of here. I will die if she lives. We just work together. Who is your good friend? Zoe. I can give you all my money. I just ask you to give me your spot. Go to HL. Ha. What I hate most is your proud face. I am more happy than anyone else to see you die. All living beings appeared on the harbor. As a result, everyone just talks about benevolence, justice and morality. But once they need to pay for their own tickets, they are stingier than anyone else, let alone these foreign friends. Even if their biological father comes, they may not be willing to exchange. Zhang Yi said to Zhu Yong, who was taking care of the children next to him. Look, these people are like this. And so is the outside world. Just get used to it. But there is no need to be kind to them. Zhu Yong was speechless, but held the baby in her arms tightly, her eyes full of tenderness. Zhang Yi just shrugged. Zhu Yong is too naive. But she will soon pay the price for her youth. He didn't want to simply evaluate whether Zhu Yong was a good woman or a bad woman. Perhaps out of motherhood, she has her kind side. It's just that this kind of good quality is really bad in the end of the world. Zhang Yi said in his heart that you should be grateful that you have a good uncle. Otherwise you would be the first person I throw into the sea to feed the fish. Although Zhang Yi didn't like Zhu Yong's way of doing things, for Zhu Zheng's sake, he still had to take care of Zhu Yong's ideas. As Zhou Qian said, when beating a dog, it depends on the owner. Even if Zhang Yi doesn't care about having Zhu Yong as a friend, he at least doesn't want her as an enemy. Never provoke a woman, especially a woman with a background. She is very vindictive and can hold a grudge against you for the rest of her life. Zhou Qian smiled and analyzed it from a woman's perspective to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi felt that Zhu Yong should be taught a lesson to cure her boring kindness. He looked at the child in Zhu Yong's arms and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. I believe it won't be long before Zhu Yong will suffer for his actions. That would be really fun. After more than an hour of investigation, it was finally discovered that there were more than 200 Huaxi people on Yanlu Island. Of course, there are also expats among them. But it is no different to Zhang Yi now. All he needs is a batch of labor force brought to Tianhai City. And a simple screening is enough. These people were only allowed to board the ship after careful inspection to confirm that no one was carrying weapons or communication equipment. There were more than 200 people, but the living space in the cabin seemed crowded. Zhang Yi didn't care at all. As long as we can give them a place to live, that's fine. I don't believe they dare to be picky. Everyone got on the boat. Zhang Yi first asked Lao Tian to give them a good lesson and tell them about the rules on the boat. All the rules can be summed up as an unconditional obedience to the orders of the captain, Mr. Zhang, and the crew. If anyone dares to openly contradict, they will be thrown directly into the sea to feed the sharks. The living area of the cabin is divided into 3 floors and 4 standards. The top floor is the living area for Zhang Yi and the crew. Zhang Yi and Zhou Qir's living area is the best. The captain's bedroom has sufficient heating and hot water supply. The independent room is more than 50 square meters, which is very luxurious. Followed by Zhu Yonk and the crew. They live on the same floor as Zhang Yi. Zhu Yonk and Lao Tian have single rooms, while the crew members have standard 2-person rooms. The room is not particularly spacious, but it is warm and comfortable. The third level, located in the middle level of the cabin, is where the people of the Rockflow group live. The environment here is a bit crowded. 7 or 8 people are crowded into a narrow room, and they are not divided into men and women. They allocate rooms by themselves. If the distribution is uneven, only men and women can live together. At this time, there will be less talk about respecting privacy. The 4th level is located on the lower level of the cabin. The other Huaxi nationals and overseas Chinese who were brought back lived at the bottom of the Jin Feng. This was originally a utility room, but it was cleared out and temporarily became their residence. This place is much more spacious. 20 or 30 people can live in a large house. There are no separate areas for men and women, but a simple bathroom is provided. Bathing is basically impossible, but basic heating can be guaranteed. Although it won't be too hot, it won't freeze to death. Thanks to the development of advanced technology, they are not required to provide labor for the navigation of ships. Therefore, they are also required not to leave their area and go to the upper space. People crowded into the Jin Feng and then came to their respective living environments. After putting down their luggage and getting their own beds, they finally let go of their worries. I'm finally leaving this damn place. Life must be pretty good on the other side of the sea. People who don't know what the outside world is like are naively holding on to expectations. Chapter 817, Bravely Take Responsibility, +1. Zhang Yi called Lao Tian to the captain's room. There are more than 200 people down there. Can you manage them? Zhang Yi asked bluntly. He usually hates trouble the most, so he is too lazy to take care of such things personally. Lao Tian will definitely take care of the trivial matters for him. Lao Tian chuckled. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. I have been at sea for so many years, and I have seen all kinds of crew members. Bigger boats, more people I've managed too. There won't be any trouble. Only, he hesitated to speak. Zhang Yi looked at his strange eyes, smiled and asked if you have anything to say. Just tell him. Lao Tian said frankly that the people on the boat looked like they had extraordinary status. They were all high-ranking officials in the past. Maybe some people will jump out and cause trouble after living a comfortable life for a few days. Lao Tian, don't care about them. I just don't know if it will cause any trouble to you. Zhang Yi sneered. No trouble at all. You can do whatever you want to do with it, when necessary. He pointed to the gun on Lao Tian's waist. Don't spare the bullets. Just empty the magazine. If anyone dares to be dishonest after getting on the boat, Zhang Yi doesn't mind throwing their bodies into the sea to feed the sharks. After all, human life is worthless now. When Lao Tian heard Zhang Yi's words, he immediately felt more at ease. A cruel smile appeared on his lips, and he subconsciously reached behind him to touch his whip. He has a good way of teaching those ignorant guys. Otherwise, how do you think the managers treated the slaves and workers at Chaoyu base? Let's set sail. It's time for us to go back. Zhang Yi turned around and returned to the cabin. Lao Tian licked his chapped lips with a wicked smile on his face. He likes to train those self-righteous big shots. At this time, a crew member came over and said something in his ear. Do you want to tell the captain? The crew member asked. Lao Tian frowned and let the captain handle everything. What else do you want us to do? We can just do this kind of thing ourselves. He came to the edge of the hull, leaned on the railing and looked down. At this time, a strange scene appeared on the edge of the Jin Feng. There were many hooks hanging on the hull of the boat, and each refugee was like a grasshopper on a rope, struggling to climb onto the boat. And some windows below are open, ready to receive them. Are you playing this trick with me? Hey, hey, hey. Lao Tian had a smile on his face, but he looked like a devil when those people below saw that they had been discovered. Their faces instantly turned pale. Lao Tian pulled out his submachine gun and pointed it at the stowaways. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Wails sounded outside the Golden Front. But they were quickly swallowed up by the cold north wind. Those who tried to hitch a ride were shot into the sea. Those on the ship who were preparing to respond did not wait for the stowaways. They only saw blood raining down outside. And then corpses fell into the cold sea. Ah! Several women screamed in terror. Others in the cabin had a gloomy look on their faces. The people on this ship are too cruel. Someone couldn't help but say. As soon as he said this, someone immediately gave him a sharp look, signaling him not to talk nonsense. The man shut up quickly. After all, Andy Zhou's example was right in front of him. No one knows who will be kicked off the ship next. After setting sail, the only way to disembark is to be thrown into the sea, where you will surely die. Someone cautiously went to the entrance to look for the wind. When they saw that there were no crew members nearby, they breathed a sigh of relief. As for the Gonri group, since it is a room for 8 people, the space is relatively narrow. But it also gives people the feeling of a group in a private space. Foreigner Bayamo and Silla official Cha Haichung stayed in the same room. Both of them were on the lower bunk, listening to the gunshots outside. Bayamo leaned against the cabin, his face full of melancholy. It's so cruel. They are so cruel. What's the difference between killing people at every turn and those bad guys on the island? Will we also be killed on the way? Che Haichung came over and said with a smile that you are from Colombia, which is not good. It seems that the gentleman named Zhang dislikes Colombians. Bayamo stared. Oh, God. Don't scare me. You have now made me feel like this is a medieval slave ship. And I am the slave on the ship. And I will be thrown into the sea to feed the sharks at any time. Che Haichung smiled evilly and said, Who knows? This place is thousands of kilometers away from Huashu Kingdom. And we have to sail for at least a month or 2. Anything can happen on the road. He originally planned to scare Bayamo. But as he spoke, he couldn't help but frown. I hope the voyage goes smoothly. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, we will definitely be thrown into the sea. It might even become their supply. Bayamo's heart became more and more frightened. He hugged his arms tightly. So scared. Why didn't they send someone to rescue me? Could it be that Colombia really abandoned its citizens? Zhang Yi returned to the cabin and planned to call Li Zhongyu over and have a detailed chat with him about the source of God. There were some things that were not convenient to ask on the island before. But now, he would not let go of this opportunity. But as soon as he came back, he met Zhu Yunk, who was coming in a hurry. Mr. Zhang, you are finally back. Do you have diapers and milk powder here? Zhang Yi spread his hands. Do you think I look like someone who has those things? Of course it's not like that. Zhang Yi is not married and has no children. But in fact he does. But he didn't give it. Zhu Yunk's brows wrinkled slightly, with a troubled look on his face. She saw that the child was pitiful before, so she brought him back. But at that time, I acted completely impulsively without considering the consequences. As a result, the child kept crying in her room after she woke up. Only then did she panic. After much thought, she could only go to Zhou Kier for help. Although Zhou Kier has no experience in taking care of children, she has been a doctor and has a more delicate mind. After coming over and taking a look at the child, he immediately said that he was not sick. So he was probably crying because he was hungry or needed to change his diaper. Zhu Yunk was stunned. How had she ever taken care of a child? Where do you know how to change a child's diaper? Not to mention there are no diapers on this ship. Zhou Kier smiled and indicated to her that she could ask Zhang Yi. She knew that Zhang Yi had those things. But whether Zhang Yi would give them to her or not would depend on Zhang Yi's mood. So the next scene happened. Zhu Yunk's face was full of tangles. Zhang Yi sighed, and then encouraged him with a serious face. Now that you have chosen to take on this responsibility, then keep doing it well. Come on. I support you. I believe you can be a good mother. Chapter 8:18 It's difficult to raise a baby. Zhang Yi looked sincere, but Zhu Yunk couldn't stand it. She hesitated, not knowing what to do. I haven't taken care of children either. Zhang Yi Dao, there has to be a first time for everything. Didn't you say before that children are easy to take care of? How much trouble can be caused by eating less and sleeping more? He patted Zhu Yunk on the shoulder. I am optimistic about you. You should take good care of the baby during this period. I will arrange for other things to be done. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he gave her an encouraging look and then walked away. Zhu Yunk was a little at a loss. After thinking for a long time, he finally couldn't come up with an idea. At this time, Zhou Kier came over from her room and met Zhang Yi face to face. Zhang Yi gave her a weird look, which made Zhou Ke couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Ke came to Zhu Yonk and said softly that the child has been crying. Please go over and take a look. Zhu Yonk stamped her feet anxiously. I didn't know what to do. Zhou Ke said helplessly that he should go to the kitchen to get some rice porridge for him to eat. In addition, I saw that his swaddle was wet. So you have to change the diaper quickly. But where can I find diapers for him? Zhou Ke said that he used diapers made from rags of clothes. Where can he find the kind of diapers sold in supermarkets now? While he was talking, Zhang Yi's voice came from behind. Ke, come here. With so many people on board, we need to discuss epidemic prevention matters to avoid infectious diseases on board. Zhou Ke said to Zhu Yonk. You should do it quickly. I will go to work first. Zhu Yonk wanted Zhou Ke to help him. But Zhou Ke didn't stay and left with small steps. She gritted her teeth and had no choice but to go to the kitchen and ask the chef to make a bowl of rice porridge for the child. Then it was time to go back and prepare diapers for him. Before anyone even got to the room, they heard the deafening cry, which even penetrated the cabin with good sound insulation. Zhu Yonk gritted his teeth and pushed open the door. The child on the bed had cried so hard that his eyes were red, and he was screaming. The sheets underneath were soaked with yellow liquid. Zhu Yonk's face turned pale, and she screamed, My sheets! In this weather, it is very difficult to dry the sheets, especially the mattress, which is probably soaked. How can she sleep like this? Zhu Yonk complained endlessly. And for the first time, she felt a strong sense of regret. I shouldn't have accepted this task right away. Originally, she promoted motherly love and suggested to Zhang Yi to take the child with her, because she never thought that she needed her to take care of him. There is an old saying that goes well. People with their hands in their pockets are always overconfident. Of course you can talk a lot when you don't have to work on your own. On the contrary, when things really fall on you, you will feel the difficulty of the task. Zhu Yonk's head was getting bigger. But at this moment, he smelled a sour and unpleasant smell. The child not only peed, but also pooped. Anyone who has ever taken care of a child knows how sour and smelly a child's excrement is. However, the room was not big, and the heating was on, which made the feeling even more sour. The pampered Miss Yu retched for a while, ran out of the house, and took a few deep breaths before she regained her composure. However, the crying in the room remained. This room is not far from Zhang Yi's room, and the sound can be heard. Zhu Yonk suddenly became angry when she thought that she would be ridiculed by others if she could not take care of her children. I don't believe I can't take care of a child. She was mentally prepared. Then opened the door and rushed in. Changing diapers can be an extremely difficult task, especially for newbies. The diaper used by that child is called jiezi in the Huaxu dialect. There is no waterproof function. It is just a few layers of coarse cloth and then stuffed under the child's buttocks. As soon as Zhu Yonk took advantage of it, his hands immediately felt wet. She screamed again. This time, she cried. She cried with the child. Just changing a diaper made her feel hugely humiliated. But Zhang Yi, who heard the crying next door, smiled happily. He sat on the sofa, elegantly drinking stocking milk tea, and then said to Zhou Ke, Guess how long it will take for her to change her diaper today? Zhou Ke couldn't help but tilted his head and thought for a while, then shook his head vigorously. I think it's too suspenseful. She had seen friends raising children before, and it even gave her a fear of pregnancy. That's not a little angel. He's a little devil. He can drive a sane adult crazy. When you change a diaper, the moment you open it and see something yellow and white, you will have the urge to ascend to heaven. Anyway, Zhou Ke asked her to do it, and it would take some time to get used to it. This is based on the premise that Zhou Ke has worked in a hospital and has strong psychological quality. Zhang Yi shrugged and let us wait and see. After all, she was the one who picked it. Idle. Lao Zhu said that letting Zhu Yonk come out this time would also give her a long experience and understand the difficulties of life in the outside world. Zhang Yi was still thinking about what he should do to make her realize clearly. As a result, Zhu Yonk took on a big burden for himself. Zhang Yi almost died laughing when he saw Zhu Yonk holding the child. Zhang Yi did not intend to help Zhu Yonk with the problem. He also told Zhou Ke and others on the ship not to help Zhu Yonk. The main thing was to do the work he contracted himself. And he left the cabin and went down to the area where the people from the rock flow group lived. When he came over, several people in the cabin were whispering. When they saw Zhang Yi, they were so frightened that they quickly shut up, and then greeted him with a fawning smile. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Yi asked where Li Zhongyu was. Let him come to see me. Someone immediately went to look for Li Zhongyu. Soon Li Zhongyu trotted to Zhang Yi. Mr. Zhang, you are looking for me. Zhang Yi said. Come with me. There is something I want to talk to you about. Hey. Good. Li Zongyu agreed without any hesitation with a smile. He had already been prepared in his mind. After all, the secret he kept was the purpose of Jiangnan region sending people thousands of kilometers away to rescue them. Zhang Yi took Li Zongyu to the deck. There was no one else here except them. Li Zongyu was wearing a cold-proof down jacket, which could withstand temperatures as low as -20 degrees Celsius. Zhang Yi walked to the railing, leaned on the railing, and asked lightly, Tell me the story about that stone. Li Zongyu reached out, took out a stone from his pocket, and slowly handed it to Zhang Yi. It was a yellow stone, somewhat like Tian Wang's stone, and it looked ordinary on the surface. But the first time Zhang Yi saw it, he felt his DNA move. Chapter 8:19 Elsewhere. Living things have instincts inherited from their ancestors. It's engraved in their DNA. The moment Zhang Yi saw the yellow stone, his genes were jumping for joy, as if he had discovered something that his genes were longing for. Is this the source of God? Zhang Yi glanced at Li Zongyu, then calmly reached out and took the stone. He could feel that there was still a trace of strange power left in it. But there was not much left. Where did you get this thing? Li Zongyu smiled. I'm sorry. I can't tell you yet. You must make sure that I and the people around me get ashore safely. Zhang Yi smiled a little playfully. That's it. He raised the stone in his hand and pointed it at the pale sun in the sky. But he could see nothing. Zhang Yi secretly wondered in his heart. Does this contain the secret to breaking through genetic restrictions? I keep this stone. Do you have any objection? Zhang Yi said, stuffing the stone into his pocket. Li Zongyu nodded, of course. Zhang Yi nodded. That's good. Okay. There's nothing wrong with you. Go back to work. Li Zongyu still couldn't believe it on his face. Zhang Yi let him go back so easily. Because in his opinion, Zhang Yi is a very cruel person. Li Zongyu was even prepared to be coerced, lured, or even beaten by Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi's buoyant attitude made him confused. He didn't know that his secret was not very attractive to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was just curious. So he asked casually, as for the mysterious source of God, whether it exists or not, and what it is, Zhang Yi really doesn't care that much. He hates trouble. Let Jiangnan region handle the troublesome matters. Maybe. He is a good person. Li Zongyu shook his head. Although he didn't know Zhang Yi's character for the time being, Zhang Yi's actions made him have a certain fondness for Zhang Yi. The Jifeng left the waters of Yanlu Island and began to sail into the deep sea, returning to Huashu Kingdom along the original route. It took them more than 2 months to come. However, after becoming familiar with the route, the return trip time can be greatly shortened, and it is expected to arrive within 50 days. By then, it was already around November. Nearly a year has passed since the end of the world. Zhang Yi sometimes couldn't help feeling that time was like a fleeting moment, and it was gone. But in the past 6 months, too many things have happened around him. On the Jifeng, as the number of people increases, management needs to be carried out every day. Lao Tian is responsible for this aspect. Living conditions on board are divided into 4 levels. There is no need for the kitchen to take care of the food at Zhang Yi's side. Zhang Yi prepares his own delicacies. Therefore, the kitchen on the ship must provide meals for various areas below Zhu Yonk. Zhu Yonk and the crew members enjoyed sumptuous food, including chicken, fish, meat and eggs. The 3rd level is a member of the rock flow group, who can also have a partial supply of protein every day. Although there is less meat, there is some. As for the 4th level, the Huashu people and expats who were later screened onto the ship, they could only eat 1 meal of meat every 3 days. However, the basic food supply can meet everyone's needs. At the beginning, everyone had no objection to such living conditions. Compared to what they had on Yanlu Island, their food quality had improved a lot. Staying in the cabin every day, apart from being a bit boring, at least allows me to have enough food and clothing. But as the old saying goes, some people can't eat too much. When they are hungry, they only have one worry. After eating, they will have countless worries. Soon, the troublemaker arrived. Zhu Yonk found Zhang Yi and asked to assign Sun Wanqi an independent house. After all, she is also my schoolgirl, and she has a somewhat innocent personality. Living in a mixed room, I am worried that something will happen to her. It just so happens that I am too busy taking care of the kids by myself, so I need someone to help me. Zhang Yi suddenly laughed when he heard this. Why? You can live in a cave, but now you can't adapt to a boat? If you ask me, you are a bitch. Zhu Yonk's expression was somewhat unnatural. In fact, she did this for her own consideration. Only a few days had passed, and she was almost going crazy from being tortured by that baby. However, because of Zhang Yi's instruction, no one on the crew was willing to help her take care of the child. At this time, her attentive schoolgirl ran over and offered to help. In addition, Zhu Yonk was not in a good mood after being at sea for 2 months. Now I finally found someone I could talk to. And I immediately regarded Sun Wanqi as my confidant. Sun Wanqi took the opportunity to propose moving to a separate room above. As her best friend, of course she agreed. It's just a house. And it's not like there are no rooms available. Zhu Yonk curled her lips unhappily. She looked at Zhang Yi and complained that none of you were willing to help me. It took so long for someone to help me. You still don't agree? Zhang Yi asked in reply that there were so many people living down there, including women among them. Why does she have to be special when others can tolerate it? If I had known that she couldn't stand living together, I would have just thrown her off when she got on the boat. Zhu Yonk was speechless for a moment and could only look at Zhang Yi with a pleading expression. Zhang Yi, you? Just think of me as begging you. Okay? I really need someone to help me. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and realized that there were indeed many empty rooms on their floor. So it didn't matter if they gave Sun Wanqi a room, so that Zhu Yonk wouldn't bother him all day long. Just thinking about that woman's style of doing things, Zhang Yi didn't like it very much. So he said that the room could not be vacated and everyone was very busy. But there is a utility room for her to stay in. Zhu Yonk said in surprise. Utility room? Wouldn't that be dirty? Zhang Yi sneered and said, didn't she want a single room because she felt it was unsafe to live together? Is that too dirty? It has hands and feet and can take care of itself. She can't stop loving it. No. 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 Stay. She stays. Zhu Yonk quickly agreed. Without Sun Wanqi's help, she wouldn't know how to take care of a child by herself. After getting Zhang Yi's permission, Zhu Yonk came to the Yanlu group and asked Sun Wanqi to move to the upper floor. When everyone in the Yanlu group heard these words, they all cast envious looks at Sun Wanqi. There were also girls in the group who couldn't help but ask Zhu Yonk, Miss Zhu, can we also apply for a private room? Living here with so many people is not very convenient for us girls. As long as everything starts, it will lead to unlimited ideas. Zhu Yonk's expression was a little helpless. I'm afraid this won't work. Sun Wanqi went to help me take care of Tommy. However, we can also help you take care of your children. Forehead. I don't need that many people. Chapter 820 Causing Trouble. Zhu Yonk opened such an opening for Sun Wanqi. And immediately, the other members of the Yanlu group began to get ready to take action. Especially women like Sun Wanqi want to live in the upper class. Who doesn't know that the conditions there are much better than those at the lower class? But Zhu Yonk couldn't do this, because the boat belonged to Zhang Yi, and God knew how difficult it was for her to ask Zhang Yi. When a group of women heard Zhu Yonk's rejection, their faces were full of displeasure. Although they did not dare to get angry, they still complained. We are all women. Why do you only take care of her? We work very hard too. I see above that there are a lot of empty rooms. Why not give some to us? Let me tell you, those crew members are all big-bodied men, so it would be better to let them live down there. That's right. When I was studying in college, those men would give us good dormitories. These crew members don't know how to respect women. Zhu Yonk curled up his hair in embarrassment, not knowing how to respond to these topics. When Sun Wanqi saw this, she came over, hugged her arm, and said to the others, What are you shouting at? It's already good enough to take you out of that Lish place. But you're still being picky? Huh? What is my relationship with my senior sister? What is your relationship with her? She said with a proud look on her face and told you. Even if the senior doesn't go to the guy named Zhang, he still has to obediently arrange a room for me. Do you know who my dad and grandpa are? The women in the Yanlu group looked unhappy. But there was nothing they could do about it, because Sun Wanqi's status was really unusual, and many of her family members held important positions in the workplace. Sun Wanqi held Zhu Yonk's hand triumphantly. Alice, let's go and leave them alone. Sun Wanqi followed Zhu Yonk and came to the upper floor happily. Zhu Yonk took the key and took her to the utility room. When I opened the door, I saw that it was filled with mops, rags and large water pipes. There were even black diesel stains on the wall, and the smell of diesel could be clearly smelled. This, senior sister, did you get the wrong room? Sun Wanqi looked at Zhu Yonk with a smile, unable to believe that this was the room assigned to her. Zhu Yonk said calmly that this is it. I even had a good discussion with him about this. Don't be picky. It's better to live here than downstairs in Dadongpu. Right? Sun Wanqi's mouth flattened like a duck, feeling aggrieved. People thought you had a lot of say on the ship. Zhu Yunk began to feel uncomfortable all over. Ahem. Of course. My status on the ship is similar to that of Zhang Yi. It's just that the living conditions are indeed limited now. So finding this room for you temporarily is already very good. I asked for a mattress and blanket for you. So you can clean it up yourself? Although this room is a bit shabby. It would be nice to tidy it up. Zhu Yunk comforted her casually and mentioned her own needs. Come over and help me take care of Tommy first. He has to change diapers several times a day, and I've torn out several pieces of clothing, and now there's not enough. Please help me wash the diaper I changed. Although Sun Wanqi was a little dissatisfied. It was much better here than down there, where a group of people were crowded into a room. She followed Zhu Yunk over and washed Tommy's diaper. When the result came, in order to get Zhu Yunk to get a room for her, she made every promise. But she didn't expect that the diapers she changed would pile up into a small mountain and were covered with baby excrement. Vomit. Sun Wanqi retched. But in exchange for living in a single room, she had to endure nausea and wash these diapers by hand. Soon, it was time for lunch. 3 meals a day are prepared in the kitchen and then distributed to people on each floor. The food is also easy to prepare. They are all pre-made dishes. They only need to be heated up and served with a bowl of rice. This is why Zhang Yi doesn't eat with him. Zhang Yi and Zhou Qir got up relatively late, so they had breakfast and lunch together. During the meal, he went out to hang out and take a look at the situation on the ship. But there was a commotion in the cafeteria. Zhang Yi heard the woman's cry and Zhu Yunk's displeased argument. He frowned, knowing that it must be 2 women who were causing trouble again, because except for them, no one else is allowed to eat on the upper floor. Zhang Yi walked over and took a look. It turned out that Zhu Yunk and Sun Wanqi were arguing with the chef. Lao Tian was also explaining helplessly next to him. Zhu Yunk stared at the chef and asked why he couldn't give her an extra meal. Mr. Zhang has already agreed to let her live on the upper floor, so preparing an extra meal is just a matter of effort. The chef spread his hands helplessly. Miss Zhu, you don't know how expensive firewood and rice are when you are not a master. The food the captain gave us was rationed per person, and it was very clear how much each person had to share. The food supply on the upper level is only for 17 of us. If this Miss Su is given a portion of food, there won't be enough for everyone. Otherwise, you go to the captain to discuss it? Zhang Yi was outside watching the excitement with his arms folded. At this time, he basically understood what happened. The food below is all a big pot of rice. After Sun Wanqi came to the upper level, she would naturally not go back and eat those things again. Zhang Yi had a playful smile on his lips and was not in a hurry to go over. But soon, she was discovered by Zhu Yunk. Zhu Yunk walked over angrily and said to Zhang Yi, Mr. Zhang, no matter what, I am also one of the leaders of the rescue mission. Don't I even have the power to distribute food to my assistants? You have a shit. Zhang Yi complained in his heart. He didn't like Sun Wanqi as a holy mother, but he was too lazy to waste time on such a trivial matter. So he told the chef that if he would deliver meals to the people in the Yinlu group in the future, it would be okay to put hers out first and keep them. Unexpectedly, the chef spread his hands and said the same thing to me. But Ms. Su disagreed. Zhang Yi was a little surprised. Are you still not happy? Sun Wanqi's eyes were filled with tears, and she stared at Zhang Yi with a stubborn look. I am also a young lady from an official family. Why should I eat bad food? I want to eat the same thing as my senior sister. It turned out that when she and Zhu Yunk had dinner together, she saw that Zhu Yunk's food standards were too different from hers, and she immediately became unhappy. Because of such a trivial matter, a quarrel broke out in the kitchen, causing the crew members to not be able to eat. An impatient look flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. He ignored Sun Wanqi and turned to look at Zhu Yunk. You brought this person here? What do you think should be done about this matter? Zhu Yunk frowned. She felt Zhang Yi's displeasure. But this time, she wasn't going to give in, because Sun Wanqi is hers. If she quits this time, what face will she have to talk about in the future? Chapter 821 I'm afraid I can't bear it. Zhu Yunk's eyes stared at Zhang Yi's eyes without any retreat. She asked back, since you can take your woman on board and let her enjoy the same treatment as you, then why can't I? So I asked Sun Wanqi to have the same standard of living as me. Zhang Yi stared at her and was silent for at least 4 or 5 seconds. Suddenly he asked, Are you in the rebellious stage? You? What do you mean? I'm just making a legitimate request. Zhang Yi didn't talk too much nonsense. Well, I agree with your request. Zhu Yunk and Sun Wanqi's eyes suddenly lit up. The two looked at each other and couldn't stop jumping for joy. No matter what, Zhu Yunk thought, you still have to give me some face. Zhang Yi looked at the chef, and from today on, He will lower Miss Ju's food standards to the same standards as Sue. For a moment, everyone present was dumbfounded. They were all made to feel charred on the outside and tender on the inside by Zhang Yi's sexy moves. Who is Zhu Yonk? That is the niece of the Supreme Commander of Jiangnan region. Zhang Yi lowered her food standards just like that? Sun Wanqi was stunned. She originally thought that her cry had been answered and she could eat better food. In the future, more requests can be made through this opening. Who would have thought that Zhang Yi would lower Zhu Yonk's food standards, which would make it difficult for her to make demands? Zhu Yonk's eyes were as wide as copper bells. He pointed his right index finger at Zhang Yi and was speechless for a long time. It seems that you are also very satisfied with this decision and have acquiesced. Well, let's do this from today on. Zhang Yi winked at Lao Tian and the chef, then turned and left. There are all his people on the ship, and although they will take care of Zhu Yonk's face, they must listen to Zhang Yi's words. They themselves don't like the crying and fussy Sun Wanqi. So this is just the right time. Zhang Yi had just left the kitchen when he heard a piercing cry. Zhu Yonk really broke through his defense. She even forgot the agreement she made with Zhang Yi not to expose Zhang Yi's name outside. This approach made Zhang Yi frown. Zhang Yi. Stop. What do you mean by this? Zhu Yonk walked up to Zhang Yi regardless and stared at him angrily. Are you trying to trick me on purpose? Zhang Yi looked at her condescendingly without saying a word. But the disapproving laziness in his eyes had disappeared. A terrible majesty appeared. He has killed countless people in his hands. So when he doesn't deliberately pretend, that murderous intention will naturally be released. Zhu Yonk was originally angry. But now it was as if a basin of cold water was poured over his head. He woke up for the most part in an instant. And the hairs on his back stood up. You? Why are you so fierce? It's obvious that you were the first to be unreasonable. Am I here to reason with you? Zhang Yi asked back. If you like to hear it, then listen. If you don't like to hear it, just stay away. I'm not used to your eldest lady's temper. If I hadn't given your uncle face, do you think I wanted to embarrass you? You are so powerful. Don't follow me from the beginning. Go to see by yourself. Zhang Yi looked at her with disgust. Zhang Yi's voice was neither loud nor quiet, but everyone could hear it. Zhu Yonk's face suddenly turned red and warm. Zhang Yi's doing this was tantamount to slapping her in the face in front of everyone. Sun Wanqi was so frightened that she lowered her head and said nothing. Zhang Yi said coldly, Don't let it happen again. If you do it again, I will lock you in the house, and you will not be allowed to come out until we return to land. Zhu Yonk knew what Zhang Yi was talking about. It is taboo to reveal his name outside. Fortunately, the people on Yanlu Island had little information, and had never heard of his name as the killer god of Jiangnan. Otherwise, Zhang Yi didn't know what measures he would take to prevent the news of his going to sea from being exposed. It was my fault for calling you by your name. But you are also at fault. Zhu Yonk seemed a little frightened by Zhang Yi, and his tone became gentle. She began to try to explain her reasoning to Zhang Yi. You could bring Zhou Ke on the boat, but you refused to find an assistant to help me take care of the child. Do you have a problem with me? Zhu Yonk raised his neck stubbornly and asked unconvinced. Zhang Yi sneered and asked, So what if I just have a problem with you? Zhu Yonk? Zhang Yi said unceremoniously that your uncle Zhu Zheng had no objection to who I would bring on board. Why do you do so many things? You are menopausal. What do you think our relationship is? Why should I spoil you? Because you are Zhu Zheng's niece? Sorry. If you continue to delay my mission here, according to the regulations of the region, I can definitely decide what to do with you. Zhu Yonk was frightened by Zhang Yi's momentum. She really wanted to complain to Zhu Zheng, saying that Zhang Yi bullied her. But thinking about it carefully, not only would Zhang Yi not lose anything by doing this, but it would actually make Zhu Zheng scold her. Zhu Zheng is not a person who dotes on his juniors. Going to him to report such a trivial matter would only make Zhu Zheng severely criticize her and teach her a lesson. Zhu Yonk bit his lip and clenched his fists. He was afraid in his heart, but on the surface, he refused to completely admit defeat. It turns out that your captain is just a self-serving guy. You just have a problem with me and Sun Wanqi. So you took the opportunity to retaliate against us. Even if you don't agree with my request. Why are you teasing me in such a weird way? Do you find this interesting? Zhang Yi laughed angrily at her. Pretending to be public for personal gain? Do you think I am very idle? 148 passengers on the third floor of the Jin phone were carried on my shoulders. He asked, Do you think these people on the ship are so obedient? They will not be grateful because we rescue them. Even if they have this thought for a short time, they will later think that the official action of sending them to rescue them is natural. Then they start to find fault. And then they ask for more benefits. Today you made an opening here, allowing the little girl named Sue to live in the upper cabin and giving her generous living conditions. So what's next? Do you have to take care of her other needs and have everything follow your standards? When other people see this, can they not have any thoughts in their hearts? I don't care about others. Just Li Zhongyu and his wife. They are the main rescue targets of our operation. People have always lived in the middle floor. What if they make demands too? What if they cause trouble? Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. I'm very afraid of that outcome. Do you understand? After Zhang Yi's explanation, Zhu Yong slowly realized the seriousness of the problem. Don't worry about scarcity but inequality. It may not show up at first, but injustice will lead to big problems over time. I didn't think about it that much. I just want to find myself a companion. I don't want to cause you any trouble. Zhang Yi sneered. It's not easy. You understand. Otherwise, I'm really afraid of chaos on this boat. Afraid? Zhu Yong looked at Zhang Yi in surprise. Are you afraid too? He is the famous god of war. After the battle between Eclipse and Samsara team, he became the hero of the entire Blizzard City, and his reputation once surpassed that of Deng Shitong and Gao Chongkong. Will he be afraid too? Zhang Yi nodded. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. I was afraid that killing so many people would stain my boat. It will be troublesome to clean up then. He looked at Zhu Yong, his voice without any emotion. I am very picky about my living environment. If the smell of blood is too strong, it will affect my sleep quality. Zhu Yong suddenly felt terrified. From Zhang Yi's eyes, she saw that Zhang Yi was not joking. If the people on the ship make him feel trouble, he will kill them without mercy. Chapter 822 Gratitude. Zhang Yi persuaded Zhu Yong and made her understand how much trouble her behavior might cause. Although she was a little dissatisfied with Zhang Yi's attitude, she was not completely brainless and stupid. After all, she was born in such a family, so she still had some insight. So she said okay. Let Sun Wanqi have dinner with the crew. She will not be treated specially in the future. Zhang Yi smiled and said how that would work. He looked solemn, pointed at Zhu Yong, and said that she was not qualified to eat crew meals. From now on, when it's time to eat, just go back down there. Of course, if you don't mind eating less, you can give her part of it. But as punishment, within a week, your food supply must be in accordance with the standards of the Yinlu group. Zhang Yi is not that easy to talk to, except to people in his own family. When it comes to outsiders, he doesn't take hard or soft words. But Zhu Yong's attitude can't be changed unless he gives in. Zhu Yong said angrily. Okay. Just do what you say. Okay? What she was angry about was not Zhang Yi's behavior, but his attitude towards her. If this continues, the task assigned to her by Zhu Zheng may be far away. She was also very melancholy in her heart. Why was it so difficult for her to win over a warehouse manager with her charm? Zhu Yong returned to the cabin, and Sun Wanqi was still expecting her to fight for some legitimate rights for herself. However, Zhu Yong told her Zhang Yi's decision. This is an extraordinary moment. Please bear with it for a moment. After I get ashore, I can take you to the Jiangnan region headquarters and arrange a decent job for you. Zhu Yong said calmly. Sun Wanqi's expression changed. Zhu Yong raised his eyebrows. Are you dissatisfied? Sun Wanqi quickly shook her head and said how could it be possible? People know that you, senior sister, are the best. I'm really sorry for causing you trouble this time. She looked aggrieved. After all, she didn't expect that Zhang would be so disrespectful to you. In any case, you are also the niece of the Supreme Commander of Jiangnan region. As for him, he is just the next officer. Sun Wanqi's eyes flashed with contempt. Humph. No matter how big or small. How dare you be so disrespectful to you? I don't think he will even think about going up in the future. She thought the outside world was the same as before. Zhu Yong said helplessly that the outside world had changed a long time ago, and many things were different from the past, including the set of rules you know. Sun Wanqi asked doubtfully. No matter how things change, shouldn't subordinates do their best to please their leaders and their families? In Huashu Kingdom system, the top leader has always had absolute power. This cannot be changed. Zhu Yong didn't know how to explain it to her. After all, these people in the Yinlu group have been isolated from the world for too long. They still don't know what the existence of a top alien means in the outside world. In some small countries, people of Zhang Yi's level are like gods. Even the top leaders of the 6 major regions have to work hard to win over. This can be seen from Zhu Zheng's attitude towards Zhang Yi being more polite than his own son. Anyway, just listen to me. Stay with me and help me take care of Tommy. I won't let you be wronged. Soon Wanchi put on a smile. Good sister. I don't have anything to feel wronged about. I'm just complaining for you because I'm afraid you will be bullied. They were all in the circle. And Zhu Yang could naturally see Soon Wanchi's little tricks of fanning the flames. But there are some truths. Even if you understand them in your heart, you may not be able to understand them. In Zhu Yang's heart, the dissatisfaction with Zhang Yi still existed. And it was still expanding. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed since I left Ganlu Island. The order on the Jing phone was relatively stable. And there were no conflicts. Zhang Yi would either practice calligraphy with Zhou Qier in his room every day, or observe order in the cabin to avoid any restless behavior by the people below. Among them, the vast majority of people can be content with the status quo and are satisfied with their current state of being full and warm. However, there are always some people who have evil intentions. The room on the Yinlu group's side is an 8-person room with 4 standard bunk beds and a small dining table in the middle. Li Zhongyu and his wife naturally have special treatment. They can live in a separate room. But others are not treated so well. When it was time to eat at noon that day, the chef Xie Changming came over, opened the middle hatch, and shouted that a few people were coming to make dinner. Someone came immediately from each room to collect the meals. The food standard for the middle class is pretty good. At least they can get some protein supplement every day. And they can also eat a relatively hearty meat meal every 3 days. They usually eat canned soy products and rice noodles. Xie Changming's attitude towards them was lukewarm. A bit like a pig herder. Cha Haesung, a former Silla official, walked over with a smile and a look on his face to please. Thank you for your gift. We are extremely grateful to you. Every time he came to receive food, he would praise Xie Changming. And he was already very familiar with flattering him. When Xie Changming saw Che Haicheng, a rare smile appeared on his face. I have taken care of the allocation of your rooms, so you should be grateful. When Che Haicheng heard this, his expression changed slightly, and then his smile became brighter. He bowed 90 degrees. This is your great kindness, which I will never forget. Xie Changming put down the spoon in his hand and followed him towards the middle cabin. The other crew members, who were eating next to him, just smiled jokingly when they saw this. After arriving at the middle cabin, Cha Haicheng walked to the door of their room and happened to meet his wife Kim Kim. Cha Haesung, who once served as a senior official in Silla, was amazing in terms of power and money. And the women around him have always been the best. Kim Kimmi is his 9th wife. She is 32 years old and a former member of Silla's top girl group. Although she had experienced life on Yinlu Island for half a year, she felt quite haggard and had dark circles under her eyes. But these still can't conceal her charm, especially her beautiful figure, which can easily make people think. Xie Changming leaned against the hatch and whistled at her. Cha Haesung quickly winked at Kim Kimmi. Jean Kimmi, I understood, walked over with a flattering smile, took Xie Changming's arm skillfully, and then the two went to Xie Changming's bedroom. And every time after it ends, she can get generous rewards from Xie Changming. Not only did Cha Haicheng have no complaints about this, he even got extra food for taking advantage of his wife. His status in the room has become higher, and he has become a small leader who specializes in receiving and distributing food. Chapter 823. They are all talents. As soon as Che Haicheng entered the door, everyone in the room looked at him with a smile. Xie Yufan, a Colombian Chinese wearing cracked gold-rimmed glasses and a large group executive, smiled and said to Che Haicheng, "Did you ask your wife to accompany that cook again?" Che Haicheng smiled disapprovingly. He raised his eyebrows, and he even had a proud look on his face. "So you might envy him." Xie Yufan snorted coldly. "I don't have such a clumsy interest." Cha Haicheng laughed. "Put the food on the table, and then assign meals to everyone's lunch boxes." In the room, Lu Nanxing, a Mediterranean uncle in his 50s, smiled and said, "I admire Mr. Che's mentality very much. Only when a man is able to bend and stretch can he achieve a career." Xie Yufan frowned, disgusted with what the two said. He picked up his rice bowl. "But how is this different from a pig or a dog? Selling a woman's appearance in exchange for benefits is really disgraceful." Che Haicheng laughed and looked at him teasingly. "This is not like the words of a man who seduced a rich Colombian woman with his pornography, and then made a fortune by dividing the family property through a fraudulent marriage." Xie Yunfan's expression changed. "Nonsense. How can that be called cheating? It's a matter of scholars. It's a strategy. Then it's a strategy." The whole room was suddenly filled with cheerful laughter. Everyone came over to receive the food one after another, and sarcasm and taunting each other became their daily way of having fun. "Hey, Mr. Che, since you are so generous, why don't you help your fellow sufferers?" A man with a brown beard came over and said to Cha Hai-chung with a smile. His name is Rudolph. From southern Prussia? Although he looks a bit rough. He has a pair of very delicate hands. Cha Hai-chung didn't feel dissatisfied at all, but instead smiled evilly and said, It depends on what price you can pay. Rudolph rummaged his hand into his pocket and immediately took out a gold Rolex watch. Cha Hai-chung shook his head. This thing is meaningless to me. You gotta give me something really good, Rudolph said bitterly. Hell, as a professional pickpocket, I only steal valuable property. But now they are all useless garbage. He angrily threw the gold watch to the ground, then stepped on it, crushing the glass. Cha Hai-chung looked contemptuous. Jean Kimmy is my most important asset now, and I still need to rely on her to please the gentlemen on the ship. Don't even think about touching her. You guy. Hey, you guys are too boring. After all, we all suffer together. It was clear that one bird's leg was all that was needed to make it through the night. Two people were noisy, but one person was extraordinarily quiet. A Western man with long curly hair and a big beard and a somewhat melancholy expression walked over, silently picked up the broken watch, and studied his dial carefully. And against the wall, Li Zongyu's colleague, a Colombian named Bayamo, leaned against the porthole, staring blankly at the sea of ice that looked like a huge stagnant water. Why don't they respond to me? I don't want to go to a foreign country. Talisa, is she still waiting for me in her hometown? Are she and the baby okay? Bayamo thought of his wife and daughter, who were far away in another direction across the ocean. They are his biggest belief that he persists in living till now. In half a year, he asked Colombia for help countless times. Use every avenue he can find, whether it's Colombia itself or the Colombian Ocean Force stationed on Ropefly Island. However, these requests for help were like silence, with no news at all. After waiting for half a year, I didn't expect that the rescue ship from Washu Kingdom was waiting for me. If he really sets foot on that land, he will come to this planet, the farthest place from his hometown. In such an apocalyptic world, he didn't know if he would have the chance to return to his hometown. Hey, Bayamo, what are you worried about? Rudolph and Cha Hai-chung argued for a long time, but neither got what they wanted. He had no choice but to come over and chat with the melancholy young man Bayamo. Bayamo glanced at him and said melancholy, I'm thinking, will we still have a chance to return to our hometown? This statement caused some people in the room to think deeply. Eisenman turned his head and looked at him deeply, but said nothing. But Rudolph shrugged indifferently. No matter where I go, as long as there are girls and good wine, I'm fine with that. Xie Yifan leaned against the wall, frowning. But I don't like staying in that country. Cha Hai-chung glanced at him. Xie, didn't you grow up in that country? Xie Yifan sat up straight with some displeasure, stared at him and said, That's not important. The thing is, I am now a Colombian citizen. Cha Hai-chung sneered disdainfully. Even Bayamo, a serious citizen of Colombia, can't be rescued. You should have given up long ago. Right? You seem to be more loyal than the native people. But it is a pity that at this time, no matter where you are at the bottom. So don't have any unnecessary illusions. Xie Yifan was said to be like a rooster with fried feathers. He was anxious then. What do you know? Argued? He hesitated, saying something about freedom and power. The room was filled with joyful laughter. But without Xie Yifan around, they managed to get by just the same. Cha Hai-chung took out an egg from his pocket, smiled, then quickly peeled it open and tasted it slowly. Naturally, other people do not receive this kind of treatment. And some people deliberately make disdainful sounds. But in fact, they are very envious in their hearts. But they don't have a beautiful wife like Cha Hai-chung who can give them food in exchange. So they have to use this method to act as if they are upright. After a while, Kim Kim came back from the cabin above. Cha Hai-chung rushed up to meet her, looked at the others carefully, and asked her, How is it? What good things did I give you this time? Jean Kimyi smiled proudly, then took out a diamond ring the size of a pigeon egg from her pocket and showed it to him happily. Look! Diamond ring. Such a big diamond ring. Cha Hai-chung's eyes widened quickly, and he froze on the spot. Forehead. You? Are you kidding me? He said with a smile. Jean Kimmy curled her lips, admiring her big diamond ring with satisfaction, and said casually, Are you kidding me? The diamond ring someone gave me is so big. You have never bought me such a big one. Cha Hai-chung became anxious and lowered his voice and yelled, You stupid woman! It's time like this. Diamonds are worth less than dirt. You want them to be of no use. Chapter 824 Fin Dragon. Cha Hai-chung became angry and scolded Jean Jimei severely. Jean Jimei was also very angry. Hey, what are you talking about? This diamond is very expensive. Right? She didn't understand why Cha Haicheng was so crazy. Such a big and beautiful diamond can be obtained by just accompanying Xie Changming once. She was crazy happy. Cha Haicheng took a deep breath and then closed his eyes tightly. He silently said in his heart that he couldn't be angry. She couldn't be angry. She was a stupid woman who only had money in her eyes. After calming down for a long time, he stared at Jean Kimmy, pointed at her nose and said, "Next time, ask for supplies. Sugar, milk, cigarettes, eggs. It will be all right. Just don't ask me for these useless jewelry. After the end of the world, these things have become useless. Only a vain woman like Kim Kimmy would like it." Jean Kimmy tightened her clothes in fear. The fear of Cha Haicheng has been deeply imprinted in her bones. At least now, she hasn't thought about resisting. Upper cabin. Zhang Yi suddenly felt a sign of being spied on. It was already night. He looked outside through the window. It was dark, and he could not see anything. There is nothing but endless darkness on the sea. The cold moonlight was blurry and invisible. Through the thick clouds, only after images were left, making it even harder to reflect the sea. Zhang Yi frowned. Since he awakened to the ability of time echo, his intuition has become sharper and sharper, especially the insight into danger. This awareness made him vaguely feel that there was something dangerous in the sea, spying on them. Is it the sea monster I injured? Zhang Yi named the sea monster Fin Dragon, because its back is covered with dorsal fins that are larger than those of sharks. It could also be psychological. Zhang Yi thought for a while, and decided to get up and go to the control room to take a look. He opened the door and quickly came outside, walking along the corridor to the control room of the Jin Feng. Did you find anything unusual? Zhang Yi asked. The control room is manned 24 hours a day. Lao Tian was also there at this time. Hearing this, he quickly came to the radar. He told Zhang Yi that no unusual ships or creatures were found nearby. Just half an hour ago, a few sharks passed nearby. Zhang Yi immediately asked, "Shark? Large?" Lao Tian said that according to the radar, they were just ordinary sharks more than 5 meters long. As long as a giant creature like a fin dragon appears in the surrounding waters, it will be detected by radar. What is the approximate detection range? Zhang Yi asked. Lao Tian replied that underwater biological movements within 10 nautical miles can be detected within a 200-meter range. If it is a ship on the water, as long as it is not a military ship equipped with a stealth function, it can be detected within 50 nautical miles. Zhang Yi smiled and shook his head. If it can really appear in this area of the sea, it will probably not be a civilian ship. Okay, we have to be more careful on the way back. An extra man is assigned during the night shift. Lao Tian said yes. Zhang Yi turned around and was about to leave, but Lao Tian called out to him. "Mr. Zhang, I have one more thing to report to you." Zhang Yi glanced at him. "What's the matter?" "Say it." Lao Tian said it was Lao Xia over there in the kitchen. Lao Tian told Zhang Yi in detail. It turned out that the number of people on the ship increased, and more than 100 people were eating. But only Lao Xia was busy. Although most of the food is prepared and only needs to be heated before consumption, but it still needs to be processed, and the workload is very heavy. In recent days, Lao Xia's health has begun to become a little worse. Today, he came to find Lao Tian, saying that he had back pain and hoping to get him a helper. However, the number of crew members is limited. Everyone has their own work, and no one can spare their time. That's why Lao Tian told Zhang Yi that he hoped to find someone from the middle and lower cabins to help. They open their mouths every day and only know how to eat. So it is time to let them participate in labor. Cook and eat by yourself. Zhang Yi looked at Lao Tian playfully and asked with a smile how his health had deteriorated. Do you really think I don't know? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the control room couldn't help laughing. Monitoring equipment is installed everywhere on the ship, and Zhang Yi will check it frequently to avoid potential safety hazards. Except for the bathroom and bedroom, which he did not monitor due to Zhu Yung's strong request. He basically knew what happened in other places. These crew members on the ship have been at sea for too long and naturally have their needs. Among the passengers who boarded the ship, there were many women who volunteered to exchange themselves for supplies. Zhang Yi also understood them, so he did not prohibit this matter. Lao Tian smiled. Making you laugh. If we let them cook, can food safety be guaranteed? You must consider this. If someone tried to do something, one accident could poison the entire ship. Zhang Yi is very cautious. He brought his own food and drinking water, and did not share it with others. So even if something goes wrong, it's someone else on the boat. However, as the captain, he still had to remind Lao Tian. Lao Tian nodded, and said seriously that I will let Lao Xia supervise them carefully. Moreover, even if you want to poison, you must have raw materials. Right? Toxins are not so easy to obtain. The people who boarded the ship were all checked, and found to have no weapons, or unusual drugs on them. After living on the island for more than half a year, they were so poor that they had almost nothing left but their underpants. Johnny also understood Lao Xia's difficulty, nodded and said you should arrange this matter yourself and find a few trustworthy people. Lao Tian smiled and said yes. Johnny left the control room and came to the deck. The Jin Feng advanced slowly on the IC in order to meet the deadline and avoid accidents on the ocean. The ship traveled day and night. Just a slight undulation in the icy ocean can trigger waves that are huge in human eyes, causing the ship to rock up and down. This can easily create fear in people, fearing that a huge wave will capsize the boat. Johnny walked on the rickety deck as if walking on flat ground, and his grasp of the power of space had become increasingly proficient. Woo! Suddenly, there was a distant whistling in my ears. Johnny frowned and quickly looked in the direction of the sound. The night wind was blowing hard, and I didn't know if the sound was the sea breeze or some mysterious sea beast. Johnny narrowed his eyes slightly. That guy. Are you following? Johnny witnessed the power of that huge fin dragon with his own eyes. It was extremely powerful. If he were on land and encountered that kind of monster, Johnny would not be afraid. He has a clear understanding of his own power. However, this is the sea, not human territory. If it accidentally destroys the Jin Feng, everyone on the ship except Johnny and Joker may die. This is not the result Johnny wants to see. Chapter 825 Lu Jingnan +1. In the following time, Johnny strengthened the alert of the entire ship. His focus was on the vast sea of ice, because he always had a hunch that the sea monster that he had seriously injured the fin dragon would not let them go easily. Every creature is vengeful, especially powerful creatures. The Phiosaurus must be hiding somewhere in the depths of the ocean, waiting for an opportunity to attack them. The reason why it stood still at this time was because it was afraid of Zhang Yi's strength and did not dare to have a direct conflict. However, if anything happens to the Jin Feng on the sea, or if something unusual happens to Zhang Yi, it might jump out of the 10,000-meter deep sea. With its extremely large size and amazing strength, it only takes one strike to overturn the Golden Edge. By then, all the more than 100 people on the ship, except Zhang Yi and Zhou Qi, would be dead. Zhang Yi has no better way to do this. The ship's armament lacked heavy firearms. There are only some depth charges and shipborne cannons. But it is obviously too difficult for these things to cause serious damage to such a giant beast. Although there are heavy artillery in his alien space, it is extremely difficult for land artillery to function on the ship. After all, in the vast ocean, it is troublesome to stabilize a land gun, let alone shoot with huge recoil. However, Zhang Yi and the others are not at an absolute disadvantage. Zhang Yi's own existence and the advanced radar system are the best means of defense. As long as the fin dragon comes close to a certain range, it will be discovered by people on the boat. Zhang Yi can take precautions in advance. Now, Zhang Yi, whose supernatural power index has reached 9,600 points, can still protect himself even if he really encounters an early-level Epsilon-level stranger. Not to mention just encountering a sea monster with a power index of 9,000 plus. If it weren't for the sea, he could easily kill the sea monster. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi's biggest shortcoming is currently being unable to dive. Go faster. Hopefully there won't be any problems on the way back. Zhang Yi prayed secretly in his heart. On the other side, after Chef Xie Changming received Zhang Yi's permission, he went to the cabin below to select his assistant. Finally, he found a good helper, Lu Jingnan from the Yanlu group. Lu Jingnan claimed to be a chef. After Xie Changming's test, he found that he was indeed good at cooking. According to the people from the Yanlu group, he was responsible for cooking for the team when they were on the island. In addition, Lu Jingnan spoke well and was very good at pleasing Xie Changming and other crew members. So he quickly became close to the people on the ship. Johnny has been keeping an eye on what's going on in the IC these days, watching out for the appearance of fin dragons or other mutated sea monsters. Fortunately, others had learned the lesson before and no longer dared to come over and cause trouble for him. Zhu Yang kept a much lower profile, but would still come over occasionally to deliberately get closer to Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi never liked such a self-righteous young lady, so he just dealt with it coldly. This gave Zhu Yang a headache. However, the little follower Sun Wanqi next to her has always had a bad attitude towards Zhang Yi. She didn't dare to say anything bad. But the look in Zhang Yi's eyes felt very wrong. She probably thought that since she was the daughter of a high-ranking official, she looked down upon Zhang Yi, the leader of the rescue team. Zhang Yi was too lazy to mess with her. As long as others didn't come to seek death, he had no time to waste time with them. Ensuring the completion of the rescue mission is his biggest concern at the moment. He also had several contacts with Zhu Zheng. As long as their ship arrives near the waters of Huashu Kingdom, warships will come to greet them. This morning, the crew in the control room was still carefully controlling the ship's movement and carefully scanning the surroundings through radar. The kitchen is already busy. Xie Changming was sitting very leisurely on the sofa chair, smoking black box Huangshan in his mouth, and playing cards with several crew members. This cigarette is very precious. Of course, he didn't get it himself, but it was given to him by Zhang Yi. On the ship, except that no alcohol was allowed. Food, cigarettes, and even isolation bags for children and grandchildren were thoughtfully prepared for them by Zhang Yi. This is to prevent the crew from developing psychological problems during the long voyage and affecting the execution of the mission. So now, every crew member is loyal to Zhang Yi from the bottom of their hearts. Not only out of fear of his strength, but also out of love for this good captain who is considerate of his subordinates. As for the work in the kitchen, it naturally fell on Lu Zhengnan alone. It is not easy to prepare meals for more than 100 people. Fortunately, the main busy part is steaming rice and heating pre-prepared dishes. The rest is much easier. Lu Zhengnan is in his 50s and is a short Mediterranean man. I was so exhausted from working that I was sweating profusely. But I didn't dare to slack off at all. Xie Changming played a 2 and then dusted off his cigarette. On the wrist is a golden Patek Philippe worth millions. This watch was given by Lu Zhengnan as a tribute to him. Lao Lu, you don't look like a hard-working person. But I didn't expect you to be quite good at cooking. Xie Changming won a dozen cigarettes today and was in a good mood. Looking at Lu Zhengnan, who was busy, he casually chatted with him for a few words. Lu Zhengnan wiped the sweat from his forehead, nodded and said, "Our family has always dared to cater in the past. So of course we need to be familiar with these tasks. Otherwise, how can we manage it?" Xie Changming and other crew members naturally knew that the people on Yinlu Island, especially the Huashu nationals or overseas Chinese, had unusual identities. At the very least, it has to be middle class. Xie Changming teased, "Judging from your thin skin and tender flesh, you should be a big boss." Lu Zhengnan skillfully opened the steamer, tore open a bag of prepared vegetables, and poured them onto the plate. What a big boss. He just owns a few restaurants at home and just makes ends meet. "Thank you. If you have any orders, just call me." "That's fine." "You're welcome." Xie Changming smiled. And several crew members also showed disapproving smiles. Of course, they would not be polite to Lu Zhengnan. These people on the ship were all rescued by them, according to Zhang Yi, except for Li Zhongyu and his wife. Everyone else will be sent to various bases in Tianhai City as laborers in the future, so you don't have to be polite at all to use it. At this time, Zhang Yi was wandering on the deck and walked over to take a look after smelling the aroma of the food. Upon seeing this, several crew members quickly dropped their cards and stood up. "Mr. Zhang," Zhang Yi said with a smile that he was in a good mood. "It's okay. You can continue playing. I just smelled the fragrance and came over to take a look." "Don't tell me. The aroma of this pre-prepared dish is quite strong, and I feel a little greedy when I smell it." Zhang Yi didn't come to the kitchen very often, so he walked in and took a quick look. The steam inside was steaming, and it was quite warm. Lu Zhengnan hurriedly came over, wiping his hands with his apron while nodding and bending to please Zhang Yi. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. Is there anything you want to eat? Just ask. I will make arrangements for you right away."